Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And the Cougs are number one. And you know what Kelvin Sampson's quote was about it?
That he doesn't care?
I don't like being put in a position where I have to brag on our team. My father said it's always a lot better if other people say something good about you. Our consistency is consistent. That would be the way I describe it. We're consistent. I would say they are consistent. I would say, yeah, you get, you know what? It's almost every game. It's almost the same. It's like stifling, choking defense. It's shooting that is,
Marginal.
Yeah, marginal is a good word. It is just an effort that is second to none. It's like every game is the NCAA final. And, it just is, he's right. It is consistent. And when you're consistent like that, you know what? Coaches love consistency.
Yeah, well, you know what to expect.
Dom Capers told me, he said, I'd rather have a guy who runs a 4.5 every time than a guy who runs a 4.3 than a 4.7.
Yeah,
I would much rather have a 4.5 guy every time. You can count on him.
Plan around that. You can count on that. Wouldn't you like to know what your traffic is all the time so you plan your routes? If you don't know what traffic is, I don't know. Actually, maybe you would rather have. No, you don't want bad traffic ever.
No.
You'd rather have steady traffic as opposed to great traffic sometimes, and you're 45 minutes later than you're supposed to. Yeah, like you'd rather know exactly you'd rather your meal be the same all the time.
No, I like different meals, but okay.
With different meals, but quality.
Yes.
The quality. You know what to expect.
Right.
And with the Cougars, you know what to expect. I mean, the mistake people would make is saying, no, they're actually not that consistent because look at their offense. No, they are. You know what you get every time.
Yes. You know what you're going to get.
You know what the package is.
So
it's easier to win that way.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's easier to win that way when you know exactly what you're up against.
Yeah. You know that you're going to shoot this. I'm in the neighborhood of 42% from the field. You're going to shoot maybe 28% from three.
Boy, that's low.
Well, that is though. That's what they do.
Is that? What do you think their team three? I'm gonna look
okay,
that
go
up.
look it up. What their stats are. See how far I'm off.
It seems like you at least need to go
but here's the problem.
Maybe 29%.
How about looking at the Big 12? Look at the Big 12 because the preseason you can't count.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at the Big 12 because Big 12 stats. And what they do because and it's okay because they're going to be stifling defensively.
I'd like it to be better.
Yeah, no, but it's okay because you know. Although they do let teams back in it, Iowa State they let back in it, Baylor they let back in it. They shoot 34% from three for the year, and the opponents shoot 27.9. Yeah, like I said, check the Big 12. Though.
I will, but that's even higher than I would have thought.
34% for as a team.
Of course, it's a college 3-point line.
It is, but we, you know what? And Kelvin has to just, Sharp is a good shooter, CJ's a good shooter, Shad's a good shooter, but sometimes they put up some shots that are. Damian Dunn, okay. And inside, Javier Francis has been better offensively. He's been, I really love JoJo, his game. I love JoJo.
Starting at Cincinnati, 37.5. South Florida, 40.7. Tulane, 50.
Oh, okay.
And then Temple was 35.3. Well, I'm just going down the list.
Yeah.
Temple 35.3.
That's not.
UCF 40.7. Cincinnati 29.
Is there 3-point?
Yeah, 29.4. Wichita State 35. Temple 42.9.
Temple? Are you look? Why
Yeah,
are they
he's
playing
not looking
Temple
at the Big 12.
twice?
He's just.
But they've played Temple twice in the schedule already. Sure, this isn't last year's.
Yeah, are you looking at last year?
I'm hearing a
22-23. That's this year.
No,
No,
23-24.
No, I was joking. I clearly was on the wrong one. I was trying to
I
see
heard
if
Temple twice,
I
and
was
I'm
seeing
like,
if I
wait.
could trick you. I'm like, where are the Big 12 teams in this schedule? Okay, here we go. West Virginia, 3-point percentage. Okay, well, I mean, things are looking up already. 50%. West Virginia. Iowa State, 26.9. TCU, 22.2.
That's what I'm saying.
Tech, 47.1. 33. UCF. BYU gets a 43.5. Kansas State catches a 33. Texas gets a 33. Kansas gets a 31.
I see a trend.
Oklahoma State a 40. Well, there's an 18 against Cincinnati. Texas catches another 34.8.
That's probably 30,
and then
31%.
29.2, 28.6. I mean, yeah. They don't
low
always
30s.
shoot. They don't always shoot over 30%.
No.
But when they do, they usually win.
Yeah. No. Except that Kansas, they got blown out. They shot 31%.
Well, when they shot under 30% from three this year. Are you ready for this? Let's see. They beat Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
Well, okay.
Yeah, you expected to. They beat Montana.
Okay.
They lost. They beat Texas State. They lost to Iowa State. They lost to TCU. They actually lost to Kansas at 31%, and then they beat Cincinnati at 18%. They beat Iowa State at 29%. So they can win. They went to overtime again. They can win, but you did notice two of them were under 30%. Two losses were. I mean, that's what's going to get them. What if they don't win a national championship? What's going to get them is going to be their 3-point shooting.
Yeah.
You just
and I don't know. We've been watching this team for closely because they've been really, really good national contenders for I don't know, the last 4 or 5 years now. Kelvin has had them in the national game, has had them in the national picture. I just kind of feel like this is the best team he's had.
John, they are ranked 174th in 3-point shooting, 34%. You know, in the NBA, you think, okay, you can live with that.
They're ranked what?
174th from three.
Really?
Yeah, and they're ranked 24th in 3-pointers against at 30.1%. Last year, they were 2 in the nation. This year, they're 174th. In 3-pointers attempted, they're 215th. There's some low.
Well, that's okay. I don't mind. If you're not great at shooting, why would you
field goal
more?
Percentage 251? How many teams are there?
Yeah, no, there's over 300 teams.
They're shooting 43% from field. They're 251st from the field,
wow.
which encapsulates everything. They're 250. That would have to be. Has there ever been a team number one ever, other than maybe a Houston team, that was 251st in field goal percentage? That seems like a statistical.
And number one in the country.
Number one in the country.
Well, yeah, it's a Virginia team, I would bet.
You think so?
A Tony Bennett Virginia team.
Well, they were slow paced, but did they shoot this bad?
Oh, that's true. That is true.
I mean, this is like
the Cougs pull up too. Now they'll run a clock on you.
Free throw percentage 292nd. 3-point percentage 174th. How is this possible that they're the number one team? Until you look at their defensive stuff. Let's see, field goal percentage against number one in the nation.
Yes.
37.6. What about 2-point field goal percentage? 6th in the nation. What about 3-point? 24th in the nation. What about free throw against?
Oh, their free throw defense is great.
Is incredible. 3rd in the nation. Teams only shoot 60. Houston shoots 68.9, and they're better than their opponents from the line, who shoot 65.3. But rebounding, I mean, total rebounds, Houston 70th. Now, there's not as many possessions in a Cougar game.
Yeah.
Because the defense, and from a turnover standpoint, their turnovers, well, it says they're 348, but their opponents have 436 turnovers. That basically means Houston's like number one in the nation.
Their opponents have 4. Yes, they are number one in the nation in turnovers. Yeah.
234. That's 4th in the nation. That's fantastic. They're not turning it over.
Oh, they're 4th in the nation.
Yeah, you want the number to be lower.
Right.
So they just kind of invert this. It's 234. They're 4th in the nation in turnovers. Their opponents have turned it over 436
wow.
times. Yeah.
436
to 234.
Wow.
How incredible is that?
That's coaches love turnover differential. Is that the best differential in the country? It has to be.
Well, they're number one in points against. So at 15-15, their points this year, 2003. There's a differential of, over 490, basically, 488. So, yeah, that has to be number one. So it's just a unique set of circumstances. When we talk about them having shooting issues, when you put rankings on it, it really puts it in context. It is awful. from the standpoint of nationally. But then you look at the defense and especially the turnovers, you just don't get as many possessions. If you don't shoot well, which you don't against Houston, and you don't have as many possessions, and Houston, and right now from a rebounding standpoint, John, actually they're rebounding better than their opponents. It's not crazy, but they're rebounding better than their opponents. But, from a steal standpoint, they're 9th in the nation in steals. So it's a game of fewer possessions for you, and when you do get them, you're not going to make as many shots. For Houston, they're not going to shoot well. They're going to have fewer possessions, but they'll turn you over so they get more possessions added that way. But it helps you win games that you're not playing well. You can win on the road at Baylor when things get murky or tough or momentum. They can stick momentum right in the stomach with a pick.
Yep.
Because you can't just keep getting momentum on them because they can slow you down with defense or whatever, turnovers. But the problem is, if you're not going to shoot well, but if you don't defend well, you almost have no chance against the best teams. And you saw it against Kansas, like Kansas.
Well, that was a road game. We'll see.
Oh
that
no,
here.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. But you're not going to be able to play at Hofheinz in the postseason.
No, that's true. But you're going to be able to right now, especially at number one, and they have a possibility of being number one overall. They are 2 behind in quadrant 1 wins. So, but their next 4 games are all quadrant 1 possibilities. Their last 4 games. But here's the deal: is they look like they're going to be the South region number 1 seed, and the second round is in Dallas, which is good.
That's good.
Yeah, last year
Unless
was in
you get
San
stuck
Antonio.
playing SMU.
Right? Last year was San Antonio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This one is going to be an
but
American
what if you have
Airlines.
to face SMU?
You can't. You don't want to face SMU.
You don't want to face SMU in Dallas.
No, you don't want to face SMU.
How could you
period.
win? How could you win that game?
No, Sonny's right about this.
Yeah, Dallas. They'll travel to Dallas.
Yes,
Cougs are going to travel to Dallas.
you would better fill it up. Better be full of Cougs fans. Better be all red. Okay, that had better happen. All right, 713-780. I got a story about that actually last year. Boy, did I catch it. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. As a matter of fact, the Cougs play tonight. They got a big one tonight, another conference game. They can pull away. They got a 1-game lead over Iowa State for the Big 12 championship, regular season championship, and they got a home game tonight, which, forget about it. At home, this team, are you kidding me? They're fantastic. So that's something that we're going to watch, and we will talk about tomorrow right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, I, my friends, am telling you that we need to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is the best way to sell your car. It's not even arguable. John Clay Wolf is the best. John Clay Wolf is somebody who is going to buy your car for more. He is going to give you the best. And listen, if he gives you an estimate of what your car is worth, then you go to CarMax and they say, oh, no, we'll give you more for it. You go back to John Clay Wolf and say, look at this, what I got from CarMax. And John Clay Wolf will go, wow, I'll give you more for that. Okay, CarMax said they'll give you this. Well, we'll give you more. Or we'll give you $100. How's that? So make sure every single time, just a free Hyundai that's coming your way, which doesn't happen because John Clay Wolf is going to beat CarMax every time. And if he doesn't beat CarMax, then he is going to send you $100. But he does it every time. He told me there was one time that like CarMax offered $4,000 more than the car was worth, which was he was like, okay.
They're probably mad at him, like, you know what?
Yeah.
F this guy.
Yeah. Here, we'll give you $4,000 more.
I don't care. Take the loss, Tom.
Yes.
I don't care. Take the loss. Do what I said.
$100 gone. So if you're going to sell your car, there's one place that you always have to go, and that's GiveMeTheVin.com. All right, welcome back here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is an interesting, and Del, you got to get in here because didn't you used to have some kind of little college show or something? Didn't you? Did you ever talk about college? You used to talk about college football or something.
I did in multiple ways.
Oh, by the way, did you hear what he did yesterday?
I know he had a prediction chicken on.
So when we left, the first thing that he's talking about is, well, I held back a lot during that show because I'm holding back for my own show. And not only that, not only his opinions, but sound. He was bringing a different sound to his show.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, no. Let me pull the reins in on the show that made him. Okay,
I'm going to tell Todd.
Yeah, no.
Which sound did
this is HR. This is HR is going to hear about
which
this.
sound did
Laura
you?
Beavers was getting called.
Okay, which sound that you didn't hear on your show that was heard on my show did you have an issue with?
One of the first things that you played yesterday.
What did I play?
I forget what it was, but I
He's
don't know. I wasn't listening that closely to your show.
All the fun
so when
stuff
you figure
and
out
sounds
when you
topics,
figure out the issue, you let me know because you don't
he's
even remember.
gatekeeping everything.
Yeah. No. He's let me pull up here
I've
during
got
this
ship
show.
talk. I've got ship talk ready to go. I'm not saving that sound for the next show. I got ship talk. Got some stuff from Deion Dawkins, who was.
What do you think is the best stuff that's in the entire system?
As far as
sound that can be played for our show.
Yeah.
Paul
Gallant did that same thing. As opposed to throwing it towards us when he had good sound.
Why would he throw it towards you?
Because
he doesn't
being
work
a
on your
team
show.
guy, I would do that for.
Wait, what was Paul Gallant supposed to do?
I would do that for him.
Populate our
you
show with
wouldn't.
topics.
I did it all the time. I joined his show, helped him out. And what do I get for it? And what do we get for it? And now you are holding back different stuff so you can have it for your show.
When you remember what you were so concerned with, you let me know because you can't even remember what I played. It wasn't that memorable.
I wasn't listening that closely.
Okay. Then you don't care.
I do.
You just care that I made that statement, and obviously I did it in some ways to mess with people if they were listening.
No.
And you were.
No. You
let me know.
That is so true. You were like, as soon as this show gets over, I get my own.
Look,
I don't need to talk on this show.
I'm not going to pretend.
Did you really think it would be different?
Yeah.
He's a me guy, not a we guy.
No, he's not a team.
We're we guys.
I'm not going to pretend there was a battle. There have been internally battles about what am I giving them and what am I keeping to myself.
You can replay it.
I don't.
Okay, we don't recycle audience.
If we don't tell him, hey, did you hear that sound? He ain't bringing it to this show. I can tell you that.
I have had to fight my worst instincts and go, they don't need this.
Wow.
Oh my!
I like
God. Bad person.
What a bad
this is. Oh,
I like when he
how
admits
is this
what a
going to
bad
work out,
teammate
Todd?
is.
Can I just
nice.
I'm being honest, and I'm not going to be in this mode forever, but I was like, they don't even care about this stuff. I'm going to put this right in the back pocket. But I'm fighting through it. I will provide sound. I'm going to continue to do what I did before. It's just a struggle. That's all.
At a much lesser degree.
Bad person. Bad person.
Okay, when Ship Talk comes around, you can determine whether I was holding back.
Okay. All right. So this is a list of, and it's I'm not a big list guy. I kind of they're all right. But this is the list of the best quarterbacks of this century. The top 80 quarterbacks of the 2000s.
The top quarterbacks of the 2000s?
Of the 2000s. Okay.
Well, does that mean so that means from 2000 to now?
It means from 2000 until now. Okay. Matt Leinart is in there.
No.
Sam Bradford is in there.
The best of? Or just a whole list of?
A list. No. Who's the best ranked? The quarterbacks ranked.
Well, you don't get a rank Matt Leinart. Don't we cut it off somewhere?
It's the 2000s. He was in the 2000s. He played quarterback in the 2000s.
No, but I know he did. But you're saying 2000s as we're talking about the century, right? The 21st century.
Right.
2000 to 23.
Right.
That's a list of quarterbacks over the last 23 years.
But they listed the top 80.
He was in the top 80?
Matt Leinart won a Heisman. Why wouldn't he be in the top 80?
I'm thinking pro.
No, in college.
Oh, I missed the college part. I was thinking pro. I'm like, how are we getting to a place that we're listing Matt Leinart?
College.
Yeah.
You ought to listen to the show sometimes.
I shouldn't. It's just Dell just holding stuff back.
Yeah.
What am I going to hear? The worst sound?
Matt Leinart, Sam Bradford is in there. So you got to go back.
Right. Okay.
Who would you think? I'll give you a couple of guesses.
Does he love Jesus and do circumcisions in third world countries?
He's up there. He's up there.
Tim Tebow.
He's fourth.
Vince Young would have to be in the top 10.
He's 3.
Well, we got to take it back now. So it's not going to be Brady. It won't be Breeze. Breeze could be mentioned. Breeze is a pretty good college quarterback. They may not mention it, but, Phillip Rivers is a pretty good college quarterback. He's a 4-year starter, had pretty good stats. Did they mention Phillip Rivers?
Was Phillip Rivers? Rivers might have been in the late 90s.
No. P-Riv, no. He was in the 2004 draft.
Oh, okay.
P-Riv started 4 years at NC State.
He doesn't have. He should have. He should be up there. I don't see Ben Roethlisberger is there. Go ahead. He's not. It's not him. It's not Phillip Rivers.
It'll be Russell Wilson. I'm trying. Okay, so we're gonna. They don't say Jason White, do they?
Jason White is top 80, but he's not.
Okay, because he's a
Jason
Heisman.
White
so it's
is
gonna
36.
be anybody that won a Heisman.
Jason White is 36. Well, he deservedly so. I mean, he won a Heisman.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Charlie Ward was let's see. Lamar Jackson will be in there.
Lamar Jackson is up there.
In the 20s somewhere.
No, Lamar Jackson is in the teens. Phillip Rivers is actually 24th.
Okay, that's a good lesson.
Yeah.
Or we'll find out.
Lamar Jackson is
number 1.
Lamar Jackson's 8th.
Did he put RG3's got to be in there.
RG3 is up there. RG3 is 10th.
Andrew Luck is ahead of him.
Andrew Luck is not. Andrew Luck surprisingly was 18th.
Okay, so Trevor Lawrence will be way up there.
Trevor Lawrence is not way up there. Trevor Lawrence is 11th.
Deshaun Watson won a national championship.
Deshaun Watson is 6th.
He's got to be way up there.
Del, any idea who's won?
Jameis Winston's got to be up there.
Jameis Winston is actually in the teens.
I'm assuming Kellen Mond's in top 10.
Kellen Mond is up there. He's not top 10, no.
It was a joke, but
no, Kellen.
He was a 4-year starter.
Kellen Moore is up there, not Kellen Mond.
Boise State's
Kenny Trill Hill is he up?
Kenny Trill? Johnny's in there.
Johnny's in there.
Yeah.
Johnny's 13.
Can't be Blake Bortles. No, but Teddy Bridgewater would.
You're
be.
missing a couple of huge ones recently too.
Are they going to put? Where do they put Mahomes?
No,
they can't go too crazy with Mahomes in college.
No, Pat Mahomes isn't even.
A couple.
I haven't even seen him yet.
Of quarterbacks, recent ones. So they're in. Joe Burrow is going to be way up
there.
Joe
Burrow's 5. It's career, not just year.
Okay, so Justin Fields only had 2 years. Bryce Young's got to be way up there.
Bryce Young is not way up there. He's like 20th.
He's like a 3-year starter. Got to the
and right before him, Jaden Daniels is 19th, and Bryce Young is 20th.
So that's because just pure 5 years of Jaden Daniels, 3 years of Bryce. Is that why?
Well, Bryce actually just had 2 years of playing, right?
Was it only 2?
I think so.
So is your boy Tua in there?
He threw for 8,356 yards.
Just 3 years.
Tua is up there, but he's
2.5 years.
Yeah, no, Tua's in the 20s.
Man, let's see. Trey Lance, Goff, Wentz.
Tua's 22. C.J. Stroud's 21.
Was Goff in there?
Nope. I haven't seen him. Yeah,
what
he might
am I missing?
You're missing number 1.
I'm obviously missing number 1.
And it might surprise you a little bit, but when you look at the entire career, Baker Mayfield's number 1. Okay. It began at Texas Tech.
That does. I would not have come up. Darnold was good. I would not have come up with Baker Mayfield as one.
The students hadn't won an outright conference title since 2010. He led them to 3 in a row. His storybook career ended with him throwing for 4,938 yards. He threw for 14,607 yards in his college career. 131 touchdowns and 30 interceptions. Cam Newton is 2. But Cam only threw for 2,900 yards.
Yeah, what's the total yards? What's total touchdowns?
30 TDs and 7 INTs.
But
Baker threw for 131 touchdowns.
Total touchdowns, meaning rushing touchdowns too.
Rushing, 24 touchdowns rushing.
Yeah, he was a zone read guy and ran for a lot.
So it goes Baker, Cam Newton, Vince Young, Tim Tebow, Joe Burrow, Deshaun, Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, Marcus Mariota, Robert Griffin III. Interesting. Colt McCoy is up there. He had Caleb Williams is 23rd. Carson Palmer. Case Keenum, 26th.
Nice. I was going to say Case, but I figured he'd be down.
Yeah, Phillip Rivers, 24. Carson Palmer, 25.
Palmer, wow. Just inside. Did Drew Brees make? No, he was he was in the 90s too. He came out in the 2001 draft class. So, but Carson Palmer was what 2000 and what year was Carson Palmer? Did he get drafted?
Carson Palmer.
2003? Carson
Palmer was 98 to 2002.
Yeah, so he had some of his also. But,
yep, in the 90s. Yep. Ben Roethlisberger, Justin Fields is 32. Rex Grossman, 34. Congratulations, Rex. Colin Kaepernick is up there. Troy Smith, who won a Heisman as well, is but he only finished 37th. Chase Daniel.
They put Russell Wilson in there?
Russell Wilson is in there. Mm-hmm. He's in the 20s, I believe.
Interesting.
29, I think.
And that list goes into the 80s?
Yeah, up to 80. Okay. Interesting. Baker Mayfield, the best of this century, according to this list. And he's got the numbers to back it up.
And he was the number one pick.
And he was the number one overall pick.
I made money off that. He's not lived up to that, but.
Nope. Taking a break, 713-780-3776. You got any questions or anything that you want to bring to the table? Jackie Goss's Ship Talk is going to be a little bit later.
8:30.
8:30 in the show. Yeah, the Jackie Goss Ship Talk. We've named it after him because he loves it so much because of his undying
Is he sponsoring it?
He should. I mean,
he should get his name mentioned unless there's cash.
It's in memoriam. We're putting
no free commercials. He's not dead.
I'm not. But we're naming it after him for.
Segment could be dead if we keep naming it after a listener.
729 ESPN 97.5. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Don't miss a minute of the action with Thoroughbred Stakes racing every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Sam Houston Race Park. There's something different every weekend that's fun for the whole family. Don't miss the Camel and Ostrich races March 8th and 9th. Plus, every Sunday in March is Sunday Fun Day with pony rides, petting zoos, local brews, and live music. Great drink specials every Friday, plus premier dining and the best Sunday brunch around. Houston's best bet for fun and entertainment, Sam Houston Race Park. Visit shrp.com for details.
Hey guys, Lance Erline here. It's that time of the year. Our weather's starting to turn where we've got cooler weather, but it's great for outdoors. You want to be out there living in the outdoors and enjoying yourself as we head into spring. Call QC Kinetics right now. They're the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and I'm talking about lasting joint pain relief with no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes have been doing this for decades, but now the life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's all natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied customers who have reclaimed their mobility. Take action now and reclaim yours. It's a great use of your tax refund check, by the way, so make sure that you call QC Kinetics for a free consultation or go to the website so you can find one of their 4 locations at qckinetics.com.
Where's your casino? Paul Gallant here. Good news, guys. With MyBookie, it can be on your couch, in your home office, the patio, at the kitchen island. It's wherever you want it to be. You can play real casino games on your phone, laptop, or desktop at mybookie.ag. Their online computer games include slots, table games, Texas Hold'em, and lots more. There are tons of cool games. Or enter the live casino with real, in-the-flesh dealers on the poker, blackjack, baccarat, and roulette tables. The live casino really is next level. And you're playing from wherever you want. Just go to mybookie.ag to get started. Click on bonuses to see all the great ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash, whether you're new to MyBookie or you want to reload as an existing customer. You can also refer a friend and get some bonus cash too with promo code BET975. Turn your space into your casino with mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You agree with this? Bill Barnwell has the free agents out there. He has 0 quarterbacks that are franchise quarterbacks, but he does have Kirk Cousins listed as his Pro Bowl caliber starter. And then he has capable starters. Tier 3 is his capable starters. He has Russell Wilson, but he has Baker Mayfield in the borderline starters, high-end backups. He's got Jacoby Brissett, Joe Flacco, Baker Mayfield, Gardner Minshew, Ryan Tannehill, and Jameis Winston.
So those would be on my grading scale. Those are considered a 61.
Well,
high-end backup, low-end starter would be a
Baker
61.
should be up there with
Baker
capable
should be
starter.
62.
Yeah.
A 6.2 is a capable starter.
Baker Mayfield proved that he's a capable starter
it's
last year.
Not anything you're super. It's an average starter. Nothing. But Baker Mayfield is a 62. He's not a 61.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Jacoby Brissett, yes. That would be one of those guys. Probably, our guy Davis Mills is probably in that territory potentially. But yeah, no, not. Yeah, no, that's a good backup who can come on and win some games for you potentially, or be competitive. Would be a 6.1 on the grading scale. Baker's not in that category, so he's in the level above it. I wouldn't put him an above average starter, but I'd put him at that. I put him at that capable starter role at 6.2. Yeah, that feels like exactly where it should be. So I think Barnwell's maybe selling him short.
He is selling him
Baker has Baker's season at Tampa. Baker's not only that, but that one game. I know it was one game against the Rams, but man, that was impressive. He just came in, didn't know the whole offense. Like he's proven that he's going to be, I think, better than he was at Cleveland on the whole.
Doesn't everybody prove that?
Yeah, and that's just one of those things where the ownership. I got a friend of mine who's interviewing today with a certain team that it's actually not Cleveland, but it's a certain team that has what I consider to be shaky ownership and not a great history. And I just said, look, and he was talking about, well, if they offer me the job, they ask for a number. What number should I say? And I said, I don't know. What are you thinking? He goes, well, I'm going to tell them a number. He said, well, I know that their organization's not considered a very good organization, so I'm going to tell them a number that takes into account how bad their organization is. Because if I'm risking my career, I don't want to go work for a place and not be compensated fairly for it. And that's just the thing is when you work for this is why in the draft,
the Panthers,
like the Panthers, Bryce Young, a lot of people love to, there's this thing where people like to make fun of or go after Bryce Young or anyone who liked Bryce. The whole city of Houston was pissed when it looked like we weren't going to get Bryce Young. After the Indianapolis game, there was a fury because everyone's Bryce Young, and now people have tried to rewrite history. But the fact is, CJ is going to be a better quarterback than Bryce Young. That's just a fact. But what is not a fact is that CJ would have done this he would have shown these same flashes in Carolina. I don't know if he would have been better than Bryce, but Bryce Young is in a terrible spot.
No, listen.
David Carr
I fully believe, I truly believe that
you personally
personally believe that if Bryce Young was here and CJ was there, not that Bryce would have been as good as CJ was this year, but he wouldn't have been that much short of it. I personally believe that Bryce Young would be a much better quarterback if he was here.
In this offense, Bryce would have been fine. Now, the difference is CJ had comeback stuff that, you wonder about Bryce being able to come back in some of those games because that's like CJ was doing stuff that veterans have a hard time doing. Going down the field with not much time and scoring touchdowns. There's a lot of veteran quarterbacks who wouldn't have been able to do that. But yes, Bryce Young would have been in a much better situation, much better, dare we say, a much better organization. It's one thing, we wouldn't have said that at this time last year, but now it's undeniable. Better ownership, dare we say better ownership? I mean, everything about the Texans is a much better spot for C.J. Stroud to succeed. And we've seen this in multiple occasions. Yeah, and I don't know if Joey Harrington would have been a pro player. I doubt it. But he was with Detroit. Wasn't a good spot for him. David Carr, honestly, it was a bad spot for David Carr to come into a situation where you had the Texans who didn't protect him. He got his brains beaten out. And then you had David just kind of lost his confidence and couldn't look down the field, was seeing ghosts all over the place. I mean, that's a big problem.
No, it matters where you go.
It absolutely matters where
Patrick
you go.
Mahomes would not be Patrick Mahomes if he wasn't with Andy Reid. He would not be Patrick Mahomes.
No, that's the only place I disagree with you is I think Pat Mahomes supersedes coach. But yeah, that is a great spot for him.
No, I listen. He would be really, really good. He wouldn't be in the GOAT conversation if not for Andy Reid.
Yeah, I think that's fair because he wouldn't have won the championships. I don't think.
Right.
And the Chiefs. I mean, drafting Tyreek, and that was John Dorsey, but drafting Tyreek Hill. Some of their moves, Kelsey that came. Man, Kelsey was like 14, so he came a lot sooner than so he was already there. And I don't know if that was an Andy Reid draft in 14. I have to go back and think about it if Andy Reid drafted.
Well, speaking of tight ends, Bill Barnwell also ranked all the tight ends and offensive linemen. The Texans don't have anything to do with the offensive linemen. They don't have any free agents that would be. I mean, not really.
No, I don't see him going free agent.
And I don't believe they'll sign any. But he did have franchise. He said tight ends, franchise tier 1 franchise players, none. Tier 2 Pro Bowl caliber starters, Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz was tagged for just under $11 million by the Cowboys. Then he signed a 1-year deal for $6.3 here. What do you think his value is out there on the free agent market?
I can only go by spot track, but my guess is it will be somewhere around $12 million.
11, yeah, that's what they say, 11. $11 million. Do you give him that here?
I'd consider it. So I'm looking at the list. You have Gerald Everett. I'm not looking at it now, but I've looked at it. Gerald Everett is one of those.
Noah Fant, Hunter Henry,
yeah.
Gerald Everett, Taysom Hill, Jonnu Smith.
Taysom Hill's an interesting one.
Yeah.
You give Bobby Sloak Taysom Hill. That's kind of interesting. He's not a tight end.
Right.
He's a toy that can be employed in dangerous ways. I don't know, man.
Gesicki's out there, Dell. Get
won't
you some
block. Won't block.
Will Dissly is a possible cat.
Will block. I mean, these are guys who could. Will Dissly will block some. Will Dissly could come in. He's not going to.
Irv Smith Jr.
Now, do you think that Gesicki is a good enough pass catcher? Now, I do think as a pass catcher, he might be able to. But you can't.
He was just in a system.
You have to have a blocker.
He was in a system similar to the Texans one a couple years ago in Miami when Mike McDaniel first got there, and he couldn't block. So when Gesicki was in, you kind of knew what was going on, and he's just a big wide receiver, and he's not a separator. So now CJ is accurate. I mean, he can be a contested catch guy, but
he's a ball winner in the air.
Yeah, in the air,
specialized.
Yeah, he's a specialized. You're not going to want him in the offense because he's going to be minimized here.
He's the Jimmy Graham of.
Well, Jimmy Graham was more physical, and a better player overall.
Gesicki was a college indoor volleyball
player.
Though
catches.
He's an indoor volleyball player. He's got crazy springs,
but he won't get open.
But he can't. He's not physical.
But
he doesn't fight for catch space.
He'll catch things that doesn't seem like anybody else can.
Oh yeah, no, he's got that catch radius, but he's not really. Yeah, he's just not physical. Like he's too much of a specialist. Dissly's a hard-nosed player. Hunter Henry's been around. You know, he's okay. He's an okay player. Gerald Everett. Now Fant is an athlete, not a great blocker, but he's a great athlete that could fit into this offense. And the same thing with Gerald Everett. If you can keep him healthy, Gerald Everett has some ability. But when you really look at it, if I could get a 2-year deal on Dalton Schultz, I'd take it. You'd have to give him a 3-year deal, but you'd have to know that you can get out after 2. Yeah, I'd probably do it.
See, that's part of the thing, though, that starts eating away at that cap. All that cap space that the Texans have.
Yeah.
You got to re-sign guys for more than they made before.
I know.
And, your own guys. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, where'd all that cap space go?
I know.
Right? So
yeah, I mean, that's an example. If you've got $70 million, let's just call it $70 million. If you got that.
It's 63, I think.
Yeah, why is it 63 when did they re-sign somebody I don't know about?
No, they're not taking into account a lot of this different stuff that
maybe bonuses at
You're
vest
following Texans cap. He says
so it's probably things that
the
vest
Players
in March.
Association doesn't take into account 51 or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of technical stuff.
My guess is it is gonna get eaten up fast if you start re-signing your own guys, no question. But you have to fill out a roster.
Yep.
Like you could go cheaper tight end and fill out roster without going, and keep the number the same as it was last year, or go even lower than the number. That's a possibility, but I think you have to come out of this free agency period with two really plus free agents.
Mm-hmm.
Really plus free agents. Maybe a cornerback, maybe a rusher. I don't think Grover Stewart's going to be available at defensive tackle, but yeah, Nick needs to be active in the free agent market now, and I mean good free agents. And
this is coming up a few times now. Khalil Mack to the Texans. Trading for Khalil Mack.
Trading, huh?
Yes.
Bears.
It's the Chargers, no?
Oh, no, yeah, he's gone from there. Yeah, Chargers. I wonder why they would deal him.
Did he go from the Bears? Yeah, he went from the Bears to the Chargers, or the Chargers to have
Raiders to Bears to Chargers.
Right. Whatever.
Let me see. Khalil Mack's contract breakdown with the Chargers right now. So this year, he's got a 1-year deal. His dead cap is 15. They could cut him.
What do you give up for him?
They could cut him and save money. Well, I mean, he's in the last year of his contract. He's 33. I can't believe he's 33. He's last year of his contract. He's 33. You give up a fifth.
They can save $20 million plus million trading him.
Who, the Chargers?
Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, you give up
$23 million on the salary.
You give up you don't give up much at all because he's not guaranteed anything beyond this year, and he'll be 34 next year.
Yeah.
That's not exactly the guy you want to target. That's like getting Jerry Hughes, but a more expensive version of
What
Jerry
would you
Hughes.
give up?
Fifth, sixth.
A fifth or sixth?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Boy, are you cheap.
Yeah.
Well, though you are helping them out big time in their cap situation.
You've got to put the screws to them. I'd probably give up a fifth. I wouldn't even want to give up a fourth, though. I give up a fifth. I mean, he's an instant starter on the other side, and you can kick the defensive end need down the. He's going to be more than Jonathan Grenard.
Without the right deal that includes a lower day 2 or higher day 3 draft pick. They're probably talking about a third or a fourth.
He's got a roster bonus that's coming up $5.5 million. So I mean, it's going to cost you $23 million to have him for 1 year, and that's basically like having a free agent, signing a 1-year free agent deal is what you're basically doing. And you're letting Grenard go. You're going to pay about $5 to $6 million more
for a 33-year-old.
For a 33-year-old.
And
who may or may not be better than Grenard as a rusher this year.
Well, they're talking about.
Don't love it.
No. Well, a fourth rounder?
I wouldn't give up a fourth. Those guys are valuable. Fourth round is good depth. You're basically giving up a chance to build your roster so you don't have to go to free agency for all these different picks to fill out your roster for a rental player because you're probably not going to sign a 34-year-old guy to a longer-term contract. It just doesn't make sense from a roster building standpoint. Like, if you could get him now, here's where I do like it. If you did trade for him, he becomes your free agent.
Yeah.
So when he walks, if somebody gives him a good 2-year deal, that could become a fourth-round compensatory pick. So I would consider
what is his deal after this year?
Well, even if it's it could be a 2-year, $16 million a year deal.
16 a year, you think?
Yeah, maybe.
At 34 and 35 years old?
Yeah, maybe if he's still playing at a good level.
Well, let's see what he plays at this year.
Still playing at a good level. That's what I'm saying. So what you could do, the smart game would be to give up.
I'm going to go under a $32 million
I would
deal
say,
for
look,
him.
we'll take this off your hands for a fifth, and there's a chance that you're just renting him for 1 year and you get a fifth back next year would be great. There's a decent chance he might be able to get you maybe a fourth next year. But you could, one of the ways that you take on guys, like I've seen teams do this where they take on a player, then they let the player walk, in the middle, after that year is over, and they get the exact compensation back. They basically rented the player, and it didn't cost them anything.
Yep. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. I don't know that we can see. We got a blue screen up here, Del. Not sure you know that.
No, I'm aware.
You're aware, but okay. I'm sure it'll be fixed by your show.
Do you know these conversations we're
I'm
having?
sure it'll be fixed by your show.
Yeah, he'll fix this by his show.
Don't worry.
All these conversations we're having, by the way, it's fun for me to actually talk about team building stuff that could happen, like with the Easterbys and OB and Lovey, and less so with Lovey, but David Culley and the way the roster was, it was just like there was no good conversations at all. It was just like,
no. Now you got absolutely. Now you made a lot of
what
great
are you
decisions.
cheering about, Del?
My agenda continues to grow. We got Ben Kirk. He compared Drake May unfavorably to Mason Rudolph. And now we've got Merrill Hodge saying he wouldn't draft him in the first round.
No.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Merrill Hodge. Right.
I told you I got a boom bust on him.
Why don't you just pat yourself on the back real quick? Okay.
He's not patting himself on the back. He's celebrating because he's anti-white quarterback.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. No,
but when Ben Kurt says something,
he's a white quarterback.
That's what I mean. Now all of a sudden you'll use him, but when Drake May,
I said it first though.
All you can talk about is Spencer Rattler, blah blah blah.
I've never mentioned Spencer Rattler.
Well, let's look at Matt Miller's list, and then maybe you won't be patting yourself on the back.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't trust Matt Miller.
Well, we're gonna break it here. 713-780-3776.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay, that's cool.
Here's a friendly reminder. If you're headed to the Toyota Center for a Rockets game or a concert, stop by and enjoy Bin's Bar for a great cocktail. Branham here. Of course, the Bin's Bar is Gino Bin, my favorite spirit brand. The vodka, the gin, the bourbon, all spectacular in a cocktail. What makes Gino Bin great is their distilling process that removes the stuff you don't want in your cocktail. In fact, you'll love what's not in it. Find Gino Bin at liquor stores all over Houston and online at ginobin.com.
How's your savings account stacking up? You could be earning more on your money with a CD from Home Bank, an annual percentage yield of 5.15% on a 7-month CD. Want a longer term? Home Bank has a 4.75% APY on a 14-month CD. The minimum balance for these rates is just $2,500. Treat yourself to more savings this year and visit any area Home Bank location today. Home Bank, member FDIC.
All right, Houston, this is Ryan Cade. Time to shine your boots. The rodeo is here. The RC Ranch family has been at it all year long, working sun up to sundown to bring you the highest quality Wagyu beef anywhere. And this year, we are proud to be the official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Find RC Ranch Jerky at the rodeo, our butcher shop, and the Houston Farmers Market, and our website at r-cranch.com. From our family ranch to your family table, we appreciate your support.
When it comes to Ford, there's only one name you need to know in Houston, Chastang Ford. Discover the power, style, and reliability of Ford vehicles at Chastang Ford. From work trucks to sleek SUVs and to EVs, Chastang Ford has the perfect Ford for you. Get ready to turn your automotive dreams into reality with their exceptional team of friendly Ford truck experts. They're always at your service, eager to make your experience unforgettable. So why wait? Visit them online at chastangford.com or give them a call and experience the Chastang Ford difference. Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest innovation is a game changer. John Granato here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal. But now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do, the kids will love it. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet, ProDunk.com.
Hey guys, Joel Blank telling you to get out to X Golf Katy. Check out the insane simulators with courses worldwide. You can also enjoy their daily deals. 50% off for all military and first responders on Mondays. Twilight Tuesdays where you get $5 margaritas and Mexican candy shots, $6 specialty tequila, and 20% off simulation time. On Wednesdays, $1 wings and $2 off all whiskey. Lastly, enjoy reverse happy hour every Thursday from 6 to 10. It's X Golf Katy. Get online and book your tee time today.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
You see, Kerry McNair dropped his lawsuit.
He lost it.
No, he dropped it.
He dropped, but there was a ruling against him in court.
Oh, right. The independent medical examiner.
Yeah.
That was he lost that part of it. He could have continued with the lawsuit, but he just dropped it.
Yeah, that was the loss. As soon as the independent medical examiner says no, she's fine.
No, he didn't. That's not what happened. The judge said she doesn't have to see an.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
But so there's what's the basis for his case?
Yeah. Well, no. They could have still had her doctor look at her and see whether or not she was incapacitated, but it's fruitless because her doctor would never say that.
Man, I tell you what, I heard I got some intel. I got some interesting intel from the other side of, I'd always had this assumption that Kerry was the one that was, they had him on the business side because they didn't think because they wanted him to do that. And Cal, look, I think Cal needs to be on their business side? It's not for me to decide. Probably not. The McNair holdings and whatnot. But I can tell you that some of the stuff that I heard behind the scenes is that, it's obviously not great with Kerry and Hannah.
No.
And I think that some of it is they don't, on Janice's side, she's heartbroken. Supposedly she is. Wouldn't you be? Apparently, talking to somebody very close to the situation, she is absolutely heartbroken.
Yeah, I could see that. Especially when your son is suing to have you declared incapacitated.
She is heartbroken that there's
and that you
family
need guardianship.
But there's more family drama.
Well, part of the family drama, I think some of it. There's rumors that the ranch that they own that. Maybe it was sold to Cal at a discount, and Kerry's like, hey, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. That's part of what we all have. And so you heard one side. There's also another side that, is who knows. What's funny about
I don't think he has any. I can tell you this. There's a belief on one side that he has no interest in football.
No, he's never had interest.
That he would no. Cash out, take the money, and roll.
That's actually so funny because a year ago, at this time, we'd have all been saying, "Oh, good, Kerry, go,
but now
go sell the team."
But
we don't want the McNairs.
But now
to own it.
I know it's amazing how I grapple with that. Like, are we being consistent? Am I being consistent? Because I'm a big believer in being consistent, but I do think Cal is harmless as long as there's not vipers in the building. He is not a wartime owner at all. He can't handle that stuff. He got run over. Is he good at the rebrand? He is good. Say whatever you want, but I'm sorry. It's a really good thing that Hannah McNair stepped in and has taken a greater role in helping to normalize the building.
Yes.
It's Nick Caserio has done a nice job of stabilizing the front office. D'Amico Ryans has been incredible at changing the attitude. And I think Greg Grissom on the business side's done I think he's done a pretty good job.
Great job.
With listening to what some of the complaints were and making some changes. The Houston Texans have had a really nice year-and-a-half run. Not even a year-and-a-half run. I guess.
A year.
Yeah, about a 1-year run. They've had, starting with the hiring of D'Amico Ryans, they've had a really nice 1-year run. And you see how quickly things can turn. This is arguably the worst organization in pro football, and now there is a legitimate chance that Houston, with a smart offseason, could be competing for one of the top 3 spots in the AFC. How does that happen in 1 year when you have an owner like Cal that we said is just not a guy who should be owning a team? Well, as long as you have good front office people and as long as you get your quarterback and have the head coach, isn't it amazing how quick things can change?
It really
almost is impossible.
Well, that was the point of what I was talking about here is that a year ago, if Kerry had done this, I'd have been all for
exactly
the guardianship.
Sell the
team, get the McNairs out of here because it's just been a bump. They've been bumbling and stumbling ever since Bob died, and now that Hannah has taken some of the lead. and they've all the hires that you just mentioned. It really is. Talk about a change.
So I was in a Sleep Number store, right? Mattress, shout out to them. But I was somebody who was in there. We were talking a little bit. We just got to talk about these beds or whatever. And this person used to work with the Texans, and then got pushed out. Boy, the stories I heard. I mean, you want to talk about the mess in the building, and I mean all the dirt. And I was asking about Cal versus Carrie. I was, we were talking about Hannah. She's a big fan of Hannah. She said Hannah is exactly what they had to have. It really needed Hannah to step up.
Yeah.
But boy, the conversations in this, woo, it is a much better situation now than what it was. And as you probably think, it's the truth. All of this started with the death of Bob McNair, because then people started to really, it wasn't great on a football field, but it really got bad because people started walking over Cal when Bob McNair died.
Yeah. That's happened. None of that Hannah stuff and throwing up the age would have mattered if they sucked. No, that's true. But they didn't. That's the point. They got the coach right. They got the quarterback right. The general manager made a bunch of great decisions. All of the infighting all of the little finger stuff in the buildings appears to be gone.
Willie Fritz wouldn't have been a University of Houston coach after a 2-win season if not for 2 10-plus double-digit win seasons in a row.
Yeah.
We can look at whatever negativity, but it's happened. It's actually happened.
Yes.
And now I don't feel bad about, if you want to hang on to that, I'm just being honest. I don't feel bad about – I've always been happy that Hannah has taken a more lead role because Cal needs that. But I don't worry about ownership. I don't believe they're a hindrance unless it's bad in the building. And if it's bad in the building, I don't know that – and even now, bad in the building, I think Hannah gives you a chance now that she saw the light on Jack Easterby and they were able to get out from under that. We're in good shape. It's hard to believe in 1 year you go from wanting the team to sell the team to now I'm like, just keep it the way it is, guys.
Absolutely. But right now, let's take a quick one. 713-780-3776, the number if you want to get in here. But you talk a little QC.
QC Kinetics, the wife was I was doing the spot yesterday when my wife was in Republic Boot Company. She had come by, and her and my daughter to come see the place and come see me. And I was doing the QC Kinetics spot right when she was standing there. She used QC Kinetics. I got her over there because she had a bone-on-bone knee issue. Now, that's really serious. Your cartilage is worn away. But if you have any cartilage left, one of the things you can do, and one of the things they have is stem cell treatments. Now, that's typically, we're talking about a really advanced, she had to go through 5 stages, PRP, and there's a lot of different things that you do. So she went through 5 stages, but it improved her mobility, improved the inflammation and swelling, and then it improved her ability to actually complete a marathon, which is one of her dreams, was to run the Berlin Marathon, and she did that. It wouldn't have been possible without QC Kinetics. They can take the joint pain in your knee, hip, shoulder, back, wherever it is, and they can really reduce it by using regenerative medicine that grows back or fixes the damaged tissue in that joint. It reduces inflammation, reduces pain. It works great. 4 locations here in Houston. Make sure you set up your free consultation at qckinetics.com.
ESPN 97.5.
Texas conservatives, listen up. Shady PACs with secret funds are spreading lies about Mano Diala and other top Texas conservatives. But talk's cheap in political season, so ignore the lies and hear the facts. When Governor Abbott asked for more border security, Mano Diala delivered. He passed the toughest border bill in American history. That's why Abbott endorsed him, along with our cops and state troopers. The NRA, they give Mano Diala a top grade. The pro-life and homeschool groups, too, because conservatives know Mano gets results. But that's not all. When parents asked to protect our children, Mano answered. He removed sexually explicit books from school libraries and banned men from women's sports. And he tied billions in new funding to student performance and safety. Endorsed by Governor Greg Abbott, Mano Diala. You ask, he delivers.
Political ad paid for by Mano Diala campaign.
ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. It's John and Lance.
What in the hell is wrong with him?
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How about a little Spencer Arrighetti? So he pitched 2 innings. They're really, but Spencer, I'm torn a little bit on this. It's not like his name is Giovanni Arrighetti. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
I'm torn on the Spencer.
Though, it's got to
the Arrighetti,
got to make it move a little bit.
But the Spencer thing is bothering me a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit. No, a little bit. So Arrighetti pitched 2 innings, scoreless innings yesterday, and looked pretty damn good. There is a chance. There's a chance. Now, I think they want to hold him off. He's not even on the 40-man roster yet. I think they probably want to hold him off, not bring him up this year, have him pitch another year in the minors. He is 24 already, but Spencer Arrighetti has a shot. They really like the way the ball comes out of his hand. They really like the way the ball comes out of his hand.
Honestly, wouldn't you love to have somebody – it doesn't happen often, especially with a good team, but wouldn't you love to have somebody just really go crazy at spring and force their way onto the roster that you didn't see coming, whether it's a position player or a pitcher, just somebody who's not being talked about, who has such a big spring that they make the team? That would be great. And I know the Astros for years, and rightly so, they're careful about bringing people up because you don't want to, you don't want to take away the options you have to bring guys up and move them down. But I would love to see somebody just out of the blue have such a strong spring. You remember when Hunter Pence did that, and they still sent him down, and there was now they eventually brought him back up, but there was such a kind of a mini outrage. Like, why are you sending out a guy that just killed it in the spring? This is, let's keep the best players up. I'd love to see Arrighetti or somebody, anybody, do something that says, wow, we hadn't really been factoring this guy in, but, usually it's been Mauricio Dubon, who was already on your roster, and then, holy crap, Mauricio Dubon's a pretty good player. Turns into a pretty good player. You have McCormick come through the minor leagues looking good. Yainer Diaz actually surpassed Corey Lee. I mean, you didn't necessarily see that coming 2 or 3 years ago, but he had a big minor league season before he came up to the bigs. But it'd be great if they had a pitcher you say, holy crap. Maybe it'll be somebody like Blanco, who we've seen. Is not a surprise, but still, he was not.
Martinez, Blanco are the most likely.
One of these guys who were not real big factors last year just kind of helped out along the roster to become a big factor. Blanco has a kind of arm, and hopefully Arrighetti does too, that you could potentially see them like taking over a Graveman role or taking over what's his name?
Graveman role is already taken, probably.
Well, yeah, but the Sterry face, a Phil Maton role?
Yeah. No. Resting Maton face. Yeah. Here's Spencer Arrighetti about his outing yesterday.
Yeah, I thought that picture pretty good.
No, he doesn't.
Oh,
he's not that Italian. I don't believe he's not Tommy. He's not Tommy Cutlets.
Let's hear. Please have an accent.
I'm really happy with it. I felt like I was in the strike zone a lot. I felt like it was good for me to get out there and get my feet wet in a cool stadium against a really good lineup. And I feel like I did my job today. I think for the most part, I didn't try to do too much. I kind of just tried to be in the zone and make good pitches, and I made a lot of good pitches. That's my main goal in spring training, is just find the zone with everything and make sure I'm feeling good, feeling like I'm spinning the ball well and getting the shapes that I want to see. And obviously that stuff's important, but once you're in the game, it's more about throwing the ball to a good spot in the zone. And I think I did that a lot today.
Nice. Well, you're bored with Spencer Arrighetti.
That's fine. It's just like, I thought he did a good job. Like,
I pitch it pretty good. He want to crowd the plate on me. I come inside and give him the high hard salami. You see what he likes it in the front under his chin. Give him the olives. You wanted the olives? You wanted the olives, and you wanted the goat cheese.
I would have been better like that.
That would have been better.
Yeah.
That would have been much better.
I guess at the end of the day, I just want him to pitch well, but would it hurt if one of the guys just took up the mantle and said,
back in the older country, I had a pitcher called the olive oil dipper, where you put the olive oil into in your bottom, and you get that olive oil. You pick up your pants. You get olive oil, and it works as a spit bar. Move a lot of the air.
I'm trying to figure out the logistics. Do you slather your bottom with olive oil?
Yeah, you slather.
And
you
then
put it in the side of the crack.
And then you reach back there before you pitch?
You pick up the pants. It looks regular, Dale. Don't make a big deal about me having the underwear monster try to gobble up my new see-through pants that they made for me.
The underwear monster. I know Italians, we're allowed to make fun of them, I guess.
Well,
I guess. I don't know.
Europeans can make fun of other Europeans.
No, everyone does an Italian accent. It's fine, but that's probably.
He is German, and they joined forces. So
they were allies.
Yeah. They were
well, actually, they were the Axis, but they were allies.
Yeah. And he could do Japanese too, because they were all part.
Yeah, try that.
Yeah, you can do Japanese.
That's not European.
But
I said European.
You were all part of the Axis.
Okay, I'll do Japanese. Here's my imitation
of Shohei
Ohtani.
Oh,
no, that was you, Lance.
That was not me. That was not me, Roger. That was not. You know what? I'm just gonna skip this. That was not me, Roger.
I mean, you were just
It sounded like you said. Here's my Japanese, and then
have
you went,
ever seen Joe Coy? Have you ever heard Joe Coy do his imitation of different Asian accents? The differences. It's one of the funniest things. He'll do Vietnamese. I once went through a Vietnamese service. So when my son Drake and
How
when
come
Drake
he
and
can
Chelsea,
do it and we can't?
Well, when Drake and because he's in the family.
Okay.
And so when
you're not in the Italian family, you can't do that no more.
Yeah, European. I'm in the same European thing. We had Hitler, you had Mussolini. I don't know why that's the connector, but it's just our peoples can be made fun of. It's like 100-year run before you can stop making fun. 100 years have to pass, and then it's off the table. We're not making German jokes anymore after 100 years.
Oh, 100.
Yeah, I just want y'all to know the German stuff.
Good thing I'll be dead.
Let's cut it out.
What are we, about 21 years away?
Yeah,
21 years
I'm
away
still
before.
make fun.
Get your German jokes in for 21 years, and then it's off the table.
Well, how come we can't do Japanese? They were our enemies. We fought
You're inside
them.
of 100 years.
Why can't we do Japanese
Pearl
stuff?
Harbor, you're inside of you're inside of 100 years.
Yeah, we're inside of 100.
We should. Well,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Well, might I remind you about Bill Parcells?
Go ahead.
Do you remember when? Yeah. Why can't we do it? Go ahead. Do you remember what Bill Parcells called? Do you remember what Bill Parcells called trick plays? And don't answer out loud. Do you remember what Bill Parcells called trick plays?
Yes, I was.
He called them Japanese plays, but he shortened Japanese.
Yeah, right.
And he was on an actual TV broadcast. Well, we had, these guys are having these plays, and we called them Japanese plays, but he shortened Japanese,
right.
And everyone said, plays. Oh. What does that mean? Tricky stuff. Okay. Even when there wasn't really cancel culture, people were like, something doesn't feel right with him saying this.
All right. We got 3 calls. Julian, Spencer, Steve. We get you all in on the other side. Right here on ESPN. We wasted that whole segment. We haven't even talked about Matt Miller and how Dell might be wrong about Drake May. How wrong he is. Okay, so there's
not just me.
No, but you're all wrong. You're all wrong about Drake May, especially since Matt Miller said so. Okay, we'll do that on the. We'll do that after we take the call. Sometime we'll do it. MyBookie is what we're talking about now. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Best place to bet, win and get paid. Best place you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. You can play online casino games. Okay, you can do it regular with the computer, dealing your cards. Okay, that's fine. You can play blackjack and whatnot. Or you can get the live dealer. And I like the live dealer better. I really do. I like that. I can see the card. I can see somebody dealing them. I can see the shuffle, all of that. I prefer that. I don't know what you do. But here's the deal. You don't have to go all the way to a casino to have a casino, right? You can do it right in your home. You can do it right with your laptop. Doesn't matter where you are. You can play, win, and get paid. If you're looking for a great place you can't get to the poker room or whatever. You're home, you're stuck, you got kids, whatever, you can't leave. I got it right here. Let the kids watch their shows while you're playing on your computer. It's happening every day. And you still got all the sports to bet on as well. In live game betting and bonuses whenever you sign up or you add money to your account. But you got to put in promo code BET975. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.
Yeah. Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Hey, welcome back. Let's get to the phones. We said we would. Julian is here. Wants to talk about the Texans. Hey, Julian.
What it is, Jive Turkeys. Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, so Laken Tomlinson got released after 2 subpar years in the Jets. He had about, I think it was like a $40 million contract. He's played in y'all's system before. Do you think that he's a good choice for the Texans, or
man, if you can give us a subpar, if you can give us a guy that played below expectations and for a lot of money, that's exactly what I'm looking for, Julian. Guy who doesn't play up to expectations and may cost you too much. No, I'm not interested. I don't know. They've got. Why would you? I don't think they're going to. I'm with you, John. I don't think they're going to do anything on the offensive line. Me and Johnny Harris were talking about this Senior Bowl, and he's like, his thought was they're probably just going to let him, take the group of Patterson and Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green, and he said, don't forget Kendrick Perkins. Kendrick Green. He thought Kendrick Green actually played well coming over from Pittsburgh. He said, don't forget Kendrick Green, who can play guard center. He said
I could see him.
He thinks they'll just figure it out with what they have.
Quessenberry again, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. Is he still there under contract, or is he a free agent?
He's a free agent.
Yeah, I think they'll let him walk. You got Jared Patterson for a 6th-round pick, plays center.
You could get Quessenberry cheap, though.
And
Quessenberry was going to beat him out.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So
that's true.
And you can get him cheap, probably.
Yeah,
I could see. You need depth.
Kendrick Perkins. Yeah, Kendrick. I keep saying Kendrick Green. You could also draft. You could also draft. It really depends. Like, there's some center guard players out there that if they fell in a draft to like the 5th round, I would take them, because to me, I might look at that as my future starter if Kenyon Green doesn't play well this year. And Kenyon Green we don't ever talk about Kenyon Green, but Kenyon Green just inspires no confidence. We have no season with him last year, and the only thing we've seen was bad. And I had heard that his weight had gotten a little out of control on him. Like, there's some big concerns on Kenyon Green. I don't see him getting – I tell you what could happen. Outside shot Kenyon Green gets dealt at the end of camp. Best case scenario, he comes in shape.
Wow.
And is playing confident football by the end of camp. Worst case scenario, he's dealt not a cap casualty, but they deal him for a later round pick or for another player. Because Kenyon Green, now it also may be a depth thing where they want to keep him on and they've got the contract there, but if he doesn't buy into, D'Amico Ryans has no tie with Kenyon Green. Bobby Slowick has no tie. They didn't draft him. So Nick did, but that doesn't matter. And if they don't like the buy-in, if they don't like the body type, if they don't like the way he's playing, if they don't think he's confident or strong enough, whatever the case may be, I can see them just moving on in a different direction because they're not tied to him. And it's a huge, huge year for Kenyon Green just to prove he belongs as a starter. Because ain't nobody keeping a first-round draft pick as a backup. Not for long. You want to get you'll take that. You want to take that salary right off the books. So, man, this is a big – because if he does play well and you have Kenyon Green at guard and Juice Scruggs at center.
What did you say you're going to get for him again?
Late-round pick.
Wow. 1 year into his season that he played.
Yeah.
2 years, you go from a first-rounder to a late pick?
Yeah, you got 2 years left on his deal.
Wow.
Why would whoever's trading for him gets him for 2 years? They're not going to pick up a fifth-year option.
Wow. That's just awful. Unless he improves.
But you have to improve a lot because your next contract you get paid a lot more. Like there's a sliding scale. The more you get paid.
That's awful.
What do you want? The guy hasn't played in a year, and then last year, and the year he did play wasn't good.
No, he was bad.
Like, what would you give up for him if you were a team?
No.
You wouldn't even want him, would you?
No, I wouldn't want him.
You're taking a flyer on Kenyon Green at this point. And if I'm trading him after camp's over, it means he still hasn't played an NFL game.
Well, here's the deal, though. What was my valuation on him coming out?
Right, and every team will work off of that, and you'll be working off of hopefully preseason. But if he looks good in the preseason, Texans wouldn't want to trade him. They want to keep him.
Yeah.
So I'm working off of him not looking great in preseason too. Why would you? Yeah, we'll take him as a lottery scratch off and give you a sixth for him, but I wouldn't give up more than that for a guy who hasn't proven himself.
Yeah, 2 years into it. Wow, that's what we're talking about.
But he's got to play well. Because he's not this offense's pick. They have no ties to him.
No. Let's get Steve in here. Hey, Steve.
Hey, sports fellas.
No, that's the wrong show. Go ahead.
Hey, no, so I turned on the station yesterday, and I noticed a bunch of changes, right? Dale gets a show, but Rahizi's still sitting at the house. You got the debut of the Double G's, and there's no Spencer. What's going on? Let me know.
And there's no what?
Spencer. Yeah. No, it's
Dell is,
a lot of changes. It's the first time we've made any changes here at the station.
Well, yeah, Spencer's just a voice you heard coming into it. He wasn't actually on the show.
No. But he was a voice of our show. There were cuts. It's like everywhere. I mean, look at Nike, ESPN. Look at it's just cuts. There's cuts. Everybody's getting cut.
Yeah, we would never give Dell a show for that.
Prison. We're like a prison yard right now.
Would we give Dell a show off for massive cuts?
It wasn't in the plans.
It was desperation.
No, it was desperation.
It just so happens I can talk at least to Sean for a couple hours and produce. So like, hey, you want to do this for a couple hours?
Yeah, it was. It was desperate times called for desperate measures.
It was Dell's turn. Okay, get everybody out of here. Dell's turn. We need to make Dell front and center.
We will tell people. You can tell people that, but that is not how it went down.
That's how it went down to me.
No, it was not. That was not how it went down. I was not elevated to push certain people aside. You mentioned it when you were being serious at first.
He called you Bieniemy the other day.
How
he
so?
He said you just have to sit on the sidelines and wait for your turn. And then whenever you went to Washington, Sam Howell threw 21 interceptions.
So
John is the interceptions. I'm the touchdowns. So it looks bad. It reflects poorly on you.
You're the sack. John's the interceptions. You're the sacks taken.
which were high.
A lot.
Hey, you're the play caller that holds back on your very best.
When I
sound play.
When I had actual talent, look how great we were.
Now you get your own shop.
But now,
hey, what are you doing on your show today? Why don't you tell us in advance?
Tell us
what's your plans for your show today?
Nah, we're not playing this game.
What are you talking about?
You're not stealing.
Because I promise
we're trying to promote your show.
We're going to promote your show.
You're not stealing from me.
No, see,
who's going to do that?
He won't talk about what's going to be on his show,
so
that we don't talk about it.
Because you will steal it from me.
We don't steal stuff.
You did it to Paul.
I know. I love that.
Yeah.
But I would never do that to you.
Just tell us. We would never steal your topics.
Me.
Yeah. No, you're my favorite.
Do you
We're
keep
besties.
it written down? Is there some place that we could find it if we went through your computer when you're in the bathroom?
I would tell you, but there's no way you can navigate this computer.
No. Lance is an expert in computer.
Yeah, I'm a computer guy.
No, you're not.
Yeah, he
I'm
really
an IT
is.
guy.
he really kind of is.
I loaded my wife's. I updated her computer.
You sound like a computer guy when you say
with an
stuff
iOS.
Like
yeah. By the way,
you mean you clicked a couple buttons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you push buttons and it worked? Good,
yeah,
nice
but
job.
it took more than that. You
Nice
had to
job.
know what you're doing.
Nice job. By the way, Patrick Mahomes, 61st best college quarterback this century.
See?
How about this?
Right.
Mason Rudolph was 60th.
Where's Josh Allen even on the list?
Josh Allen? Oh, no.
Two of the top quarterbacks.
David Carr, 56th.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, it's Eli Manning, 51st. Or if you weren't here earlier, the top 80 quarterbacks from this century.
Do you know Eli Manning is so far off the pace for future Hall of Fame? Like, he's way off the pace.
He's going to get there.
His Hall of Fame monitor he's well down the list. I don't think he gets there. Nothing he did is famous other than having people make miraculous catches and having a great pass rush against Tom Brady. He's not a Hall of Fame guy. They were trying to get rid of him for years.
Dana had two back-to-back. Geno Smith, 74. Brandon Whedon, 75. How about
Where's
that?
Will Grier?
Will Grier is not on this list.
Huh.
Oh, whoa.
You're vendetta against West Virginia.
Coop's got two. Kevin Cobb, 69th.
Kevin Cobb. I forgot, man. He had good stats.
He did have great stats.
My new thing is West Virginia's mad at me now because I don't have a high enough grade on their center.
This isn't new.
Zach Frazier.
They're always mad at you. They've hated you for years.
Yeah.
And when I look at it, I'm like, ooh, I am a lot lower than other people are on Zach. And they're like, I see. Because West Virginia fans got mad at you one year, you're going to make Zach Frazier pay for it. I'm like, no. I just don't think that guy moves that well.
Okay. But everybody else does.
You're vindictive.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not vindictive. I'm open-minded and objective.
Okay.
I don't hold grudges.
Dell's vindictive, and everybody in the next segment is vindictive.
Yeah, Deion Dawkins is not a fan of the Jets.
Ooh, ship talk.
I'm going to warn you because we play the sound this word when we end the show, so it's going to be in the clip a couple times. So Marty, or if the kid's on the way to school, cover your ears.
Okay.
He's going to say some ugly things about the Jets.
Ooh,
wow. I don't like that dirty ass, trash ass city. Did you say
AFC
that?
East
it's probably worse.
It's
than
worse?
that.
AFC East is going to get
worse.
Yeah,
it's the word. It's the trigger word for LeBron.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Time for me to talk about Chastang Ford. Time to talk about 1.9% financing on 2023 F-150s. This is the best deal. 72 months, okay? So over 72 months, you pay off a truck for 6 years, and then you only get 1.9% financing. You're not going to find anything better than that. You're not finding anything better than that, period. Now, you add in the discounts because it's truck month, and it's ridiculous. This is, of all of the months of the year, the entire year, this is the best month to buy your truck. Because they're brand new 2023s, right? They're still brand new, but they got to get them off the lot. They got to give all the discounts. They got to give the best financing they can get because they have to get rid of them. You gain because they have to get them off the lot, and that's what's happening in the Chastang Ford. And I'm telling you this, you're not going to have add-ons. You're not going to have markups. You're going to have, and other dealerships you are. So here's the deal. The only place to go to get your F-150 right now, but you better do it before the end of the month because we're getting at the end of the month and truck month ends. It's all at ChastangFord.com or on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
8:33 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Jackie Goss Ship Talk is with us now. Jackie said he missed it so bad he couldn't sleep last night. He cried himself to sleep.
Oh, I don't really mind myself what Jackie says.
Are we going to lead with Dawkins, or you want to close with Dawkins?
I always do something like off the sports radar.
Okay.
So that'll probably close because people, at least
we'll let you walk us through.
Beyond Jackie, seem to like it because, once again, Jackie, lions over here, you're sheep. We don't concern ourselves with the sheep. That's all. Just so you're aware.
He's in Bolivar. They don't have sheep there. That's in College Station, apparently.
I'm not saying what it's done with the sheep. I'm saying he is a sheep.
Oh, he is the sheep. I
Yeah.
got you. Okay.
We're lions.
I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. There's no sheep in Bolivar.
I don't know. Well, there is one. The sheep's name's Jackie.
Oh, Jackie the sheep?
Are so inside right now.
Jackie's a listener that apparently John wants to give a lot of attention to for whatever reason.
No, I'm just saying he doesn't like your little segment.
And if he did love it, you wouldn't mention him at all. This is just you being you. Let's move on. We're going to start with an incident that happened last night. We know when the Knicks were in town in Houston, they felt they weren't certainly the Rockets were the beneficiary, at least in the Knicks' eyes, of a call that went the Rockets' way that led to a win. Well, the Knicks had something just egregious happen in their favor last night. If you missed it, the Pistons are in town, scrapping and clawing, take a lead in the fourth quarter, thanks to the help of ex-Knicks, Evan Fournier and Quentin Grimes, former Coug, is making shots, and they take a lead. There's a loose ball. Grimes gets it, tries to save it. A scramble ensues, and Arthur Thompson, the twin brother of Amen Thompson here in Houston, gets the ball. He loses it a little bit, but he's the first one to the ball, and Dante DiVincenzo throws a chop block at his legs. They don't make the call. The Knicks get the ball. They get an and one, eventually go on to win the game. This all happened within the last 20 seconds of the game. So Monty Williams, the head coach of the Pistons, had this to say about the officiating.
Where's the New York media now? The absolute worst call of the season. No call. And enough's enough. We've done it the right way. We've called the league. We've sent in clips. We're sick of hearing the same stuff over and over again. We had a chance to win the game, and the guy dove into Asar's legs, and there was a no call. That's an abomination. You cannot miss that in an NBA game, period. And I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of our guys asking me, what more can we do, coach? That situation is Exhibit A to what we've been dealing with all season long, and enough's enough. You cannot dive into a guy's legs in a big-time game like that and there be a no call. It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it. We just want a fair game called, period. And I got nothing else to say. We want a fair game, and that was not fair. I'm done.
Oh, man. Did you see it, John? Did you see it, John?
Yeah, I saw it.
I mean,
I watched it.
How could you let, what exactly are you not call? I don't understand how could you let that go?
Well, they asked the officials afterwards, and they said, yeah, we screwed that one up.
No, I know, but even at the time, though, they admitted it.
Yeah.
Monty didn't care, but how do you, at the time it's happening, is this like soccer where anything goes as long as you get get on the ball first? Wow. Dante.
Yeah,
Deion Dawkins isn't even wearing a shirt?
That's his thing. Lance is currently watching the video of some sound we're going to play later in this segment. He was on Vlad TV. ESPN has it right now. Shirtless, just talking.
Is this what he does?
He likes to walk around shirtless quite a bit. He's a big sloppy offensive lineman, likes to walk around shirtless.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those are not typically the guys. That's more hanging out the Phoenix Open, the Waste Management Open.
Well, he's got the tattoos. He wants people to see him, so he walks around shirtless.
Got it. If you're going to spend it on the tattoo, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what happened last night. Monty Williams furious. The Pistons still have 8 wins. They thought they would have had 9.
That's a classy way of calling out the officials.
Yeah.
Monty did it kind of classy.
Yeah, he'll get fined, but
he's going to get fined.
But no curses were thrown out there. We're going to move on to someone who's a little less classy, but handled it pretty well this time around. this stretches back to Friday night. Draymond had a lot of things to say after the bit of an altercation with the Charlotte Hornets. He talked about Miles Bridges being a guy who can do no wrong, which I found remarkable. But it also led into a talk about Grant Williams, who was one of the main instigators of the Warriors-Hornets back and forth scuffle on Friday night.
But Grant Williams got to stop it, man. He can't keep being like this tough guy is going absolutely wrong for him. Like, he's a really nice guy, and for some reason he keeps like trying to jump on the unlikable side. And I must tell you, it's not always fun over here. It's not always a good time, and so I don't know, man. He need to figure it out. 'Cause boy, I mean, talking too much kind of got you out of Dallas, like overdoing it. And he over there talking too much now. So you might want to slow down and stop all the tough guy stuff. You know, you want to be the president of PA and stuff, man. You can't be out here doing all that stuff.
This is what that ship talk so much as you have really caused a problem when maybe the therapy stuff is working. You've got the voice of reason going at you right now.
Yeah, it's
I mean, how in the hell? And everything he sounds reasonable. It's not always fun on this side, and cut all the tough guy stuff out. You're trying to be the president of the NBA Players Association. Like, if Draymond is telling you that you're going too far, you're doing too much, how bad is it?
Well, the voice of reason just 30 minutes earlier, as the fight was going on, was calling Grant Williams a B-ass in. So I don't know how the voice of reason. I don't know how much he's the voice of reason, but maybe he had the cool down period after the game, and now he can think clearly. Because he was out of the game. It was a blowout, but the fight kind of filtered towards the Warriors bench, and he was just, you could see him out what he was saying to Grant. It was not nice. It wasn't this. It wasn't that. You mentioned Deion Dawkins.
The B-A-N?
That
isn't voice of reason talk.
No, it wasn't.
That's Draymond talk.
It is Draymond talk.
Yeah.
It is.
I didn't recognize this last Draymond. Like, the Draymond you played is probably ChatGPT. It's probably an AI.
Possibly.
You think?
Yeah, I think it's a parrot AI or whatever. Yeah, I don't think that's him.
Well, we talked a bit about Deion Dawkins, and I warned people before we went to break, if you are a parent of a child and you don't want to hear the ugly words he's about to say, I wouldn't say turn the channel, but cover their ears, because Deion Dawkins doesn't have a lot of kind words for Michael Clemens. Michael Clemens is a Jets defensive lineman, and
Michael Clemens is a known fighter too.
Yes. Yeah, Deion was not happy.
I would be careful about all that talking about Michael Clemens.
And stretching back to the last game they played, there's a clip of Deion Dawkins doing like a belly flop on Michael Clemens while he's already prone on the ground.
That makes them mad, yes.
And as you might imagine, Clemens wasn't thrilled, and they almost got into an altercation in the tunnel after the game.
Yes, that's a Michael Clemens move.
Yes.
He'll fight in locker rooms, knock out teammates.
So this is Deion Dawkins on Vlad TV discussing his dislike for the Jets and Clemens in particular.
You get into it with the Jets. Yeah. What happened? Weirdos being weird. Weirdos being weird. You know, I don't even want to give a man no credit talking about him, you know, but number 72.
Michael Clemens.
Michael Clemens.
Yeah.
Yeah, bitch boy. Bitch boy. You know, I'm going to just keep it a buck. I hate them. All of them, bro. They are all some, like, when it comes to sports, right? There's people that play the sport because they love the sport, and then there's people that play the sport just to try to be cool. I feel like they play the sport to try to be cool. Like, those are a bunch of dudes that just want to take pictures on Instagram. Like, that's whack. Like, I play this because I'll die by it.
Wow, B-boy.
And he
called him B-boy.
He hit him with the words. Then he basically just called him Instagram guys. Like, he called him an Instagram team. That man's sitting there with no shirt on as an offensive lineman telling you he dies by this game. Michael Clemens will 100% be in either boxing or some kind of fight championship, like the PFL, or he'll be in Fury fighting at some point. Michael Clemens is known. The story I heard on Michael Clemens at A&M, well, not only did he knock a teammate out, 2 freshmen got into it at A&M, I've had this confirmed by multiple people. 2 freshmen got into it at A&M, and he broke it up on the field like he was the leader, and he said, in the locker room, we'll settle this. And he made them fight in the locker room. Like, everyone had to stay out. Ain't no jumping in or anything. No trying to save somebody. Let them get it out of their way. Get it out of the way. And Michael Clemens was was organizing. If you got a problem out there, you're going to have to fight in here if you're going to be taking up practice time with this foolishness. And then he told the defensive line coach, Jeff Ulbrich, when he was a rookie, he said
the Jets.
At the Jets, he had all the guys leave the room, the defensive players, leave. I think it was rookies. It was early on with rookies and free agency. He pulled his chair up to Ulbrich and said, I just want to let you know that anybody that you have problems with out of this rookie class, you come tell me, and I'll make sure it gets straight. You will have no problems with us. We're here to get coached. We're here to work. I'll make sure people work in the locker room. Now, he's not the most talented guy, but Michael Clemens is that dude where you don't want to – he was the one who was pointing into the crowd. You're a bench, and you are? You? Bench. Did you see that the time where he's pointing into the crowd?
Yeah, I remember. It's I don't know which game it was at the end of the game. I think that they were going to win, and
they were going to win.
He was calling out
he was literally pointing.
I remember that.
And he's pointing to people in the stands.
I didn't know he was saying
you. No, not you. Yeah, you. Like Michael Clemens, they say, is beyond rugged.
Well, here's what.
But
Dawkins
offensive linemen
said,
don't care, though. Offensive linemen don't care.
Dawkins said this. Apparently, Clemens followed him up the tunnel, but was afraid to challenge him face-to-face. If you're going to run up on somebody, run all the way up on somebody. Don't run up and stop 5 yards behind and just start talking. So when he did that, I'm like, first of all, you really don't want to fight me. You really a B.
Jeez.
Wow.
Woohoo.
Yeah.
And so we'll see how it goes the next time they see each other. We'll end with this, something a little away from sports. This is a young lady who finds out something she didn't want to find out about her boyfriend. But I want you to listen closely to what she says in the middle of it, because sometimes girls are more loyal than you think.
Imagine my surprise when I turn on the new season of Love is Blind this morning and see my boyfriend. Yeah. Are you shocked? Because I sure as hell am. I feel like I'm experiencing such a wide range of emotions, heartbreak, jealousy, shock, rage. Why the is my man on TV? And why the is he on a dating show talking to other women? Obviously, I'm not going to tell you who it is. I still think he's the love of my life, and we can work past this. So, I'm not going to say his name, but holy this is just how I'm feeling right now. I literally watched the first episode. I had to turn it off because I was literally just staring at the screen like, hello? As an avid reality TV show watcher, I see this happen all the time with girls where they're like, that's my man on TV. How did this happen? And I'm like, well, that's kind of embarrassing. How did you not know? And now it's happening to me. Of course, he's in this pod talking to beautiful women. For all I know, I thought he was on a business trip. He couldn't talk to me because he was working. Come to find out you're dating other people? Are you kidding me?
I don't believe any of this.
I do, because I've seen it happen.
When?
How long? I told you I know somebody on that show. And
on that show?
Yes.
But how long? Well, I think you did tell me that. But how long is the filming to where you think he's on a business trip for that long? And then you really want to go on? Of course, this generation, you just have no idea. They will snitch. You want to go and say, I think we can work past. That's the most embarrassing thing I've ever heard.
Well, she said he's still the love of her life.
That's what I'm saying. Some women are more loyal than you think.
You know how I know? Because he's on this show.
Well, I
don't know. It's a way to make cash and get followers.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He might have been on a business trip.
You get
paid to do that show.
That was business.
That was business,
he's a
lady.
trick and you're a trick. Got it.
I'm creating a brand over here, Lance.
Yeah.
Trick-ass tricks.
That's what happens. They go on there.
Do you think Nicole would mind if you went on one of those shows?
Yeah, at this point, probably not. But at one point,
847 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Underdog. You know what? That's the underdog here.
Underdog. So underdog is what you need to keep in mind whenever you want to make the basketball season even more fun. You're watching your Rockets. Maybe you're happy with the games. Maybe you're not happy with the games. You're going to be a lot more interested in every game that's on TV when you're playing Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy has a pick'em challenge that allows you to pick between 2 and 5 players, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and it will pay you multipliers of whatever. If you hit the statistics, they'll give you a statistic. You either go higher or lower. And if you hit all of them, you could win as much as 100 times your original play. And they're all also going to give you a special pick whenever you sign up for the first time using promo code Lance. They double your first deposit up to $100. And then they give you a special pick in there. The special pick can be a booster on payout, or it can be an easy win for you. A lot of times I like the easy wins because I'm like, okay, I'll take this. Then I'll make it 3 different players I choose from. And all I have to do really is just win 2 to get the payout of 6 times the amount. So you can go up to 20, up to 100 times the original play that you have, but you have to use promo code Lance, and you have to play Underdog Fantasy. You also need to play in a state where Underdog Fantasy is where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, make sure you call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John Granado.
Gross!
And Lance Zierlein.
Hey, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The recapping what we've been talking about today, the Cougs are number 1. How about them Cougs? How about them Cougs being number 1 in the nation? Based largely on their defense, their stifling defense, which has been fantastic all year. So they are number one. They're number one in the net rankings, number one at Ken Palm since early December. I saw Jay Billis's. He had the Cougs like 6th last week, which is, I think, kind of ridiculous. Although, I mean, this is playing out a lot like other Coug teams in that, well, the team that made the Final Four was fantastic, and, but they just ran out of shooting.
A lot of teams, yeah, I mean, John and I went through the shooting numbers. It's extraordinarily bad.
That was the Baylor year, right? Baylor won it.
Yeah.
Baylor was just fantastic.
They were awesome. But the shooting numbers for Houston are extraordinarily bad when you look at their ranking among other teams in college basketball. However, their defensive, they're like 174th in three-point shooting. They're in the 200s in field goal percentage, like 251. It's astonishing how poorly ranked their shooting is. But then you look at their turnovers against and the turnovers for, and there's a huge difference. You look at their opponent's field goal percentage, Houston's the best in college basketball. But when you shoot that poorly, man, it's hard to have a lot of confidence in being able to win at the very, very highest level. It's just, one hot hand. A guy, bad D, you don't get the turnovers you're looking for. Another team makes free throws. Houston's opponents are shooting 63% from the free throw line. It's just something like that. It's terrible.
Well,
and so what if you run into a team that shoots well from the from the free throw line? What if you run into a team with veteran guards that take care of the...
I'm sure they played teams that have hit free throws.
But obviously not a lot.
Yeah.
If the opponents are shooting that bad.
Well, and the Cougs are bad for shooting free throws.
Yeah,
so.
The Cougs are under 70%, and they're higher than their opponents.
Their free throw defense is unmatched in the country.
Tremendous free throw defense. But the other thing is, though, that's interesting is I remember everyone thought, okay, and even after the Kansas game, the thought was, well, this is the Big 12. Houston's not going to – they're not going to be the same team. It's going to be a little tougher for the Houston Cougars moving forward. And maybe it still will be. Maybe I mean, they've handled Texas. Maybe they will – maybe it is going to be tougher for – this Kansas team is not the same Kansas team we've seen in the past, but they took care of Houston at Kansas. How does Houston hold up in the Big 12 tournament? That's going to be a really good – that's going to be a really good challenge.
Wow. I think that's the best tournament. I mean, there are some good teams, really good teams in the SEC, obviously, good teams in the Big 12 and the Big 10. But I don't know that it's deeper anywhere. It's deeper than the Big 12. Every night is going to be a fight, and you're not on your home court. There's no home court advantage, so that is fun. That is fun. Even if they don't win it, I think they probably have to win their first game, maybe their second. It sure would be nice for them to get into at least the semifinals of the Big 12. If they get at least into the semifinals of the Big 12, they get a number 1 seed. I think they're going to get a number 1 seed anyway.
At least to the semifinals. I think that maybe.
Yeah.
I think they might need to.
No, they're going to get there. They've been.
Well, it depends. I mean, if you think.
Yeah, but as good as Kansas,
it's coming up.
Iowa State,
when is the Big 12
Baylor
tournament? It's coming up.
I mean, Texas. I mean, as good as ever, Texas hasn't been great, but as good as this conference has been, don't forget. I mean, there are a lot of teams that Texas can't play with them. Texas Tech can't play with them. TCU beat them, and TCU can't play with them.
Yeah, but on any given day,
TCU at home is a different team, and on the road, of course, so are the Cougs, but. They can't play with the Cougs on a neutral site.
So the Big 12 basketball tournament doesn't start until March 12th. So there's some time.
No, there's plenty of time. They've got 4 games left before.
Well, there's some time, like I said, to get upset too. If you lose, if you lose one of those,
they're not getting upset.
It would hurt your chances if you don't make it to the finals of the Big 12. It could happen.
No, it can't happen.
There's a chance.
All right, when we come back, we will take a look at that Matt Miller stuff and make Dell look dumb.
What?
Yeah. No.
So, just to be clear, how long you been doing radio?
I don't know.
25 years?
Yeah.
I mean, about 20 years with Body Bags. I know he went to another place at one point.
Yeah.
And you've decided to center a whole segment about some random draft guy who allegedly is going to make me look stupid?
Yeah. I mean, that's my goal.
Why?
I mean,
why don't you talk about what Merrill Hodge said or what Lance himself has said?
Doesn't know anything. Oh, Merrill Hodge had. Oh yeah, maybe he was right about Johnny, but he also had. I forget who it was. That. Oh, this is the same guy that loved.
Oh, he's had some hit or miss.
Lance,
he's
Lance thinks he's Drew Lock.
Well, okay, so only because you've influenced him. You played Jedi mind tricks on Lance.
You don't think he watched the film and came to that conclusion?
No, I think that he was.
Let
me
tell you something.
Actually, he was just trying to please you.
I'll just tell you this.
He's never tried to do that.
I'm a people pleaser, Dell. It's true.
Yeah.
I have never, ever seen somebody throw it as hard as he has for a 6-yard pass. And like they counted this as a drop for the receiver. Like this is like some kind of challenge on a Japanese game show. Some impossible thing like. Okay, you guys have to catch.
Last year that didn't have any touch too. I mean, it was not the Wake. No, what was the quarterback? I think it was Wake Forest. I mean, just
it would have been Wake.
Just Georgia Tech. Just firing it.
No, he's in Nebraska now. It's a different Georgia Tech quarterback. You talking about Haynes King? Which
in the draft?
Was it? Maybe it was Haynes King. Haynes King had 0. Yes, I think it was Haynes King.
Oh, really?
He was just firing and from like 4 yards away.
You got to have some touch. Like Drake May throws nothing but gas. It's like Nuclear Luge if you go old school. It's like you're getting nothing but the heat every single time. Like Drake, dude, pull off the gas every once in a while. These guys can't catch that.
Well, you know who needs to stay on the gas? Craig DeSurf.
Craig DeSurf stays on the gas. Keeps his pedal. He keeps the pedal down to give you great deals. And I'll give you an example of that. If you are looking for a great deal, let's say you're a GMC leasee, then they've got this amazing deal. I don't know. You have to ask for details. I don't want to start throwing out details or incorrect, but I remember what they told me about the details, and it was like, oh my gosh, there's going to be a lot of people who can get $99 per month payments, 0% down, $99 per month payments. There's going to be a lot of people who have that opportunity, and that could be you. Now, even if you don't qualify for that, you can get $299 per month payments on the lease with no money down. That is a great opportunity for you. This is the vehicle that I am going. It's the Buick Envision, the preferred edition. That's the vehicle I'm going to get my son, his first car. He's in college, and we're going to do that over spring break because this is just too good a program to pass up. And I suggest it for you guys as well. Good size SUV, great safety features, and the price is fantastic. Whether you're looking to purchase or whether you're looking to lease, they are going to have you covered with my good friends over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Trade-in value that's off the charts and great opportunities to purchase either in person out in Angleton or even online at lantzcars.com. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
All right, 9 o'clock hour, our final hour of the day. Dell will join us on the other side, playing a lot of stuff that he didn't play in our show. That will happen.
What are you talking about?
You're holding back on this show just for your show.
I put sound up there. You could grab it or not. I mean, what would you like to hear, John?
Okay. Do you know what I want to hear? I want to hear
Matt Miller. Or are we getting to the Matt Miller stuff?
We're going to get to the Matt Miller stuff here, but we're also we haven't. Do we want to talk about storming the court? Do we care about this? So many people have, like Jay Billis said that they should be arrested.
Yeah.
What are you? What?
We have that sound.
You got Jay Billis saying that?
Yes, but I'm going to hold that off.
Okay, hold it. Oh, you're holding it off for your show.
I'll grab that sound.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Matt Miller. Who's your number one player in this draft?
Malik Neighbors.
Okay, he's got Malik Neighbors third. Who's
He'll
second?
He'll have Marvin Harrison Jr. first.
No. He has Caleb
Williams.
one. Caleb 1.
He has Drake 2.
He has Marvin Harrison 2.
Yeah, okay.
Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze.
Okay.
4. Yep. Jaden Daniels 5, Drake May 6th.
That's like how I have it. He copied me.
No, he didn't. You don't have Caleb. Do you have Caleb 1?
I have Caleb 3. He just switched out those 3. But then I have Rome 4. No, I have Brock Bowers 4. I have Rome 5, Daniels 6, or maybe Daniels 5, Rome 6. Yeah. And then Drake May's a boomer bust grade.
So you like Odunze that much?
I just wrote a number down on him, and when I looked at it, it's like, okay, well, it's very close. Rome Odunze, Jared Verse, J.C. Latham. I mean, they're all basically the same. There's not a big difference between those guys. So yeah, Rome Odunze is good. Rome Odunze is going to be way faster than he plays. He just cruises and gets jump balls. Like, he's faster than that, though. And a team will say, hey, Rome, we're not doing that. We need you to play to your top speed. He's going to run into 4.4s. Yeah, I like Rome Odunze. I didn't think I would. Like, on tape. Okay, so on tape there is some issues where I'm like, he's not separating. And then I realize, he can. You can find tape where he separates. It's just, he just chooses not to make it a priority right now. And before you say, wasn't that a problem, Lance? Hey, I've made that mistake before. I've seen players. The one thing I learned is, if a guy has the ability to play faster and the ability to separate, then with coaching, he's going to do it. He's not going to be asked to just, that offense, I think he just knew he could beat guys in jump balls. He worked with the basketball team this offseason to learn how to block out. Like, he worked on this skill set of winning contested catches, and he caught 61% of his contested catches. But there was 30 contested catches. That's way too much. I mean, 30 attempts. That's way too much. But then when I looked at him, I'm like, well, I think he can run better routes and run faster. I think right now he's just kind of just coasting.
I can't wait till he has all your stuff up in his locker room.
I know they all will.
DK Metcalf, you didn't like him.
They all will. I had same grade on DK. I have Rome Odunze, and DK Metcalf somehow looked at it as a slam. I'm like, dude, you got drafted at the end of the second. I had you as the 8th best player in the draft, 9th best player in that draft. What are you so mad about?
Why are you mad about, DK? Why are you mad, bro? You mad, bro? He's got Terrion Arnold 7th.
He was. Oh, that was Lannister. Never mind. Yep.
He's got.
I was thinking he killed his dad on a toilet, but that was
Toilet.
Yeah, that was Tyrion.
There was Tyrion. This is Terrion Arnold.
Yep.
Joe Alt, Dallas Turner, and Brock Bowers.
Where's he going to be mad about Drake May?
He's got him 6th overall.
Oh, he's had Drake 6th?
Yeah. Dell's got him in the 4th round.
Who do I have in the 4th round?
Drake May.
No, I don't. I just don't think.
Well, you know who doesn't have him in the first? Merrill Hodge.
Merrill Hodge. You have misconstrued my thoughts on Drake May.
You just hate him.
I have more issues with the hype on Drake May than Drake May the player, and that is borne out to be true. People are looking at him and going, he's not as good as you're saying.
You go in thinking you're going to see something, and then you don't see it.
He's got great arm strength, mobility to create on the go. He's poised, aggressive as a passer and runner. May is also excellent under pressure.
Oh, yeah.
And has proved he can carry a roster lacking in
they
elite
say
talent at
carry
core
them
positions.
to what?
He threw for 3,600,
What did he carry
24
them to?
touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
24?
24.
Holy crap.
Considering
24
he only
and 9?
20
How did he do it?
26 starts in college. We could see May sit early in his career, but NFL scouts have already compared his ability to Herbert and Josh Allen.
Which scouts?
Not Josh Allen.
Yeah, Josh Allen. Everyone wants everyone to be Josh Allen.
So, how does Byron Murphy get to the 23rd?
So he got 24 and 9. What is it? So does he have Bo Nix 1 with his 45 and 3? With his 45 touchdowns, his 77% completion percentage, and his 3 interceptions? What does he say about Bo Nix since he threw 24 touchdowns
and
just
9
interceptions? I mean, did he literally do
22-5 record, 8,100 passing yards, 74 touchdowns, 10 interceptions for Bo Nix?
Yeah.
74 and 10.
Bo Nix that's just at Oregon.
No.
Yeah,
That's his career.
No, it's not.
74? He didn't throw 74 touchdowns this year?
He played 2 seasons at
2
Oregon.
seasons at Oregon.
Oh.
74 and 10 in 2 seasons at Oregon.
Wow.
And you know what? Even his horrible Auburn years, he was still 16 and 6, 12 and 7, 11 and 3.
Matt Miller, Drake May in 2022 went 9 and 5. Last year went 8 and 5. Carry the North Carolina. Carry them to what? What did he carry them
Winning
to?
records.
Great.
You're a hater.
This is my point about Drake May.
Look at Bo Nix.
If people would talk about him realistically, I'd be fine with him. What did he they were 8
Look
and
at Bo
5.
Nix. Look at his statistics. Stair-stepped every year. 5 years. He got better in every statistical category, like every year.
48 and 3 this year. Holy crap.
Yeah, people are totally asleep on Bo
48 and
Nix.
3.
You never heard anything about it, did you?
Well, yeah, he won Player of the Year in the conference.
But you didn't even know
over Michael Penix.
You didn't even know he was 48 and 3.
No, I didn't know that.
Did you know he completed 77%? That at Oregon. Now, granted, his yards per attempt are still 8.8 last year and 9.6 this year.
Take out his bubble screens.
But I can actually go there. But his completion percentage. But you're right. You do in college more than anything. You do have to.
Yeah.
You have to factor that. But it looks good. 71.9% and 77.4%.
I still can't get Auburn out of my. Although he beat I saw him live beat LSU with his legs.
Yeah.
At Tiger Stadium. Pretty much by himself.
His last year there.
The rush was incredible, and he got away all the time.
Bo Nix had
He has great escapability.
He had no chance. I think he's grown up a lot. I think there's not enough attention paid to Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix.
Okay, suppose the Bears like Bo Nix.
So I'm writing an article about teams who are most likely to draft quarterback in the first round, and I said the only way they get off Caleb Williams, which they won't, is if they have another quarterback stacked high on their board, and they know they can move back and still get that guy. Nix would be that guy.
Not JJ.
Could be.
Well, Atlanta might.
Yeah.
Atlanta probably likes.
Yeah,
JJ.
it could be JJ McCarthy. It could be Nix. I shouldn't say Nix would be a guy. Nix is an example, or JJ McCarthy, or even maybe not Jaden Daniels. You may want to like Penix, Nix,
or you can't move down for Jaden Daniels.
Well, you can if you move to number
2.
If you move to number, you can move to number 2, or somebody could put together if JJ McCarthy's your guy, if the Giants want to come up to 1, you might be able to you'd be in danger potentially of somebody moving up to the Chargers.
What about
at
Atlanta
5.
moving up?
Yeah, Atlanta, possibly. So that's the thing. If you've got your quarterbacks stacked where you don't have somebody that far off of Caleb Williams, you say, let's just take our second best quarterback who we have as McCarthy or Nix. Let's just say, for example. And we think we can get him at pick number 6 with the Giants. Let's take that extra draft capital and let's move back. But see, I don't think they'll do that because they'll also get draft capital for moving. I think Atlanta. I think one of the things you can do with Atlanta is move Justin Fields over to Atlanta. But I would rather Atlanta trade up. Well, I think you could trade Justin Fields to Atlanta and maybe get a second-round pick from Atlanta this year. And then, if you wanted to, you could still move your first-round pick, which I don't think they'll do, to number 6 to the Giants and say, hey,
What
we'll
about
draft
doing
McCarthy
it first with the Patriots? Patriots moving up and get Caleb Williams.
I don't see the Patriots. Well, maybe
if they don't love Drake May.
Maybe, but they've got to. Yeah, that's true. But they got to build out their roster.
Elliott wouldn't do that.
No, Elliott's not going to give away a bunch of picks
no.
when their roster's not good.
No, he says slow and steady. As a matter of fact, very good article about Elliott Wolf in the on ESPN today.
He's the new general manager of the Patriots. He was in the building, but he's Ron Wolf's son, and he's put his time in.
Yeah.
Like, he's been around the league for over a decade.
I'm doing it the Packer way, slow and steady. That's what I learned with the Packers. We're going to use we're going to pick our picks. We're going to do it slow and steady. We're not in here to get big. They never got free agents. They got very few free agents during that time. Very few. Reggie White.
Didn't draft wide receivers on the first either.
They traded for Brett Favre. They signed Reggie White.
To me, that changes, though. You got to start taking wide receivers in the first because of how expensive they get in second contracts. So, of course, you want to get great talent in the first. But I think they'll go I think they may go quarterback at, I don't know that I would draft the third quarterback off the board instead of Harrison or Neighbors. God, I just don't know if that could be me to take the third quarterback when you know there's a better football player and Neighbors you're passing on a better football player.
Well, and he said always take best player available.
I know, that's what doesn't make sense to me.
Yep. But it's such a need. That's why, the Patriots are in a bad spot, especially if Jaden Daniels goes second. They're in a bad spot. 713-780-3776, the number. Spencer, you're up on the other side. We'll talk some Astros baseball with Spencer. And if you want to get in, 713-780-3776.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 9:20, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You want to get in here. Spencer wants to talk about his Astros. What do you say, Spencer?
Spencer loves this new pitcher because you guys have had your fun. Lance had Lance Berkman. John had John Buck. But now, finally, after a lifetime of being an Astros fan, Spencer has a Spencer he can pull for. So he's got a major league name. He's going to have a major league game. Astros are going to win the World Series. And Spencer's going to win the World Series MVP. It's going to be amazing.
You already got one. You got Spencer Strider. Right? Okay. So
Astros Spencer Strider?
No, Braves. But
he doesn't want a Brave.
Well, he wanted an
Astro.
A good one.
He wants an Astro.
What, Arrighetti can't be a good one?
We'll see. We'll see
He's
if he
one
is.
of your people.
He threw 2 shutout innings.
Yeah, and how great was that?
2 shutout innings in spring almost never happens.
Yeah.
Well, the Astros seem to be allowing teams to shut them out inning after inning so far.
In your estimation.
No, I can look at the scores. It's not my estimation. It's actually there for me to look at.
Yeah, but, in your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. It's there in facts. They're not hitting the baseball right now. Not that it matters, but it's not an opinion.
They're probably working on things.
Of course they are.
The hitters are probably working on things, too. I always wonder when people say, we're just working on things. Like pitchers, I could see that. I want to work on this curveball. I want to work on the slider. I don't care what happens. But at some point, you also want swings and misses. At some point, hitters
what you're working on, they miss.
Yeah, and you also hope as hitters, if you're working on something, that it pays off with hits.
Well, Spencer Arrighetti is not a guy that's just working on something. Spencer Arrighetti is trying to make a team. Spencer Arrighetti, like Verlander might throw, or McCullers will throw 5 straight curveballs. He's got a $75 million contract, $85 million contract. He doesn't care, okay, in spring training.
Well, he also throws a lot of curveballs anyway.
Right. So he wants to get his
jam.
curveball down, and they know he's going to be curveball, and he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Spencer Arrighetti needs to get outs. Yes.
Yes.
If he's like, listen, Joe, I'm just working on that slider of mine. I know I gave up a 9 spot.
Keep working on it in Sugarland.
Go get him. Go get him down there.
I can promise you, Spencer's trying to get everybody out every at bat.
Yes.
I ain't working on anything but getting this guy out.
I got a picture of Drake May. Who are you again? I don't even know what you do, Dell.
It's fine.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to know what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what he's going to be doing.
I like that.
Backing some journeyman up next year.
Am I incorrect here? Have you guys, I think we're a good week without seeing CJ Stroud on a podcast or
that's nice
with an Instagram influencer or nothing wrong. Like he just gave her a ride, which I'm
sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had he's on podcast. No harm, no foul on podcast. It's just I just want to see him just relax and lay out and don't let us see him for a while. So hopefully he's working on routes, doing some route work with Tank, enjoying his time in California because I'm sure he's there and not in Houston because he's a Cali guy.
And he likes the girls there better.
Yeah, he has said that. Yeah. He has said he likes the girls
on a
there
podcast,
better.
by
And
the
that's
way.
fine. They're good. And that's fine. They're good. And they're good. And they're good-looking girls, too, and they're good people. But the girls in Texas are a little bit better. And if C.J. Stroud had gone to the university, I'll tell you one place he's not going to go to see women, Ohio. You don't go to the Midwest unless you want someone to help you move furniture or play third base on the co-ed softball team. It's a rougher brand of woman, but they're sturdy.
Double wide, butterball.
It's a sturdier brand of woman in the Midwest.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
California, they're good looking. At University of Texas are the best looking. At Ohio State, man, if something goes down, I promise you they're going to step up and throw hands with you.
What about the University of North Carolina, Mac?
Well, they're beautiful, but at the same time, they're chaste.
Chaste.
They're a chaste woman. They're not trying to do anything before marriage, and they're good people. And they're good people, and our recruiting angels are good people too.
Our recruiting angels.
This isn't Florida. This isn't Tim Tebow's Florida. This isn't Urban Meyer's Florida, where all bets were off. This is a place where we do things the right way at University of North Carolina. C.J. Stroud, if he had gone to Michigan, same thing. A Michigan blonde. You know what that is? They've got roots, they smoke, and they drink beer a lot more than you do. If you see a woman at the end of a beer bong, that's a Michigan blonde.
Have you seen these numbers? I'm going to ask you a question if you've seen these numbers. Lamar Jackson and Justin Fields. Have you seen this?
No.
Okay. Fields, 3,600 passing yards over the last 20 games that the two have played. Fields, 3,600 passing yards. Lamar, 4,200 passing yards. Fields, 1,300 rushing yards.
Games they played, not total games.
No, games in their last 20 games. Fields, 1,300 rushing yards. Lamar, 1,000 rushing yards. Total touchdowns, Fields, 35. Lamar, 32. Lamar won MVP. Okay? Fields is not good enough to be on a team.
What do you mean he's not good enough to be on the team?
Well, on the Bears,
he'll be traded and will be a starter somewhere.
Well, yeah.
I know.
But he's, okay, dropbacks, 663, 668. Lamar, 66 completion percentage. Fields, 62. Yards per attempt, 7.8, 6.8. TDs, Lamar, 26 and 8. Fields, 26 and 14.
That's big differences.
There's some differences there.
Yeah.
Rush TDs, though, more for Justin.
I mean, the efficiency is substantially better. Lamar did not have MVP numbers, not historically. But if you're going to compare him to Justin Fields, like some of the big numbers, touchdowns, interception, yards per attempt, they're heavily in. And that 66% versus 62, that's a pretty big difference too.
Yeah, 66 and 62 is over 20 games. That's a lot of completions. Yep. I just feel like I don't know. I'm going to call my nephew and some people in Chicago and find out which way is the wind blowing. I can't imagine that they want Justin Fields for over. No way. There's no chance. Zero chance. Zero chance.
You're not, because you have to make a decision on his fifth-year option, which will pay him into the $20 million range. On May 2nd is the deadline. You can do it now or I think it's now. Sometime coming up, or it maybe is now, all the way to May 2nd. Like, why would you pick up a fifth-year option? Now, maybe that makes him more valuable to trade. If you pick up that fifth-year option, potentially, maybe it makes it a better – I would think any trade partner you trade him to is going to want to give him a new deal. So
are you going to risk a new deal on Justin Fields right now?
If you're trading for him, you have to.
Well,
anybody trading for him, like I think he goes to Atlanta. I think Atlanta trades for him, not the first-round pick. I think Atlanta will trade maybe a second, 2 seconds, and then they give themselves a chance to see what their offense looks like with Justin Fields and Kyle Pitts.
Would you rather have Justin Fields or J.J. McCarthy or Bo Nix? And not have to give up those picks.
The problem is how much money do you have invested in?
See, Pittsburgh is the right place because you might not have a chance at one of those guys.
Yeah. See, here's the problem. You'd have a second contract with him. You can let Kyle Pitts walk? You've never even got to see what he can do.
Well,
not really, other than his first year. Like, you've got Drake London, who I could see you letting walk, but you letting Kyle Pitts walk? You got Bijan on a rookie contract, but you have a lot of money in your skill positions. I don't know. It's tough. Justin Fields can be a starting quarterback somewhere. How good a starting quarterback can he be? I mean, everyone keeps, you'll have people who are fans of Justin who they just want really hard. Hopefully this is the year for Justin. I'm just dealing with realities. Justin Fields has not proven he can be a plus passer in professional football. So what do you do now? He's a good runner, not a great passer. What do you do with that? And if you're the Falcons, you're the 12th pick. What are you going to do if you're the Falcons at pick 12?
The Falcons at pick 8?
Wait, are the Falcons at pick 8 or 12?
8. Yeah.
What? Oh, is this? Oh, no. This is just, yeah. Oh, this guy projects a trade 12-8. Never mind. Yeah. Falcons at 8.
Falcons
well,
at
you
8.
Still have a shot at J.J. McCarthy.
Well, you'll have J.J. will probably be there.
You have a shot at J.J. McCarthy. Then who's going for Justin Fields? Tampa? Would they go Justin Fields over Baker?
Why?
Overpaying Baker?
I mean, you're going to have to overpay Justin Fields when he's his QBR is 28th
I think
in the league.
These guys are going to cost you the same amount of money.
During his time, his QBR is 28th in the league.
Right. He's played better as of recently, but yeah, you're right. I mean, where does Justin Fields go?
Well, I think Pittsburgh.
I literally saw
gives
ESPN do a special. Does Justin Fields have a chance of being an MVP during his career? That's the dumbest.
Well, no,
senor!
No, senor! No, senor! Well, I don't know. He's got a lot of Lamar in him.
But where's he going to play?
Well,
where are we putting him? You said Steelers?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. That bastion of offensive integrity.
Well, it will be now with Justin, as opposed to baby hands.
Dad, are you going to
Geno Smith? Put him in Seattle? New Orleans is a possibility, maybe. Over Derek Carr, what?
They just reworked Derek Carr's deal. They are, what the Saints do. They keep pushing stuff down the road because they always feel like 8-8 is better than.
Didn't Michael
Thomas
rip him?
Well, you can't listen to what Michael Thomas has to say. He says stuff about everyone.
Everybody. 931 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for me to talk about Champion Energy. Being a champion. Please be a champion. Please go to champion.energy/1560. Please stop paying more. This is the time to get in right now because you get it in before and you're getting used to it and you know what it is before summer comes, okay? Get in now before all of your bills get extravagant and then you're like going, what am I doing here? If your contract is up, and there's a chance your contract is up, and your electricity company didn't tell you that there's a better rate out there for you, mine does all the time. Champion, every time that there's a better rate, they say your contract is up, and we can give you a better rate than we did last time. Who does that? All the other electricity companies just go, ooh, I hope they don't notice. We'll just keep on this one. We'll just stay on this one, Champion will let you know, and it's going to get you into the better rate every time. Champion.energy/1560. Get the best rate you can at champion.energy/1560.
athleticism also has to do with agility. His agility is better than he's getting on credit for. He's a little stiff, but fucking explosive, can jump. Hey, do you want more Stephen A? If so, why don't you watch his podcast, his video podcast? He was on with Bill Maher a couple weeks ago, talking about his book.
Did he talk about Jason Whitlock?
Didn't come up. Fat fucking bastard. Here's another thing for you to remember, you fat motherfucker.
You're listening to John and Lance and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Ryan Clark got a $2 million deal from ESPN. Is he just a guy?
Oh, so he was waiting it out because it looked like he had left his value. He wasn't on ESPN anymore. And so basically he let his contract expire and then played hardball.
He made a goodbye video. Well, it was I'm a free agent video he put it on Twitter or X, much like you would see a college athlete show all the highlights from their time at a certain school before they transfer. It was something very similar to that, except it was just him speaking. I know you don't like that sort of thing, Lance, but if you go,
what do you mean?
You don't like guys who have now turned everything into an announcement.
I don't love.
But
Ryan Clark, to me, he's well paid.
But that's what he did.
You use him so much. Yeah, I think you get your money's worth out of Ryan Clark.
No.
He's memorable. The things he says, don't always agree with it. He's memorable. I don't think he's always. I think he's hypocritical in certain. He comes off as being a guy who is keeping it real, but he also is not always honest. He's a little not disingenuous. That's not the word. He's hypocritical. He doesn't stay consistent with his thought process on certain things. However, he's on a billion different shows over there. He shows up and does a good job. He is, from what I can tell, professional on the air. I think Ryan Clark is well worth it. ESPN's clearly made a decision that they're going big brands, McAfee and Stephen A. Smith, and then they're going to hire people who work a multitude of like Ryan Clark is on with. A lot of people don't realize he does an MMA podcast or video cast with DC Donald Cormier. They talk MMA stuff.
Oh, yeah?
UFC. Yeah. So he does that too. He does his own The Pivot, which is not tied to it, although I'm surprised they haven't somehow tried to sell it to Disney. Ryan Clark's one of those guys that fits their new model of let's hire guys and have them do multiple things. Field Yates now does multiple things. I don't think he's overpaid at $2 million. Not for the amount of work he does.
I wasn't even referencing his skill set or the money. I'm just referencing he turned himself into a transfer portal guy with his announcement video.
Well, his contract was up.
But do you?
And he needed leverage. I was okay with that.
As a media personality, make a video about your next step.
Did he really do that?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, he made a video about, look, I've been on the grind. I mean, it started from here, and he started putting all the clips of his time at ESPN. And go, I'm now a free agent, is what he put out there.
And then he signed with his own team.
Yes.
Whether or not there's an argument of whether or not there was interest from other networks for him.
I would think there would be. Honestly, look, he takes strong. He'll take a passionate point of view. Yeah, I would absolutely have looked at him if I were Fox Sports. I don't think he'd want to go there, but I would absolutely be looking at him. NBC now. How can you pay him as much as like ESPN? Frankly, I thought he might have made more on ESPN because of all the shows he does. Don't they have him talking like he'll talk about? Does he? I don't know. Does he ever talk about basketball stuff? I think so.
I don't.
Does he not?
I don't know that.
I don't know
that.
When he's on one of their little shows, I don't know. But I think Ryan Clark. Let's face it, though, the amount of opportunities you have now because new media works for free in so many instances. People don't pay for advertising anymore. They don't like the model is eating itself, right? The model of sports media, people don't realize it's imploding, and a lot of new media is causing the implosion, and they think they're going to make money, but they really can't monetize the same way.
I mean, look at you. You were just watching a podcast with 3 guys on it, and you go, this is pretty good. And then you watched it for a minute, and you went, this isn't as good as I thought. It
depends. It depends.
Right?
But I do know that, it used to be you'd have, NBC may come after you, Fox Sports, and you still have Fox Sports and ESPN, but NBC television, are you doing that? I mean, ESPN owns so much of everything that's going on. Are you just going to go get on the desk with somebody before the game? 7 people there. J.J. Watt's already there. Nate Burleson's there. You've got, what are the opportunities anymore?
Well, I mean, everybody's got their own podcast.
Well,
everybody's got a podcast.
And his podcasters, I would think they could really monetize that one. Like if he wanted to go out on his own and do his own thing.
JJ?
No. I'm talking about Ryan Clark. But he ain't making $2 million on it, sharing it with 2 other guys. He ain't going to make that much. So it is smart for him to go to ESPN, and it is smart for ESPN to do that deal with them.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure. He is a bit controversial, and that's what they need.
He is.
Yep.
Well, that's their model.
That is their model. There's no question about that. When we come back, news. The weird, and it's weird. Okay, so you don't want to go anywhere here.
All right. Quick hit. Does any of them involve teachers?
Not that I know. No.
Do any of them involve ill-fated attempts at reworking the history of slavery through reenactments in their class?
No.
Through auctions?
No.
I always have to check on those 2. Were any planes turned around because of? Did any planes get turned around?
No planes turned around today.
Do any of them involve an OnlyFans teacher who was fired?
OnlyFans is involved today.
Yeah, okay.
OnlyFans is involved every day.
Yeah, put it on the bingo card.
Yeah.
And then was there a Florida man?
Oh, there's always a Florida man.
Okay.
Come on. That should have been your first one.
Bingo!
Yep. There's always a Florida man. There's always a John Daspit, too, for you.
There is always a John Daspit. And luckily, there's always a John Daspit for you. There's a law firm with, it's the biggest law firm in the city of Houston for personal injury lawyers. It's second biggest in the state. But, I mean, they're the most successful you're going to find in the state. And really, they have tremendous success now expanding outside of the state of Texas. And the reason's simple. John Daspit has a solution for fighting insurance companies. Insurance companies want to get settlements done with you very quickly. They don't want you to go to hospitals. They don't want you to check on yourself. They want to just cut you a check and have you saying, oh, that's nice. And then before you know it, it pays your bills, your hospital bills. Did it take care of the time missed from work? Does it take care of your physical therapy that you're having to go to after you go back to the doctor in 2 weeks and you find that the pain is even worse in your neck or your back or your shoulder, your hip? I mean, there's so many things to worry about, not to mention what is fair compensation for your pain and suffering. And John Daspit and his law firm understands that. They understand that you don't need to come out of pocket for any of the things I'm talking about if you've been injured due to someone else's negligence, whether it's at work, on the roadways, out on the water, it doesn't matter. John Daspit and a Daspit law firm will fight for you, and they will get you compensated in a fair manner that takes care of not only all your bills, but all your pain and suffering. It's John Daspit and the Daspit law firm, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
People are weird.
With John and Lance.
That's real weird.
Okay, a new study, an expert says more women may be psychopaths than previously thought. Do you believe that more women are psychopaths than we used to think? Or
is this a clinical definition of a psychopath?
Well, actually, now they
say
say
it's a study.
They say this. They say that recognize women. A small mounting body of evidence describes female psychopaths as prone to expressing violence verbally rather than physically.
Okay, can I read?
With the violence being of a relational and emotional nature, more subtle and less obvious.
Okay, maybe Dell should answer this because he's in the market for a psychopath. But let me, I'm going to read you the definition and you tell me. A mentally unstable person, especially a person having an egocentric and antisocial personality marked by a lack of remorse for one's actions and an absence of empathy for others, and often criminal tendencies.
Yeah.
Do I think there are more females? There are more than people thought? Yes, I do.
Yeah, probably.
I think there are more psychopaths in the world than previously thought.
I think there are more female psychopaths. I don't know. I've always thought that there are a lot of female psychopaths. I've found when I was younger, I ran across a lot of them. When I was younger, not so much anymore, but in my younger days, I ran across, or maybe I made them psychopathic. I don't know.
You are a contributing factor.
Let me ask you guys this: are you baby girl?
No. What?
Yeah.
Am I baby girl?
A man who is baby girl comes across as sweet, charming, a bit bashful, and seemingly in touch with their feminine side.
Who made this?
Ready to talk about their feelings.
Who made this up?
Or carry a purse to brunch at any point.
No, I'm not baby girl. Who made this term
Well,
up?
apparently Jacob Elordi, Elvis, and Saltburn.
Yeah, he played Elvis in the Priscilla movie.
Yeah, in the Priscilla movie.
Oh, the guy who talks like this.
Yeah, the one he actually was better than the Elvis. Actually, if you want to know the truth,
better than what?
Talk like that. Pedro Pascal, Timothy Chalamet, Jacob Elordi, all baby girl. The women love baby.
The women love him.
Who said that? Who made all that? Where are you seeing
Women
this?
are loving men who embrace baby girl.
That's
and
this
ditch,
sounds.
You're a toxic masculine. You have toxic masculinity.
Look, don't call it have baby girl. This is something about this is really pissing me off. I can't.
Why
put my
are you
finger.
being bothered?
Maybe it's you reading it. It's giving baby girl. Like I'm waiting for you to say that. He's giving baby girl. That's something
Baby.
about this is so like this fake wordology that people this fake.
No, he's baby girl.
He's baby girl. What?
He's so baby girl.
Oh man, move to the next one.
A man who is
This is so irritating.
A man who is very cutesy in a slightly submissive way.
Oh, Pedro Pascal. Really? The guy from Narcos?
Yeah.
Well, he's just
That's
playing
his
an actor.
character.
Submissive baby girl.
Actor.
I'm baby geek.
Have
No,
you
who
watched
does
him
that?
as an actual real life person as opposed to a character he plays? He's got some baby girl vibes.
He does
Baby
a little bit.
girl
Maybe a little
Pedro
bit.
Pascal?
Yes, watch him. Watch him as a real person, not as a character.
The characters
Not
are
as
their
the
real
Viper
people.
from Game of
You
Thrones.
bring things from your own life into your character. That's what we do in acting.
No,
You're not an actor.
No,
Community theater.
No, you don't bring anything from your real life into
community
you play
theater.
the character.
Yeah, but in community theater, your lived experiences, sometimes I bring them to the table.
I mean, Rock Hudson was always going after the girl in movies.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Yep.
He didn't bring that in real life.
He had different energy.
A lot different energy.
You with that shirt, you're giving baby girl.
We have not talked about the shirt today.
Are you saving that for the Snark
No.
Tank or Mopey and Mapes?
No, it's not the name of the show. But we should have talked about that shirt.
I know.
That
What's
shirt
the matter with
earlier.
the shirt?
It's a.
I got blue shorts on with blue stripes here. I'm telling
What else?
You're
classy.
You're giving Rock Hudson.
You're giving baby girl for sure with that.
No,
That's not even pink. I don't even know what
I'm
that
not
is.
baby girl.
Not
okay?
baby girl.
It's reddish.
Is it chartreuse or fuchsia?
reddish.
Which one is?
Did a
I got this at the Greenbrier. Okay, have you been to the Greenbrier? No. Starbucks is releasing a pork-flavored coffee in China. Do you want a pork-flavored coffee?
Yeah, I'll try it.
I know, right?
I know there's a bacon syrup that you can put in your coffee.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's a bacon syrup, like one of those, those push-down little squeeze syrups that they have. Well, I don't know if they still have it, but there used to be one that was bacon.
What, is this the year of the pig or something? Is that why?
I don't know.
That's why they're doing it in China, I guess. Squatters have taken over a Hollywood home and started renting rooms to OnlyFans models. Do you want to watch OnlyFans from a house that's been squatted?
You know what I hate worse than baby girl?
Is squatting.
Is squatters.
No.
If every squatter could be, if you could throw instead of spraying them in the face with bear spray, literally just throw that whole liquid on top of them. The unmitigated gall to get into somebody's house and say, it's ours now. No. Absolutely not. That has to end in a fight.
No.
That has to end in a fight with weapons.
I heard a story about a guy.
Squatters.
They took over their house, and he said, okay, watch this. And he brought about a dozen of his buddies over to the house, and they were out pretty quickly after that. Okay.
What happened? You know somebody who got squatted on?
Squatted on. Yeah. Yes. You know him too.
Like how do how do you have squatters?
Or he was part of the group that went over and said, you ain't squatting here.
How in the world would that be?
No. There is zero chance that I would let I would go. I'm going to kill you all.
Hold on.
Going to kill you all. You can, okay, you
Save
think
that,
you're going to take my house.
But hold on. I will say, Hollywood Hills, somehow they got to squat on that, and then they're renting out rooms of something they don't own to OnlyFans models?
Yeah.
I mean, the hustle is extraordinary.
Not only
elite hustle.
did you squat, but you're renting rooms.
Elite hustle. Not only did you get in there free, you're making money on your free property.
Yeah.
But I would also, you have to release bees in there. You have to put snakes in there. First thing I was doing, poisonous vipers. And that's got to be legal.
That's
not
legal.
Have to be able to fight squatters. If there's no rules, look, squatters means there's no rule. You have no ownership of your home. So all rules are off then. You can't impose other laws.
You probably still can't kill them. All right. So here's something that's going on in Missouri. Missouri Republicans are bidding to bring back dueling for senators. How awesome would that be?
Missouri doesn't really.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Kansas City's gun laws?
Did you
hear about that? Their gun laws where you can just you can tow anything you want around.
Right.
It's the most one of the most aggressive. The fact that they've got dueling now, I'd like to say
he's introduced the bill. He wants to reintroduce duelings to solve political differences. Awesome.
Like Hamilton and Burr?
Yes. How awesome.
But no one's shooting in the sky to make a point. And then what happens?
I'm voting yes. Yes.
Yeah, as long as it's in your state, that's fine.
Yes, as long as it's a senator, two senators.
Yeah, if it's not in my state, that's fine. But it's got to be in the same political party.
Ted Cruz, and
I'm not doing it across party lines.
Do we know any other senators?
No, it's a mystery.
Is
Abbott is governor?
Yeah, no. Ted Cruz and Conley.
Senator Richard Conley.
Yeah, or something.
Senator Mike Conley.
No one knows.
That's a point guard.
Okay.
Okay. Is Cruz a congressman or a senator?
I believe
he's senator.
Yes.
No one knows.
He's senator.
9:56.
If it's in the same political party, you should be able to.
The New Delhi Show is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A lot of Indian cuisine, I think, is going to be talked about next.
That's unlikely.
It's New Delhi. Hello.
Well, you made up that name.
I'm not sure. Anyway, that's next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody.
ESPN 97.5.
Bye, bitch.
Innovation has always been the hallmark of Pro Dunk basketball goals. Their latest invention is a game changer. Jeremy Branham here. Pro Dunk goals have been adjustable for years, allowing you to raise and lower the height of your goal, but now you can use their patent-pending Lightning Adjust feature to change the height 10 times faster. It's so easy and fun to do. Check out the new Lightning Adjust feature at ProDunk.com. The best basketball goals on the planet. ProDunk.com.
13 years ago, Veritex Community Bank opened its doors with the intention to serve others and grow the community. Over 40,000 customers choose the bank with truth in its name. Wouldn't you like to experience truth in Texas banking? Join Team Veritex today. Member FDIC.
If your patio furniture is looking shoddy, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you, right, Robin?
We'll give it a facelift like you've never seen before.
Free pickup and delivery at HoustonPowderCoaters.com. 281-676-3888 for all your patio furniture needs.
ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
It's time for the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
When the world was a time of this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world, something else. We could leave any day and call for help. We were gods, nobody was above me. The A on my chest like a Dolce. The A on my chest, put your fist up. The A on my chest like a chipmunk. Alvin.
Welcome into the Del Olaleye Show. That turnaround is quick, Sean. Without the promo stuff that we normally have when Paul was doing this time slot to, let him settle in.
Yeah, we might have to throw in a promo or two.
We gotta find some promos because the transition. It's a short walk. The walk from that control room.
Gotta pick up your things.
Yeah, the walk from that control room into this room is a short one, but it's still quick when I'm handling the final break of the John and Lance show and then starting this show. But welcome into the show. We're back in the studio. We were at Republic Boot Company yesterday, so it may not be the first official show of the Del Olaleye Show, but it's the first official one in the place we'll be normally doing the show from. I am Del Olaleye. Sean Mapes is the producer. You can find me at DelV2. Thanks for that, Joe. Joe's helping us out. Such a quick turnaround, I didn't even close the door, so Joe takes care of that. At Sean A. Mapes is where you can tweet at Sean. You can see the show on YouTube. ESPN Houston is the YouTube channel. Easy to find it. You can either go on YouTube and type that in or just type it in on Google, and it'll come up. So those are the ways you can watch, to listen at ESPN 97.5, the traditional way that you normally would, or you might have the app. But welcome into the show. A couple of things I want to get to early. Sean made his way out to Republic Boot Company yesterday. This whole station was out there. He is the producer for the Gallant and George show, so maybe he just wanted to make an appearance on the new show he's on. And I realized that maybe the nickname for this show should be Nap Time. Not that you should fall asleep, but the guys who work on the show like a nap. Because Sean had a different day than he's normally going to have. He was up early producing the John and Lance show because I was out on remote as an engineer. But Sean showed up at Republic Boot Company, did a segment with the new show, and then promptly said, once he saw me as he walked out, "Oh, this place is really close to my home. I decided to stop by, but now it's nap time." And I am right there with him. It's kind of always nap time for me, honestly.
That's your secret. I'm always napping.
Yeah, even when my eyes are open.
Yeah, no, I especially doing John and Lance. And I think part of it's because it's not like a regular thing for me, is that I'm not in the routine of having to wake up at 5:30 to do a radio show. So when I have to do it, it's all about the night before. The night before, I don't prepare well, don't have a good week of practice, and I come out and I feel like my performance is affected.
Yeah, you didn't hydrate throughout the week to get ready for it.
Did not hydrate, no.
You didn't drink your fluids.
Did not get acclimated. Didn't play the loud fight song at practice all week.
That's right.
No.
You were not prepared. You walked in, I didn't know it would be this loud here.
Yeah.
Or you didn't bring your cold weather gear. All the things you need to do to get ready for an early morning show, he did not do. So I don't have that excuse, and I still take naps. So I can't pretend like I'm not prepared for the moment. I just still like to indulge.
Yeah, it might just be a thing.
It might just be a thing. You get up that early. You find some time during the day to try to get those hours back. But
But so we have that in common. We'll see how much else we have in common as the show goes on. Some news, I won't say it broke because it's not really breaking news. You would assume the Ravens would really want to retain good players. We're going to get to that later. It appears that another potential Texans target comes off the board. T. Higgins came off the board yesterday. A Ravens player that a lot of people are interested in, at least from a Texas perspective, has come off the board because the GMs are at the combine. Lance is going to make his way there. I believe maybe starting tomorrow he'll be there. So the GMs are there. They're doing their postseason thing where they talk to all the reporters there and they're asked questions about potential free agents. And Eric DaCosta, the Ravens GM, has told the world that one potential free agent they are going to try their damnedest to keep, whether it be through the franchise tag or getting a long-term deal done. So we'll get to that a little bit later. He'll join Chris Jones as another defensive tackle that the Texans apparently won't get their chance at unless they try to trade for him, which costs quite a bit. T. Higgins, a wide receiver, he came off the board yesterday. In that regard, the Bengals placed a franchise tag on him. So if you're looking for high-level, big-name impact guys to join the Texans because of what you saw last year and the money you're going to be able to spend, those names are coming off the board pretty quickly because, oddly enough, good players want to be kept by the teams they currently reside on. So we'll see how the Texans maneuver going forward as the free agency period doesn't start, at least official tampering doesn't start until March 11th. We'll see how it plays out. Speaking of the Texans, Sean, the Texans have had a bit of palace intrigue off the field because you have like the prototypical son out of a bad Lifetime movie trying to steal the company away from the doting son and trying to put his mom in a home. And if you've seen him one of those movies, you've seen them all. There's the good kid who's always with mom or dad. He's been taking care of the family, and then you have the bad son or the bad daughter who, made their life someplace else. But when there's money at stake, they come back and they try to insert themselves into the family business. Well, our Kerry McNair apparently is that son, and Cal McNair is the good son. But what we found out, Sean, is that he dropped his claim on guardianship for Janice McNair because he couldn't get an independent doctor to be the one who got a diagnosis because her personal doctor wasn't going to say she's unfit, which means the Texans remain in the soft video game playing hands of Cal.
The hot Cheeto dusted fingers of Cal McNair.
It is rodeo time.
It is crazy that this is like a storyline out of Succession. Is like what this is.
So Succession is the high level version of what I'm discussing. Yeah. I mean, Succession is prestige television. It also comes down to Lifetime movie where there are bad actors. But you're right. This is, if we're talking about the level of money being involved, it is Succession.
Yes. But now maybe because it involves Cal McNair, it isn't exactly to that level. Although maybe he's the Roman Roy of the McNair family. And Kerry McNair, this is a big time Kindle move.
Yeah. Bore on the floor for the McNairs. How would that go? Janice just yelling at them to do that. That's not a great visual, but I think it'd be very, very funny. So yeah, if you missed it, and if you don't know about the palace intrigue involved, our Kerry McNair, the one who people thought would be the savior of the Texans when the Texans were in a very bad way as the transition from former owner because he passed away, Robert McNair, or Bob McNair as we called him. That ownership transitioned to Cal, and we saw the downturn of the Texans as Cal was in full control, though Janice, I guess, in name and maybe name only, is the owner. But everyone was praying. We don't know anything about this other kid, so hopefully this kid will come in and he will change our fortunes because he's running businesses. He can't be worse than Cal. So please, Kerry, save us. Well, Kerry didn't care about football allegedly until Kerry found a way in to make a quick buck. It wouldn't have been quick because selling a team takes a while, but he would have made a lot of money if he could get control. Not going to happen, at least with this avenue, because he's kind of his water's been shut off in that regard when he wasn't able to get an independent doctor. So he drops he drops his lawsuit to have his mother declared incapacitated and have a guardian appointed over. That's done. That was dropped yesterday. So the Texans, at least for now, remain in the hands of who we all know and love, Hannah. Because I don't know if anyone's like, great, Cal has a team, but if Hannah is the one who is the one leading the charge, everyone feels a little bit comfortable. And all it takes is one off season of hiring the right coach and drafting the right quarterback, which isn't easy, but you get it done, and now everyone loves you. And the new uniforms are coming this off season. We'll see what they look like. We'll see what that rebrand looks like, despite the logo being the same. So all good on the Texans front. Now they just have to get more players. And as I mentioned, some of that stuff is taken off the table, but they'll still have their opportunities to sign their own guys and hopefully improve the team from the outside along with the draft. The worst part of the Texans being good, Sean, is the fact that every free agent that comes on that either gets released or is mentioned as a person looking to make a move, we have to have a discussion about it. We had a caller, Julian, who is the worst, as we figured out yesterday. He called in about Tomlinson, a former 49er offensive lineman. That's why he was so interested in it. He was a Jet, and he led off by saying, I know he was subpar for the Jets the last couple of years, but should the Texans sign him? Because he was in that system with the Jets. No more.
Hey, he stunk in that system.
No more subpar players. He was okay with the 49ers, not so great with the Jets, and the Jets and the Niners and the Texans have all these strands that connect each other because of the coaching tree of Shanahan. But why would we want a stinky player for the Jets who wasn't good for the Jets, but we want him here? We have our own issues with guard play.
Yeah, the worst part is, or one bad part is the Saquon Barkley, the Mike Evans, the T. Higgins, the Justin Madubuike's, the every single like A-plus list free agent gets photoshopped into a Texans uniform, and there's YouTube videos saying, should they pursue XYZ? And the answer most of the time is yes. And, well, that's impossible. They can't really sign all of these guys. They can't sign all the best free agents. That's never how it works. And so that part's bad. But then once the trickle down is really the worst, when it turns into like, hey, this guy, what about this guy? What about this guy under the radar? I know he stunk the last 3 years, but what about,
Maybe,
how about him?
Well, maybe D'Amico could turn him around.
Knows the system.
And Shaq Barrett is the one who knows the system, but he has been recently released. He will not be a Tampa Bay Buck next year, a pass rusher, so you know. Yeah. Now, that just happened today, but you know discussion will...
Photoshops are happening.
A discussion will have to be had about having Shaq Barrett come here because he's a name. He's a Super Bowl champion, so of course, let's go sign the 30-plus-year-old defensive end and bring him on board, because the Texans are in a spot where people want to talk about them. So every player who's available must be. The YouTube video thing is great because once you get into that algorithm of seeing all of them, even if you don't watch them, you see the links come up, and sometimes you look. They go. It's always about how great the team is, and you haven't heard about it yet.
Yeah.
Like, this is why this team's unstoppable, and they'll just insert different teams, and you'll look at it 100,000 views just because he's going to say this. He's going to say something about why you have to look out for the Rockets, or this will break the league. All right, knock it off.
Or the one where it's it's C.J. Stroud, it's Tank Dell, it's Nico Collins, it's Saquon Barkley, it's Derrick Henry, and you're like, why this offense has the NFL shaking in their boots?
I was like, first off, Saquon's not on the roster.
Yeah. Also, they're not going to sign both Saquon and Derrick Henry.
Yeah. Why? The Texans are a couple moves away from challenging the Chiefs or ending the Chiefs dynasty.
Yeah.
Okay. Unless one of those moves is kidnapping Patrick Mahomes, I'm not gonna buy it. If you put that in your video, I would say okay. Valid, but other than that,
Kerry McNair, how bad do you want it? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, if you want the ownership, find a way.
Do a couple favors for us.
Yeah, we want to see how bad you want it. Yeah,
get your Nancy or was Nancy Kerrigan?
Tanya Harding on.
Tanya Harding on.
I mean, we're not saying hurt Patrick Mahomes, but make him so he doesn't want to play football anymore. That's all. I don't know how you do that. Yeah, just persuade the man and say, you don't want to do this anymore, do you, Patrick?
We started with a Lifetime movie where there's one son who doesn't care about the family business and he wants to sell it and make it a theme park or something. Yeah. And now we've moved on to Godfather is where we've ended it. This is intimidation mob task.
From Lifetime to Godfather, I think it's a step up. So
it is a step up.
Unless you find the Godfather.
It's only day 2 of the show. Look at us.
Look at us making moves. Day 2 of the show, segment 1 over. Coming back, Sean actually mentioned the name I was teasing. We'll play the sound from Eric DaCosta about what he thinks about a certain defensive tackle and what his plans are for the Ravens and why he may not be in the plans for the Texans going forward if he ever was. We're going to hear from Spencer Areghetti. Apparently, we have to say things because he's Italian, at least that name's Italian, with an accent. We'll hear from him on his first outing in spring training. We'll have some news from Brian McTaggart. He does his daily notes about the Astros. He has some notes about Justin Verlander, among others. I just found out one person is a generational chucker. We'll get to that person a little bit later in the show. Real Allen Iverson vibes from this person. We'll talk about that person a little bit later. Something historic happened in the world of soccer, not in the U.S.'s favor. From our neighbors down south, did something historic. We'll get to that as well. So a full show. Del Olaleye, Sean Mapes here on the Del Olaleye Show. We'll be back.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560. John Granado here with Dr. Kane Linville from 975hair.com. Right now, Doc, you got a discount going on for everybody out there.
Yeah, that's right. We have a really great discount going through the end of the year for $350 a graft. Just to give some basis, $350 a graft is really a big discount when we're already doing them at $4 a graft, which is on the low end. And $350 a graft is a really big deal. It's going to equate to about $1,000 off or so typically.
Do you need hair? I needed hair. I got hair. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
A sports extravaganza on CW39 Houston this Saturday, starting at 11:30 a.m. Live Golf is in full swing with second-round action from Royal Greens. Then at 4:30, you're home for ACC basketball all season with a huge doubleheader. Wake Forest battles Virginia Tech live from Blacksburg, and at 6:45, Clemson squares off against Notre Dame. And at 10, all the scores and highlights with Todd Freed on H-Town High School Sports. Watch Saturday, starting at 11:30 a.m. on CW39 Houston.
Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello?
This is your fortune. Listen, the Mega Millions jackpot is over $500 million. Download the free Jackpot.com lottery app and buy your official state lottery tickets right from your phone.
I can do that.
With the Jackpot.com lottery app, you can.
Your fortune is calling. Download the free Jackpot.com lottery app and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Plus, get a free lottery ticket with your first play. Go to the App Store and search for the Jackpot.com lottery app.
Paul Miller's with me from Great Plate. You know, Paul, I know you for Passarella's Great Italian. You've got Jack's Grill. You've got Union Kitchen. You've now got wine as well.
We're very excited to announce that we are doing Vine Memorial, 7951 Katy Freeway, right at the intersection of Chimney Rock and I-10. My wife and I both love wine forever. We're both level 2 somms. Very excited to share some with the city.
That's going to be awesome. Nothing goes better with great food than great wine. Now you can pick that up at Vine Memorial right there at Chimney Rock and I-10.
When it comes to Ford, there's only one name you need to know in Houston, Chastang Ford. Discover the power, style, and reliability of Ford vehicles at Chastang Ford. From work trucks to sleek SUVs and to EVs, Chastang Ford has the perfect Ford for you. Get ready to turn your automotive dreams into reality with their exceptional team of friendly Ford truck experts. They're always at your service, eager to make your experience unforgettable. So why wait? Visit them online at ChastangFord.com or give them a call and experience the Chastang Ford difference.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The show, you can call the show, 713-780-3776. If you have a dream free agent signing for the Texans this offseason, let us know. I mean, it may not be viable, it may not be possible, but let us know. We'll have the discussion with you. No bad ideas until we hear your bad idea, then we will clearly point out how bad of an idea it was.
Dream big. The salary cap doesn't exist.
Yeah, don't worry about it. If you got a trade that you think that can pop off, I mean, try it. I don't know how many fantasy trades I can stomach, but if you're first in, I'm not gonna hang up on you. So you can call the show 713-780-3776. Before we went to the break, I mentioned Eric DeCosta, the GM for the Baltimore Ravens. Very successful, a team the Texans saw a couple times last year, and we know there's a gap between the two. How do you close the gap? Besides telling Lamar Jackson he can't play football anymore, you sign one of their best players. At least you attempt to. We've heard talk, at least I don't know if the Texans had any interest, but some of the conversation was about Chris Jones, the Chiefs' star defensive tackle. He told the world he wasn't in a stupor, but he was probably inebriated at their Super Bowl celebration, their parade, that he wasn't going anywhere. Just a matter of BK hasn't said as much because they didn't win a Super Bowl. But as I mentioned, we've got the combine going on and the GMs are there. And here's Eric DeCosta on their plan for their star defensive tackle. At least I think we have. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's my ear. That's not on Sean. That's on my earbuds. They went out, so I'm waiting, and I actually didn't get to hear any of it.
Houston heard it.
Yeah, so it's fine. I've heard it already. So, but I didn't hear it that time because my earbuds are crapping out on me. So, as you might expect, the Ravens GM wants to keep him, and they want a long-term deal, but they will franchise him if they don't get that done. He is a problem. He had a great year in a contract year, and that always is something you might want to question, but not if you're the Ravens. You know he's great in your system. You retained your defensive coordinator, if I'm remembering correctly. He didn't take the Seattle job, did he?
He did take the Seattle
Yes, okay.
job.
They have. Yeah, you're right because I
they
remember
took the Michigan defensive coordinator.
Yes, they because there's a tie in there. You're right about that. I don't know how I forgot that. Probably because at some point the coaching carousel bores me. But there it is. They did lose their defensive coordinator, but they will continue to run that type of defense. So how do you keep Patrick Queen? If, by the way, another free agent. If you keep him, if you keep Roquan Smith, how do you keep those two clean to let them make plays? You keep your star defensive tackle. So the plan is Justin Madubuike stays, and the Texans, if they were interested, will have to go in a different direction. And hopefully there is a plan in place because some of that star talent on the defensive side of the ball, particularly on the defensive line, is drying up. If we talk about maybe the next guy in line, Christian Wilkins, because of the change in the salary cap, all of a sudden the Dolphins have more cap space. They've done some. They're cutting Xavier Howard. They're not bringing back another defensive end. So now they're making moves to hold on to some of their players. So maybe Christian Wilkins signs a long-term deal with the Dolphins. It's also been floated out that they wouldn't be against giving him the franchise tag. So some of the star power is day by day leaving the free agency pool, but there's still time, and there will still be some players, but maybe the ones you're not so excited about. Let's get to Willie. He wants to be the first caller today. What's up, Willie?
Hey, good morning, Dell. I just wanted to congratulate you on your show. I love listening to you on the bench, man, with John and Lance. I just drove literally 24 hours from Houston to Chicago, and I have to say, everything that John said about Chicago, trash. The food here is trash. The weather's trash. Can't wait to get back to Houston. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Again, congratulations. Love hearing you on the radio. Have a good day,
appreciate
bro.
that, Willie. And John, because he's a turncoat, he would agree with you about Chicago. He, outside of his love of what he thinks is Chicago pizza, he will tell you, I moved down here for a reason. He doesn't hold Chicago in as high of esteem as you might think because he came from here. Now there are a lot of people here in this city who are transplants, particularly of the northeastern variety. Hell, you hear a lot of them on radios. So one of them will be up next. It just so happens the Northeasterners love that part of the country, mostly because of their sports teams. At least that's what I hear. It's all about either they went to Syracuse or they love the Pats or whoever, or they love one of the New York teams.
Really painting a picture here. Someone who went to Syracuse and loves the
you know, when I said Syracuse, I didn't remember that Paul went there, and then I was like, oh yeah, he did go there. I'm being very obvious about this for at least a couple people, but I know he's not a New York fan. But like you guys know, you listen to the sports stations here. A lot of people who aren't from here are from the Northeast, and they went to one of those prestigious schools, and they love that part of the country, and they love talking about their teams. John is not one of those guys, and I make fun of him because as long as you get him a T-shirt, he'll root for your team. It's proof positive. He'll come in here with the Seattle Seahawks shirt on because of his buddies used to work there. So the Chicago stuff, fine, but doesn't have the right. It doesn't land the same when the guy doesn't care, and John doesn't care. So, but I'll agree with you because you're the first caller. Chicago is trash, even though I've never been there and I've heard a lot of good things about it. It's trash because Willie said it, and I have no proof to say he's wrong. So, first caller today, Willie, Chicago's trash. You were locked in on that. So the Texans probably out of Justin Madubuike. We'll see. Free agency still a couple weeks away, and we'll see how that plays out. I did want to get to the Astros before we went to the break. At least one particular Astro, Spencer Arrighetti, made his first appearance in spring training. The Astros can't hit the baseball right now, which is fine, but at least Spencer Arrighetti in his first outing, not a guy who's quote unquote working on stuff as we talked about on the John and Lance show. He's a guy who's looking for a spot. I don't know if he'll get it, but he did get off to a pretty good start with the Astros, and here's what he had to say about it. He said some other things, said he could have done a little better with the sliders. And I bring that up because the slider is a big deal when it comes to Justin Verlander. It's a question about when he'll start throwing sliders off the mound. He says they're still making some this is Joe Espada on their bullpen, but I'll get to what Verlander had to say. We still got some time. Obviously, it's tight, but things are progressing. It's kind of like the same as I'm doing with my rehab right now, day by day. We're not even looking a week out or 2 weeks out, and it's hard to forecast anything past that. And that was in reference to he admitted his timeline could be tight about throwing sliders off when he's throwing sliders off the flat ground right now, and when he'll be able to start facing hitters soon. We're at a point where we're just going to assume this guy isn't ready for opening day, right? Justin Verlander will be someone that they're going to be careful with. He's older. We know he's missed in recent memory large chunks of time as an Astro. Do you expect to see him on opening day?
No. I mean, I don't think that should be the goal either, is to get out there for opening day. It's for the Astros. I don't know, their opening day starter would then just be Framber Valdez, who's not a bad opening day starter. And then I mean this team's looking to peak late in the season, peak late in the season in October. And if anything, rushing a 41-year-old back would just jeopardize not just the near term, but also the longer term of where this season ultimately, comes down to whether it's success or failure. So, I mean, we're rushing guys back for opening day. Come on.
And beyond the whole, it's a marathon, not a sprint. All the old stuff when we are making jokes about baseball, and you can't determine anything about a season until 100 games, whatever the jokes you want to make. This is a team who has set a precedent where only really one thing matters, and that's getting back and winning another World Series. So if Justin Verlander has to miss his first 3 starts, sure, it'd be concerning because he's older, but if it leads to him being healthy the rest of the way, who cares? I don't care. Let them at hell. If he wants to pull a Lance McCullers, not because he's forced to, but because he wants to. If he wants to sit, or Roger Clemens, excuse me. Actually, I used the wrong name. Let's use Roger Clemens.
Just pull Roger Clemens.
Yeah,
come in June.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to pitch till June to make sure he's strong, he's as strong as possible once the postseason hits and the stretch run hits. Great. It wouldn't bother me because I think the Astros have enough on that pitching staff to get in their lineup to get them through waiting on Justin Verlander. He is one of those who you wait for. And if he needs time, give him time. And this is when I kind of trampled over Verlander's quotes. This is what a spot I had to say. We got to start making some decisions here pretty soon, so the bullpen tomorrow will determine what's next. By tomorrow, he meant today, because these are words from Brian McTaggart's kind of news and notes from yesterday. So the bullpen will be today. We'll see how Verlander does, and then we'll probably have a decision about his near future here as the Astros inch towards, and I mean inch, because every day it's picking and choosing quotes that you think matter, but we all know this team in particular, all that matters is where they are in September and October. But the ride should be fun. It's a new manager. We'll see how that plays out throughout the year, but it's a pretty consistent lineup, and we hope the bullpen lives up, at least the back end of it lives up to the hype and the expectations that we have, and we'll go from there. But Justin Verlander, bullpen session today to determine his near future, and we'll see how it goes, and hopefully it goes well. And if it's something they need to push his timetable back, we are more than fine with that. I talked about Cam Newton yesterday. Well, there has been a response from the individuals he held off like they were 8-year-olds while they were trying to beat him up. We'll hear from them, hopefully. I know we're having some issues in the control room, not with Sean, but with some of our sound. Hopefully we'll hear from them, and if not, I'll kind of outline what they said as they respond. And as you might expect, they're blaming Cam for this. Giant surprise. And all we saw was a fight. We don't know what led up to it, but the other side has spoken, and no one wants to hear from it because all we remember is them being pushed around by Cam. But we'll hear what they have to say on the other side. The Olaleye Show. We'll be back. All right, cool.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back, and we'll get to the Top Shelf Performance audio and their response to the Cam Newton incident. But Sean informed me of something during the break. There is a radio row at the Combine. Because Sean saw someone who used to work here tweet about it, Jake Asman. He's there he's got his own table and I guess what you would call it. I like to call them tablecloths. The Jake Asman Show tablecloth is there promoting his show. But there's people show up to the Combine. Radio, I know people do, but a radio station, full on radio stations. What are they? Are they there the entire day? Like Jake has a YouTube show, so if he wants to go to the Combine, whatever. But we know Texans radio's there. We're seeing that. Hey, Joe, how come we didn't get to go to Combine? he gives me the thumbs down. How come we didn't get to send the station to the Combine? What is that?
Did you want to go to Indy with Lance? You want to?
I don't want to
be
go
in a middle seat between Lance and John.
I don't want to go to Papa
Radio
Do's
Row?
with Lance. Forget about getting on a plane. I go to Lake Charles on the protest. Those guys try to give me. They go, hey, you want to carpool? Hell no, I don't want to carpool with you two. I don't know why you do. Why you two do? I always want the ability to leave. Like, I don't want to be waiting on these guys. Hey, well, can we go home? Can we go back to Houston now? Nah, man. I don't want to be in a car with them for that long. I protest doing the show with them for 3 hours. That's why I'm happy to have my own room in there. The Radio Row Combine, or the Radio Row at the Combine. I can't imagine it. What are we doing? I know football is king, but that's a lot. That is a lot.
Do they have like the Super Bowl Radio Row thing where it's like Emmitt Smith is walking around talking about Old Spice?
I think it's mostly you're interviewing other guys who are there that like you, or maybe I don't know if you get your
podcasters and radio hosts interviewing other podcasters.
Pretty
and radio
much,
hosts?
it's like the ESPN model, like where all they do is have all their guests are just people who work there.
Yeah.
So it feels like that, except it's just your friends who happen to be there themselves. It's not like from what I'm looking at the room right now as someone's doing a pan of the room. It's a substantial presence, but it's not like Super Bowl. You're not getting these full like TV setups. You're just getting tables and people do their shows from there. I'm sure maybe like the Athletic, maybe the Ringer, maybe send their football people there, but that's nuts. Indianapolis in February for the Combine. Apparently it's good weather. I saw someone say it's 70 degrees there. So the All-Star game missed out by a couple weeks. They missed out on the good weather, but nah, not doing it. I like football. I don't love it, but I like it quite a bit. But if that was the assignment, I'm gonna stay home. Someone else can take that gig. But yeah, apparently we're at a point where football and the Combine gets that type of attention. As I mentioned, Lance will be there tomorrow, but I think he's doing it from his hotel room. I don't know if he's going to be in the building where he does it. Then he'll go watch all the players work out and
in their underwear.
In their underwear and lift and stuff, because apparently that's appealing. But
you mentioned that it's 70 in Indianapolis on the last week of February.
Yeah.
Not to go full, climate change on us, but it's really warm.
Concerning
everywhere, huh?
It's a little concerning.
It's very warm everywhere.
Yeah. Odd even. Concerning and odd. Even if we don't need to get into the politics of it, but it's odd. That is that warm there.
We still have winter. It's just 4 weeks of it.
Yeah. Even in Indianapolis, we'll see if the weather turns in the middle of March. But yeah, late February. I mean, you've got good weather for
everywhere in America.
Shorts and a t-shirt in Indy in late February. Shout out to I don't know,
the Earth,
carbon dioxide.
Yeah. Shout out to the Earth.
I don't know if the Earth is happy with it. I'm just saying who caused it. I'm going to go with carbon dioxide at a minimum. Wow. Well, I mean, if you can get the gig and you like it, go out to the Combine and watch the quarterbacks not work out, because that's a main storyline. None of those guys want to throw, at least not the top guys. I don't know if Drake May will, but we heard of Daniels from LSU and Caleb Williams. Neither of those guys are going to do what anyone wants them to do, which is throw the football and impress them with their arm strength and their ability to move against air.
At some point, though, if all the top guys don't throw, then like one of the top guys will be like, well, I can get a lot of easy buzz from just whipping the ball all over the place. Because everyone else who's throwing is, going to be a 5th-round pick. They're going to go pro in something other than sports. And then I'm, Drake May. And I saw a video, and of course, none of this matters. I remember Jamarcus Russell being able to throw the entire length of the football field from his knees. But Drake May was like hitting the crossbar from 80 yards away.
Yeah, I saw it.
If you can do that at the combine and no one else who can even come close to that is throwing, I feel like just psychologically all the teams are going to look at each other and be like, whoa, this guy's an alien.
Michael Penix, your time to shine, buddy. Get out there and elevate your draft stats because the other guys aren't throwing the football. Now, I don't foresee him surpassing any of the top 3 or 4. He's got injury concerns, a lot of them. But, hey, the last impression of you was Michigan beating you up and you missing throws anytime you had to move off your spot. Change the narrative, Michael Penix. I'm sure your pro day will help in that regard. But if you're going to go to the combine, make some noise, and we'll see. Because there are plenty of radio people who will be a buzz because they're all there for Combine Radio Row. I didn't want to get to. I mean, Cam was at the combine at one point, and now he's just fighting off. I wouldn't say little people; they just look little next to Cam. Now he's fighting off people at 7-on-7 tournaments. So if you missed it over the weekend, Cam Newton was in an altercation with several people of the Top Shelf Performance 7-on-7 team. Now, I don't think any of their players were involved. It was coaches and representatives. I think one of Cam Newton's players, at least on his team, got involved to break it up because his guy was getting jumped. Here is the response from the Top Shelf production Top Shelf Performance team about the incident on Sunday.
I just want to know, like, what transpired, like, what can make anyone, like, so angry because sitting here and I'm speaking to you guys and there's so much
that didn't sound good. Let me try again.
We're going to do that over because we heard what you heard, so we'll restart it and start from the beginning.
1 second. It's going to take a little bit longer.
Okay, so as Sean figures that out, I've heard it and I've seen the tweets from people who heard it. They actually put out a statement. I think that's since been deleted. It was pretty much something where they put all the blame on Cam. He was the instigator. He started it. It was apparently in their eyes something he was building towards because of his attitude leading up until the incident. So as you might imagine, people are fighting and there's someone to blame and you won't take any of the responsibility for yourself. So I don't know what will become of it because we never saw Cam Newton throw a punch. We saw him. I wouldn't even say he was eating punches because I don't think those guys were actually getting real shots off on him. He certainly wasn't affected by it, but it was an ugly incident. But I'm of the opinion since no one got hurt, it's a little funny. And most people are laughing at TSP because of their inability to make a dent on Cam. But he's a superhuman and they're regular humans, and that's kind of how it goes. Sean, do we have it ready? Okay, let's hear from Top Shelf Performance about the incident with Cam.
make something transpire like this?
First and foremost, like what I want to do, I want to apologize to everybody that was out there and to the parents of not just our team, but everybody that was affected by it. That should have never happened. Like we should have been able to sit down and talk. Like there's no reason we should be yelling at each other while a game going on. Like ain't none of that necessary. So Cam has an organization. It's not just one team. He has an organization. So it's just been a lot of trash talk, from, saying hit more so his side, just out of nowhere, just talking crazy to us for no reason. It's like, it's not nothing new. Like I've been around bro for 5 years. So like this typical Cam Newton behavior.
But Steph, you was right there.
Yeah, so
you was listening to the whole thing, so you heard him and you walked up.
So Steph walk up there,
okay.
And as I'm walking up to Steph, Cam is in Steph's face. I made y'all responsible for everything y'all do, whatever. Then he grabbed Steph.
Okay.
So me being my little brother, and I'm walking up a flight of steps, and I see a 6'6" guy grabbing my brother.
And that's the footage that everybody
That's what everybody's seeing.
Okay.
Like,
so that was the first altercation
Yeah,
that everybody saw.
Nothing else
right
there.
Okay.
So as you can hear, they have a different thought about the events than anyone who saw the video has. And I think the undercurrent is, as you heard them talk about how Cam was telling them, and I guess in the trash talk that I started you, they're an offshoot of Cam's, I don't know if you want to call it team or organization, because there are multiple Cam Newton 7-on-7 teams, and we've seen video in the past of Cam being around kids and the kids of other teams trying to. You remember, you're a free agent. You're a free agent. That kid was yelling at Cam because Cam didn't have a team. That's the type of energy that sometimes goes on when Cam Newton is at these events. That kid's voice is ringing in my head right now. So now the fight generally isn't what you see, but that type of, if you want to call it disrespect or trash talk, whatever, that has been a consistent thing when Cam goes out there, because it's competitive. Words are said, and most of the time everyone embraces it until something like this occurs, and now there's a spotlight on Cam Newton and Top Shelf Performance. It'll probably end there. It'll end with those apologies to anyone who was offended, and there probably will continue to be a grudge, and that'll be the end of it. I'm sure they'll see each other at another event, and it'll be a big thing, and then everyone will shake hands and go, our bads, and we'll move on from there. At least hopefully it ends there. But like I said, no one got hurt, so it's a little funny.
You mentioned how the guy apologized and he dropped to anyone who was offended. This went super mega viral on X. I don't think I saw anyone that was offended.
No one was offended.
No one was offended.
That's the I mean, maybe there's some people, maybe parents of players who were around the event might have been offended, but for anyone who saw those videos, it was a lot of like, damn, Cam is still him. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Dude, no one's offended. We're all laughing at you.
You're laughing at you.
Now, and at Cam Newton's hat. That's what we're laughing at.
Laughing at that sorting hat and laughing at his ability to hold 3 or 4 of you off at one time, and you not phasing him at all. That's what we're looking at. But of course, there may be some people in the community who would hope that the mentors for their children don't get in fights. But we're here for the jokes, not for all that serious stuff. I mean, I'm not a parent.
Mentors. Yeah, you're not mentoring me.
Yeah.
Try to fight an NFL player every week. All right, I don't care.
Yeah.
Calais Campbell, you're
next. If you want to take on giant NFL players that you won't touch, go ahead. I want another video of you guys. But I'm sure
Justin Madubuike is free. Go get him.
He does. That one might end. He might actually throw punches, because Cam was kind enough not to throw a punch. There are some guys who aren't going to hold off. I would advise, maybe don't challenge NFL players to fights. It never goes well.
Keep it to quarterbacks, especially don't try defensive linemen.
Yeah, and if you're gonna fight a quarterback, pick the right quarterback. There are some out there that maybe you could take.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett, look over your shoulder.
Brock Purdy, but not the 6'5", 260 variety. That's a bad decision. The guy who could run through an SEC defense while smiling and it wouldn't bother him. Don't do that. And he did it to NFL linebackers too. We're a little late for a break, but that was fun. Listening to that apology, and then us kind of just bleeping all over the apology. We're me, Sean. If you want to join in, you can call the show as well, or not as well, because Sean and I wouldn't be calling. But you can call the show. You can also tweet at us, Sean at Sean A Mapes at Delv2. Call the show at 713-780-3776. This is the second official show. We were at Republic Boot yesterday, so we're just getting started. This is I would say I want to make this a community. It is my name on the show, but it is your show. You guys are listening. If you want to chime with something, please do. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show and some great music presented by RC Ranch,
the official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Sean, who is this? I played Blake Shelton earlier to fulfill our requirement on the John Lyon Show. Who's this?
This is Blake Shelton.
Oh, so we're doubling up.
Yeah,
I think what did I play? Like, is it God's Country or something? Is that the name of his song? One of his songs?
Sure. Sounds like it.
Sounds like, okay.
I am playing the one I know.
Which one is this?
Some beach.
Okay.
Somewhere.
I don't know any. So any song you play will be a first listen, I think, of Blake Shelton.
I'm looking forward. Obviously, thank you to the good people at RC Ranch.
Of course.
I'm looking forward to learning a lot about the country music stylings of a lot of the artists performing at the rodeo as we fulfill this benchmark.
If we were given a list, the producers were given a list of the musical artists at the rodeo. I have never been to the rodeo.
Wow, really? I've only been like 3 times.
And what do you go on a specific day, or is it just for the cook-off? What days are you going to the rodeo?
Again, I've only gone a handful of times, so it was like a free ticket situation to the concerts. But then if you the type of ticket that I normally am able to get, you also get all the carnival and food stuff. But you still have to pay for it.
Yeah.
You get the right to stand in line for a fried Oreo.
Well, or if you want a corn on the cob with hot Cheeto dust on it, you can do that too.
Yes.
Hot Cheeto dust.
Cal McNair.
He has them in his fingernails on his fingers. Hot Cheeto dust became a thing at the rodeo. Probably 5-6 years ago, maybe. I don't know if it was that long ago.
It feels like a relatively recent rodeo food, fair food endeavor, because you get a lot at the Texas State Fair. You see a lot of that kind of off the wall fried stuff, and at the Houston Rodeo.
Yeah,
I feel like
the fried butter thing has always been something where you're asking me to throw up. I don't know what it is. Oh, I know what it is. I just don't know what they're doing.
One ingredient.
Yeah, are they using like cinnamon sugar at some point, or are they just dipping a dollop of butter and deep frying it? Are they using any flavoring, or are we just tasting deep fried butter?
I imagine you're gonna be tasting the batter a lot.
Okay,
it'll be basically some batter with a lot of butter is kind of how I would.
I know the batter has to make it go. Obviously, if you love butter, you're gonna like that too. I'm just trying. What's the consistency of, or what's the flavoring of the batter? Do I get a chocolate batter around my butter, or a cinnamon flavored batter around my butter? If you've had,
I'm looking at some images. You might. Oh, you get some powder sugar.
Okay.
In case it wasn't sweet enough.
Yeah, if you need it more.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like there's any,
we need
variations in flavor.
We need an evolution. We can't just be deep fried butter's been a thing for years now.
This is how we make our first million, Del. Flavored deep fried butter
and clog all the arteries in America. Chocolate flavored deep fried butter.
Gotta make a buck, all right?
Hey, McDonald's didn't have a problem with it, so why should I? Why should I? So yeah, the rodeo's in town. I know a lot of people are excited about it. As I mentioned, I've never been. We were at Republic Boot, and I sent a picture to someone who isn't in town, but they love cowboy boots. So I sent them a picture of where we were, and they thought the boots were cool. And I told them about the rodeo, and they're like, "I'm gonna come down in February." The next February, I was like, "Okay." They're from the Utah area. Not the Utah. They're from Utah. They're from the Salt Lake City area, a city outside of Salt Lake City. And the thought of coming down to the rodeo and wearing a cowboy hat and eating deep fried food was so exciting to them. They normally go to Scottsdale during this time of the year. They're like, "I'm coming to Houston for the rodeo over Scottsdale." Okay. And they try to escape Utah because it's cold. And it's actually still cold in Utah as opposed to what it is in Indianapolis. Global warming hasn't hit Utah the same way it's hit Indiana, as we talked about earlier, but I guess it's because it's the proximity of the rodeo and knowing about it for years now doesn't hit the same. But for them, it's going to be an event. And you can listen to Blake Shelton if you so choose, if he's here next year. I was going to get to some Monty Williams sound. We'll save that for the other side, but I did want to talk a little bit about the Rockets, because the Rockets were involved in a controversial call with the Knicks. and so is Monty Williams. We'll play We'll play the Monty Williams sound on the other side and his response to what happened. But if we all remember, Aaron Holiday takes a desperation shot. Jalen Brunson gets called for a foul. People think it's not a foul. The Rockets go on to win the game because of the made free throws by Aaron Holiday. And the Knicks, if we're talking about basketball karma, they got some of that back. Yesterday, we'll talk about it on the other side. At least we'll hear from Monty Williams. But the Rockets do play the Oklahoma City Thunder as they close out this back-to-back they had home and away. It's not a back-to-back. It was a home and away. Rockets lost on Sunday at home in a game where they controlled for probably 2.5 quarters, two and a third of that game. And then it got away from them. Chet Holmgren had a monster fourth quarter. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander put his imprint on the game, and the Rockets couldn't respond. But a guy who maybe not shooting the ball so well, but is rebounding the ball really well is Jabari Smith. He is one of those young players you hope is a building block. The shooting comes and goes for him. Made a couple threes in Sunday's game, but double-digit rebounds for 2 games in a row. 17 in this last game against the Thunder, 16 in the win against the Suns, and Ime is on a real Tom Thibodeau tip. 41 minutes each night for Jabari. There was a time when Jeff Green was taking away Jabari's closing minutes earlier in the year when the Rockets were actually winning ball games. Certainly the winning has slowed, but Jabari Smith has kind of put a stamp on where he is in this rotation. And as long as he's healthy, he's going to be a guy that Ime leans on. Particularly if you look at the last 2 nights. I don't know how many guys go 41 of Jabari's stature, go 41 minutes in back-to-back games. So these were close games that the Rockets were really trying to win. So credit to him. He is if he's going to rebound the basketball like that and be productive against a front line that had Chet Holmgren. And the Suns are kind of smaller. They have, like, KD sometimes will be their backup center. They had Bol out there at points, and Nurkic didn't even play against the Rockets, I believe. So they're a little bit smaller. So there were opportunities for Jabari Smith. But if we're talking about young players who may be finding their way a little bit and finding where he can contribute, Jabari Smith may be one of those guys. I talked a lot about how Cam Whitmore and Jalen Green looked trying to initiate offense. Cam Whitmore is a rookie. That's a guy who you're going to hope continues to get better. The Jalen Green thing is a completely different animal, and you're beginning to worry about whether anytime he has a big-time moment, as someone put it yesterday, or at least tweeted yesterday, and I mentioned it, anytime he has a good game, is it more insanity, or is it actually a spark that leads to something that's more consistent? So far, it's been him having Linsanity moments a couple times every season, and people extrapolating what that might mean for his future, and nothing coming of it. So he has the rest of this year to potentially prove who he is as a player for the Rockets, because the noise about whether a lineup change will come got really loud over the All-Star break, and it'll probably get louder if those performances from Jalen Green continue and the Rockets continue to slip further and further away from the plan, which is something they probably aren't going to be in as we go forward. That's pretty much set right now. If you think about the Lakers and the Warriors being those 9 and 10 seeds, are the Rockets going to catch them? Unlikely. So the rest of the year might just be about the development of your young core, and hopefully you have some answers from some of them by the time the season's over. That'll wrap up hour number 1 here on the show. I'll play the Monty Williams sound on the other side. He was politely upset about what happens. We've seen other coaches go off in a different way. Monty kept his cool, but he said enough to get fined. We'll hear that on the other side. We'll have some other stuff to play. I do want to get to a generational chucker. She may be, I don't know what she'll be. She's only 18, a really good player, but she's got some Allen Iverson in her game. And I appreciate it, because sometimes you got to get your shots up. We'll talk about that and more in the second hour of the show. We'll be back. Welcome back or into hour 2, depending on when you're joining us. Sean, the national title game was here in town. There's a chance Texas was seconds away from possibly playing in it. As a Texas Longhorn, how were you considering going to the title game as like a regular paying customer?
I would have considered it. I definitely would have probably tried to make it happen. It was very expensive, though.
This is what it's going to lead to my question.
So maybe it would have been a no cheering in the press box, but maybe a little fist bumps under the table situation.
If you were going to be in the crowd because you decided you wanted to really cheer really loudly, so you're going to pay for a ticket. And I know how expensive you said that it was. What's a number in your head that you would have said, I'm not going above this number for a ticket?
I mean, that's tough. Probably like paying over like 2,000 or like 25.
So that's your number.
Tough. Yeah, that would have been tough to do because I know that's not even like going to be a good seat.
No,
that's part of it. I'm not paying. I'm paying more money than I have ever paid for a sporting event. For not the best seats I've ever had in a sporting event.
But because of the occasion in the city, you've gone up to $2,500 because what else would you pay for? Gas, a ticket, gas, a parking and food.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been like you're traveling to the Rose Bowl or something. I asked this because for a general admission game featuring Caitlin Clark, number 5 Iowa versus Ohio State, general admission, actually not a non-GA ticket, $491 for a regular season basketball game. I'm not suggesting the occasion doesn't deserve it. I just know there are limits to how much I care about my favorite team playing in anything.
I might say that the occasion doesn't deserve it.
Well, there it is.
What are we talking? It's a regular season college basketball game?
Yeah.
Paying $500?
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Hey,
I know.
UH fans, would you have paid $500 for any Tillman Fertitta Center ticket?
For Texas coming to town, are you paying $500?
Maybe. I'm not, but maybe they would.
Yeah, you know what to expect.
Yeah, I know they're going to lose by 25.
Yeah,
hey, they lost by 25.
They're probably going to have a good night, but even still, Caitlin Clark ticket, $491. Well, it's not specifically a Caitlin Clark ticket, but we know what people are there to see. It's a top 5 matchup between Iowa and Ohio State, and we're talking about non-GA ticket for $491. Look, the hype, shout out to her for creating that type of buzz around a sport that traditionally, at least in our bubble, doesn't get it. But yeah, a regular season basketball game, $500 is a little steep, and that helps me transition. And once again, we'll get to the Monty Williams sound. I keep talking about a generational chucker. It's not Caitlin Clark. She is far more efficient than the young lady I'm about to talk about. You know who Juju Watkins is? Oh, you had your.
Oh, 1 second. I just looked up the Houston basketball tickets for the Cougs.
Okay.
They host Kansas on March 9th.
How much is that going to cost?
$200.
Yeah. Well, there's no superstar on the roster. That's a team full of guys who play well, but
it's going to be for the Big 12 title more than likely.
But none of them have the Q rating of Caitlin Clark.
I guess. And someone else is coming for that Q rating. It sounds like.
Yeah, Juju Watkins.
Rudely cut you off.
No worries. Juju Watkins is a star freshman at USC. USC was a pretty good team last year, made the tournament, the women's team, but they are I don't know if they're a contender for the title, but they're a top 25 team, going to make the tournament. She has been their leading scorer in all but 2 games. But if my For You page, because of whatever the algorithm is, it'll show me different things. I'm like, why did you show me this? Well, for some reason, Juju Watkins' stat line comes up quite a bit on my For You page, and there was one where she went like 6 for 32, and then in her last game, a game they won, she put up 30 shots, didn't make a lot of them. If you look at her, she's shooting under 40% from the floor, but she's a star. The hype for her from high school, and she's lived up to it. Maybe not being efficient, but she has helped the USC team become relevant in the world of women's college basketball. and like as I said, they're going to make the tournament. But she is a legit chucker. Like every time she gets an opportunity, that ball's going up. And I don't know if I can blame her because the team around her is kind of funneling all those things to her. Hey, get up as many shots as you can because that's the way we're going to win. And I guess maybe the last time I saw it in college was Steph Curry, but he was more efficient at it. But the one I keep going back to is Allen Iverson because we remember, and this is more Allen Iverson than the pros and those Philly teams who weren't very good. If you remember, they were good enough because of him, but there wasn't a lot of offensive talent around them. Any shot is a good one because they don't have a chance to win without her. But if you just get a taste of Juju Watkins, you're gonna watch her as an 18-year-old and go, irrational confidence, and I don't mind it. But it's kind of startling to watch because it isn't anything like I've seen before. I mean, Caitlin Clark is taking logo jumpers, but when you can shoot over 45% from the floor, you're okay with it. But then when you go, I don't know how many people are going to watch a full game. I'm not saying watch a full game if you don't want to watch USC women's basketball, but just take a look at the highlight package, or I don't. You probably won't even get that experience because they're just going to show her making shots.
Honestly, just pull up look up Juju Watson's stats and go to sportsreference.com like I just did and see that she's averaging 28.2 points per game. That's wow, awesome, good stuff.
Yeah,
especially as a freshman. Her field goal attempts, since that's what we're talking about, she's averaging 23 field goal attempts. 23
shots a game.
28 points on 23 shots. She's shooting 41.6% from the field.
Okay, it went up. You really? Because I looked at her against Arizona where she wasn't great. Yeah. So there are a lot of performances where I
mean, 41's still not that good to be shooting 23 times.
No, you're getting the ball up 23 times and you're shooting 40% from the floor.
Shooting every 2 minutes.
Exactly. And it's less than that because how many minutes does she play a game?
34. So she plays pretty close to the whole game.
Yeah, they have to keep her in. She's pretty much their entire offense. I just think if USC will be in the tournament, I don't know how many nationally televised games or people are going to know when she's playing. They're not going to get. She's not going to get the same type of hype that Caitlin Clark is getting as far as knowing when the game is on. But just take a look. Just like if you got a Sunday or Saturday afternoon to yourself and you just want to watch someone get up shots, I advise you to watch Juju Watkins because she's going to get up shots.
Against Colorado, last week, she shot. Where's the field goal attempts? Hold on. She shot 10 for 9 or 10 for 19. 10 for 9.
That's a good.
Awesome.
That's good.
10 for 9. Yes. She shot 18 from 18 from the free throw line.
Okay.
Real James Harden hours.
Those are real vibes. Those are real James Harden vibes right there.
For 42 points, but this is where it gets real James Harden-y. 10 turnovers.
Oh yeah. The ball's in her hands all the time.
That's Western Conference Finals James Harden.
And then everyone's, hey, look at the numbers. He put up 40. He did turn the ball over 10 times. A double. James Harden did that so much. He would have a triple-double with turnovers. He did that quite a bit.
4 assists for Juju Watson, 10 turnovers.
Yeah. Look, the four assists are as a step up because the game against Oregon State they won in mid-February where she went 6 for 32 and had 1 assist and 5 turnovers. Just think about that's the one that got my attention because however it came up on my algorithm on my For You page for Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, someone was quote tweeting like the win, and then they showed her numbers, and it was one of those aggregation pages who always puts like a fire emoji and everything. So they're like Juju Watkins against top 10 Oregon State. I think they're 11 in the country at the time. 18 points, 6 for 32. 5 turnovers, 1 assist, and I think they had a fire emoji in it because they won the game. Because I think it started with a 58-50 win over Oregon State, a top 11 team, and I'm like, what about the other stuff?
Yeah, that might be our worst game of the season.
Yeah, why are you highlighting that? If it wasn't her worst game of the season, she'd have problems. She did have an 11 for 33 at one point too, but 6 for 32 is the one that caught my eye. And in her last game against Utah, she went 10 for 30. It is an entertainment value. It's probably more schadenfreude for me. I just like people understanding the assignment and getting up shots.
And you really only get this in college basketball.
Yeah.
Where both men's and women's, where it's like our team just has one person who is way better than everyone else on this team.
And efficiency be damned.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, her efficiency is probably not that much worse than what her teammates' efficiency would be.
True. If they got more opportunities.
Yeah, so it's like, hey, sure, she missed 20 shots, but if she was passing the ball, they probably also would have missed those 20 shots too.
Yeah. So what if they're 10 turnovers? It's not like those shots are going in anyway if they got to their intended target. So if you want to watch a generational chucker, if you just want to see someone get up shots, watch Juju Watkins. And there will be performances where she's efficient and really, really good, and that USC team will lean on her to win games. But just watch someone get up, try to get buckets. It's not miraculous, but it's pretty damn entertaining to know what she has to get done to win games, and everyone being okay with it. Hey, we got Juju. Let her be her and see if she can pull us through. But once again, almost $500 for a regular season basketball game. That's the Caitlin Clark effect. Kudos to her. Couldn't be Sean or I. Not because it's women's basketball. It's because it's nearly $500 for a regular season college basketball game. Get out of here with that. What are we doing here? I mean, we got a great team in this city, and if the ticket prices aren't that high, and there's not a draw on that Houston roster that would get people in that building for $500 a ticket. Jamal Shed, great player.
Jamal Shed.
No.
He might be second in the National Player of the Year.
That's fine. I can watch his games on television. Easily. They're on ESPN all the time, and in Saturday's case, on
LJ
CBS.
Cryer? Come on.
Nah.
Disrespectful. You know who the star of U of H basketball is?
Who?
Kelvin Sampson.
That's actually the thing. If they did have an actual star player who had that type of pull, that'd be one thing. But their star is their coach.
Yeah.
And
sounds a lot like Duke basketball back in the day. Ever heard of them?
True. And their tickets didn't get that high.
UCLA, way back in the day.
Well, they had Kareem or Lou Alcindor at one point.
And LJ Cryer plays for the Cougs.
No, it's not the same, Sean. It's nowhere near the
Walton,
same.
Jamal Shed, come on.
All the same. But hopefully the Cougs reach those levels. Go get themselves a national title. This year may be that year as they are. Oh, by the way, the number one team in the country, the University of Houston. We talked about it yesterday. That did come through maybe an hour or so after our show ended, that the Cougs are number one. Shout out to them. And it's great for their social media teams because they can tweet that stuff out. And if they keep winning, they can keep putting those graphics up about the Cougars, number one in the country. Hopefully they'll probably get a number one seed as long as they don't fall apart. We'll see if it translates into a number one overall seed because their computer numbers are really good too. The Big 12 and being the best in the Big 12 is certainly helping that. We will get to an angry coach, and Kelvin Sampson can be angry, but it won't be him. It'll be Monty Williams. We'll hear from him about how he thinks enough is enough. He was polite about it, but wasn't thrilled with the officiating, and rightfully so if you saw the play. We'll talk about that, and we got a lot more to get to as well here on the show. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and some guy named Sean Mapes.
Sean Mapes, the producer of this show and the producer of the next show. The Gallant and George Show is up next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's a little disrespectful.
Oh, Michael Carroll?
Yeah, a little.
Well, that's what you get when you ask him to do it, as opposed to the normal voice guy who will just be straightforward and go back to the Del Olaleye Show. He mentioned your name though. Michael Carroll did get your name.
That's a plus.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do it kindly.
No.
But he got your name in.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you know a guy.
I didn't.
I thought, I
thought we were friends.
I was getting it from Spencer, but that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't see that guy every day.
Yeah, and OU, Texas.
Understood. There should be a rivalry there. But Michael, I thought we were boys. Speaking of Michael Carroll, we're gonna have him on Friday to discuss what you should or shouldn't be watching. He mentioned Shogun, a show that I think started streaming yesterday. I didn't start it. I'm gonna watch that tonight. I guess we'll have a review about the first couple episodes if they release them that way. Maybe they only release one. Some streaming services are different in how they do that, but it's about feudal Japan and the palace intrigue and a potential war starting, and there'll be swords and samurais and all that stuff. So I'm always in on that, and for whatever reason, there's always a non-Asian face who's a star of the show. Like, it's like the Tom Cruise effect. Was he in The Last Samurai and somehow Tom Cruise was in that movie? For some reason, it always plays out that way. But I hopefully in prestige television, they'll do it better than just, hey, let's be the savior because you have a white face. I don't know what this guy's particular role is in this, but he's prominently displayed in all the promotional stuff. But Shogun, I think, started last night. At least you could be able to watch it on Hulu last night. So I'll take a look at that. I'll talk to Michael about that on Friday. But I did want to get to this. Keep talking about this. Last night, I was watching Pistons versus Knicks for no other reason than I hate the Knicks, and I was hoping they lose. Particularly, I didn't tune in all game, but then I saw it was close, so I'm going to tune into the last 5 minutes or so. Former Knicks are on the Pistons because of a trade they made earlier. Former Pistons are on the Knicks, so there's that bit of intrigue as well. Quentin Grimes, a Cougar, was playing for the Pistons, hit a number of big shots to give the Pistons the lead, and he secured a rebound, a loose ball that you thought was going to lead to the Pistons eventually going to the free throw line to go up by 3. He throws it into a teammate. Teammate gets stripped. Teammate thought he was fouled, but apparently the referee said if the hand is on the ball and you slap the hand's part of the ball, that's not a foul. So the loose ball, the Knicks recover it. Dante DiVincenzo throws the ball to Amen Thompson's twin. The unfortunate thing for DiVincenzo is Ausar Thompson played for the Pistons, not the Knicks. So in that scramble, as Ausar Thompson's trying to control the ball, I would classify what DiVincenzo did as maybe a chop block or he went low to make a shoestring tackle, but he hit him in the thigh. It's like if you're a safety coming across the middle, you've been told no more headshots. He hit him in the thigh to take him out.
Yeah.
And the refs didn't call a foul. It eventually led to a Josh Hart and one. He missed a free throw, and then the Knicks got the ball back, and the Pistons could not control a rebound to give themselves an opportunity. So they lose the game. They were trying to get their 9th win of the year, I believe. So any win that the Pistons get is a big deal, and they're on the road in the Garden, had a real shot to win it, would have had the ball going to the free throw line with the lead, trying to go up by 3. They didn't get it done because of an obviously missed call. The officials admitted to it after the game. They said that was Ausar Thompson got to the ball first, and he in an attempt to control the ball, DiVincenzo hits him low. That should have been a foul. The Pistons should have been at the free throw line. They were not. The Knicks win. Here's Monty Williams responding to those series of events and his team losing another ball game.
Where's the New York media now? The absolute worst call of the season. No call. And enough's enough. We've done it the right way. We've called the league. We've sent in clips. We're sick of hearing the same stuff over and over again. We had a chance to win the game, and the guy dove into Ausar's legs, and there was a no call. That's an abomination. You cannot miss that in an NBA game, period. And I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of our guys asking me, what more can we do, coach? That situation is exhibit A to what we've been dealing with all season long, and enough's enough. You cannot dive into a guy's legs in a big-time game like that and there be a no call. It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it. We just want a fair game called, period. And I got nothing else to say. We want a fair game, and that was not fair. I'm done.
No cursing. It's relatively polite, but he'll get fined for it. There can be no questioning of the officiating, even if it's as brutal and awful as that call. You'll be able to, if you haven't seen it, all you got to do, if you have any interest in the NBA, I'm sure it'll show up on your timeline. And if it hasn't, the Monty Williams rant will, and then the subsequent no call will as well. It was watching it live. I was like, "That's a foul, right?" And then I was watching on my laptop, maybe not watching it legally, but it was on my laptop. I don't know. How was I able to watch the game out of market if I don't have League Pass?
Just so happened to be on your laptop.
Yeah, just so happens to be on my laptop. And I had my TV on, sound off on the laptop, and I'm looking at it and go, "That's a foul." It wasn't a foul. And then I watched Josh Hart get an and one to close out the game or help close out the game. So a brutal call, and the Knicks were on the other end of a call here in Houston where they thought Jalen Brunson didn't foul Aaron Holiday. But was it the worst non-call of the year? I don't know. I haven't watched every game in the NBA. I'm sure it was the worst non-call from Monty Williams. The Pistons played, that's a team since the trade deadline, and they traded away guys, have actually played hard and played pretty well, and I know they really wanted that one. You want to win every game you can, particularly against a good basketball team, and that one had to really sting. I would say it's probably maybe because we care more about it, maybe the worst stretch of officiating we've seen. If we just go back for all the sports outside of hockey, because no one I know is watching hockey, at least not religiously, where something like a call like that would get highlighted. It almost feels like there's an awful call every week and a half. The NFL is over, so it's going to be strictly focused on the NBA right now. But every couple of days, there's someone yelling about something, and that one was brutal.
The Knicks have now been on both sides of it.
Yes,
they got you mentioned the Aaron Holiday play from the Knicks were in Houston playing the Rockets. Probably turned it was going to go to overtime.
Yes,
and turned it into a loss.
Yep,
and this turned a loss into a win.
Yeah. A potential loss. Certainly, if you would have to assume that Asur Thompson would make free throws. There's no thing that says he was definitely going to make them, but the Knicks would still have to have scored because they were down by one. So even if he misses both, they still would have had to score, and they were struggling shooting down the stretch. And somehow, some way, they win because of a missed call and a brutal one. There's no question about it, and yet
it was I tell you. Perfectly clean tackle.
If
that was open field against Saquon Barkley, that's how you coach him. Go right for the thigh. But unfortunately, they're playing basketball instead, and that is very much illegal in basketball.
Yes, the best comp I could give it, it's a relatively new rule that when an offensive tackle is outside of the hashes and he's bearing down on a corner, the corner can't go low on the tackle, or it's a penalty on the corner. That's what it looked like. Like Asur Thompson was Trent Williams coming around the corner, and McDuffie of the Chiefs went low on him, and they would have thrown the flag. That's what it looked like. And as you mentioned, Sean, that one's not even illegal. That's not even legal in football. It certainly should be illegal in basketball, and it didn't matter. The Knicks get the win. So they kind of stem the tide because they've been struggling lately with all their injuries. But before we go to break, I want to get to G Money. He wants to ask a question about Bill Belichick. What's up, G Money?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I just want to say first, Bill, getting your own show, long time overdue. Congratulations. And I wanted to know, I was watching Apple's docuseries about the Patriots recently, and on it, I was watching an episode last night. Bill Belichick still refuses to talk about Spygate. He just says it's all in the past, even though it's more than a decade removed now. Is he ever going to coach again in the NFL or in college, or is he just a grumpy old man that's never going to get hired again? Thank you.
Thanks, G-Money. The Spygate thing doesn't surprise me. It's one of those things they probably don't even consider worth the punishment they got. I don't know if I would call the Patriots overall delusional, but I certainly think they were all in their bubble during that time, and it's not something he wants to address because it will start to call into question the greatness of that team, and I don't think anyone will look good in that scenario if he starts to dive into why they did what they did and what they did. So that doesn't surprise me. As far as the grumpy old man stuff, he's a grumpy old man, but he's probably a guy who has 3 or 4 years left as a head coach, and I'm not sure the Atlanta Falcons were a fit for him. Is a organization going to be willing to give him all control? Because I don't think Bill Belichick's willing to go backwards. I don't think he's willing to be just a head coach. He's won a lot of football games, won Super Bowls. Anyone who you put in a position to be his GM and tell him what the player should be on his roster, he's going to say, I know more than you. Why would I listen to you about this? Despite his inability to kind of build a roster well, really in the back half of Tom Brady's career, Tom Brady was the thing keeping that thing afloat, even beyond just winning Super Bowls. You look at that roster and what they look like at the end, it wasn't a very good one, and Bill Belichick was pretty much solely responsible for building it. So unless he's willing to go back on that, I'm going to assume, demand that he has total control, I don't think he gets hired again, because there's nothing in his track record the last 4 or 5 years that suggests he should have that type of control. And I don't think any organization is going to be willing to give it all up to him, knowing he's a short timer. He's going to have to make some concessions, and if he doesn't make them, he will probably be in a lot of docs and maybe making appearances on one of the Sunday shows. But as far as catching Don Shula and breaking that all-time wins record, it's going to take something Bill Belichick probably hasn't done a lot of recently. Say, I don't know everything. If he does that, he'll get a shot. If he doesn't, get ready to probably watch him replace Jimmy Johnson or something. I don't know. I don't know why I'm doing that to Jimmy Johnson, but I just assume. You can't, if Bill Belichick comes a call and I'm assuming someone's getting replaced, and I just picked the first coach I thought of.
Oh, he's also like 80, so.
That's it. I didn't want to get into the age thing, but yes, that's the other thing. He's older.
They got almost 10 years younger.
Yeah.
By going to Bill Belichick.
That's true. Hey,
who was described earlier as a grumpy old man.
Yes. And I wouldn't describe Jimmy Johnson as grumpy. He's just an older man who they may just want to get rid of because Bill Belichick would be more relevant today than what Jimmy Johnson is today. The last time Jimmy Johnson was a head coach was in the late 90s. So you could understand why they might go with Bill Belichick as opposed to Jimmy Johnson. But I don't know. We'll see if Bill Belichick coaches again. So he's going to have to change to get that done. We got a couple more segments to go here on the show. I appreciate that call, G-Money. If you want to call in, you want to ask a question about a topic we weren't talking about, sure. That's part of what the show will be. You got a thought, you want to express it, call in 713-780-3776. If you want to tweet us, at Sean A. Mapes, at Delvey2. If you want to watch ESPN Houston on YouTube, you can find us there. If you want to listen, there's the app. There's also ESPN975.com. You can listen live there as well. A couple more segments to go. We'll be back. Oh, yeah. It's time to talk about MyBookie. Sean told me that before this segment started, and I just got deep into my Monty Williams bag, and I completely forgot. Also, it's the inexperience of rarely doing live, so I just assume, hey, I did that one yesterday. That's all I have to do. MyBookie is the place you want to go to if you want to maybe make tonight's Rockets game more exciting. If you don't have a real lean on the game, maybe you want to take Jabari Smith the over on rebounds. He's been a big rebounder lately. Maybe you want to take the under on Jalen Green points. It's probably a safe bet. I don't think they put shooting percentages on there, but they would lose all their money if they let people bet as far as Jalen Green and shooting percentages. But there are ways to make games more exciting. If you're a Rocket fan, if you're not a Rocket fan, if you like the Thunder for whatever reason while you're in Houston, you can bet on those props as well. MyBookie is a place where you can also do the live casino thing. It's not just about sports betting, although you might imagine it's the focus here. Their online computer games include slots, table games, Texas Hold'em, and lots more. There are tons of cool games. Or enter the live casino with real, in-the-flesh dealers on the poker, blackjack, baccarat, and roulette tables. The live casino really is next level. And if you want to play with wherever you want, MyBookie is the place for you. Just go to mybookie.ag to get started. Click on bonuses to see all the great ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash, whether you're new to MyBookie or you want to reload as an existing customer. You can also refer a friend and get some bonus cash. Use promo code BET975. Turn your space into your casino with mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell. No, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
The thing is, that's not even something out of pocket for Michael Carroll because people here still call me Dale. It's mostly through email. Like I'll get an email from someone who probably should know better. And by know better, I mean since I've been here in some capacity for about a decade now, that the name is Dell. But I might get a so you can't. There's plausible deniability if you call me Dale and you just blame it on your accent. No, but if you type DALE out, there's nothing you can say other than I got that one wrong. Oops, my fault. So, and that's happened in emails before, and I'm like, I've been here a while. In some cases, longer than the person sending the email.
Yeah, that one's especially inexcusable. More inexcusable. Less excusable is the work email one because like your email has your name in it.
Yes, that's also the case.
It has it in your email without doxing you. Your email contains your first name.
Yeah,
and so
it's relatively easy to figure out who you're talking to.
Yeah, I get it on the radio like a caller because they just hear it said and maybe they think that we're saying Dale.
And there are not a lot of Dells running around. Understood. It's particularly on radio. There are some famous like Del Harris, the former coach in the NBA. There's some Dells like that, but as far as radio and maybe like you said, maybe you hear Dale. But the email thing, I can't get over. Like, it doesn't bother me. I just can't. I can't explain it to anyone and have it be a reasonable explanation for how you messed that one up.
Yeah, no, that one you're allowed to get mad at.
Yeah. I don't have the energy for that. Like I'm a nap guy. So.
Not that I have to give you permission to feel your feelings.
Thank you for letting me.
2024.
Thank you for giving me the right to feel how I feel, Sean. Because someone would turn it into that. If you're there's certain people in an argument who would turn that against you. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna explain what gender might do that to you. Oh, look, I slipped up. Oops. If you say that and see what happens to you in response. Court storming, I don't care about. I'm kind of lukewarm on the opinion, but it's now a national subject because a player got hurt. And I am really in the mode of he brought that on himself. Like, we saw, that wasn't a natural body movement that Kyle Filipowski did. If you missed it, Duke player Kyle Filipowski. And this isn't about Duke hate. This is about, maybe, and it probably isn't even about don't start none, won't be none, because he didn't ask those guys to rush on the floor. But he saw a guy coming, thought, you know what would be kind of funny? If I stick out my leg and see what happens. And when he stuck out his leg, he hurt himself. Now, John Shire, the coach of Duke, former player, says it shouldn't be serious. He thinks he got kind of lucky there, so Kyle Filipowski will be okay. But the injury, the limping, started a storm of people discussing court storming. And Jay Billis said something I hadn't thought of mostly because it felt like something that was just passed in the night. We have these discussions about court storming every couple of years when something like this happens. We know we have the Caitlin Clark thing earlier in the year, and it goes away. Universities pay fines. They move on. It's whatever. But Jay Billis was like, no, you know how to stop court storming? You do something aggressive. And here's his solution to end, apparently, this menace on society.
But the truth is, nothing's going to change now. We're going to talk about it. It's going to go away. And nothing's going to change. And if they wanted to stop it, they could stop it tomorrow. The administrators will tell you that security experts tell them that it's not a good idea to try to stop the court storming, that could cause more problems than it would solve. But you don't have to stop the court storming. One time, all you have to do is once they're on the court, don't let them off. Just say you're all detained and give them all citations or arrest them if you want to. And then court stormings will stop the next day. There's no accountability for this. The fans feel like it's an entitlement. And the universities like it, and the truth is we like it. Now, one last thing on this.
No, Jay Billis. No last thing.
No, you're done here. So they can't stop the court storming in what should be a joyous event for the fans. But they're going to be able to stop them from escaping if they know a citation is coming? Who's going to restrain all of them? what are we talking about? Forget about the court storming. I want to get into the logistics that Jay Billis is suggesting. Okay, we have 10,000 kids. Well, it won't be 10,000. It'll be the student section, maybe some other people. Let's say 2,000 people run onto the floor. Let's give it that number. 2,000 people run onto the floor. The security and the, let's say, 20 officers who are in the building weren't able to stop that. When it's supposed to be a fun thing, we're going to celebrate with our players for a huge victory over an arch rival or even just a top team in the country. But what we can do is once they're there and they know an arrest might be coming, we're going to keep them there and keep them from escaping. The next question should have been, explain how, Jay. Don't just let him get the takeoff. The take is fine. It's dumb. But the better conversation is, tell me how we do it. And if he doesn't have an answer for that, he should apologize immediately for suggesting it.
Yeah, because the thing is that there's just not enough actual police officers there to actually detain these people, or like he said, give them citations. Like,
who was stopping for that?
Also, they're just gonna write him a ticket and hand it to him.
Yeah. So his thought is, these uncontrollable people who you couldn't keep off the floor are gonna stand there and give over their ID and go, sure, officer.
Yeah, because we know when a party gets busted up.
He's never seen a teen movie, apparently. He's never seen one. No. And how those go.
No, people stay there
and
say,
wait.
Yes, officer. Sorry, officer. Won't happen again, an officer. And that's it. They definitely don't jump over the fence and run away.
Does he think everyone who storms the court is like a booster who doesn't have the energy to run? It's the kids. It's all the kids. They're going to leave. You're not going to stop them. So I don't mind court storming. I don't mind having an issue with it. I just mind that dumb take because he won't be able to explain how he implements his I guess his new rules.
Yeah, his police state that he's running.
Jay
Billis looked at the situation. He said, someone just got hurt. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of emotions, a lot of chaos happening. Let me add the police into this. Let me add college town police officers.
Yeah, the most well-trained individuals on the face of the earth, right?
Let me throw that and then have the students react to that.
Yeah.
Surely things won't get more out of hand.
Surely they've got a great relationship with them, and it'll be calm and orderly, and the police officers will handle it properly when a kid says, F you, I'm out of here.
And runs away.
Yeah.
Then what? Yeah. Then what, Jay Billis? Now, not only do you have kids running onto the court where the players are, and Kyle Filipowski getting in the way of one of them and getting hurt. Really, basically the first time in history that anyone's ever gotten hurt on a court storm. But
and he kind of brought it upon himself with his attempted trip, by the way.
But we're solving that problem of kids running onto the court. Now, by doing this, we're creating a new problem of kids now running off the court.
Because they're running away from the law enforcement who is trying to give them a citation or arrest them. Jeez.
People with tasers and guns.
I know you're on TV, and I know the producers want you to say something. Why don't you just stick to tweeting out Jeezy lyrics?
Yeah. What does Jeezy have a lyric for this?
Jeezy would say, "Hey, stop tweeting out my lyrics if your suggestion is arresting kids." Wow. Like, Richard Jefferson responded in a more respectful way than we're doing, but he has to. He's on that network. But he called it asinine, and that's a nice way of saying what we're doing here, where we're just ripping it to shreds. It's frankly dumb. It's worse than asinine. It's dumb. You're putting more stress on the people on the court and the people in law enforcement who have to implement your rules. It would never go well. The first court storming where they try to arrest people, it would be people running out of the facility and maybe more injuries occur. Knock it off. I mean, I get it. A Duke player got injured. I know you went to Duke, but that ain't the way to solve it. Maybe I know some schools, they cordon off and they have the players and the coaches immediately run into an area near the bench. Benches.
They basically take the yellow jacket, like the yellow security jacket people that would be keeping players off or keeping people off the court, and just go, all right, we'll just move them all to let the opposing team leave as safely as possible.
And that seems like the more appropriate and more realistic way of not having something like that occur, where you have the ability to separate the players. Like if you watch a premier soccer game in Europe or South America, it's a little bit more aggressive, but they have the two fan bases separated, and they'll have like an entire group of security from the bottom of the stands to the top, separating the fan bases. They know there could be a problem. It will look something like that, but I don't think the Duke players will be screaming at the Wake Forest at the Wake Forest fans. You just escort them off the floor that way, and everything should be good. Or arrest everyone you can. Whichever way you think works best.
Red pill, blue pill.
Yeah, it depends. Look, some of us think one way, some of us think the other way, and some people think we should arrest college kids for getting excited about something. And we'll see how it plays out for everyone involved. That'll wrap up this segment. I like Jay Billis, but that was stupid. This was a dumb suggestion. No one's getting arrested. Hopefully Kyle Filipowski's okay. And more importantly, don't try to trip anyone. Don't start none, won't be none, Kyle. That's my advice to him. Just get off the court as fast as you can. We got one more segment to go here on the show. Gallant and George are up next. Maybe they'll have nicer things to say about Jay Billis and Juju Watkins than we have so far today. We have been on one in the second hour of the show, but that's the kind of show I want. Sports and nonsense, I'm all about it. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
It's kind of like you are. Michael's right. ESPN Houston YouTube is where you find all the shows from 7 to, well, sometimes 7, depending on what comes on at 6. But if we're talking about the main lineup, 7 to 6, and part of that main lineup is this show. And coming up next will be the Gallant and George show, and Sean Mapes will be part of that as well. Sean and I were having a talk about someone playing the game the right way during the break. I was talking to Sean about what was trending for me on Twitter, and I just clicked on the Astros to see what was going on. And 6 out of the top 8 tweets are from Jeremy Branham. Like, Jeremy tweets quite a bit. Anyone who follows him knows. If you don't know who he is, you just happen to tune in from 7 to 12, whatever your listening habits are. He is one of the co-hosts of the Killer Bees, does that show with Joel Blank, and Brian McDonald is the producer of that show. But he tweets quite a bit, and it's working. I click on the Astros, and I think maybe McTaggart has said something in the last hour. Maybe Chandler Rome. It's all Jeremy tweets. Some stuff about Forrest Whitley, maybe quoting McTaggart. So if he's playing the content game and wants people to view his tweets, and Sean pointed out, it probably has a lot to do with us following a lot of the same people and following each other. But for me, Jeremy's at the top of my page. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but he's there.
Yeah. Hey, we follow a lot of people that tweet a lot about a lot of things. Astros, Texans, and we have a lot of mutuals in the radio game.
The radio game.
We only see Jeremy Branham.
Yeah, Jeremy Branham is at the top of the radio game when it comes to getting his tweets seen by people who follow him and follow me, I guess.
Is there a connection with Elon Musk that he's getting boosted? His interactions are getting boosted?
Well, I would look into it. I think I'll do
my own research.
Yeah, I did my own research. Yes, you did, Aaron Rodgers. But you and Paul feel like the types who would dive deep into a potential Elon Jeremy conspiracy?
Paul would definitely dive deep into it. He would go back, scrolling through, looking at like interaction numbers and stuff. I am more of the conspiracy theorist who's just asking questions.
Yeah, I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking.
I'm like, wow, that's crazy, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. Hey, don't get mad at me. I'm just simply here asking questions. Yeah. I love that guy.
Aaron Rodgers, Kyrie Irving, we're just asking questions.
Ooh, I don't know if you want. That's a triumvirate. I don't know if I want to be a part of.
The big three. the big question askers.
Yeah, and you being a part of it would be remarkable that you somehow found a way in it. Shout out to Sean Mapes. I was just crediting Jeremy. I should be crediting you. If you are synonymous with those two when it comes to asking questions about things that people think have obvious answers.
I need one more for a Mount Rushmore of question askers.
Yeah, we got to think of a fourth. Joe Rogan?
He asks a lot of questions.
He does ask a lot of questions.
Yeah.
There's a stark difference between you and all three of them. Well, there are multiple ones, but the biggest one is like
no, there's one difference between me and Kyrie Irving.
They're like if we
basketball same
ability to connect with people same. I hope you get on their level, Sean, in that certain way. It'd be a boon to you. And hey, I'd like to know a rich guy. I don't know any.
You work with one.
Well, I work with one who is like the court jester of the rich guys. He's the one who entertains them, and that's the way he gets into the spots that they're in because he's a funny radio guy who makes them laugh. And I understand that everyone needs a court jester, and John's theirs. That's, if you didn't know who we were referring to, John Granado, the court jester for the rich people in town.
We've done a lot of that today, where we talk around something for a little bit,
and then we just throw it out there because I don't know who's listening and who knows what we're saying. I mean, we're having this conversation. I'm not sure everyone knows that John is rich people's court jesters in this town. The man got to fly on Jim Crane's plane to West Palm for Astros spring training, and just because Jim Crane found him amusing, it can't be for any other reason. He's got to be a guy who makes people laugh and they think he's funny because he's a town drunk. I can't think of any other reason.
Yeah. So, I mean, it looks like his social calendar's dried up.
He's not going to be funny anymore. Yeah. It's Lent. He ain't drinking, so
his superpower's gone.
That is it. So if you're not making the rich people laugh, John, I don't know if your buddies are going to want you around. He thinks they don't want him around because they want to drink and he's not. It's because you're not fun anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's one hand washing the other.
One causes the other to happen. He's not fun without it, and that's why he can't hang out with his buddies anymore. And that's just us killing off a segment, making fun of someone who works here. I think that's how it played out.
Oh, actually, we started with the one with a different person who works
here.
Two
people who work here.
All of a sudden, John Granado caught one.
He's always going to catch one on this show. That a fair warning to all of you. At some point, he's going to catch one because the previous 3 hours of my work day, I've been catching them. So it's my turn. I'm the one with the microphone.
Yeah.
And before we go, I didn't want to wrap up some things. What do we mentioned that a couple of Texans prime potential free agents are off the board. The latest one is Justin Madubuike. He, according to his GM, Eric DaCosta, they're going to sign him to a long-term deal or franchise him. He is not going anywhere. So if you had dreams of a big-time defensive tackle coming to the Texans and maybe closing the gap between them and the Ravens, off the board. We know about T. Higgins from yesterday. That's off the board. So free agency will look a little different, and it may be just about the Texans re-signing their own guy. Spencer Adargetti made his debut in spring training, pitched well, didn't give up any runs, which is beneficial because the Astros don't score runs anymore, at least not in spring training. And if you can't tell that I'm not serious, you don't know me very well, because we all know it's spring training. The Astros will be fine, but runs have been an issue so far. We'll see if that changes. Also, Justin Verlander has a bullpen session today. It'll determine his status for not the rest of the year, but the early part of the year, because if he's not ready to go, you can probably expect him not to be ready for opening day. There's a question of whether he can throw sliders off the mound. They're going to figure that stuff out today, and maybe in the next couple of days going forward, we're going to hear some information about the status of Verlander for the early part of the year. Sean and I have come to the conclusion that he can do the Roger Clemens thing and not show up till June, and we'd be more than okay with it. We think the Astros have enough depth to figure that out. And that'll wrap up the show for today. A show we haven't made fun of yet is coming up next. Gallant and George, Sean Mace will produce that show. Listen to the lineup throughout the day here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. They will be followed by the Killer Bees. Oh, people were asking about the podcast. I saw that a couple times yesterday. It's on Spotify. Today's show will be up there relatively quickly. We're still working on the Apple thing. We hope to have that up soon as well. So if you're not a person who wants to go to the website and listen to the podcast, go to Spotify. That's where it'll be. And soon after that, it'll be on Apple as well. I want to thank everyone for chiming in, listening. Sean, once again, appreciate you. And I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Welcome in to Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George, Paul Gallant, Sean Mapes is here with us today. We're back in studio for the first time as a show. Feels so nice.
Oi! Yeah, it's nice to be back and to be right back to our customary mode of whenever it's slightly over 75 degrees in Houston, we will be in a furnace in this studio.
Yeah, it's part of my my new strategy to lose weight this year. I'm just gonna sweat it out in the studio.
Yeah, and we can't have you doing what that fatty boom batty DJ Khaled did. We cannot have that.
That was incredible. So if you didn't see DJ Khaled, literally, that was because of his Jordans, he said. He couldn't get creases in his Jordans, so he got carried everywhere.
We're learning things about each other over the course of this show. Are you a sneaker dork?
I have like 5 pairs of Jordans.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
It's not that bad.
You're one of those people.
I have like 4 or 5 pairs.
So you actually understand why he would do what he did.
Yeah, except the problem is that it's all I own, and I have a 3-year-old, so it's impossible.
I understand what his thing was. It's also very funny that he got 2 of the biggest men he could find to pick him up and then put him in the back of a 4-wheeler, which it does make it seem like
it's a weight thing.
Yeah, it's just a bad visual.
It's an effort of walking thing.
It's a bad visual.
It's definitely a weight thing. So that was going to be for you, my present to you today. Okay, we're going to make sure you never end up like that, even though you're a sneaker dork. Those look like and ones I bought for $30 back in 2007. I can't believe those are considered good shoes. I can't.
Well, I mean, and one went out of business for a reason, Paul. Like we're not talking about Michael Jordan sneakers.
They weren't using enough child slave labor like Nike.
They were not.
Okay. Well, okay. You know what? Hey, some companies have more resources to do bad things, but we're not going to let you fall into that pattern, buddy. Although we would like it if you became a millionaire.
I would like it also if I became a millionaire.
I mean, what a job that fat bleep has. I mean, you just say DJ Khaled at the beginning of a song and you're done. You don't have to do a damn thing the rest of the day.
At least Jason Derulo, after he screams his name, sings the rest of the song.
That's true.
Like DJ Khaled just says that and moves on like the party's over. All right, so obviously the Combine has started today. Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans will meet with the media later this week. But, the other day at the TriStar show, Nico Collins was doing an interview with Channel 2. And he got asked about a contract extension. And he said, oh, man, I would love that. That would be great. I feel like that's what everybody works for. I'm just going to let it come to me. Whatever they decide, whatever they want to do, I'm going to let it ride. I'm go. I don't think the whole quote is here, Paul, unless that's literally how he ended it.
Listen, I just copied and pasted that from Aaron Wilson's Twitter. So I'm going to blame Aaron Wilson, my friend, for that. Now, look, he basically said he's open to negotiations early. And of course he would. If you're making what he's making right now, 4 years, $4.852 million, you want more than that, especially after you just had a season that very few people saw coming. He deserves a ton of credit because I would count myself among the doubters going into the year. He has the size. He proved that he has the speed to get past defenders. He is, I would say, one of the top receivers in the NFL in terms of his ability to run after the catch. He puts his shoulder into people. He runs over them like he is a tight end. And this is going to be really interesting, Joe, to figure out what the Texans do here because Nick Caserio, as a past New England Patriots executive, you wonder if he is going to change his stripes, the stripes that perhaps cost the Patriots towards the very end of we don't pay wide receivers.
Yeah, I mean, they did it so successfully by not paying. Like, who was Wes Welker, probably the most expensive receiver in New England at some point when, he was there. Edelman, when Caserio was there, were the top 2 paid guys. I know they had Randy Moss, but Randy Moss wasn't making bank. They got him for, a 7th-round pick from the Raiders?
It was a 4th-round pick. They thought his career was over. Yeah. That's why the Raiders let him go. And, of course, he goes on to set the single-season record for touchdowns in a season.
But Nico Collins, it's interesting because, you just look at his bare-bones stats from this year compared to the past years. Part of it is just he had a competent quarterback for the first time, right? Mm-hmm. Like, he went from 60 to 66 targets in his first 2 years. So he had 126 targets. This year, he had 109. So his production, just in terms of getting the ball thrown to him, was incredible compared to what it was in the past.
C.J. Stroud effect, better offensive coordinator effect in what you had with Bobby Slowick. They figured out how to properly use him. If you're Nick Caserio, what would you do here, Joe? Because this is the first pick that you've really hit on. This is a mid-round draft pick. Do you want to reward the guy that you drafted? Because it definitely makes you look good to reward that guy. Or do you think you can keep finding guys like this in the middle of the draft? You did just find Tank Dell in this past year's draft. They are 2 for 2 as far as third-round wide receiver draft picks.
100%. And I still, like, I we talked a little about this yesterday. He came up. Like, I give them a pass a little bit on John Mechie because I still think that it was a good pick.
He was first-round talent, supposedly.
Yeah, but, like, obviously he had the knee injury that made him fall, and then he had cancer. So, like, it's just what he is. His career is not a disappointment because it's unfortunate. I would pay Nico Collins. Because even though I agree with you in terms of, like, he's one of the best in the NFL after catch, he still really hasn't performed because of the first 2 years of Davis Mills. So he's not going to cost you what these top-end Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans guys are going to be. So I would pay him now. I can't imagine that he goes into a meeting with Nick Caserio and says, I want to get paid like CeeDee Lamb. I want to get paid whatever Jamar Chase is going to make, because he hasn't done it. And that's actually why I'm a little surprised he wants to negotiate now. Because I would wait. I would bank on C.J. Stroud, Bobby Sloak, and myself and say, I'm going to go out there, have another 1,300-yard season. I'm going to get double-digit touchdowns, and then you're going to pay me like a $20 million wide receiver.
You want to wait for money? Are you on crack? What are you talking about here? You want to get paid.
I have no money, so I'm okay with waiting for money. I work in radio.
We're broke-ass boys in radio. We have been in this game working our ass off for, what, a decade, the two of us? Yeah. And we have still yet to be paid. You want to wait another year?
Yeah.
We're about to have a career year. This is about to be the most dynamic duo with Sean behind the glass in the city.
Fact.
And you would want to wait for money. You're crazy.
I think there's going to be more money for them if you wait.
Take the money. Life is short. As I've said before, who knows if we're going to get, I don't know, into a war with one of the big old countries, or if non-human intelligence is going to take over. Take your effing money, buddy boy.
Well, you think the robots are going to take over and replace Nico Collins next season?
Well, I mean, Amazon, Skynet, what's the difference?
That's true.
What's the difference?
I think if he waited, or I guess he should be picky with his negotiations. Like, he shouldn't be, Yordan Alvarez contract is terrible for Yordan Alvarez, right? It's not good. It's the best contract in baseball because it is such a ripoff.
One of the low-key racist things about the baseball in the United States
low-key
is that a lot of teams know
they take advantage of these guys.
They can take advantage of Latin American players because, they're like, well, life sucks where I'm from. I'm very thankful for what I can get. Where if you're an American, you might think to yourself, oh, I am a boy from the capitalist world, and I know that I can make an extra buck or two. So, look, I'm not telling him to take a peanuts deal. I'm just saying, don't wait to get paid, dude. If you can get paid, get paid.
Yeah, it is. But I would do it right now. If I was Nick Caserio, I would find a way to get Nico Collins locked up right now. Because while, yes, you're right, he did a good job drafting Nico and Tank. I would be fully confident if he drafted a wide receiver in the second or third round this year that player is going to be a high-impact guy right away, because it's what he's shown he can do as a draft, someone that picks guys in the draft. But I would pay Nico right now because it's just, he is elite at times.
I feel pretty good about paying him. I do. I get nervous with the guy having one really good season, but the difference between him and Jonathan Grenard is I feel like I've seen what makes Nico Collins special.
Yeah.
And it's the size, it's the ability to stretch the field, and it's the ability to run after the catch. Where with Grenard, I think Grenard is a very good player, don't get me wrong, but I don't know what it is that he does compared to what Nico Collins does that jumps off the table, and I know it by heart. Part of that is also because I'm just be perfectly honest, like most people, I'm paying more attention to the wide receivers than I am to the pass rushers on a given play.
It's way easier to understand for dummies like me.
Exactly. I mean, even for me. I mean, high school football legend at the lowest level of high school football in a division that had very little diversity. But, like, hey, I'm still a dummy when it comes to focusing on one.
Yeah, and would you rather pay Nico a big contract right now, cheaper than what Mike Evans would be? I know T. Higgins is off the market. Would you rather them invest in a free agent right now, or just pay Nico and figure out the draft stuff later?
I think if you pay Nico now, you create more flexibility for yourself to potentially do that right now. So this probably should, Joe, be the Texans' biggest priority. Giving Nico Collins a contract extension is going to make Nick Caserio's life a little bit easier. Now, of course, you will have to pay him a significant amount of money, not that far away, but there's probably something that you could do, and I don't know how this stuff works.
Signing bonuses, stuff
signing
like that.
bonuses, pushing money back. That could potentially give you a little more room. Now, I mean, he does cost very little as it is right now, so you do have him for a bargain. And you could think to yourself, okay, let's see if he can do this again. Let's see if he tests free agency. But then you run into the situation where you might have to give him the franchise tag. Contract negotiations might go the way that they're going with Justin Jefferson. And then you ended up in a spot where all of a sudden the team that has drafted 2 incredible wide receivers in the first round in the not too distant past, Stephon Diggs and Justin Jefferson, might be about to lose another one of those guys.
Well, speaking of Justin Jefferson, the rumors are out there that his contract negotiations, like Paul just said, are not going well, and that the Minnesota Vikings may make him available for trade. A franchise that has traded Randy Moss, a franchise that has traded Stephon Diggs. Could they trade Justin Jefferson? And how much are you giving up of Nick Caserio's draft capital to get him to Houston? That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Joe and Paul here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean behind the glass on Twitter at Sean A. Mapes. We're on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio. Paul, so we just got done talking about Nico Collins, but there's a bigger fish out there, potentially. There's a guy who's probably the number 1 wide receiver in the NFL, if not top 3. I mean, your top 3 wide receivers are what? Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. in some order.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I don't think CeeDee Lamb's quite in that conversation.
No.
At this point.
No. We're not putting the Cowboy up there anyway.
Fact. But we got this story out of Minnesota that, the contract discussions with Justin Jefferson are not going well. That they might even be at the point now where they're considering trading Justin Jefferson. And there's rumors flying around. There's stuff I saw yesterday about, would the New England Patriots trade the number 3 overall pick to the Minnesota Vikings for Justin Jefferson. So maybe the Vikings can take a quarterback or another wide receiver.
That seems like something that would be resolved if it does get resolved during the draft, because the Patriots want a quarterback. As you say that, though, that's how much Jefferson is worth.
Is a top 5 pick.
Yeah, you would think at the very least that's involved, if not other draft picks to help out.
I think it would cost an arm and a leg to acquire Justin Jefferson.
I agree with that.
Now,
and then you got to pay him.
You got to pay him.
And I mean, it seems like he wants a lot.
Yeah, 5 years, 150 is I think what I saw. That's like what, $30 million a year. Math is hard. That's one thing you'll learn about me. I'm not great at math, so I hope you are. That you can make up for me in that deficit of mine. But I'll tell you, Paul, if Justin Jefferson is traded to another team, it would be a tragedy if it's not the Houston Texans.
Do you think it would be a tragedy if it's not the Houston Texans?
I understand the idea of not wanting to spend too much money in free agency and not wanting to go get guys that are going to cost you an arm and a leg like Mike Evans or T. Higgins if he would have been available. But Justin Jefferson is in such a different category than other guys you can typically acquire. Like it's Christian McCaffrey, what he did to the 49ers, I think times at least 2. It is a guy that comes in here immediately, and as much as I love Nico Collins, he's way better than Nico Collins.
I disagree with the McCaffrey comparison, because when you're talking about a running back, this is a guy who you're handing the football off to and you're throwing the football to. So as far as a per touch basis, Jefferson's not that. I mean, Jefferson, best case scenario, 15 receptions in a game or something like that. But for the most part, receivers like Justin Jefferson, no matter how good they get, it's 8 touches a game. That said, he is such a difference maker. But a tragedy if another team's trade for Justin Jefferson, Joe. I mean, you got 2 good ones.
I know you have 2 good ones, but I don't know if you have a great one. Because that to me is where Justin Jefferson, the guy you mentioned you mentioned Randy Moss. I think C.J. Stroud and Justin Jefferson could push that record. I'm not even trying to be super hot takey, but like
it sounds a little hot.
I know it is.
You sure sound a little hot takey.
But C.J. Stroud, we know what he can do, and we know what Justin Jefferson to do. Like my imagination just runs wild of what those two would do together on a field. Now I know you don't have a top 5 pick, so maybe acquiring someone like this is more challenging. But I would be very comfortable. Most of the time, a top wide receiver goes for at least 2 firsts. I would be willing to go 2 firsts and a good player to get this done.
But what are you costing yourself if you give up a couple of first-round picks?
I always view it as
defensive lineman, offensive lineman, among cornerback, by the way, which you could definitely use a second good one. There's a lot of players that you can draft there, and I am generally on the same page as, hey, there are certain players you can get, and we overvalue the draft picks. And if Jefferson is available to what you're saying, okay, I'll think about it. But then I look at my roster, I realize I have 2 good wide receivers in Nico Collins and Tank Dell, 2 who I think can continue to improve. They are both young players. And I think to myself, I got to allocate my resources to other areas of the football team. I can't be a fantasy effing football team, because that's what you've got, that fantasy football mindset right now.
I would rather be, do what the Miami Dolphins did. Like I think that, they had Jalen Waddle already. Now they only had 1 wide receiver, and they had Tua. Now at the time, Tua hadn't really taken off yet. But we've seen what's happened to the Miami Dolphins offense. Now it hasn't led to Super Bowls and things like that, but that's mostly because they're quarterback. But I like the idea of having that generational talent. If you can acquire one, I feel like you should. Most of the time, I would not be in favor. The CeeDee Lamb part of this. If CeeDee Lamb wanted to have a trade and wanted to be traded, I would not do this deal for CeeDee Lamb. I would only trade that much draft capital for Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase.
I think I'd only do it for Tyreek Hill, but I also don't know how much longer Tyreek Hill is going to play.
I think he's going to play one more year.
Right. Because he does say that he wants to retire soon and get into porn.
Yep.
So best of luck.
Good luck.
If that's the route he chooses. I say that about Tyreek because I still think he is the fastest player that I have ever seen.
100%.
Again, I'm 34, so I'm sure there's some other guys from back in the day that you guys might bring up listening right now. Okay, so I'll walk down this road with you.
Okay.
I do not co-sign this, but if you're going to trade for Justin Jefferson, you got to trade Nico Collins.
I do think that's part of this. And that, when you look at the Minnesota Vikings history, like the way they did the Diggs trade was they traded Diggs and they acquired Jefferson. Now, they didn't know they were getting him. They celebrated when the Eagles took Jalen Reagor or whoever it was from TCU because that was like one of the worst draft picks ever. But I do think that the Minnesota Vikings would want a wide receiver. My problem with where we're going down this road is I think you said the wrong wide receiver. And I think that if I was the Minnesota Vikings, I would want to put together a deal to have Jordan Addison and Tank Dell on the field at the same time.
Okay.
So that's where it actually would become more complicated in this conversation for me, is that you'd have to then pay Nico and have Jefferson and lose Tank Dell. That to me would be a hard sell. I would trade Nico though.
Okay. I don't think you trade Dell.
You can't.
I don't think
they're
in
Turks and Caicos right now, him and CJ.
Right. I don't think CJ would like that. Obviously, football's a business. He's going to learn that over the course of his career because the Texans will lose guys that he wants to keep, and he will be pissed about that. And we'll see if he acts like we've seen some players act like when they lose their favorite target. But if I'm the Texans, I am not moving Tank Dell. I think that Dell does a lot of things that make him such a difference maker. Please, for the love of God, keep him away from the goal line.
Please.
Nico Collins is somebody that I'd either want to be in that package with the Vikings. I would like to think he would be more amenable to a big-time deal, given that he's not on a first-round contract, than a Justin Jefferson, and maybe that drives the asking price down. But the other part about this, too, Joe, is I want to have multiple wide receivers that do different things. And I think that Jefferson is more similar to Nico Collins.
Sure.
Tank Dell is just so unique as far as just being a small but guy who's able to do things with the ball in his hands as a runner because of his quickness, but also a guy who is able to get open at all levels of the field. And in addition to that, seems to have a sort of Vulcan mind meld, sorry to go Trekkie on you, with Stroud after a year. And it's something that we had heard about before the draft, a story that I thought got a little bit too much of the
that CJ told him to draft Tank.
Yeah, let's just say it got a little too much. That story got a little too much ass kissing.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
I feel like people were slurping on that one a little too much. Let's relax a little bit on that one, okay? Like the Texans didn't draft Dell because Stroud told them to, but at the same time, they have a rapport. You want to keep that thing going, and if you are putting a gun to my head, maybe CJ Stroud just gets he stands on that business someday, like he did with that guy in the Broncos. He comes into the office with Nick Caserio and he's like, I need Justin Jefferson. Then fine, I'll try to make Nico Collins a part of that deal.
So the 23rd pick, your first in 2025, Nico Collins. If that were the asking price by the Minnesota Vikings for Justin Jefferson.
You're thinking your first-round pick's going to be pretty damn late in the draft.
I mean, you trade for Justin Jefferson, you're probably thinking like that's the 28th pick in the draft.
I feel like they might be asking for 2 to 3 first-round picks. If that's the case, then you hope that Nico Collins drives that down a little bit. But they also know, hey, you got Stroud. Okay, this is going to be a team picking in the 20s for the most part over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I do think that's because the Texans are this good already. It does change the math on a trade. Like we've seen teams make these trades before, and sometimes when you're trading for that second first-round pick, you're hoping to get what the Bears got. You know, like the first pick in the draft, the top 5 pick, you're hoping that you're trading to a team that's going to stink next year.
Right.
And if you make that trade with the Texans, that's not going to happen. Like now the Vikings probably also know that where if you trade Justin Jefferson, he's probably going to be like that team's probably going to be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But I would entertain that. How much past that I would go, I'm not sure. Maybe a second I would throw in there, but I'm not going to, as much as I love Justin Jefferson, I do think 2 firsts and Nico is a very fair price, honestly, and it would deplete the Texans probably too much to go much past that.
Yeah, the thing is, you still have holes to fill. I don't think you're as close to a Super Bowl as you want to be. Having Stroud is a huge difference, but there's a lot of things that this team needs to improve on, and Stroud is not going to bring the entire talent level of a roster that has a ton of free agents up to the point where you feel like you can beat Kansas City. You feel like Baltimore's not going to stuff you in a locker and like slide poop through the little holes in the locker. I don't know if anyone's done that. Probably O'Doyle's did.
Yeah, see, I don't think I've ever done that before.
Sounds like you've done it.
O'Doyle rules.
Such a specific thing
Yeah.
that no
Or
one's
did it
ever
happen
heard
to
of.
you?
No, it didn't happen to me.
Okay.
No,
Well,
I mean, you didn't hear about his high school football exploits. He was the one pushing the poo into the locker.
There's some other people doing some weird stuff.
You were the hazer?
That Northwestern ogre stuff. I'm just glad that they left me alone.
Was it
Short
more like
Crest Prep didn't have an investigation?
No, they did not, Sean. Broomsticks were involved.
I would say, was it like Blue Mountain State?
No one was
With the
embarrassed
cookies?
by it. No, I mean, it was just guys being guys, you know? Every now and then, guys are guys.
Are you a Blue Mountain State guy, Paul?
Yeah, I love Blue Mountain State.
Are you excited for the relaunch? That they're going to bring it back?
I'm very curious as to how they're going to do the relaunch, given that the lead character, who the main character,
I mean, he's
Thad Castle. Well, Thad Castle's become a serious actor all of a sudden. Is he going to go back to being Thad Castle? I'm curious. I very much enjoyed these 2 seasons of Jack Reacher that he's been in.
It's very good.
Of course, Sean Mapes and I, who we saw the last Fast and Furious. I mean,
I am so happy.
He was a very good part of that movie. I enjoyed his entry into the Fast and Furious franchise.
When I found out I was doing this show with you guys, I'm not gonna lie. The first thing that popped in my head was we get to go see all the new Fast and the Furious together.
Family.
That's a little bit disrespectful that the first thing you thought of was the movies. But
I was jealous.
I
was jealous that
it's
you guys
fine.
went last time, and I was like, I know I'm still kind of new here and didn't cut the invite.
Yeah,
but
and
now,
I
like when
think
the new one comes out, like,
and I think we
field
watched
trip.
it after a Thursday show at like 2:00.
Yeah.
Like, it was
Right away.
immediate.
Yeah.
So like the earliest ticket we could get.
I'm looking forward to that, like, because I also love those movies.
They're so good and they're so bad, but the good is what makes it bad, and the bad is what makes it good. If that makes any sense.
Is there any other wide receivers or anything that you would entertain for a lesser value?
Look, I think the Texans are good at receiver. I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like they got enough contributions from some of the other wide receivers in the 3 and the 4 spot. The thing that you just really are hoping for is that you don't run into a situation where Collins is banged up, he only played 15 games, or Tank Dell's banged up. And of course, injuries happen, but you can't have the stable of Lamborghinis in your garage that we all want,
Yeah.
Like, just because you played fantasy football doesn't mean you can have like 3 quasi number 1 wide receivers.
I have 2 names for the other side. I want to throw out your way. 2 guys that might get traded this offseason, and I'm going to try to do this the best I can for Paul, okay? The woke mob is trying to cancel court storming.
What is happening? What is going on?
That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
713-780-3776 is your way into the show. The text line, the HRMP listener line. We are still gonna try to be the most interactive sports show in Houston. I'm gonna do my best to help that. Paul's gonna yell at me if I fail.
We will always keep that going.
We'll always keep it going.
Yeah. So we got to do some things. I think we got to, can we help out some of our, band listeners? Can we do that?
I helped out one yesterday.
Let's bring them all back. Listen, I believe in freedom of speech.
We'll see. There's one that I'm not gonna let back.
But I want him back.
No, we're trying to open.
No, you want Willie back?
Listen, I want everybody back.
All right.
He's trying to open Arkham Asylum. Is what he's doing.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not sensitive, okay? We should be less sensitive as a station. And in a world where free speech is being trampled upon by everybody, I believe in free speech. If you want to call me gay, it's fine. I don't care.
No, there's a couple that probably deserve to be in the loony bin in our Twitch chat. They can come and hang out on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel.
I think
there's no one banned from there yet.
Temporary bans are okay, but just the outright bans, even if the person has a very, very strong ADD, whether you're a texter or you're a YouTuber or you're a Twitcher or a tweeter, listen, I believe all are welcome in the house of Paul. And now Joe.
We'll consider it.
So I'm one of those people that would let a migrant sleep on my couch. Does that make me better than you? Yes.
It probably does.
It does. But I wouldn't actually do that.
No, I would not
recommend
that, Paul. I would not
say I would.
Okay, so two other wide receivers here quickly before we get to the court storming madness. A.J. Brown, rumored to be potentially open, all the weird Eagles stuff that's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
At one point I think it was during the playoffs, the Texans were the betting favorite to where
they were.
If A.J. Brown is traded, where would he go?
Correct.
And then I think there's still something there with Stephon Diggs. That he's not happy in Buffalo and he could be available. He's probably the cheapest contract and trade of all the wide receivers we kind of discussed so far. Would you explore a first-round pick trade, 23 for A.J. Brown or Stephon Diggs?
Not Diggs. Diggs is a diva. I can't deal with that.
He's too big of a diva.
And he wasn't even good.
I know Josh Allen's not really a great quarterback at times, but...
With Evans, it's tricky because Evans is from here, and I imagine that he really wants to play here. And since it's very unlikely that the Bucs give him the franchise tag, you could potentially just sign him and not have to give anything up. What kind of a deal is he going to be looking for, and what kind of production is he going to give you at this point in his career? He's still damn good, borderline Hall of Fame player.
Yeah. I mean, he's at, 1,000 yards for 10 straight, 11 straight seasons?
His statistics
it's incredible.
are jarring when you see them because you don't think he would have had that many. My big Mike Evans take is I think he should have won the Heisman instead of Johnny Manziel.
Agreed.
Back during that season because Manziel was just running around like a little kid playing Madden on rookie mode, tossing it over his shoder downfield, hoping to get bailed out.
A lot of them were very bad throws, and Mike Evans was just bailing on him. What about A.J. Brown? Would you trade for A.J. Brown? Because I mean, if it's that bad this early, if this drama stuff that we talked about yesterday with Craig Carton that he mentioned that he can't really talk about, it does feel very centered around A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts.
It feels centered around everybody. That's the problem.
They feel dysfunctional.
I feel like the biggest problem is Sirianni, the head coach.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'd consider A.J. Brown. Yeah, Brown is a tank.
Yeah, I would love A.J. Brown, and I think a first round pick straight up for him. That's what he got last time.
We'd love all the wide receivers, but really, again, before everyone wants the flashy stuff. At the end of the day, you got to think about the other things that they need to address: cornerback, defensive line.
There's a lot.
Interior offensive line. Again, there are things that they have to address in some way, shape, or form this offseason, and I'm not saying that I'm unwilling to trade capital like some of the people out there who believe that first round picks have a ridiculous amount of value. I'm just saying you got two good wide receivers.
You don't need to. Maybe it was a different position, you might have a different view.
Exactly.
Of this
If we're talking about a cornerback who's still on his A game, unlike Xavier Howard, then okay, sure.
Yeah.
But,
or a pass rusher. Or
or a pass rusher too. But we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about a position of strength right now for the Houston Texans.
All right. So one thing we did not get to yesterday, and we're going to do this in the next segment as well. Things we missed. Mondays are always busy shows. So we're going to kind of try to recap some of the weekend stuff on Tuesdays all the stuff we missed. But the big story was, and it kind of has been this entire college basketball season, is court storming. We have this Caitlin Clark, where she got hit. It was a flop. She hardcore flops. And then this weekend it happened again when Wake Forest beat Duke, and Kyle Filipowski, he looks like he hit his knee and he had to get helped off the court.
Sprained ankle, I think, was the official diagnosis. Here's the thing. It's going to get covered more because it happened to a Duke player. It's also going to be something that a lot of people maybe are like, whatever, it's a Duke player. Am I wrong? Like, oh, wow, here's the token Duke White. He rolled his ankle. Who effing cares? But I think that everyone is looking for hot takes to have in the speak for your pizza culture that we have after a weekend where we had zero football at all, and everyone's coming back from vacation. So so people fired some takes out there.
Yeah, well, let's hear some of these takes. First, we'll hear from Jay Billis, one of the most, well-known college basketball guys. Here's Jay Billis.
He's a lawyer. Did you know that?
Yeah, I hate people like that. Reminds me of Julie DeCaro, the worst person on the planet. Not everyone knows who she is, but she's now the editor of Deadspin. She sucks.
I'm sure Jay Billis is a nice guy and all, but there is an air of snobbiness that can only come from somebody who was at one point the token white guy at Duke.
All right, here's Jay Billis on the court storming issues.
But the truth is, nothing's going to change now. We're going to talk about it, and it's going to go away, and nothing's going to change. And if they wanted to stop it, they could stop it tomorrow. The administrators will tell you that security experts tell them that it's not a good idea to try to stop the court storming, that could cause more problems than it would solve. But you don't have to stop the court storming. One time, all you have to do is once they're on the court, don't let them off. Just say you're all detained and give them all citations or arrest them if you want to. And then court stormings will stop the next day. There's no accountability for this. The fans feel like it's an entitlement, and the universities like it, and the truth is we like it. Now, one last thing on this.
No, we're good, Jay. Imagine telling security guards who don't give a rat's ass about their terrible, low-paying job that they got to handcuff and detain
like 10,000 students,
thousands of children.
Well, I love his logic because of just how so flawed it is that you're going to detain or arrest college students and it's going to stop them from doing something. Has anyone ever heard of underage drinking?
No.
How many times did you run from the cops in college?
No, not. I never ran for them. I accidentally told on myself once for something I didn't do.
Boy Scout Paul Gallant.
Sean?
What?
Do you ever run from the cops in college because of underage drinking at a party?
I have avoided police officers while committing a crime. Yes.
I have ran from the cops plenty of times.
So you both have?
I've run from the cops, yes.
See, here's I was on probation my freshman year at Syracuse because there was a morning that I woke up and somebody who was on my floor, this person thought that I went into his room and peed on his computer. And
why did he think that you did it?
I don't know, but he was apparently running and ramming into my door at night, and I was out, so I don't remember. But I remember before I went to bed that night that I played Zelda the Wind Waker for 30 minutes. Okay? So I remember getting home, and it was 6 beers. I did not have any shots. I was pretty sure I didn't do it, but these two campus police officers, they brought me in, and honestly, I should have had a lawyer present because these guys made it seem like it wouldn't be that big of a deal if I did that. The RA decided to write me up for like hate crimes and all sorts of other things, and I'm like, wait a second, what? How did this escalate to that? And we come to find out 2 years later, one of our other friends on that floor was a serial sleepwalk and pee-on things guy. So it was definitely him. And I was on probation for basically my entire sophomore year because I confessed to a crime that I did not commit by saying, I don't know, maybe?
It's like there should be a Netflix documentary about your false confession
there
for being on your roommate's floor.
And since they were campus police, I figured I would be okay.
Yeah.
Because they made it seem like, it's not a big deal.
Not in Jay Billis's world. They could slap cuffs on you.
One of them even told me like, oh, well, I peed in a trash can once when I was drunk. And I was like, oh, well, these guys are cool. Which is why my dumb ass
they got
went
you,
to jail.
Good cop on you, and it worked.
They just wanted to clear the case.
Yeah. 4661 says it's already banned. Schools get fined when it happens. You'll never be able to stop it. I agree. It is banned. They get fined like $100,000, whatever, but like they don't actually try to stop it. Now, I was curious what the reaction to Jay Billis would be, and Richard Jefferson, he got a little feisty with his.
He did.
That's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire. Did he say detain 10,000 people? Did he say give 10,000 people citations? Me and Becky were talking before this because I asked the Hall of Famer Becky Hammond. So what do you think? She goes, if you don't make stupid rules, you don't have to enforce them. And that is silly. First of all, I get it. As an Arizona player, Duke players, typically the really good teams, I've had the court stormed on me 4 or 5 times. It's a part of it. It sucks. You don't want to see this. There has been things that happen, but this is about college basketball. This is about college football. To say something, and I love Jay Billis, a legend in this game. That is asinine to suggest that, because for me, when you look at this, yes, get your players off the floor. We saw the situation with Caitlin Clark. However you feel, left or right about that, was it a little bit of a flop? Was it a little bit of an embellishment? I get it. But this is a part of college sports. It always has been. For what, 40 years, 50 years?
It has been. And I've seen other people, Joe, Dan Patrick, Jay Billis, the further point that he made, talk about how maybe media has glamorized storming the court in those 40 to 50 years because they show it all the time. But it is a really, what you think at least, fun thing to do in the moment in college. I don't even believe there really should be rules for storming the court. Sometimes it does look bad.
I have one rule.
Where people, give me the one rule.
You can't be ranked.
You can't be ranked.
You cannot be the number 23 team in the country, beat the number 5 team in the country, and storm the court. You're a loser.
Fair enough. I think now, though, and it's because everyone's got their phones out, like that girl who Caitlin Clark flopped against, but everyone wants to do
the
their
viral
got my camera moment.
I just
Everyone
think you
wants
should
to
have to at least, like, it should, the upset should matter a little bit.
That's fair, but here's the other thing. You don't know when it's going to happen. It only happened for me. Syracuse, my sophomore through senior year, was one of the best teams in the country all 3 of those years. My freshman year, they stunk. My freshman year, they played Georgetown, an arch rival, and this is something that would be frowned upon by some people because Syracuse beating Georgetown should not be a court-storming moment.
Sure.
The 2 programs on a level field. But we stormed the court. As I stormed the court and I was running on, someone tried to bring me down because they tripped. And I stiff-armed their face and continued forward. I don't know if that person made it. Thank you. And the guy who averaged 9 yards of carry is a running back. No big deal. And when I got to the middle of the court.
Did you say 90 yards of carry?
9.
Okay.
And when I got to the middle of the court, I realized this is the worst thing ever.
Why?
Because it's just a cluster bleed.
Yeah.
You can't move.
I'm so jealous.
There's no extra drinks. There's like once you're there, it's like, all right, I did it. Now what?
Yeah, how do you get out?
It takes 20 to 30 minutes to get off the court.
Yeah, I guess I never got to experience it. I went to a fake college, basically. I went to 2 colleges. The first one I went to was like 3,000 students.
Okay.
And then that's where I was in my fraternity, as we discussed yesterday.
Frat guy.
And then I went to an art school.
You went to an art school?
Yeah, I have a fake college degree, basically.
You have a fake college degree?
No, I mean it's real, but
What's
it's in radio broadcasting.
Oh, okay. Well,
we had like radio studios in our classrooms.
Okay.
So like it's literally all it's worth is that.
Oh, I was just gonna say you're talking to 2 guys that majored in journalism, so it's not like
it's not that different.
Did
you ever storm the court at UT?
I went to UT. Of course we didn't.
What does that mean? You're too good?
Yeah.
Or you didn't win enough?
No. Well, both. But when
it's definitely the latter.
Texas beat in basketball. Texas basketball can storm the court.
I was thinking basketball.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Because the only time I've even thought about it was football when they beat Notre Dame in 2016.
You were there too. I was there.
Yeah, and Notre Dame was like number 5 in the country.
Right.
Texas just came off. Charlie Strong was coaching Texas.
Shane Buechele time, baby.
So
Texas
they're
is
coming
back.
off a losing season, and
this is causing bad memories.
We looked at each other and we were like, I don't think we're gonna storm the field, even if we win. I don't think we're gonna like I don't think this rises to the level of like if you're Texas, you can't storm.
So was there like a murmur in the crowd of like as it's happening, like everyone's playing like telephone, saying we're storming, or just you wait for like 5 or 6 people to go and then everyone follows?
People started moving towards the
so you could kind of tell
wall.
Yeah, I think if you know, you know. Kind of.
Yeah. And at that point, like when the masses start coming to the walls, like what are you about to do? You know, like if you're a security guard, like I'm gonna stop all these guys.
No.
Now I have seen every now and then you'll see like one security guard give a little bit of an effort, and I like that guy.
Clothesline,
dude, but they always get a girl, man.
Jay Billis gave that guy a gold star. That's
he did? Oh yeah, he would have probably.
Yeah. There we go, got one.
Detain her, cuff him.
They always
zip ties.
Tag him and bag him.
Give all these guys in yellow jackets zip ties. So zip tie them all together.
But like I saw someone on Twitter like the only way you can fix it is if you put up like the hockey glass around the arena.
No, you don't want
that. I'm like, you know how stupid that sounds?
You don't want that.
Like, you know, like the idea that they would do that.
No, I think that it's totally fine the way that it is. I think that the one thing that these schools could potentially do is what Creighton did. Creighton, give them credit, that is a basketball school, but when they beat UConn not too long ago, they actually had security block off the UConn bench.
Yeah, which is smart.
I don't know who thought of that, but like that was brilliant. That's what everyone should do. And again, you know, security is going to vary school by school. It sucks when a player gets run into, but yeah, them's the breaks. Keep your head on a swivel, babe.
Lastly here, shout out to Mississippi Valley State. Their fans, they stormed the court last night. There's about 30 fans on the court because they won their first game. They're 1-27 on the season.
All of them could have been arrested. That would have been funny. That actually was possible. You got what? 30 people?
Yeah, you get them all. You can arrest them all.
I'm imagining Mississippi Valley State's not going to have many security people out there, but you can probably get at least 4 or 5.
All right, other stuff we missed this weekend that we did not get a chance to talk about, that's next here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Things we missed this weekend that we didn't talk about yet, Paul. Cougs, number one. This is a Cougs show, right?
Yeah, I'm the biggest Cougs fan here.
That's true. I've heard that.
Right. I don't need to be paid by the school like Jeremy Brandon.
To root for the team?
No, I don't have to do that.
Yeah, you and Sean Mapes, number one Cougs fans in the city.
Integrity. We jump on bandwagons here.
Lived in the city for over 20 years, Joe.
You're a Cougs fan?
Yeah. I'm Houston all the way.
Yeah, Houston all the way.
Do you put on for your city? On for your city?
Yes. Got to.
East side, west side.
I cannot wait to go to the game versus Kansas next week.
We're going to have to fight over credentials.
We have two of them.
Okay.
Because I can't wait to go to that game. That game's probably going to be massive. That game probably will decide the winner of the Big 12, or it could decide the winner of the Big 12, or at least the number one seed.
It definitely will. I want to figure out where the people party before basketball.
That's a great question.
Because it's one of those areas where there's not really a central location. It feels like this would be like the great. Hey, anybody listening right now, you want to start a sports bar like somewhere around Fertitta Center?
Yeah.
It doesn't, and I could be wrong here, but off the top of my head, and I've been to like 5 or 6 Cougs games for hoops, and I've been to a couple of Roughnecks games when they were over at TDECU. For the life of me, I do not know where people go, whether it's a bar or what area is where people tailgate. And that's what I want to figure out. So when I go to that game, I mean, of course, I'll watch the game, but I will likely be focusing on beverages.
That will be my first time going to Fertitta Center. I haven't been yet.
It really is. I mean, they nailed the intimacy spot part of it.
Yeah.
Because it's nice, confined. It's not too big. And it gets loud. And the biggest game I went to was last season's game against Alabama, which was, I think, in December of 22.
It was early in the season.
Right. And it was awesome. Yeah, they were playing the Womp Womp and everything.
Well, and this is going to be like, awesome. This was one actually when the realignment stuff started happening in college sports. I think the thing I was most excited about was that the Cougs were joining the Big 12. Mostly for basketball, because like now you have Kansas and Baylor, and I still think the Gonzaga thing's going to happen too, where Gonzaga's going to join the Big 12.
Gosh,
at some point.
Random.
So random.
But I mean, hey,
that conference is sick at basketball.
If you wanna make this best conference in college basketball even better, then I mean that's what you do.
Wait till the ACC starts to blow up. Could they just get Duke and North Carolina while they're at it and just steal all the basketball schools?
I mean,
really, a super conference.
The ACC sucks now. I mean, it would be. I mean, how about Syracuse joins the Big 12? Huh? How about that?
I'd be fine with that.
They're not good anymore, sadly. Yeah, they're bringing it down a little bit, Sean.
Maybe for football.
Honestly, at this point, you're right. Probably. They're better at football.
They'll be back.
No, they won't.
Do they still run the zone?
No.
Oh, that's good.
Well, sure.
I mean, retire the.
Well, at least when they ran zone, they won.
Yeah,
I guess.
That's what I mean. That's why they won.
I hate
the zone. The zone would just completely flummox people in the playoffs. The Big East teams would figure it out, but the other teams are like, "What the hell is going on here?" But now everyone shoots threes. So
okay.
R.I.P. in peace.
Apparently, the Texas A&M's one of their college baseball games this weekend got delayed because a Wagner, I don't know where that school's at, outfielder got stuck inside a bathroom.
Ooh,
that's tough.
Did you think he bombed it before?
Oh,
I'm wondering if this was a full bathroom.
That's
if it's a dugout bathroom, I'm wondering if it's just one of those
like the door broke.
Wonders. Yeah, the door broke. So hopefully there's some proper ventilation in there. But given that this was at a baseball stadium and we're talking about the stadium facilities for players, especially the road team, probably not the best. That would suck. Have you ever been locked in a bathroom before?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I have been.
One of my friends got locked in a stall not too long ago, and he had to crawl underneath it.
I mean, I think that's happened.
Pretty funny.
I think that happened. But I also might have been just like a kid and just crawled underneath the stall because I thought it was funny. Like when I was like 5.
Surprise!
I don't know if I got locked in there.
Yeah. Jay Billis wants you detained.
Yeah, detain him, sir.
Jay Billis would probably have the entire country arrested for something. If he could
find something.
Like, he would find some reason to arrest us right now if he could. Probably just because we played his audio and made fun of him.
Yeah.
Have you been to, how many Aggie games have you been to, football or basketball?
I went to their first game in the SEC, and I've been to one more. It was a game against UAB. Because my cousin was in the cavalry, so he was firing the cannons and stuff, which was pretty cool. The first game I went to at Kyle Field, on the field for a game where Manziel showed some flashes, and I was like, oh, that guy's not terrible. Because I remember butchering his name during a sports flash at the Flagship. That was the only time I'd ever heard of his name, and it was because he had gotten arrested for something.
I'm going to College Station for week 1 next year.
Oh.
For Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah, because you're a Golden Domer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that 2016 game, Sean. He was having a good time.
It was like halfway through the story. I was like, oh, yeah. I forgot
you guys didn't hear me say I don't enjoy this? Because I was not enjoying that. As you were reminiscing of this.
Did you go to it?
No, I did not. No.
Okay.
No, because 2016, I guess I've been here for only like a year at that point. But
that'd been hilarious. Like, we were all three at the same place.
Yeah, but I was just miserable. No, I'm going to this one because I think they'll win. Like, I mean, they should be favored. I would imagine week 1.
Road favorites? At Kyle Field? You think you can just go into Kyle Field and win?
Shaking my head.
It's just Mike Elko.
Look at us becoming Aggies, Sean.
I don't know. I got Cougs and Aggies now.
I mean, honestly, I will root for the Aggies against Notre Dame.
That's fine. Yeah. I expect most people to hate Notre Dame. I get it.
I don't really hate them. I'm just like, I don't understand why we need to talk about you.
Well, they're good, usually.
No. Not relevant.
Oh.
Me and Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog Russo are aligned on
that. Not relevant.
Not on the SEC.
I heard them say that. They call Notre Dame not relevant. Well, they're one of like 5 teams to play in the college football
not
twice.
relevant.
Yeah, how did that go?
Yeah.
Oh, those have been the worst experiences of my life.
Yeah, so did they belong?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, so put somebody else in there.
Okay, we are 30.
We're just gonna bully you on this.
That's fine. I understand. If they ever win a national championship, like I'll be able to survive this. But until they actually win a college football playoff game that matters, like I get why people are gonna bully me forever. They've embarrassed themselves both times. All right, we are 30 days away from opening day. We've got Astros questions for you next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I have a court storming question follow-up.
Court storming follow-up.
Why don't we do it in the pros? Like when the Texans get to their first AFC Championship game, can we storm the field?
I mean,
why does it stop in college? How would I know there's a lot more security.
I'm pretty sure that the professionals, once they have a little moolah,
they would fight us
in their pocket. They are 100% not going to allow anyone near them.
That's fair.
And I would say basketball players specifically, imagine an NBA player's just meltdown after someone decided to storm a court, given all of the whining that we have seen from, a list of players I can't even enumerate. It's so long.
I make $500 million over my career, and some guy's gonna pour a drink on me.
Yeah, right. I definitely wouldn't do it in the NBA because I just feel like the Malice at the Palace Part 2 would be a lock to happen.
You are big guys, and there's a bunch of little ants running around.
Draymond.
You know what? Sean is that noise you heard in the background was Sean.
Was Draymond Green punching me in the face?
Acting something
after I
there.
stormed the court after the Rockets beat the Warriors in this hypothetical scenario.
For that, I would kind of want it because it would give us some content in the summer.
Where's Sean Mapes? Oh, he got arrested. He got punched in the face by Draymond Green.
I would have the neck brace. I'd be calling up every shady lawyer in the city.
It might be the best thing that ever happened.
Yeah. You go real viral.
Talk about wanting to be rich.
Listen,
take the fall.
I think that. Does Jim Adler does he work on injuries that involve not a truck but a truck-sized human?
Yeah. Punching you in the face.
Right.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
John Daspit Law.
Listen. We're just asking the questions, okay? We're not saying that they would. But I'd like to see the American way. Sue. Because it's fun. Well, because you'll make a lot of money, then you don't have to do it. Yeah, that's it. You just gotta wear a neck brace for a while.
All right, let's get to our Astros opening day countdown.
It's always Astros time in Houston. Are you ready to play?
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Astros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
We're counting you down to the Astros season opener against the New York Yankees, March 28th.
Hell yeah. I wasn't sure we were going to keep the bone around.
I like it.
Okay, I'm glad that you like it.
I like that. I hadn't heard that yet.
Some people in our audience like this. Some random person found a trumpet and decided to do a cover of Paul Wall's not very good song, How About Them Stros, that he played after the Astros won the World Series in 2022. Yeah. I don't know why he did, but I find this trombone to be hilarious. We have a lot of listeners who hate the trombone. I know our Twitch audience loves the trombone.
I can tell.
I don't know, but I love the bone, baby.
So yesterday, spring training. First of all, Joe Espada is ruining the Astros.
They have scored 1 run in 3 games.
It's not good.
Oh, I thought it was Dusty's fault. He can't put a lineup together.
Let's see what they're doing right now, Paul. Over under right now, Astros runs.
I'm going to say over, under. I will set it at 1.5. I'm going to say under.
Yep. They have 0 runs in the bottom of the third right now.
Outrageous. Fire Espada.
7-0.
Fire Joe Espada. This is too much.
Joe Espada taking pictures with AJ Hinch before games instead of preparing his guys.
Oh, even worse. He's a selfie guy?
He's a selfie guy.
Was it a selfie?
I couldn't tell.
You know what? If he's taking pictures with AJ Hinch, I think that's grounds for removal and to bring our guy back. If the Red Sox can bring back Alex Cora, let's bring back the guy that everyone forgets kind of butchered the end of the 2019 World Series.
They should have. They should have brought him back. They never should have fired him.
Yeah, I think it's funny though the way that we look at Hinch compared to Dusty Baker. Like I feel like they're about on the same level. Like they were good managers, but they made their fair share of mistakes, and yet for some reason Dusty Baker gets crushed where AJ Hinch did not.
People bring up 2019, I think, a fair amount, but it's kind of in the past.
Yeah,
like a little bit. So and they've won a World Series since. So I think people mostly forget. And there's a lot of things that have happened since that moment. That's probably part of the problem. Yeah, why he gets a pass.
Yeah.
But Spencer Arrighetti was on the mound yesterday. 2 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts. He's getting lots of hype right now.
This is the token Astros player who does pretty well in spring training that everyone's like, oh, look at the Astros got in the works. And
now, Dana Brown's gassing him up too, though. Like he's talked about in the offseason a couple times how him and Melton are definitely their two best prospects, and people are making calls about them.
That is true, but Brown is also a bit of a gas. Well, I hate to say it, but he's a bit of a gas bag. Like the guy,
dude, 100%.
He says a lot of things that a politician would. Now, to his credit, at least on one of the things that he promised to do, giving Jose Altuve an extension, that has come true. But
what about the other ones?
Right, exactly.
Fromber, Tucker, Bregman.
The Spencer Arrighetti name is interesting, but with the amount of depth that the Astros have, which is something that I'm hoping will be the strength that for whatever reason it wasn't last year, partly due to injuries and just partly due to some guys that randomly weren't good, even after they added Justin Verlander back. So I feel like it'll be fun for the next couple of weeks, but I don't think, Joe, we will end up seeing much of Spencer Arrighetti this year.
Yeah, I don't really think so either. Because even in the beginning of the season, let's say JV, JV's not throwing any breaking stuff right now. So that kind of makes it seem like he's not going to be ready for that opening series versus the Yankees, which we're counting down to. So your rotation is going to be, Fromber, Christian Javier, Jose Urquidy, JP France,
Verlander.
And then maybe Verlander misses one start. And I don't think you start, Arrighetti's MLB clock for one start.
No, I agree.
So that's Ronel Blanco, 100%.
Yep. Yeah.
And then JV's back in the next time through the order.
Right, exactly. And we'll see how they manage the entire thing. I saw the latest update with Justin Verlander. There was something about a clock or something like that.
Yeah.
Pitchers always use such tricky language this time of year as well. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, because they're all different. It's not like a normal clock where everyone knows how to read it. Because he's talked about being old now, his body's not responding and stuff like that. So I still it feels like he's only going to miss one or two starts at most to start the year, but then he'll be fine after that. So I don't really think that we'll see Arrighetti either, because I think Ronel Blanco will be kind of your stopgap guy until Garcia and McCullers get back, in theory, unless we see a couple injuries.
Right.
Or if those guys really suck. Do you like JP France?
I think you got as much out of JP France this past season as you're probably ever going to get.
Agreed.
I thought there were signs of him reverting to a pumpkin. One of the weird things going into the postseason, and specifically...
Oh, and Hunter Brown. I forgot to mention Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown, I think, hit a first full season kind of rookie wall.
Yeah.
So with Hunter Brown, we'll see. I felt like there were too many Verlander comparisons made because of his rotation or because of his delivery.
Because they're the exact same, yeah.
And because of
Detroit,
where he's from. Right. I felt like we overdid it a little bit with him. Hey, you hope for the best for those guys, but no, I'm not expecting Hunter Brown
It's not like he was a top 10 prospect in baseball.
Right. You're hoping he can be a 4 or a 5 or something like that. What I'm waiting for is there even a chance of Luis Garcia by the end of the year with the Tommy John surgery, which he had early on last year? And on top of that, I never know with Lance McCullers.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying Garcia and McCullers are kind of like June, July. Now, I think Garcia will be there in July.
And I hope so, because I really thought Garcia was great last season. And then, of course, the injury happened. It felt like he adjusted very quickly to the changes that he had to make because of the pitch clock. I do miss the him doing the shimmy, essentially, when he was on the mound. But I felt like he really looked good, and hopefully he comes back from this injury on somewhat of the same level, because that would be very nice to have, especially considering, your depth will be changing over the coming years.
Yeah, and so I believe in Garcia, but I'm with you. Lance McCullers is not a real person again for the Astros until he's actually on the mound.
I just give me some good quotes, Lance. That's it.
Yeah.
Just give us the occasional good quote. I know some people are bothered by that. I'm not. I enjoy that.
I mean, at this point, that's all he is a quote machine. And
he's a good quote machine.
And he's your first guy out of the dugout when you hit Adolis Garcia.
I like that.
That's all he is. Making fun of himself at the Houston Sports Awards.
Exactly. I like that he was self-deprecating. And look, I'm a little biased because when I was over at the flagship and doing the morning show with Mike and Seth, we would have him on once a week.
Dude, he's great.
I really enjoy him as a person. So yeah, I like that. Hey, at least he was in the dugout as opposed to, I don't know, Justin Verlander.
No,
during a specific World
100%.
Series.
Like,
you know,
Lance is funny because, like, I think that's why, like, most media members, I think, have stories like you do. You know, we did at my past station, we did charity work with Lance with a car dealership. So, like, we would have Lance on, you know, quite a bit, and like I would have a good relationship with him. Like, he's a really nice guy.
He randomly gets a lot of hate, and it's like he can't control the injury.
No, he can't.
These are fluke things that happen to lots of pitchers. You're doing a completely unnatural human motion.
Yeah, and like the Lance McCullers thing, I was in Chicago for the White Sox series when the injury happened, and like if there's not a rain delay, Lance McCullers is not pitching in that last game of the White Sox series in which he got hurt. Because my understanding is that he did his lift, was supposed to have a day off and then pitch, but he ended up lifting and then pitching the next day, and then that's when he got hurt. And look, that's what, 2021, and he's still dealing with the injuries now. Speaking of injuries, though, and fake people on the Astros,
who?
Forrest Whitley will not throw this week. Inflammation in his middle finger. Giving too many people the bird, Paul.
I remember Sean and I were talking about the last time there was a Forrest Whitley story, and we were like, wait a second, how long has he been here?
I know.
So since 2016, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's right. He at one point, wasn't he like the number one prospect in baseball?
Dude, John Singleton has been an Astro, signed a long-term extension, left the Astros, and been back before we saw Forrest Whitley.
Yeah, so now they're saying that, you know, Forrest, it's just inflammation. He'll start throwing again next week, and they're still hopeful Forrest Whitley will be
splendid.
Yeah, dude, he's.
Listen, I don't want to put this on him.
10 times Lance.
I feel bad for him, but you know, sometimes you just don't make it. And I whenever I hear that name, I roll my eyes a little bit.
Yeah,
because there's some people that will put expectations on him because of where he was taken back in the day.
Well, even just think about. It's funny, like he's the prime example of like prospect huggers that I don't understand them all the time.
I mean, how many this organization's had a ton, and it's funny that everyone, now that the Astros are good, forgets about like Mark Appel, Brady Aiken, you know, like you just forget about some of these guys that they took that like they didn't do a damn thing here. Yeah. And you're like, oh well, Corey Lee, you can't trade him. You know,
traded.
Like, calm down.
Yeah.
Who's the other guy? Ryan Clifford?
Oh, who got traded with Gilbert last year?
Gilbert.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think like 80% of Astros fans even knew who he was until he was in the trade.
I think you could ask him, like, does he bat right-handed or left-handed? And people would be like,
I don't know, but I need to keep him. The farm system, you got to build it up.
Actually, like the one thing that I thought was the most interesting from spring training so far that we haven't touched on was the article that Chandler Rome just put out about Pedro Leon. How basically, you know, they signed Pedro Leon to this massive deal, and they expected him to fast track his way up here into the majors, but they basically admitted, Mickey Story, the Space Cowboys manager, basically admitted that part of the reason why he struggled is because they did that infield outfield thing, where they would play him at second and short and center and right, and his development in the outfield basically got butchered. Like that was a massive signing when they brought him in. Like, people thought he was going to be this massive deal, and he's just been like a total nobody.
See, that's why you should never put expectations on any random young player. Either they become good or they don't. And I understand why we do. It's because of where they're drafted, or it's because of where they were brought in from. But I have learned over time that having expectations for any of these players, as lame as it might be in a hot take culture, I just think to myself, hey, if they're good, they're good. I'm not going to hold it against them if they're not. It's not their fault that they were taken there. Those expectations are put on them generally by, you know, people that are paying way too much attention without actually knowing what they're talking about.
Fact. All right, free agency is here in the NFL almost. But we got a bunch of news yesterday about NFL running backs. Paul and I were discussing this a little bit, but what I want to do next is I want to have a collective, I want to find a show running back. The running back that we want the Texans to sign. So we're going to find out who that is next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George and some great music presented by RC Ranch,
the official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Paul's jamming right now.
I'd like to drink some margaritas. So, listen, I don't care what kind of music you're singing.
Mm-hmm.
I hear margaritas, I'm in.
How do you like your margaritas? Frozen, not frozen?
Frozen.
Okay.
Frozen, preferably not $300,000 like they cost at Minute Maid Park. Thanks, Biden.
Yeah, I mean, didn't they
had the breggy sauce to them as well. But yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Where's that country music coming from, Joe?
For RC Ranch, the official
Ranch.
beef jerky, the Houston Rodeo. So we'll be playing some music throughout all the shows, getting you ready. I can't wait for the rodeo this year.
I can't wait. I had a great time in Mexico with my friends for my best friend's wedding to one of my closest friends, but I did miss the rodeo cook-off. I love the rodeo cook-off. It's my favorite weekend of the year in Houston.
I think I'm considering just like an entire week going every day. There's March 12th to the 15th. No, I don't need to see the Jonas Brothers. March 12th to the 14th. I want to see Bun B, and then it's Nickelback, and then Zac Brown Band.
I am going to Nickelback. I had not looked at the schedule at all.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting last couple of weeks, so just haven't really been focusing on much other than alcohol. But I heard that Hank Williams Jr. is going to be playing, and I have been on a recent Hank Williams Jr. kick.
Yeah, that's next Monday.
Yeah, I'm excited.
So
I
think
good luck on Tuesday. You're going to have a different level of Paul as far as energy goes.
Oh, you'll be hurting, Paul.
Oh yeah.
Big time.
So you might have Monday hungover Paul and Tuesday hungover Paul.
Oh, sweet.
Listen.
I can't wait.
Hey, we got a 2-person show now, so I mean,
that's true.
I mean, I have been enabled.
That's true.
Sean's rolling his eyes already.
We've enabled Paul Gallant.
Sean knows Monday Paul sometimes looks rough.
Yes, being the Scottie Pippen to your Michael Jordan flu game before, literally carrying you into breaks and out of breaks. I'm glad Joe's here to share the load.
Thank you.
All right, so free agency's right around the corner for the NFL. D'Amico Ryans just met with the media for the first time at the scouting combine, and he was asked about the running back position. He said, quote, he was pleased with Devin Singletary and would love to have him back.
Okay.
I also would love to have Devin Singletary back. I'll start there. Devin Singletary is for sure on my should be back in Houston next year.
And I don't think it'll cost that much to keep him.
I don't think so either. I think people who are saying he's going to cost, like, even in the ballpark of some of these big names are just way off on their evaluation of what NFL free agency is going to look like.
The production was there. Was it as consistent as you'd have liked? And does he jump off the screen on film like some other running backs in the NFL?
No, he does not. So I think he's
still a good player. And I mean, he can make people miss. This is way better than the artist formerly known as Rex Burkhead when he was here.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the other guys that they were putting behind the quarterback at running back, Dario Gomboale when he's in there occasionally. Like, he is markedly better as far as a number 2 running back than just about anyone that we've seen the last couple of years.
Would you feel comfortable if they went into next season with Singletary as the lead back? If they got a different backup than Dameon Pierce?
I would not hate it. I would like the interior offensive line in front to be a little bit better.
Yeah.
So they're not so CJ Stroud is not under siege, and so that they can actually have a running game that defenses respect, because it did not feel like that at any point last year.
Yeah, I do feel like this running back class actually in free agency is really talented. There's a lot of really good players.
It's stacked.
Yeah.
And I mean, it sucks for all these guys that the contracts are expiring at the same time.
And that's why it's good for the Texans. That's why, like, these projections that, Spotrac or Spotrac, whatever it is, are looking at Saquon Barkley and saying $10 million or $9.9 million for Saquon Barkley. Like, I don't, maybe for him, but 10.3 for Derrick Henry. Not all of these running backs are going to be $10 million running backs, is my point. There are going to be a lot of these guys who are not going to be there at that market level. And then you have a guy like, the Gus bust, Gus Edwards. I think if him and Devin Singletary were your backfield next year, I'd feel pretty okay about that. Like, I don't love it. I would like a bigger name, but I would still feel happy with the Texans going forward if that was their backfield.
Okay. The guy I'm looking at, and there needs to be a move that happens to get him out there. But we touched on him yesterday. If I'm getting another running back, I'm going to look at it the same way that, Joe, you eventually will with your kid as far as their first car.
Okay.
I don't need an expensive car with a high insurance premium. I want someone that I know can do it and someone that adds something to the table that is semi-unique when he is healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he's going to have anything left in the tank, but the running back that I'm looking for is not at the front of the store. It's the one in the DVD bin at Walmart. Nick Chubb, if he's available, I want him.
I'm fascinated what they're going to do with him.
I am as well, because, look, that was a gruesome-looking injury.
Yep.
It sounded like things weren't as bad as they looked when he suffered it. But, I mean, if you're a betting person, are you betting Nick Chubb's going to be the same guy again? I don't know, but I think I would roll the dice on someone like Nick Chubb and potentially draft someone as opposed to thinking I'm going to give Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley or any of these other big-name running backs a lot of money. I'm going to look for someone who is more of a bargain, who has high upside. Nick Chubb is one of the best running backs in recent NFL history when it comes to his ability to push through contact, to drag tacklers. Will it be the same after this injury? I don't know, but go look up the numbers yourself. They're not in front of me right now. They're really impressive.
Do you have just in your mind a number of how high you would go on a running back per year?
Probably 7.
So that's so funny because the first player I clicked on here on SpoTrack of someone that had 1,000 yards rushing last year. He was very good. He was very good in Detroit before he was in Philadelphia. DeAndre Swift is another guy that's out there in free agency this offseason. They're like, I kind of like him too. Like I'd be intrigued.
I gotta say, he surprised me how good he was last year in Philly.
But like they're projecting him at $6.7 million.
Because the Lions sort of moved on from him.
Yeah.
And I got it. If you watch the season of Hard Knocks with the Lions, they always, without saying it, seemed to believe there was something missing. Now, he did have that awesome Eagles offensive line in front of him.
True.
Which maybe wasn't the offensive line it was at the beginning of the year. At the end of the year. But no, he really impressed me last season, so that is another name I would definitely consider. And he's probably on the second tier, which is funny because he really produced last year.
And the third tier is like the tier I think I like the most, Paul. Like Zach Moss. We saw what he did against the Texans. I would take a flyer on him. He's not my lead back. And I'll tell you, the guy who I want like one last chance at.
Who?
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Oh,
I know. I'm a sucker.
You probably drafted him first overall like Louis Riddick did.
I did not.
What a boneheaded fantasy football thing.
I think the Chiefs, there's still something there. Like, I think we saw it in the postseason.
Yeah.
He still has some...
His name is Isaiah Pacheco.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, there's something good about the Chiefs. It's not Clyde
No,
Edwards-Helaire.
but he has some moments where I'm just like, I kind of want to bring him in as like the third running back.
I don't think that's even true. What has he ever done?
He had some good moments in the playoffs this year, at the end of the season.
Yeah,
I'm talking like very few moments here. We're talking like under.
We're talking about pass protection.
No, he had some good runs.
good third down block.
No.
Wow, but Pat Mahomes the extra
Listen,
half second.
I'll be honest. I didn't notice him at all this past season.
I mean, it wasn't like a big part of it at all. It's one of those guys where I like the idea of not as pushed to the side as Devin Singletary, but taking a flyer on. I'm paying him $1.5 million to come in and be Dameon Pierce's backup or replacement as the third running back.
If that's the price, fine. But it hasn't really happened for him.
No, it hasn't.
And I mean, you can bring in all the ex-first rounders and hope it works out like Daryl Morey used to do in the NBA, but like it usually doesn't work.
Yeah. So who's your number one guy? Nick Chubb. What are you doing if they don't cut him?
If they don't cut him, then I'm looking at some of the options that you had listed there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Devin Singletary is the one that fans want to bring back the most.
Everyone wants top shelf. Here's the thing, okay? If you've been to a bar.
Mm-hmm.
The top shelf is not that much better than the middle shelf.
Agreed.
It's not. Everyone thinks it is. Do you know how I know this? Because in college at Syracuse, continue to tell you alcoholic stories. What we used to do, well, we would find a bottle of Grey Goose. We would keep it to ourselves. Once we were done, we would pour that plastic bottle vodka in there, And when the broads came over and we were trying to impress them, we were like, we got Grey Goose. And these dumbasses didn't know that we were giving them bottom shelf vodka in a top shelf bottle. They didn't know. And look,
I do feel like plastic bottle vodka is where you went too far because that's bottom shelf.
No, it tastes a little like gasoline. It's like, nah, you're fine.
That's Grey Goose. You never had Grey Goose before.
Yeah,
huh?
you just don't understand.
You've never had the fancy life.
You don't appreciate the flavor like I do.
You don't appreciate what's really going on here.
I think Jay Billis would say that's grounds to be arrested.
Probably. He just wants to arrest college kids.
You're lying to these women.
Okay, very quickly. What's the weirdest thing you would mix your drinks with?
Weirdest thing I'd make.
We would do straight up. I don't know why I did this to my body. We would just dump vodka into Monster. It was so gross. But we'd get like the green Monster and just like dump a handle of vodka into like 2 or 3 Monsters and good to go for the whole night.
I can't
Awful decisions.
I can't do the energy drink mixed with vodka.
That's all I drank in college.
I don't understand how anyone drinks energy drink. It's like radioactive cough syrup.
Yeah.
But, I mean, let's just be honest. Everyone who's ever had Jungle Juice, you don't even know what's in it. So that's the answer. Like, I do miss OG Four Loko. I do miss OG.
Oh yeah,
Four
you know,
Loko.
you probably didn't get OG Four Loko, huh, Sean?
No, Sean. It had caffeine in it, and if you had 2, you were done. You were done. I remember one time, I told a girl who I was talking to at the time, "Do not come over. I had 2 Four Lokos. Do not come over." She came over, and I spent the entire night, like, basically sobbing to her about a girl I used to date. I have no idea how she stayed with me after that. She did. Everyone
that
had
stuff was so dangerous.
Everyone had their 2 Four Loko story. There was a person, Joe, and I wish I could find this, who was a classmate of mine at the prestigious SI Newhouse School of Public Communications at Syracuse University. And this dumbass had a second Four Loko, I believe, on the top of a building. And guess what happens? He fell off. Now, he didn't die, but he did do an interview with Katie Couric in a neck brace. I still want to find this interview because we roasted him mercilessly for it, even though we all had our own Four Loko story. We were not on national TV being interviewed about
Now, is
the
this
Four
person
Lokos.
still on national television
say, is this
today?
person on our TVs?
Oh, no.
Like,
no.
is this Explain Nick Wright's takes?
No.
That man grew up to be Mike Tirico.
This person, like most people in communications, has probably moved on, realizing, oh, you don't get
I
paid.
was like, make
in
sure
this.
like this isn't like Lawyer Mike Meltzer out here falling off a building.
I'm just saying that Katie Couric interviewed him, and there was a moment in time where we all remember this. But what our group of friends did is we actually, when we found out that they were getting rid of the caffeine, which wasn't too long after that interview, we stocked up on all of the Four Lokos that we could find, and whenever we had parties, we would charge like $20 for one.
Oh.
So we make a profit.
Look at Paul.
We made money off of our parties.
A swindler.
We used to charge kids $20 to come inside because it was snowing, and they would pay.
You're a terrible person.
We told them before. It was like, listen, there's no alcohol in here, but if
It's
you want to come
cold
inside,
outside.
it's $20.
Yeah, either this or die.
Your
choice.
The room. Listen, we had a small house. If you want to go in, like we gotta pay. We gotta get paid.
Oh man. Oh, I'm learning so much about Paul. I'm very much enjoying these stories, and I'm sure the best part is, Sean, is you can confirm there's like an endless amount of these.
Oh yeah.
All right, our 10-minute drill. What's going on?
I haven't even talked about Mexico yet.
I know you haven't. All right, what's going on in the NFL? 10-minute drill. That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 10-minute drill here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before we get into that, I got asked, sent an email on Friday last week. Paul, you were in Mexico.
Yes.
And it was a request. It was a question of looking for volunteers at the station for something.
Okay.
And I was like, I gotta talk to Paul about this. I gotta talk to Mapes about this, because to start this conversation, you're the only two people at the station that qualify for this.
I know.
Because you're not fat. So we got an open invitation for on March 8th or 9th to have people who weigh under 170 pounds participate in a camel race at Sam Houston Race
That's not
Park.
me anymore.
No?
Yeah,
That's not me
I'm
anymore.
over 172.
Oh, well, I guess then we're all too fat.
I ain't fat, but I'm 182.
That's disappointing. I really wanted to see Paul do the camel race.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
If you were underweight, would you do it?
Yeah, 100%.
I wonder if we could ask. Like, what about 182? Like, can the camel?
Yeah,
can we
dude.
find one of the camels? Can one camel work out a little bit more?
You can drop weight like a wrestler. You can.
Yeah, let's
you
do
can
it.
No.
Cut weight.
It's so hot in here. We'll just put you in like the trash bags at the wrestlers' room. We'll sweat you out.
No, I do not.
You'll make weight.
I don't want to lose volume on my biceps, which have been getting bigger. I don't want to lose any volume on my chest.
Cut.
Yeah.
No. I mean,
vascular.
listen. I would like a little bit more, but no, I do not want to sacrifice mass. I've been working very hard to get this mass, so no, I'm not doing that. But if we can find a Clydesdale camel,
yeah. Do we have ask them if they have a jumbo camel?
Yeah, do they have what?
Yeah.
Like
A
it's an extra
heavyweight.
12 pounds. Like,
I mean, yeah, because I would feel bad lying about my weight because I do care about animals.
that's good. That's good. I'm glad to know that.
I'm a piece of crap when it comes to like taking advantage of people at college parties. But
Yeah.
not like that. Not like that. I mean, from the perspective of overcharging them for drinks. Jesus Christ.
If you just would have left it, we wouldn't even realize you said that.
Yeah, but I realized it was funny and that someone listening would have probably. No, I didn't do that. Come on.
Oh.
I was too busy pursuing people that didn't want me.
Okay.
All right. We got this
Don't get
random
fired,
question
Paul.
here. 0265. This is a football question.
Oh, God.
Is this still the most interactive sports show in Houston? Yes. So since it is, we'll take your random questions. Would you rather have Chris Johnson in his prime, or Adrian Peterson in his prime on this current Texans team?
Adrian Peterson.
Dude, CJ2K though, that year in Tennessee was so electric.
Yeah, but so is the year that Adrian Peterson
I know.
had when he won MVP.
To me, it's definitely Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, it's got to be. Peterson's one of the best running backs ever.
100%.
I
didn't text me back the other day.
AP?
I tried to get him on because he said that story about him having to sell all of his memorabilia and because he was poor was a lie.
So he wanted to clear the air.
I was like, hey, you want to come?
Clear the air for fake news.
Yeah, but he didn't text me back.
Wasn't there a picture of Adrian Peterson riding a camel at his birthday party?
I think so.
I don't think he was racing a camel, though.
Well, this guy says, how small are these camels? I weigh 290 pounds. I rode a camel.
You will kill it, sir.
With my daughter on the same camel in Cabo. Yeah, well, this is what we're racing.
We're
camels.
racing it. That thing will die.
We're trying to race
no offense,
the camel.
Mr. 290.
We're looking for camel jockeys. Is that
we're looking for camel
term
jockeys.
I can say on the radio? That sounds problematic.
The Twitch said whatever happened to interns.
Oh, that is true.
I mean, we could find an intern to do it.
Yeah, we can. One of them's got to be tiny still.
I think we have a caller calling in about camels right now.
Okay.
Around the camels.
We'll go out to my area of the world, League City. Matt, what do you want to talk about with camels?
I want to talk about Barry Laminack, who already rode the camel. I think you should call him and get a little interview about it.
It doesn't sound interesting to me.
Thanks, Matt. I don't think Barry could ride the camel anymore, so it doesn't really apply.
Why would we interview someone about racing on a camel? It sounds absolutely dreadful radio.
It's like a horse, but taller.
Hey, Barry, you've ridden a camel before. What was that like? Here's something I actually do know. Someone that I used to see. She got absolutely robbed recently in a camel race where she definitely won, and some other schmuck at another radio station stole it from her.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
I didn't realize.
Still got your back, babe.
Yeah?
Yeah, she doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
No?
It's fine. Don't worry
about it. Football stuff. Some rule changes. I think these are always fun. So the fumble out of the back of the end zone, that's a touchback. Do you like that rule? We never talked about this.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay.
Don't fumble.
I have one issue with this rule. I get why they do it. I think it's really stupid that it only takes place in one part of the field.
Mm-hmm.
I think the rule should be all or nothing. I'm an extremist in this rule. I think that if you're going to make a turnover and touchback out of the back of the end zone, then the same rule should apply if it goes out of the sideline.
But there's different rules for everything with the ball coming out of the end zone.
I know there is, but I think it's dumb.
Why is it dumb?
I just think that it should be, if it's going to be a fumble.
Don't fumble.
Yeah, but then don't
ever fumble.
But then why do they let them fumble just in the normal part of the field and then goes out the sidelines and it's no big deal?
Because if you fumble near the goal line, you're an idiot and you should be punished horribly for it.
True.
I mean, the people who do that are me people. They are me. If they're diving for the end zone and they want to score, unless it's the end of the game, you have no reason to do it.
Yeah.
You should be punished for it. You're a me player. It's a team game.
I do agree. Like, I don't have an issue with the rule itself. I think the people that freak out about it, I'm just like, why? Like we know this is the rule. This rule has been in place for a reason for a very long time.
What bothers me is everyone says it's the worst rule in sports. And I'm like, okay, sorry, you didn't play for the Shorecrest Preparatory School Chargers and get punished by having to run a lap after you fumbled at practice. You would get punished. We were made to believe that if you fumbled, you were a dumbass. And you are a dumbass if you fumble. Never, ever fumble. Cover the effing ball up. Why are you diving with the ball out? Extended. What are you doing?
What is the worst rule in sports then?
Every unwritten baseball rule.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I was going to say the man on second in the extra innings. I hate it.
I don't hate it because baseball takes too long. I don't like it in the playoffs, but
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm glad they didn't do it in the playoffs.
Same. I like it in the regular season. Sorry, I don't want to watch an extra inning game that takes 12 hours against the Oakland A's.
I understand. I mean, it's like if it's a West Coast game, you put the extra guy in second base.
That's a great idea. Pacific time zone, they have the extra run, or they have the extra bases runner. Mountain and earlier, old
fine.
School.
I liked the rule. I wish they would have gone to it in like the 11th inning. I would have liked one inning of normal extra inning baseball.
That's fair.
And then add the runner on second base after that.
How about this as a rule change that we could propose? I think it's a dumb rule that we play 9-inning games against the Oakland A's. They're a little league franchise, so treat them like high schoolers. 7 innings.
I think Major League Baseball games should be canceled or should be ended as soon as you want to put a position player on the mound. It's a forfeit.
Yeah, or just a run rule.
Yeah.
In MLB.
Yeah, like as soon as you put a position pitcher player on the mound to pitch, the game's over. Just end it. Like what are we doing?
Okay.
Like I get rid of it. But there are also some talk about changing the kickoff.
Changing the kickoff rule.
It doesn't look like they're looking at the XFL approach the way they did. Honestly, like as I said that, I don't even remember how the XFL did it.
I think there was a proposal at some point to make it 4th and 15 as a possibility for a onside attempt.
I like that.
Because onside attempts, ever since they made this push for player safety,
it's impossible.
Which I don't understand why they did. It's like a 1% success rate.
Yeah.
It does happen occasionally, but it's so hard, and you got to get that up to like a 15 or 20% kind of possibility. It's a shame because, one, the Texans had 2 kick return touchdowns last year. You had the crazy one against the Jaguars.
Andrew Beck.
Right, and then you had the other one by Dameon Pierce,
Yeah.
the only decent thing that happened in that first game against the Cleveland Browns. But it's a play where nothing happens. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, so they're more focused on now. I do like the XFL onside kick rule where it's a 4th and 15. I like that play. I think that's a great idea. So this one, I guess what they do what they're going to do in the UFL is you have the 10 players lined up on the receiving team's 35-yard line, and then 10 players on the 30 from the receiving team. So like they're 5 yards apart, and no one can move until the ball is caught. So basically, it's like just like a 10-on-10 matchup at that very moment. Like, I don't know. Honestly, would you guys really care if they just got rid of it? Like, I'm so excited Devin Hester's getting the Hall of Fame. Like, it's like one of my favorite players of all time. That Super Bowl kick, like, because being a Bears fan sucks, is like my favorite memory ever. But like, I don't care if it goes away.
I'd prefer that they at least try a way to reintroduce kickoffs into NFL football. And then if they try this XFL one, because the XFL thing, like they had good kickoffs, they had good interesting kickoffs in the XFL. If they try this and for whatever reason still doesn't work, maybe the kickers are too good, so they just boot out the end zone anyway, then you can go away with it. But I would like to try some other things before getting rid of it.
I agree. I mean, as someone who returned kicks, I enjoy kick returns.
No,
it does, but nothing happens on the play anymore. So
exactly, it's a total waste of time.
I won't cry if they get rid of it.
Yeah, find some way to make it more fun. Let's take people off the field.
Well, I will say,
let's make it like 6-on-6 on a kickoff.
Oh, there we go. I will say it's a good way to squeeze in an extra commercial break.
That's all it is. That's why they'll never get rid of it.
We can't get rid of it.
That's honestly why they'll never get rid of it.
Oh, Paul, like you're upset trying to make an extra buck. You scamming people in college. Now this is where you draw the line.
But some of these games take too long.
Oh,
some of these games.
They do. They're longer than
they're getting longer.
It's the funniest thing about baseball. I know there's 162 baseball games, but everyone complained about the length of a baseball game.
Baseball did a great job last year with it.
Football games are way longer.
Football games, the difference is the 17 versus 162. 100%.
Yeah, but they are longer, and they often are not always enjoyable.
College football to me, I don't know how they've got it so bad. Like they made the games now quicker, but the commercial breaks are longer.
They literally did nothing.
They made it worse.
Yeah,
they actually made it worse.
Because I liked the new rules. I don't know how you felt about it, Sean and Paul, about like with where it's just the clock doesn't stop every first down.
I mean, they needed to do that. They needed to do
but
that.
the games were longer this year because they just
Yeah,
added more
they
breaks.
Just put more commercials.
Yep.
Yeah,
100%.
It's dumb. All right. Well, speaking of things that are dumb, some people think it's dumb. Some people don't. Lance Zierlein's on his way to Indianapolis, right? I think he probably has landed by now, I would guess. The NFL Combines this week. What's the most useless and dumbest thing we do at the NFL Combine? That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. You go to the website, you use promo code BET975 because you're going to get a wonderful little deposit bonus. There are so many things that you can gamble on at mybookie.ag. What do I like to gamble on? Well, generally I like to look for advanced props during specific games. Like the time I gave you that free money with Nico Collins getting the over for receiving yards against the Cleveland Browns in the playoffs. That was, done by the first quarter. I am an expert. But hey, you can also do the crazier kind of gambling. You can play games of chance at mybookie.ag because they've got online computer games with slots, table games, Texas Hold'em, and a whole lot more. You can play with live dealers at mybookie.ag. Click on bonuses. There's awesome ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash. And if you refer a friend, you'll get more bonus cash. mybookie.ag. Turn your space into your casino. With mybookie.ag, you don't even have to wear pants. Again, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Paul here with you. We got a giveaway coming up here in just a little bit. We'll do it at the end of the segment. We'll have some tickets to see Kevin James. Maybe we'll find a trivia question in the next couple minutes I'll come up with or something. We'll see. So the NFL Combines this week. Like I said, the coaches, the execs started meeting with people, telling us fake news at the podium, trying to tell us what's going on, what's not going on. But what's the dumbest thing we do at the Combine?
Everything?
Honestly, I think it might be today. I like all this. It's just nonsense. Like the coaches. It's all nonsense. They're going up there. They're talking about process that. And, well, we haven't made a decision yet. And we're thinking about this. Like, not often. I guess Raheem Morris gave what I saw was the most interesting nugget today. He just dumped on Desmond Ridder. He said, I wouldn't be here if they had better quarterback play in Atlanta. Like, that's the most honest thing you get from these coaches ever. It's so boring.
Wow.
How half the coaches don't go anymore.
That
is harsh, right?
Flamethrower on Desmond Ridder.
I know.
I know that for the Seahawks, Mike McDonald, he had said something along the lines of they're not committed necessarily to the futures of Geno Smith and Drew Lock, but he put it a lot more politically.
Yeah.
It's more the implication of what he said. But you're right. A lot of coaches have stopped going.
Yeah,
altogether.
Shanahan doesn't go. McVay doesn't go.
And
Belichick didn't go.
I don't blame them because, yes, you can do interviews with players here, but are you getting these players at their absolute best? It is a process for these guys. They are tired. They are flying coach to this, which, again, we've all flown coach, but imagine showing up for something like this where you have to basically be awake for 24 straight hours when you're doing all the many things that they do, and then the interviews. It is brutal. Ask any player who's been through it. It's really, really tough. And a lot of these drills that they do, okay, you get a measure of athleticism comparing them all, but it is one of those things where there is real nuance to every single drill that is done, to the point where you wonder, when is this person going to do this in a game with pads and shoulder pads on? And the thing that everyone talks about, Joe, it's the 40-yard dash. Anyone who has run the 40-yard dash will tell you it is the most unnatural stance that you will ever get in. I know because Texans quarterback coach Gerard Johnson actually taught me how to get into the correct stance when the station did a combine about a decade ago. And he helped me shave about 0.2 seconds off my time. The way that he taught it, I think the guy's clearly a great coach just based off of that little bit of that he gave to a civilian, not a football player. You are never running 40 yards in a straight line on a football field.
And they're not in pads. Like, if they did this stuff in pads, maybe I would feel different. Because in the 40 is a great one. Because, the first person that popped in my head when we were talking about the 40 and, draft stock and everything was Tank. Tank Dell ran a 4.49 40-yard dash. So, did we watch football last year?
Right.
Did anyone you watch Tank Dell play? Does he look like a 4.49 guy as it's described by the super nerdy draft analyst? No, he looks like a really good football player.
He does.
I think that, and then the bench press. It seems so stupid. What's the point? Now I do think now it's not the NFL Combine. The NBA Combine gave us one of the great sports takes of all time.
What's that?
That Colin Cowherd said Kevin Durant wasn't going to be good because he couldn't bench 225 once. I love that take.
I actually think it was 185.
I think you're right. I think they do less.
NFL is 225.
You're right. They
NBA
do less than the NBA. You're right. He couldn't bench 185 one time.
Oh, he didn't do once?
You see, look those
little
arms.
Even I can do that.
Yeah, look at those little arms.
Yeah, I can do 185.
I could see Paul not wanting to throw shots at people who can't bench 225.
Well, listen, I've been trying to get there for years, and I can only get to 3 at 210. That's where I'm at right now.
What's your max?
I never do max.
You never did max even high school and stuff?
No, because I don't want to ask someone to come over to the gym and spot me. I feel like it's the most inconvenient and inconsiderate thing you can do.
But you didn't do it in high school?
In high school, I couldn't bench worth a damn.
Oh.
I didn't start lifting until college at all.
I think my max was 300.
Damn.
Whoa.
But I used to be athletic. I used to be athletic. Once upon a time.
Rugby star over here.
Yeah, not really. But that's all I did was like lift. Like I didn't play football. I was on the bench, so I just lifted with the team. That's all I pretty much did.
300. I'm impressed.
1970 says when they measure guys at the combine, I don't care if a guy is 6'3" and 5'8", he's 6'4". Fair. I like that.
You always round up. That's the key to men.
And it was always the fun. Again, we're bringing up the NBA combine. It was because the heights there, at least theoretically, matter a little bit more. But they also measure in shoes. So it's not like it's not.
I thought they got rid of that.
They did get rid of it, but now you have half the NBA whose measurements are with shoes on,
right.
and half of them whose measurements are without shoes because they don't measure guys every year. They don't. No one wastes their time doing that.
The other interesting thing is too, if you're measuring an NBA player, and this obviously happened with Giannis Antetokounmpo, like these guys are so young that they're still growing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul George grew like 2 inches. Too.
Right.
Like all these guys just grow.
I bet you. Jalen Green probably wasn't that height he was. He was 19 when he got in the league, right? So I'd imagine he's taller now.
I know I grew 1.5 inches in college.
I think I stopped growing at I was like a junior in high school.
I was a late bloomer. I think I was 5'0" until my junior year.
Wow. See, I was like,
really?
I was like
5'8" in a year. Yeah.
I was like on pace with everyone else for a long time. Like middle school, early high school, I was like, okay, like I'm tall, like I'm okay. And then all of a sudden, like I came back for like my junior year, and I was like, damn.
When I started playing basketball, when I was like in 4th or 5th grade,
were you the center?
I was the center.
Hell yeah!
and then I would slowly get moved down a position every
like,
couple
all right,
years.
Now you're the power forward. Now you're the point guard.
All right, hope you can dribble, bud.
Yeah.
How tall are you officially, Joe?
I think 5'6".
5'6". Okay.
Yeah. I think that's rounding down actually.
We'll see. You got to round up.
Yeah, but I
rounded up on my license.
But it's like low enough. It's just over 5'6", so there's not enough room to go over.
No, 5'7". Give yourself 5'7".
I can't do it. It's fake news. Honestly, maybe it's 5'5" and I'm rounding up to 5'6". I don't. When's the last time you got measured?
Well, it's been a while, but it happened once in college where somebody who was doing, I think, like just a body mass index thing for a health class was looking for volunteers, and she said, "Hey, can you come here? I will measure you." And I said to myself, "Okay, sure." And I got, I think, $20 for it. And she said I was 6 feet tall. And I have stuck with that ever since. So the Republic of Texas officially recognizes me, my license, as 6 feet tall.
What would happen if I just put like 6'5" on my driver's
You can lie. They do not check.
Oh.
Do you think a person at a DMV is going to care about what you write for your height?
Well, I think I'm more worried about like what happens if I get pulled over.
Dude, when I was...
They're going to laugh at you, but nothing more than that.
When I got my permit when I was 15, I was 5'8". And I put on my it was on my permit and then my license that was 5'8", and then when I got it renewed when I was 20 or whatever, I was 5'10" or 5'11". I was like, hey, can you bump me up?
Can we bump this up a little bit here? Can we get some respect in this house, please?
Give me 5'11".
All right. Earlier we were talking about Nico Collins and giving him a new contract and what that would look like. But do the Texans need to? Because C.J. Stroud, could he just be good enough to not have to pay a wide receiver? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant and George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can find us on Twitter at Joe George Radio, at Gallant Says, at Sean A. Mapes. And you guys are welcome into the show at 713-780-3776, the HRMP listener line, the text line as well, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. We also are now live streaming on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel as well. So come hang out. Come chat with us.
Hell yeah.
Ask us questions, whatever you got. Talk trash about me. What's up, Twitch? Hello, friends.
They want to know what frat you were a part of.
ATO.
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 You know, they tried to recruit me at Syracuse University. I'm not kidding about that, and I was intimidated because the person who tried to recruit me had cocaine on his nose.
See, my fraternity experience was just so different than everyone else's because the first school I went to was called Elmhurst College. It's where my parents went to school. It's a D3 school. It's 3,000 students, and it's 60% commuters. So we were the biggest fraternity on campus.
Hell yeah, dude.
And it was 40 of us. Where most fraternities are 200 kids. So it was basically, and because it was D3, we could have athletes. So literally it was just the golf team.
So you guys were the jocks.
I guess, yeah, except for me. I played club.
You were benching 300 pounds.
Yeah,
no, that was in high school. I played
college
rugby.
isn't that long after high school.
That's
generally.
True. I played rugby, but it was.
You take some gap years?
No, it's just, I played rugby, but it still was.
You're so humble about it.
It wasn't serious though.
Well, yeah, but what level of rugby in America is serious?
No, that's true.
You're ready to call golfers athletes. Oh yeah,
Fair.
we had athletes. We had a ton of dudes from the golf team. I wasn't an athlete though.
Because it was team. It was school sponsored, but identified as club. Because there wasn't enough. Because we played Notre Dame and Ohio State.
Did you storm the field when you beat?
We did not beat Notre Dame. We beat Purdue once.
Hell yeah!
But we did not beat Notre Dame. We got dog walked by Notre Dame.
Well, I would think that would happen.
They seem like a rugby school.
Massive.
I have no evidence to back it up. They feel like a rugby.
Yeah, because it feels like it's the football players who couldn't be eligible for the football team anymore.
It's also old money. It's they can just run out the Newt Rockne playbook.
Yeah. I mean, rugby's a great game.
Jock Joe George over here.
I really want to do now that Paul and I are doing the show together. I want to do things with
300.
Now I'm scared.
I am too.
Should be
the alpha in the room.
Can we go do a tryout with the SaberCats again? Because I know you did it once.
I did it once. I was hungover after a little.
Give me some time
around the world in Chinatown.
Give me some time to get in shape and let's go play. Well,
we got to get you in shape first.
I know.
We got to get Jock Joe George back.
Yeah.
So then we can judge other athletes and their bodies and stuff.
I do. Long time.
Probably shouldn't be able to.
I mean, we can judge people. Who cares? What are they going to do? Cancel us?
They're not going to let us race camels. That's true.
That's for damn sure.
Maybe that should be my goal. Should that be my goal? Is to get gets 168 pounds. So that way I can do the camel race. That's my dream. I don't care. It's not about my kid and being there for him or looking sexier from the wife. It's about being able to race camels in 2025.
Someone on the YouTube has a great comment. Fendel Zero says, Jacked Joe George 2024.
I like it.
That's a great campaign slogan.
I do feel like with the name of our show, we should get presidential style T-shirts.
Okay.
Gallant George 2024.
Sure.
Plus Sean.
Yeah.
We'll make sure we keep you in there.
I don't want to be the president. I don't want to be the president.
I don't either.
I can't handle that responsibility.
Worst job in the country.
I would be such a hoe bag.
You could add your ages together. You'd be too young to be president.
I don't think that's true.
That's true. We aren't 80 years old yet, so yeah. So what's 34 plus 34? We're 68?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not old.
But I'm also not. Well, I'm 32.
Oh, you're 32. Okay.
You're 34?
I'm 34. Yeah.
For some reason, I think it's because Brandon threw me off. He's much older than I thought he was. He's closer to a 4 than he is a 3.
Yeah, I was shocked by that.
That surprised me.
I think it was his birthday in Vegas when we went there. Yeah,
that's true. Hope we go back. All right, we were talking about Nico Collins earlier.
Yeah,
and would you give him an extension
right now?
Would we
let him in our frat?
He said he's open to it. Would we let him in our fraternity GGM? I think that's
GGM. That works.
GMG.
Sure, there's some just dirty an acronym that we can turn that into.
GAG.
GA. Yeah. Well, I was trying to include you in there, Sean, with the M.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to include everybody in this. I'm an inclusive person.
MSG.
GAGS.
But we were talking about the Texans, and Patrick Mahomes before the show and C.J. Stroud, do you have to pay Nico Collins? Like the Chiefs took the method of, we're not going to pay Tyreek Hill. We're going to trade him away because Patrick Mahomes is good enough to win a Super Bowl with Rashee Rice and a bunch of guys who can't catch. But he's Patrick Mahomes. Do you think C.J. Stroud can get to that level?
I already feel like he's on the way to becoming Brady adjacent in that he is a guy that does not make mistakes in big moments. And just take a look at the 2 playoff performances thus far. Take a look at the majority of this season. Of course, he had that awful interception that he threw against the Bengals. But Stroud, for a rookie, I thought was unbelievably careful. And that makes me believe that he is going to just continue to be a smart player. I also feel like, given how smart of a player he is going to elevate the abilities and skills of, more than anyone, the receivers around him on a level that we have seen with a lot of quarterbacks. You mentioned Mahomes, Brady, Peyton Manning. Certain quarterbacks elevate the level of receivers around them. And yeah, if you can get a guy like Justin Jefferson or a Tyreek Hill, I mean, you've got a difference maker, but it's an expensive difference maker. And I mean, if we talk about the Tom Brady era, which Nick Caserio was a large part of, we talk about how they made it work with, yes, Gronk, yes, Randy Moss, yes, some really good slot wide receivers. But those slot wide receivers were guys that they found on other teams, undervalued players, and Brady, his work with them, turned them into incredible players. Wes Welker and Julian Edelman, guys who were not really highly thought of outside of Miami. And for Julian Edelman, I mean, out of Kent State, like, he was a quarterback there. So I look at that model and I wonder if Nick Caserio thinks to himself, hey, I didn't need to pay for wide receivers with Brady. Maybe that pissed him off a few times, but do I need to get as many wide receivers as possible when my quarterback is not a Kirk Cousins, is not a Geno Smith, who has 3 theoretically very good receivers around him in Seattle with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Jackson Smith-Njigba? Do I need to have a ton of weapons around the guy who probably is going to make everybody around him better? I think you should bet on you being able to make more happen with less.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. Like, that's why I think when you're talking about NFL free agency for the Texans, the wide receiver spot, it's Curtis Samuel, it's Darnell Mooney. It is guys that have had decent production at times, but like haven't really lived up to expectations or haven't blossomed in their own way. But you expect C.J. Stroud to get there, because as good as I think Nico Collins is, as we discussed earlier, there's still part of it that's like, I don't know if he's not who he was with Davis Mills, but I'm not totally confident who he was this last year elsewhere. Like, I think a lot of it is CJ. So to me, taking a wide receiver in the second round, or I'm still a proponent, like would be open to the idea of taking a wide receiver in the first round this year if you really think that guy is that talented once you see how free agency shakes out. But I would tend to more lean that you don't need to trade for Justin Jefferson or, pay Nico Collins, as much as I would like to do both of those things. Like, if they didn't do either of them, I think C.J. Stroud with a good offensive line can pretty much make it work with anyone.
The only concern I'd have with Collins is that if you do allow him to have another great season, he will break the bank.
Oh, yeah.
The offseason afterwards. And it might make more sense to do it sooner rather than later, and you push some money down the road as well. I do think that the receivers you have right now, you shouldn't be so confident in your ability to make it work with anybody that you let them walk. Like, I mean, we saw the limitations in this offense when Tank Dell was not there. Maybe not against the Browns, but we sure.
I mean, the rest of the year, they barely scored 20 points.
Right, exactly.
When he wasn't out there.
So I think you look at what you have right now. You got a very good situation.
Mm-hmm.
You do not need to add to said situation by trading a lot and paying a lot for someone like Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, and like you never want to go like the full path of what the Kansas City Chiefs did, because frankly, like, that was brutal for them the entire season. I think they led the NFL in drops. They were just not a good offense on a consistent basis, but they had Patrick Mahomes. You don't ever want to get that bad. You always want to have at least one guy that you can really rely on a consistent basis out there for you. So that's where I agree. Like, I think they're in a good spot right now. I really do. One of the things I thought was interesting, I was listening to Daniel Jeremiah's podcast, and he said he thinks that there might be a record broken this year within the top 50 picks with wide receivers taken. He said that he thinks there could be 11 or 12 wide receivers taken. And the thing about the wide receiver position is that it's the most talented position, I think, by far in college football. Like,
there's so many. I mean, teams
exactly.
are putting 3 on the field at a time, 4.
I mean, look what the guy CJ Stroud played with. I mean, he's going to play with like 6 or 7 first-round picks at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much talent that's the other reason why, to the anti-argument of paying or trading for Jefferson or a guy like that, is there's so much talent in college coming out on a consistent basis. Feels like you can always find guys.
You have to, though, realize that it does feel that way, but there are times where you are going to swing and miss.
Mm-hmm.
And right now you do have 2 receivers for CJ Stroud who are very good, and you found him in the 3rd round. Great. But you can't, I think sometimes teams trick themselves into believing that they can always do that. And I will point to the time where the New England Patriots let Curtis Martin, future Hall of Fame running back, walk, believing that they could find somebody else in the draft afterwards. They did find a pretty good player who got injured in a flag football game on the beach his rookie season.
Oh, yeah.
Robert Edwards.
Yep. I think you have to. I think one thing, like the Patriots model that Nick Caserio could try to implement here, it's like the Astros model at the same time. They always had their answer before they made the move most of the time. Like, before you would move on from a wide receiver, I think Nick Caserio would draft another one, and then he's like, okay, well, now I've got 2 again. I don't have to pay Nico Collins at this point. I honestly, the more I've thought about it over just the last 2 hours, I think they might find a deal this offseason with him.
So?
Yeah. I think if they're motivated to make it, that he would sign it. If I'm Nico Collins, why would I want to go anywhere else? Like,
when you play with a quarterback like this, you're going to feel spoiled, especially when you have been through the Davis Mills era.
And like the early feedback from, like, I'm typically not a people just always want to flock to the new thing, but Aaron Wilson, put out a video today where he said the Texans are at the top of Saquon Barkley's list. So, like, the good players want to play here. So if you're a good player, why would you want to leave here?
As I said yesterday, you are now a wanted person.
Yeah.
You have all of a sudden had a glow up.
More now than probably ever in the history of this franchise.
Yes, 100%.
Because, like, the Watson stuff, they had bad cap space, so, like, they weren't really able to attract free agencies in a big way.
Bill O'Brien was Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, Teapot Bill.
I think really 2013 was probably the moment in time where the Texans looked the most attractive, and they actually were able to get Ed Reed in town.
Mm-hmm.
Problem was Ed Reed was not Ed Reed anymore.
He was not.
Pretty crazy how quickly that went.
I can't believe they didn't roll out Ed Reed for the Texans-Ravens playoff game.
Well, I think
they rolled out Jacoby Jones, but they didn't roll out Ed Reed for him.
They were saving him for the AFC. They rolled everybody out for that game, and then they just, what a dud.
That game was they brought out Terrell Suggs in the middle of the game to pump up the crowd. Yeah. It was sad. All right, we're doing this every day this week. We're getting to know each other, the 3 of us. It's time for Fun Facts with Paul, Joe, and Sean. That's next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George with special guest star Paul Gallant and recurring character Joe George, also featuring Sean Mapes.
Joe George, Paul Gallant, Sean Mapes, here with you till 3 o'clock. The Killer Bees will be here after that till 6 as usual. Joel, Jeremy, Brian. So fun facts. Well, I guess we'll start with this one. Sean, you weren't here yesterday, so I made up a fun fact for you. I don't know if you might have been sleeping.
I told myself I didn't tell you guys because I didn't want to write a check that I would have to cash, but I was like, maybe I should listen to the podcast for the segments that happened after I left.
Yeah.
And I didn't do that.
That's okay. I don't blame you.
Still a mystery.
You had a long day. So I said that after our conversation we had last week in the bullpen area, where you so quickly told me the name of Hookem when I tried to call him Bevo. I said Sean's fun fact is that he was Hookem in college.
Oh, no.
No?
I told Joe, I was like, Sean would have so little enthusiasm as a mascot.
Or it would only be for I'd be bad because only the big games I would show up.
Yeah, you're not going to be there every day.
No, against Louisiana Monroe, I don't think I'm doing all the bits that I need to do to wear the crown that is Hookem.
You don't think that? Do you think they would give us the Hookem costume now so you could wear it for like their next big game?
Probably not. No.
Probably not.
No.
So do you want to start today, Sean? Do you have yours ready?
I can. Yeah. I
Okay.
can start.
Tell us a fun fact, Sean.
Do I have mine ready? Like, do I just know a fact about myself?
It's more a fun fact that you don't think that we would know about.
Yeah. Now Paul might know a lot, so this might be more for me, but
yeah, I honestly I don't know if Paul knows this, that I'm colorblind.
I do know this.
Okay.
I did not know that.
Yeah, red, greens are tough for your boy.
So they're
different races. Can't see them either. Good for you.
Yeah, good for you.
Is that how that works?
Don't say which races you think red and green are. Just don't.
The green are the aliens that are living among us. The lizard people.
Washington football team, Paul. Yeah, so like in school when they have those, I don't know if y'all did this, but they would do like different tests and stuff with us, and one of them was the little color splotches, and you're supposed to like easily see a number. I honestly thought they were pranking me because I was like, there's not a number.
So when did you find out you were colorblind then? Like when you were in like elementary school?
No, or maybe my parents knew that because it is like genetics. Like it's very easy to know if you are going to be colorblind or not.
Okay.
But
trying to join the Top Gun pilot school and they didn't let him in.
Yeah, that's the reason they didn't let
tough.
me in. No, I probably like 5th grade, 6th grade.
Okay.
So like 10, probably.
Interesting. I don't really know a lot of color. Did you ever think about getting those colorblind glasses?
I see those videos go viral.
They feel like a scam, right?
I feel like those people are much more colorblind than I am.
Yeah, like they only see black and white?
Yes. Or
gray?
So my grandpa, who's colorblind, he says it's a lot of browns.
Okay.
Browns and maroons.
So when they did like the color rush jerseys?
Paul, any thoughts?
Nope.
He said there's too many browns.
I didn't have a thought on that. I just quietly bit my tongue.
So you were one of the people, Sean, that was very upset when they did the color rush jerseys between the Bills and the Jets.
Yeah, it was actually hard for me to watch that game.
Like you literally couldn't tell who was on the field
because they would run past each other, and then you just lose who's who. Yeah,
good to know.
The Twitch wants to know if you can see pink.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I can't see pink.
But it's red. Ish.
So it's a lot of like the difference between like purples and blues that unless they're like right next to each other, like blue and purple kind of look the same to me. Like
that's fair.
A lot of or darker blues and purples, like once you start going into that spectrum. And so maybe some reds and pinks will look alike. Reds and orange give me a lot of trouble.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Texans uniforms, like they could be purple and you wouldn't know.
Yeah, don't care.
You don't care. Okay.
You don't know what the
deep steel purple.
Paul, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I'm not even sure if I've told Sean this before. I did ballet when I was little.
Ooh.
You did not tell me that.
I did ballet.
That's a good one.
For how long?
I did it in kindergarten. I stopped doing it for a year, and then I did it again in 2nd grade.
Okay.
My sister was the ballet star of the small town in Massachusetts, Hanover, that I grew up in. And my mom decided to sign me up. My dad, rightfully so, told my mom you realize they are going to call him something for this. So it's rather consistent with just my time here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Like, me doing ballet shouldn't be that surprising to everybody here. I do feel like it has given me cat-like balance, but at the same time, yeah, I did ballet in kindergarten and second grade.
Question, I'm not making fun of you. What did you wear when you did ballet?
That's a great question.
You'd wear a white shirt and you would wear black pants. They weren't like yoga pants. They were just like black sweatpants. Okay. Yeah. Like, they weren't super baggy sweatpants, but yeah. So you'd wear that.
Okay.
But yeah, we didn't do tights and leotards.
Or if you and your sister shared a, they just bought two of the same one.
Now, a hand-me-down or something like that. Yeah. No, they did not.
Okay.
They did not.
I'll keep it in the same genre, I guess, Paul.
You also did ballet?
I did not, but I definitely was like in musicals and.
You were in musicals?
Like the lead in my musical.
Wait, can you sing?
Not really anymore.
That sounds like a cop-out.
But probably.
He could also bench 300 pounds.
No,
he brought that up like it was
the most humble person alive.
But I was, I did musical theater in high school. So, because my dad is actually still now, he's the musical director and play director at Texas City High School now.
Wow.
So,
what musical did you star in?
Bye Bye Birdie.
Okay, I don't know that one.
It's like loosely based on Elvis.
Okay.
So like kind of like his story, like going off to war, coming back. But,
okay.
Like we did. So I was in Grease. We did Grease. We did Little Shop. That's the one where the plant eats people.
Yeah. Yes. Feed me, Seymour.
I was in the plant.
You were Seymour?
I was like in like
no,
the
Seymour's
plant,
the plant's not named Seymour.
Oh, okay.
Good catch.
The plant is telling.
I'll be honest with you.
Feed me, Seymour.
That surprises me that you knew the answer to that question.
Are we musical gang here? Did this
team
show
musicals?
get gayer than it was from 10 to noon? Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no. So I did musical theater growing up, and then
cool.
We called it speech team. I guess down here it's more like debate team.
Yeah.
I guess, but I did more like the acting stuff.
That's pretty cool, dude.
Yeah, so I did that in high school.
I'm envious. It's something I actually wish I had done, but my own
That's how I got into
fear
radio.
of being called as I was in kindergarten.
Yeah.
Not in kindergarten, but in second grade. Second grade, I got roasted for ballet.
Dude, it was brutal in high school.
So yeah, but it's something in retrospect. Like I wish I'd done because I love musicals.
Honestly, it was kind of like how I got into sports radio or wanted to do radio. Was I'm comfortable talking in front of people and I don't have stage fright and I like sports and like radio felt like how they crossed and intersected. So yeah, I did that in high school.
That's pretty awesome.
It was fun.
It sounds like it was.
Yeah, no, it's not. I'm not like Lance and still doing. I don't know if Lance still does it now. The only thing I would do now, I would love to do drunk. Have you ever seen Drunk Shakespeare?
I want to. I actually saw
fun.
An advertisement on Instagram for it, and I was like, "What is this?"
Do you know what this is, Sean?
I mean, I can put it together.
So,
but
it's only one person is like heavily intoxicated. So like everyone else, and it's a different person most nights, but like one person in the cast is just like obliterated drunk. And like they just like butcher the whole thing. It can be sometimes it's a dud, but like if you get the right person that's funny with it, a funny drunk. I've never seen an angry drunk do it though. Like I would imagine like that would be
King
fun.
Lear. Yeah,
like someone just like loses their mind on stage and starts breaking stuff. That would be very funny.
Shakespearean language it's great that we have come a long way from that because I have no idea what's happening in any of those. I feel like a total dunce.
Yeah.
I imagine it's a lot of drunk guys stumbling over their words.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like that's why Drunk Shakespeare makes sense, is because it probably makes more sense when you're drunk.
Thou art a naughty knave and stuff like that.
All right, free agency. We talked about it earlier a little bit, but the free agency, what's the big picture stuff with the Houston Texans? Who do you want to keep? Who are you meh about keeping? Who do you not want? We'll do that when we get back. But first, Paul has a trivia question for you guys.
Yes. Now, there's been a lot of movies featuring both Kevin James and Adam Sandler, but there is a movie where the two get married. Yes. It features Adam Sandler and Kevin James, the usual cast of character. It's called I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry. Adam Sandler is interested in a woman in this movie. Can you name the actress who plays this woman? Caller 3, 713-780-3776. She was also on Seventh Heaven, 713-780-3776. Caller 3. You win a pair of tickets to see Kevin James in action on stand-up Sunday, March 3rd. Tickets now at livenation.com.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul and Joe.
All right, free agency is about to be underway for the Texans, and we've been focusing so far through two shows, and just kind of talking about running backs, a lot of the guys that are out there that play wide receiver, but then it's kind of feel like that's been the focus of our conversation. But we haven't spent a ton of time talking about so far the guys who were on the roster. Mm-hmm. Who do you want to keep, not keep, meh on? I guess first I do want to start with wide receiver. In this conversation, we haven't really mentioned Noah Brown at all. He obviously had the two games that were both over 150 yards, but not on the field a ton. I don't really think he's going to be more than a $2-3 million player again. I like Noah Brown. He, to me, falls in the meh category.
Well, because of what you said, I would think about keeping him because he had two games where he exploded.
Yeah.
And if you are capable of games like that from time to time, that means that you are a good fit in this system. He's fast. He's a willing blocker. I think there's a lot of things about Noah Brown to like. I actually really liked that signing when they made it from Dallas because I noticed him while watching the Cowboys a couple of games. I thought to myself, he's solid. That's for sure. So I think because of what it would probably cost to keep him, I definitely think that he is a keep him kind of player.
He definitely is a Robert Woods out. You cut him, save $4 or $5 million, whatever it is. Keep Noah Brown at a lesser deal and then add someone else in free agency.
That's at least what you're hoping to do.
Yeah.
Now, Noah Brown might be able to parlay those games that he had into a bigger contract elsewhere, but he also might think to himself, damn, I'm capable of this with C.J. Stroud and with these other guys around. If that is your number 3 wide receiver, that is a very good number 3 wide receiver to have, and that's one of the reasons why I really look at where the Texans are at in free agency and before the draft, and I think to myself, I think receiver – they are set. You have to hope that you're not going to go through injuries again. I guess you still have to hope that there is another level of play that you can get out of John Mechie, who just had his first full NFL season. But I would like to keep Noah Brown.
So who is at the top of your keep list? For me, it's Blake Cashman. I think he is not going to be an expensive player. I really liked what I saw with him, and I think, frankly, if it's him and Christian Harris as your 2 main linebackers, you are in a really good position. Now, you still need someone that can be much better than Denzel Perriman was at covering tight ends because he sucked at it. But
Perriman's a linebacker from a bygone era.
Yeah.
He's very good in run support, but he just couldn't cover people.
But Cashman is a guy that I think will be affordable that I would really like to see keep because it's another hole that they don't have to fill on defense if they keep him over Perriman.
And the hope is, as bad as the linebackers were in coverage, it was a big problem. You're hoping that at least one of your safeties can give you more than what you got last year. Jalen Petrie was great his rookie season, and he was very, I thought, suspect at best last year. And with the injuries to Jimmy Ward that we've discussed, the amount of games that he missed, your linebackers were in a tough spot as it was. Nothing against Houston Carson coming in, DeAndre Houston Carson, but yeah, it just wasn't enough. So your hope, I guess your hope could be that the safeties make the coverage better. Cashman is a guy I would like to keep, and I don't think you'd have to pay that much for him. But again, we're going to find out a lot about some of these guys who came off of career seasons. Cashman, the amount of tackles he had in games. Just ask Christian Harris about the 19 tackle game that he had.
Yeah.
I asked Christian Harris about it, and Harris goes, Jesus Christ. Didn't even know that he had that many.
He might be my favorite player on the Texans, honestly, right now. Christian Harris.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was weird that everyone talked about how he was so bad last year. Not this past season, the season before that. Because I remember watching him. He drill people.
Yeah.
He's got some serious stopping power, if you will, as a hitter that not many other players on the Texans have.
Yeah, and I thought the one play, obviously the interception for a touchdown, but then when they look at it, there was the play versus the Titans a couple weeks before where it was the exact same play and he totally missed it. And then you see the behind the scenes footage or the NFL footage where D'Amico is telling him exactly what's going to happen and where to be and like this is what's going to be and the ball is yours and it's a pick six and then he executes it perfectly.
Right.
I would imagine D'Amico just has to absolutely love that. Like he's a sponge. It seems like
he almost had another pick six this season.
Yeah,
where it actually it went off of his hands. It was in his hands. He could have run with it. And I forget what game it was off the top of my head, but he's someone who I think got a lot better last year. But I really liked what I saw from the get go.
Yeah. So Blake Cashman is one of the guys that I'm really high on keeping on. Someone that I'm meh on. I think before his end of the season press conference, I would have said Sheldon Rankins. But then hearing D'Amico Ryans in his end of season press conference talk about how important it was to improve the defensive line, it was one of those moments where I was like, okay, maybe I don't know as much about, like interior pass rushing and stuff. Where I was like, I thought they looked pretty good last year. Like at times they would get gashed by the running game, but I thought the defensive line was pretty good.
I would imagine he meant more help for Rankins.
Yeah.
But, you do have Malik Collins there. It's not like you have no talent at that spot, but could you do better? Sure.
Yeah.
How much is better going to cost you, especially now that it seems Justin Matabuke is going to get the franchise tag? Eric DeCosta, the GM of the Ravens, said that earlier today, so that's another option for the Texans that's potentially off the board. Chris Jones seems to have taken himself off the board at his post-parade press conference saying, I'm not leaving, so there are going to be other guys available. Off the top of my head, I don't know who they are, but they will probably add to the defensive line. I would meh about bringing Sheldon Rankins back.
Yeah, that's why he's meh.
I'm not saying let him walk though.
Yeah, I would be happy if they brought him back, but if they didn't and replaced him with someone else, I'd be like, okay, like we'll see what happens in this. It just, to me, it doesn't feel like he's gonna command a big salary either. That's what I think is, even though a lot of these guys, Paul, had career years, Blake Cashman as one example, I don't think that any of them are going to be hitting the market, and besides Grindard, and making major dollars elsewhere. Like they'll probably get raises from what they were making, but none of them are out there gonna break the bank on the deal.
Grenard, don't you think like Grenard?
Besides Grenard.
Oh, besides
Grenard.
Okay. I wouldn't think so. Someone might try to sign Kaimi Fairbairn. Fairbairn's been pretty consistent over the course of his career. Someone might try to sign Cam Johnston, your punter. He's a good punter.
Yeah.
But those are positions where you're going to get in a bidding war over a kicker. Here's the thing.
No, but at the same time, like we saw what it was like with Matt Amendola, and I would be super bummed if Kaimi was not the kicker.
Oh, yeah. I mean, winning the AFC South would have been a whole lot easier if you had Kaimi Fairbairn for that game. Nothing against Matt Amendola. I mean, he did hit the front crossbar on a long field goal.
But like selfishly, my least favorite thing to talk about on the radio is kicker problems.
So
like,
but
Kaimi,
you don't have a kicker
exactly.
problem.
So like, if you bring back Kaimi Fairbairn, we never have to discuss that because you know he's going to be good at all times. Like,
just avoiding the Cody Parkey and the.
Come on, man. What are you doing?
That's just
We're
a
just
guy.
talking about a
That's
bad
the guy.
kicker.
That's just a kicker. Yeah.
Are there any moments that come to mind, Joe, where Parkey did something wrong? Because off the top of my head, I don't know. Sean,
1-2 punch.
Yeah.
1-2 doink.
Boom.
Yeah, just a couple doinks here and there.
Yeah.
Every time a kick does doink in the NFL, I feel like I have PTSD.
Yeah.
It just like
it's just ringing in your ears.
Yeah. That was the first like sporting event I watched with my wife before we got married. Was like she was just like in my apartment and we're watching the game, and it double doinked.
Well,
and I asked her to leave.
Wow, trauma really brings people together, huh?
You're not gonna like this,
okay?
But you guys deserve that because you keep on being on Sunday Night Football.
It sucks. I don't want them there.
I know you don't, but like they deserve to lose that game because our eyes have been falling out of our heads watching these god awful quarterbacks that the Bears keep on bringing in. And then you people are still like, oh, we can't be mean to Justin Fields. We're the Midwest. Like, no, it's bye.
Who is the one player you don't want the Texans to bring
the
back?
Subject, huh? There's no one I'm like so out on. There really isn't. That's a free agent.
I think Perriman might be my guy.
Probably him because you have depth. You think like Henry To'oTo'o, you're expecting more from this coming season. I would at least think. Maybe
Stevie Nelson,
Hassan Ridgeway. Nelson, I would like to bring back.
Okay.
I don't think you're going to have to pay a ton for Steven Nelson. I think with the way that he played last year, you could do far worse at number 2 corner.
100%. You can do worse,
right? Like you could do better, sure, but look, the guy made some big plays this season.
Honestly, I'm pretty pro bringing back Steven Nelson.
That pick 6 iced the game.
Yeah, I would rather.
Flacco.
I think like bringing him back and then upgrading the Desmond King spot of the roster is
King's
more of a priority.
King's a tricky one because I think King is so good in run support.
100%.
And he made a couple of big plays in run support to the point where he can do what he can do. How do you properly figure out what Jalen Petrie can do? Because, I mean, King is very good in that role. Petrie in deep coverage, I don't know what the hell's going on. Not knowing their assignments every play, like it's just more when you watch him, you're like, why is the safety getting beat deep? I don't know if it's him. I don't know who it's on. I'm just like, well, seems like the closest guy was Petrie.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of like even Desmond King playing safety for you at some point down
Can
the road.
he is the question.
Yeah, can he? I don't know.
But
we've seen so many guys do it.
That's true. Moving from, Kareem Jackson.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm cool letting Kareem Jackson walk.
Yeah, he's a nobody.
Oh, whoa.
I wouldn't say
at this
nobody.
point. You're right.
That's a Texans legend.
He's a killer at this point.
Yeah.
He's a headhunter.
He's keeping the realness in football.
I do
like
Joe. That. I do like that.
Yeah, I mean, week 1 versus the Chiefs, who's going to take out Patrick Mahomes?
Send a message.
I do think he's expensive. probably expensive, even with the
You
literal
think so?
suspension. Yeah, even with the NFL prison time he served by getting suspended a couple of times.
Sean, do you have anyone on your list for any of these?
The only one that really comes to mind is Jerry Hughes, just because he's 35 years old.
Yep, and you barely saw him down.
Yeah, so it is true though that a lot of these guys that are the most I am is on the fence about, kind of let's see the price on a lot of these guys. I mean, I guess Robert Woods doesn't count because he would have to get cut, so he's not eligible for this. But I feel like Robert Woods is the most popular, casualty on the Texans roster.
Yeah, I think Robert Woods is probably the player that we all are expecting to get cut.
Yeah.
Even in the watch, he won't get cut. He's not really that good of a blocker, even. Like, I don't know. Robert Woods, that felt like that was the bad Texans signings.
He gave you more. Sorry, just saw something online. He gave you more than I think you thought you would, and I think at this point, with everything that was said about him in Tennessee, I was under the impression that we were getting like a guy who couldn't even move anymore because Tennessee was dogging him on the way out. Like all the beat writers out there, like Kaharski and other ones.
Yeah, people were expecting not the version of L.A. or whatever Ram version of Robert Woods that existed, but they were also, and we got more than, I think you're right, like than what was expected from him. I just would be shocked if he's on the team next year. But obviously we've got so much time left to go in free agency. I'm ready for this thing to start rolling and seeing how aggressive Nick Caserio is going to be. But look, there's a lot of questions to be answered so far. All right, we will do our final show, our segment of the show next here on ESPN 97.5.
I got fired? Oh,
nope, not today. We'll do garbage time. We'll wrap the show next.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, before we get into garbage time here, this is garbage also. You know, they're going to raise the Netflix prices again.
Yeah, they already have. Wait, they're doing it again?
Yeah.
Jesus. I mean, I logged into my Netflix account the other day, and I found out that Netflix has now made it so that you have to pay extra for no commercials. The next day, I went on Amazon Prime, found out the same thing. I can only imagine we're going to get that with just about every single app. We can't get away from commercials.
Well, it's so funny because it's why they existed for so long.
Right. At least that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But
like
now, now all of them. I mean, Hulu has a commercial option and a non-commercial option.
But they started that. Like they did that from the beginning at least.
True. And their commercial breaks are shorter.
Yeah.
So that's neato. But and perhaps ironic, us saying this on a radio station.
Oh yeah, but that's not like you expect to have commercials on a radio station.
You ain't paying anything for the radio, right?
It's free 99. Well, I guess whatever your car costs.
Exactly. That's you know what?
It's way more expensive than Netflix.
Well, you can listen on the app. YouTube is free. Twitch is free.
Think about your car insurance. It's just going straight towards radio. That's what I like to think.
Yeah, let's pretend that's how it works.
Yeah, but
this is because they got WWE though. I'm sure. So like this is the beginning of the end. Like it's gonna keep going up because they got WWE Raw. So like it's gonna keep going up.
I don't get it. Do people watch that? Do you watch that? Are you a wrestling person?
I in and out. I'm not like.
So you're. I mean, halfway in.
Yeah, like I'll watch like the big stuff. But I don't watch every week like I used to.
I don't get it. I get it when I was a kid. That's the one I'm like, once you realize it's fake, what's the point?
But I know it's fake. What's the difference between that and like, do you watch The Challenge?
No.
I see, I do.
That's fake. That was a reality TV show.
Exactly. It's fake. It's scripted.
It's reality.
It's not real. Come on. It's not real. It's as real as pro wrestling. That's me. Is why it's like it's no different than that.
Why do you watch reality TV?
Because it's garbage fun.
Oh, okay, so you actually like it.
Yeah, I like it. I watch Vanderpump with my wife. We'll watch it tonight when it comes out.
Oh,
do you watch Vanderpump?
No.
I do.
Should I?
Nope. Don't do it.
I've done Jersey Shore. That was my first foray into reality TV. And for a time, I very much enjoyed watching The Bachelor. But I am done because now it's 2 episodes a week. That's too much. 2 hours each. Come on.
Did you ever apply?
I have, but I need to apply again. I need to send in a serious application.
Careful, you might be on the Golden Bachelor soon if you don't know.
Shut
Hurry
your
up.
whore.
What a shot.
I get it. I have silver in my hair.
It's
You're
time for
balding.
garbage time.
F you.
Show number 2.
Well, to Joe's point, as my mother said not too long ago, Paul, you're running out of options, but this could be an option for me. What do you think about this, Joe? So Matteo Berrettini has split up. He's a tennis player with his, quote, sex addict model girlfriend, end quote. That's the headline. Melissa Sata, who once had an affair with Kobe Bryant, was with him, and now she's back on the market. She's somebody who married a soccer player, Kevin Prince Boateng, and she had this to say about why Boateng was always injured. Quote, the reason he is always injured is because we have sex 7 to 10 times a week. I hate foreplay. I want to go straight for it. I prefer to be on top so that I can be in control. So Boateng often injured, but 7 to 10 times a week. I mean, all the married people out there, that sounds pretty good. Should I pursue sex addict model girlfriend, Melissa Sata?
I'm a little concerned about how she said that he got hurt because of this. I need a healthy Paul Gallant on the show.
But I mean, if listen, I could do this show.
I mean, that's true. You could be in a wheelchair and do the show.
Yeah,
to be
absolutely.
honest.
I think there's a lumbar support thing in one of those chairs.
Oh, yeah, I threw it on the ground because it's in my way.
If your back gets hurt, we got some lumbar support.
I'm in. I'm going to slide in her DMs.
Do it.
You know who else I'm going to slide in the DMs of? Miley Cyrus. Miley Cyrus is about to do a movie where she plays Cynthia Plaster-Caster. This is a person who rose to fame for creating plaster casts of Ramalama Ding Dongs. And the reason that she is perfect for the role, per somebody who cast her, is that she has a room in her house that is entirely dedicated to penis.
But
it's like just the penises everywhere.
What's the purpose of this movie? Like, I understand this person has a story.
It's an interesting story.
Yeah.
But it feels like this person is not important enough to get a movie.
I don't know. She appreciates. This person appreciates penises, and Miley Cyrus appreciates
groundbreaking
penises.
groundbreaking doctors don't deserve movies now.
Yeah,
I guess they do.
I don't know if this is a doctor as much as an artist.
Yeah,
you know, an artist that's creating.
Yeah.
So apparently, she has a hall of dongs and like Jimi Hendrix among others. There's a plaster cast.
Ones.
Yeah, we're famous dongs. We're not talking about like off the beaten path dongs.
Like Paul's not just hanging out in that room.
Well, I mean, you could who doesn't impress a big old you know what? What? Like, say good for you.
Good for you.
That ain't me. I got the Irish curse.
When you say Miley Cyrus has a room in her house dedicated to penis,
toys.
What exactly does that
Toys.
entail?
Toys everywhere.
Okay.
Photos.
Listen, she's a very independent, strong, sexually charged woman, and if she is single, how about this 34-year-old, like pretty good shape, radio host who has done TV before.
That's true.
As seen on TV
with John Granado back in the day,
and old John Lopez as well. The little flag football legend too. So athletic prowess.
Shorecrest Prep, all district safety.
Came from some money, but not a lot of money.
My favorite part about how long you guys have worked together, he knows exactly what high school
points.
Yeah. he could fill out. If you got back on the dating apps, Sean could fill it out for you.
I'm never getting back on them, though. I'm never getting back
Sean.
If you do, let me fill out the bio.
No.
Yeah, can we have Sean fill it out for you and see if Sean has more success?
I don't trust Sean. Sean would make fun of me.
I feel like
Sean
that only
catfish.
I also feel like that would only hurt his feelings.
Yeah, it would.
If I have way more success.
It would. It would, actually.
With Sean as Paul.
Using his pictures.
Yeah. Sean catfishes women as Paul. New segment on the show.
Double Rod's comments. Paul's hitting that age where he will be a stepdad. I'd be a good stepdad.
Less responsibility.
Yeah, less responsibility.
Yeah.
And on that note, you guys brought me down. These two women that I was going to pursue. You both were like, I don't know.
I said yes to the first one.
You did say yes to the first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as
I will slide and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Miley scares me a little bit. She might be one of the
She does
scariest.
not scare me. At all.
Scary lady. All right, that's going to do it for us. And find Paul on Twitter at Gallant Says, Sean on Twitter at Sean A. Mabes. I'm on Twitter at Joe George Radio. We will be back tomorrow at noon. The Killer Bees with Joel, Jeremy, and Brian are up next. Goodbye.
Toodles!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian McDonald behind the glass, and it is a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I invented that. I invented Taco Tuesday, not LeBron. Don't let LeBron fool you. It was my invention. Things are happening in the NFL, Blankers. You've had franchise tags being reported. You've had general managers saying, yeah, we're not letting that guy get out the door. We're hearing some things. And we also had DeMeco Ryans, coach of the Houston Texans. He talked today. We'll get to some DeMeco sound here in a second because Twitch clamors for DeMeco sound. Twitch loves DeMeco sound, and we want to give the Twitchers what they want.
Oh, no doubt.
DeMeco sound in a little bit. How about this quote from this was from DeMeco Ryans a little bit earlier, talking about John Grenard. Basically said, we'll see. When it comes down to John Grenard free agency, he said he had a really good year. They like him, blah, blah, blah. No mention of that grade 1 sprained ankle that forced him to miss the final 2 weeks of the regular season. They didn't come up for some reason. But our friend DJ Bieniemy, who covers the Houston Texans, covers the NFL, he said that one NFL executive told him that John Grenard could command $22 to $24 million in free agency. Aaron Wilson, who's almost always right, just not DeMeco and where he wants to coach, he said common financial ground between top free agent John Grenard still being actively pursued as free agency approaches, both sides highly motivated, but his market may overwhelm shared desire to extend his contract in Houston. I'm 30% John Grenard's back with the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I might be less than that, Jeremy. I might be more at 25 and below, but just simply because if that's a Shark Tank, then for those reasons, I'm out. Because we talked about the fact that 20 was my threshold, and if you're going over 20 for a guy that hasn't been able to stay healthy and obviously had his best year this last year, but you had some question marks before committing. And now you're going to get teams that, again, because it's free agency and competition brings out the best in terms of the offers of some teams, and it's going to get up to 22, 23, 25. I'm out. There's just too many other positions to fill. This team is already too good to, overcommit to just one player coming back who was already on your roster when you could add a couple for that price and maybe become better. If he gets that range, more power to him. Tip of the cap. Thanks for the memories, but he's gone in my mind.
Yeah, that's too high for me. I'm not going over $20 million. I have hesitations with Grenard anyways. He's had one really good year, 2 good years, and has been relatively injury-prone in his career. That's a lot of money. More money than I'm willing to spend on John Grenard. Power to him. If he gets that, he gets that. I don't think Caserio is going to pay that either. And you're right. Maybe 30%. Is a bit high when it comes to John Grenard. The next one from DeMeco, he was talking about his running back, Devin Singletary. And look, coaches are going to say good things about their players. Here was DeMeco Ryans on Devin Singletary and his performance this year.
Yeah, very pleased with Devin. I remember sitting in a free agent visit with Devin, and his personality, his demeanor, it was a guy to work with right away. Right, Devin is made of the right stuff. He's a hard worker. He's a leader. He shows up every day in practice with a great attitude, and the guys around him feed off of that, right? So Devin was a great guy. We'll see what happens in free agency, but we'd love to have Devin back just because of what he brought to our team. He was definitely a bright spot for us in the running back room.
Look, coach speak. Yeah, DeMeco's going to coach speak. DeMeco will give it to you like it is, but he's not going to say anything bad about Devin Singletary. He's going to say good stuff, just like he said good stuff about John Grenard, just like he said some good stuff about Dalton Schultz. But let's assume that they do bring back Singletary. There's $3.5 million last year. Maybe he can get upwards to $5 million. Let's say it's in that range for Singletary, $3.5, $5 million. Texans bring him back on that AAV. Does bringing Singletary back impact what you do in free agency at the running back position?
Not necessarily, because I think that we've seen, and you look across the league and look at Miami, who had really good running backs, and other teams where you need more than one running back. And even I saw it happen all the time in Green Bay with Dillon as well as Jones. You need more than one running back. And we know that Singletary is not the kind of guy built the way that you would expect him to be your workhorse going between the tackles. He can. He's had great games. But he has a lot. His elusiveness, his shiftiness also brings a lot to the table. So if it's him and you still are able to get, maybe it does kind of preclude you from going after the top of the market running backs. But there, as we talked about, for about $5 million less than Saquon's going to get, or maybe Josh Jacobs, you might still be able to get a guy that complements what Singletary brings to the table, and now your running back room is better.
So it would impact free agency because if you bring him back at 3.5, 5, maybe it crosses off the top 3 players at running back. Because where I was going with this, and look, D'Amico's going to say good things about Singletary, but assuming they sign him at 3.5, $5 million AAV, does that take you out of the Barkley sweepstakes?
I mean, again, it's kind of like a balance scale, right? I mean, if you're going to overspend or spend a little bit more than you thought you were going to spend at running back, then where are you going to spend less? Where are you going to not do what you were looking at or hoping to do when free agency opened up? I mean, is there other position groups where you're at least deep enough that you could trim a couple million off of that to kind of make sense of going still top of the market free agent running back and bringing Singletary back? I don't know how they think about that, but to me, if I'm bringing Singletary back and he's making more than he did a year ago, then I don't think that I'm going to be in the market for a Barkley at the top of the list.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that if you bring back Singletary, it takes you out of the Barkley. And, I don't think Josh Jacobs is getting any run around here, and rightfully so. I'm not in the Josh Jacobs train. I don't want him here. But I think it takes you out of the top 2, top 3 free agents if you were to bring back Singletary. We've talked a lot about receiver because we think that the Texans need a third receiver. Nico, you have Tank. You need another player to put into that trio. Robert Woods under contract, not that guy. Mechie and Hutchinson, not that guy for whatever reasons. Maybe they can play into that guy, but they're not there yet. D'Amico was asked earlier in Indy what the Texans value in receivers.
With the receiver position, we're looking for guys who are separators, right? Who can separate, who can find a way to get open, right? And if you have that one redeeming quality that you can separate, right, that's what we're looking for, especially that shows up on third down, right? How do you win third down? How do you stay on the field as an offense, right, and continue to produce and move the ball down the field? It's about third down, right, and being able to convert. And the way you convert is guys who are savvy enough to find a way to always get open.
So that's what I heard there, Blankers, is that they want guys that can separate.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think that I was trying to think about it when he was saying that, going, well, there's a little bit. I mean, sometimes Schultz didn't come up with all of them on third down when you needed him to, and sometimes they did and sometimes they didn't. I get it. I think overall, when we looked at the big picture for this receiver room going forward, as much as you've got the potential of Hutchinson and of Mechie, I think we both would agree that you can move on from Noah Brown. You can move on from Woods to get better. And I think that there are guys out there where you can get better. You can improve and be in the same ballpark of the salaries you were going to pay to those two guys. And that's where I think they're going to look to improve just on the overall kind of track record and quality of player with what they have left in the tank, as opposed to Robert Woods, who, respectfully was over the hill, and Noah Brown, who's been more or less a journeyman. I think there are guys out there where you can improve with one or two receivers, probably in the same kind of salary range, and not hurt yourself too much, as we were talking about if you have to spend a little bit more in the running back room.
I think that you eliminate a couple of players whenever you hear that, though. Whenever we talk about Keon Coleman, a guy at Florida State who isn't known for his separation, but he's known for being able to catch the ball in traffic. If you had to pick between one of those two based on, one, this is what we talk about with the offense. I think that this is an offense that values separation. They don't, obviously they would like a guy who could go up in one-on-one and win all those battles, but they value separation more than they value a guy who can win those one-on-one battles. So I think you can eliminate a couple of the rookies. I think Keon Coleman's the obvious name because we see Keon Coleman in the mix late first round. We see Keon Coleman in the mix for when the Houston Texans are picking. I think you can cross Keon Coleman's name right off because he's not somebody who gets separation. And D'Amico at times will tell us what they're looking for. You go back to last year when they talked about quarterback and things that they valued in quarterback: precision, accuracy. Okay, well, you go draft the guy with the best arm talent in terms of accuracy and ball placement in the draft. Maybe didn't have the strongest arm last year, but ball placement accuracy is something that they valued with precision, and then they draft the guy that fits that to a T, and we saw it play out. When he says separation, I'm like, okay, well, you can cross off Keon Coleman. Last year, remember whenever everybody was saying, oh, the Texans should get DeAndre Hopkins. Hopkins is the guy for the Texans. They need a number one receiver before he signed with Tennessee. I think you can cross off a DeAndre Hopkins type. Not that he's available, but that type of player. And maybe that's why they weren't interested in DeAndre Hopkins last offseason, is because he's not a guy that can separate. He's not going to get yards on the guy that's defending him, or he's not going to find open spots in the zone. And hearing D'Amico say that, that's where they're putting their emphasis at that position.
Yeah, it really seems like, and you think about it, even just the way that they were able early in the season to kind of protect CJ while he was getting comfortable, which was get the ball out of his hands quickly. Make sure that you have precise routes being run by quick guys that are getting that separation off the line of scrimmage that can help CJ and help the offense at the same time by progressing. And I think that it kind of leads you to believe that that's the kind of prototypical receivers they're going to look for. You're right. It's not going to be the bigger guys that can high point and really have a ton of size unless you have speed too. I think Nico is the perfect kind of combination that works in this system. So if you're looking for another receiver or two, I think you're looking for guys that first and foremost get off the line of scrimmage and run routes, timely, to where they are going to be where CJ expects them to be when he releases the football, because we know that when he goes through his progressions, he throws a lot of footballs before the receiver has the time to turn around and look, and that's why the routes have to be, precision as well. And I think that's probably what they are anticipating looking for when they go out in free agency.
I think this really rings true, because sometimes we're quick to dismiss anything said like a combine presser like this as just coach speak. But look at what they drafted last year with Tank Dell. I mean, that's what D'Amico's talking about that in that clip is what they drafted with Tank Dell. And I think the interesting thing going forward as we get into free agency, this player might not even hit free agency because it seems like his team's coming into a renewed effort to bring him back. But I think it crosses Mike Evans off the list, even if Mike Evans was available in case the Bucs didn't bring him back. But Mike Evans is not a guy that gets top level separation. He's a high point down the field, contested catch, just out jump you sort of wide receiver. See Johnny Manziel's Heisman season. So I do think obviously Mike Evans great talent, but if that's what D'Amico and the Texans value, separation, Mike Evans isn't that guy.
Yeah,
especially not at that AAV.
Well, yeah, I think the money matters too, right? And I think that's going to factor in as well. Mike Evans gives you a different element, a different type of weapon. But you're right. If that's what they're describing, targeting, and looking after, maybe that's another way of just saying Mike Evans and his type of receiver isn't the kind of guy we're looking for with our offense.
Yeah, Evans was a name that I thought of as well. I think Evans separates more than like a Hopkins, but you're right. He's more, catching traffic, winning contested balls, as opposed to he's just going to flat out like win a route and have 3-yard separation on a slant over the middle. And also, I think the Texans utilize those routes a lot. Like they run drags, they run slants, they run stuff over the middle of the field where you value the fact that they're getting separation over their defender. So I would throw him into the mix as well. One final one from D'Amico. This one, really not that important. He's talking great things about Christian Harris, but me, who loves drama, loves storylines, loves intrigue, do you think that D'Amico Ryans is throwing some shade unintentionally talking about Christian Harris here?
No, sky's the limit for Christian. Christian is one of the fastest linebackers that I've had a chance to work with. Very explosive, instinctive player. So I'm excited. I see last year as Christian's rookie year. That was his first year, and I'm excited to see him build off of what he did last year.
Do you hear a little bit of shade in that?
A little bit. I do.
I hear a lot of shade.
Yeah, and that's really not his style normally. But I think that, he feels pretty comfortable now sitting in the captain's chair, and after the year that they put forth to realize, hey, look, we did some things. We did some special things. We're working on some things. This is my house now. And I like it. I like that he's not afraid to look back and go, hey, you know what? There were some missteps. There were some pretty ugly moments that he obviously wasn't a part of. But going forward, there's a new sheriff in town.
See, I think he's throwing shade at Lovie Smith and the previous.
That's what I mean.
Staff.
Yeah, there's
because
a new sheriff in town.
Last year's was not Christian Harris's rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
Yet D'Amico Ryans is saying that was his rookie year, and I see that as his first year.
Yep.
And I don't think that D'Amico Ryans is saying that in the sense of this is the first year that I had Christian Harris, because he didn't say that about Derek Stingley, Like he's to me, the way that I read that quote is he's saying that Christian Harris was underdeveloped as a second-year pro.
Yeah, this was
that his first year, rookie year, was an absolute wash, and not that he said it in direct words, totally didn't say it in direct words, but he didn't get coached up in his rookie years the way I heard that from D'Amico.
No, this is, and for Houston fans, this is going from Steven Silas to Ime Udoka, but Udoka had the resume coming in as a previous coach where he might have been a little bit quick to put down the previous regime. But that's what I was trying to express as well. New sheriff in town, he's the captain in the chair, and the way things went at last year, now he feels a little bit more comfortable to say, hey, look, I don't think he feels like Christian Harris was developed at all his rookie year, and he didn't get the coaching he needed. And now that his staff is in place, that the sky's the limit for this kid.
That's some shade from D'Amico Ryans. Some shade. All right, 713-780-ESPN. A busy show. I'm going to dip out at 4:30, call some Cougar basketball, but Blankers and BMAC will take you the rest of the way at that point. But lots to get to today. It's a Cash It or Trash It Tuesday, which got to get to that. Pressing Astro questions. Do we get a Will of Bits today or not? I guess you'll have to stay tuned for that. Have a giveaway a little bit later, making mock drafts great again. But when we return, what must the Texans do this offseason? We've thrown out names. We talked about draft picks. But in your mind, and you can take this question however you want, 713-780-3776, what must the Texans do this offseason? We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on ESPN. We're on the YouTube. Just search ESPN Houston to find us. Joel's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for my favorite new indoor golf spot in Houston. Yeah, I said indoor golf. X Golf Katy. Check them out online. X Golf Katy, the best golf simulators I have found. They are absolutely amazing. And when Chris, the owner, was walking me through the place and showed me the simulators, it was just awesome to me because of the fact that it's so lifelike and realistic. You are hitting golf balls the way you swing on the course. You have the same kind of elements. You have all the shot tracker capabilities to tell you the spin, the direction, the distance of every one of your shots. And the thing that I really love is the putting is absolutely accurate. You are putting your golf ball the way you would putt on the green, reading greens the same way, and seeing and getting the results just like you were on the putting green. From a range perspective, you can set it up that way and hit all your shots, even with your own golf balls if you'd like, by putting them in the simulator. And it's absolutely fantastic. And the best thing is it's also the best sports bar combination with the golf simulators that you'll find. So it's like having everything under one roof. And they've got all kinds of specials too. They always have discounts for military and first responders every Monday. Twilight Tuesday with $5 margaritas and Mexican candy shots, $6 specialty tequila, and 20% off simulator time. Wednesdays, dollar wings, $2 off all whiskey. And Thursdays, reverse happy hour from 6 to 10. If you haven't been, you need to check it out. If you're a golfer, you'll love it even more because whether it's nighttime or the weather isn't cooperating, you can always get golf in at X Golf Katy.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What must the Texans do this offseason? 713-780-ESPN. The HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We'll get to that in a couple of moments. Couple of texts here. 0367, is it possible to franchise tag and then trade Grenard? It is. You're not supposed to do that. It's like frowned upon, but they never enforce it. Technically, you're not supposed to, but you see it happen all the time. They did. Yeah, they did. You're technically not supposed to, but the teams do it all the time, where you tag a guy and then you end up trading him. It's supposed to be I guess the honor code, where whenever you do it, you're not doing it to trade him, but also how you can enforce that. Okay, yeah, right. When we tagged him in early March, we totally wanted to extend him. It didn't work out in the coming months, and now we're going to trade him. So it's like one of those things where you just can't enforce it.
Look, I mean, you'd love to get something for him, but I mean, the fact of the matter is that if he's going to get what they're guessing right now, he's going to be in the ballpark to get. I mean, you just tip your cap and realize you've got money to spend that and draft picks to use that you can move on as well as he can. But I mean, that's just credit to the player. If some team's willing to overspend like that, that's on the team that offers him that much more than what we were projecting he was going to make. I just can't see paying John Grenard 4 or 5 years at $20-some million a year.
Even if it's 3,
Yeah.
That Spotrac projection on Saquon Barkley might be an all-time bad take, by the way. They had it with $12-13 million. It's okay, you're going to be about $10 million too short on that.
And who had Grenard at 13.5? Wasn't it
Spotrac? I think.
Yeah.
Sport Track,
Whatever.
somebody called it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that thing's called. But, yeah, they projected him at $13 million. All right, what must the Texans do this offseason? You can take this any way you want because you have different, Smithologies, right? You have different schools of thought. They need to go big game hunting. Oh, well, they need to spread the money around. Oh, they need to do this in the draft. Blah, 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 blah. What must the Texans do this offseason in your mind?
To me, it's focused on a lot of even when we're talking about the individual players, it starts to me with the defense. And it starts with the fact that whether Grenard stays or leaves, whether Stevie Nelson stays or leaves, those are two individual positions you have to fill, and then you have to take into consideration D'Amico running the defense wants to upgrade the defensive line. So I think that for me, if you just want to kind of encapsulate it all generally and say the defense has to improve, or if you want to get specific, to me, it starts with when your head coach is in the captain's chair and he's making all the calls. The things that he said to concentrate on at the end of the year were to improve the defensive line. And I think you have to, whether it's through the draft and or a combination of draft and free agency, Stevie Nelson, Grenard replacements are the utmost of a priority. And if you're going to let Rankins walk, then you're also going to have to get an interior defensive lineman too. And then the other thing that D'Amico said was to improve the run and the run game. Well, I don't think that they're going to do a whole lot more investing on the offensive line unless they draft in a later round another offensive lineman. I could be wrong. But I think that means to me the running back position. The running back position would be after anything defensively. If I start offensively and I listen to D'Amico, you have to improve the running backs that are available to you like we talked about, whether that's a combination of Singletary and somebody else, or you just decide to reset the deck and you go get one or two, running backs to reset the room.
The way I feel about this, all those things are really, really good. And I have my druthers, right? We all have our druthers. We all have the players that we like. It's the beauty of free agency, especially with a team that's good. It's certainly when we start talking some names, it's exciting. It's not Rex Burkheads. It's not guys that you are adding to a team that isn't a playoff team. For me, I want the Texans to take advantage of their really good players on rookie deals. C.J. Stroud's the best player on a rookie deal. Will Anderson, really good player on a rookie deal. Derek Stingley, really good player on a rookie deal. Christian Harris, really good player on a rookie deal. So you have all this cap space, $65 million to the $255 million in cap. You can go a variety of different ways. The only thing that I find unacceptable this offseason when it comes to Nick Caserio and the spending, the only thing that I find unacceptable, aside from foolishly spending money, like if you throw 5 years at Mike Evans, that's foolish. The only thing that I feel is absolutely 100% important is that Nick Caserio needs to spend like 97% of his cap space. He has to spend a majority of his cap space. You can't have all this cap space with guys on rookie deals and not spend it. And I don't really like. I have my druthers again. Like I rather not have Evans. I rather not sign Xavier Howard. So there's players that I don't like. There's players that I do like. But it is unacceptable if Nick Caserio has all this cap space and doesn't use a majority of it.
No, I would agree with you. I mean, I've been through this frustration as a Packer fan growing up ever since Brian Gutekunst took over the team. When you are at the luxury of not having to overspend at your most popular and expensive positions, the expectation is you use free agency as a weapon, not just a tool to fill roster spots, but a weapon to actually go strong and aggressively to make sure your team improves. Packers really didn't do that over the years, and they relied heavily on the draft, and I think it hurt them. I don't want Nick Caserio to do the same thing. You can't rest on your laurels and just say, hey, we're coasting because we're in a good financial spot right now. No, this team is too good right now and has come to the point of being good quicker than expected. Capitalize on it. You've got multiple years with CJ still on a rookie deal. Go get some players. Go make sure you maximize all the money spent out. I get it. You want a little bit of a slush fund for the middle of the season if injuries happen. But other than that, go get the guys that are necessary to make this team better.
What about you, Brian? You have a must this offseason for the Texans?
Yeah, so D'Amico told us right after the season ended, and I think we're all in agreement with what he said, that defensive line is arguably their biggest need going into the offseason. Sheldon Rakins is on a one-year deal. He's probably not coming back. Jonathan Grenard, from all the sounds of things that's going on right now, definitely less than 50% that he comes back. So you open up two holes, and you already needed to improve there anyway, even if you had those two guys. So I like to, and I don't see anything with Chris Jones as being remotely possible. So as we've gone through this mock draft process and us doing the mock drafts every day, I think anytime we've had the chance to draft Byron Murphy out of Texas in the first round, I think we've always used the term sprint to the podium. I think the Texans need to be willing to look into trading up to possibly secure getting Byron Murphy, because I don't know about you guys. I certainly feel this way, and it seems like you guys have hinted at this as well. I don't think Byron Murphy will actually make it to 23. So I think you have to be willing to have the conversation to trade up. Now, and this isn't something massive. I'm not talking about giving up, next year's first or anything like that. But call teams, offer your third that you got from Philadelphia, offer one of the extra fourth-round picks, see if you can move up 3-4 spots. And if it looks like Byron Murphy could get to 18 or 19, be willing to go up there to get him, because I think that position is probably the most desperate right now to secure a franchise-level changing player.
Guys, the thing that's interesting to me in all of this is the fact that not that D'Amico made an ultimatum or he made a promise, but he wants to improve the defensive line. So you would think that some move is going to have to be made one way or another if, like you said, Brian, if Rankins is going to be let walk out the building, where I thought he was actually better than what we've seen in the last couple of years and did a pretty good job. That means that you have to be better than him. That's a challenge because he played very well for you. Yeah, there were spots and times where he was out a little bit, but I was very pleased with the way he played. So I'm interested to see when they do look at the defensive line and you hear what the coach said, how does he plan on doing that?
Yeah, it'd be interesting for them to trade after they, made that big splash last year. But Nick Caserio, he always trades. That wasn't the only time that he's traded up.
A ton.
Almost all of them. Like, he traded up for 3 guys in his first draft: Nico, Garrett Wallow. I'm missing one. He traded up for Juice Scruggs and Tank Dell last year.
He traded up for Mechie, yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't in that. Was it in that draft?
No, so that would be in a second draft. That would have been a second.
He traded
draft,
up for Davis Mills too, didn't he?
Traded down for Kenyon Green. I don't think he traded up for Mills.
No,
I think he sat. No, I think he sat still on Mills because then there was the reports that he wanted Mond, and Mond went that pick before him. Which, I mean, whatever. I think Davis Mills has been better than Kellen Mond. Not that not that it's a very high bar. But he's a willing dealing son of a gun. So it wouldn't surprise me if Nick Caserio has more tricks up his sleeve. I would be stunned if he traded into like the top 7. the top 10.
No,
but that's not what you're looking for.
For
you're looking for the teens, you know?
Yeah,
like if you're trading up for Byron Murphy, because I do think he's not going to be available at 24, you're making a trade into 17, 18 to select him, and maybe you're giving up a future third or something like that. 713-780-ESPN. What are the moves the Texans have to make? What is the must that the Texans have to do this offseason? 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. Also, T. Higgins has been franchise tagged, or they say they're going to franchise tag him. We've heard this with some other players as well. Is this a tell one way or the other that the Texans haven't done this yet? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Joel, did you ever read Word Up magazine when you were a kid?
Word Up magazine? No.
Yeah.
No.
Never did?
No,
Huh.
Is that Cameo or
No,
what was the vibe of the Word Up magazine?
I don't know. I never read it.
Oh.
So I asked you if you'd read it.
Oh, because it must be an old
I guess
reference.
not.
Well, Biggie read it. We know that.
How do we know that?
Yeah, Biggie read it.
It's referenced in the song
sings
Juicy.
about it.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
It's one of those
713-780-ESP. I thought you were cool. That's all I'm saying.
music trash rags? I don't know. I didn't read a lot of those kind of magazines.
I'm musically challenged. That's why I was asking you. You're my music expert. If I have a music question, I ask you.
I
That's what
appreciate
just
that.
did.
I listened to the tunes. I didn't read all those kind of gossipy magazines and all that.
Can you flow? Can you flow?
I used to be able to very well. I do sometimes. I'm not, again, don't ask me to do this because you guys were trying to get me into one before.
Well, I'm gonna.
But I
Now we're
can.
gonna have to ask
I
you.
absolutely, from time to time, still can challenge myself to on the fly flow a little bit.
I think
That's
you
what I
gave
was
me
saying,
an
yeah.
idea for Wheel of Bits one day.
No, I told you. I've
Yeah.
told Jeremy this before, B-Mac, and with Joe, I think it was. But like after games the next day, and truth be told, Jeremy, I mean, B-Mac worked for me in the Rockets organization for a while.
Way back.
And I would come in the day after a game, and there would be guys in our ticket department that were like just there for a short time, but they'd be like, "Dude, I loved your flow last night in the post game with the highlights." I was like, "My flow?" You never really looked at it as my flow, but okay.
I want to hear you rap. I just want you to drop
I
a
bet
freestyle.
you do. Beard used to do that.
I
Look,
do.
Look how that worked out.
Oh, too soon. Too
I'm
soon.
just saying.
I have a
I'm
buddy
not,
guy.
I'm
who
not.
thinks
I
he
know
can
that there's been several guys in this market
freestyle.
that have decided to create their own tunes and things. I'm just not that guy.
Too soon. There's our leader for mean text.
Okay, there you
mean
go.
things that Blankers says. 4485. How about sign Chase Young and Justin Matabike? The Ravens general manager basically said Matabike is not going anywhere. So that dream is gone. Now nothing's official till it's official, but that dream is gone because that would have been my dream signing. We talked about it yesterday. I think Chase Young's overrated. I want nothing to do with Chase Young.
Yeah, I don't either. I think that you would think with the guys that he was surrounded by in San Francisco once he got there that he would, if he truly was who we thought he was coming out of Ohio State, and then, you can say whether he was injured or not when he was in Washington the 1 year, but you come back and you say, well, God, with all those guys around him and a guy he knows very well in Bosa, you would think that he would just go nuts. And he really kind of disappeared on the field a lot, and he's going to command the kind of money that his teammate got from the Bears once he got out of Washington, and I don't think he's worth it. I'd stay away from him.
Yeah, I think he had one solid year. It was his rookie year, which, by the way, he was under 10 sacks, and he's lived off of that ever since then. And, we think that he's good because of that solid rookie year and where he was drafted, but he's been a major disappointment ever since then. And his rookie year wasn't even all that good. It was solid. It was good for a rookie, but it was his best year. And if that's your best year, that's not a very good peak year. So it's mostly just what we've thought of Chase Young than actual production. I'm not very high on Chase Young. 60-30 first defense, second offensive line, third offensive weapons. That's cool. I'm on that's the thing. There's not a whole lot of things that can happen in free agency that upset me. 331 LZ said that Caserio told him that they leave about $10 million unspent for midseason signings. You do leave yourself some operating space. That's cool. That's why I said almost all of the salary cap. I understand that they're going to have to leave a few million for free moves during the season. So that's why I said almost all of it. I know that you have to leave a little bit of wiggle room. So almost all. 8638 Saquon 3 years for $30 million. It's a lot of years there. Re-sign Kaimi. I'm in favor of that. He's top 5 kicker. And Dalton, or let Dalton walk and get Brock Bowers in the draft. That would probably be a trade-up. And get a high-motor inside linebacker either from the draft or free agency. Another corner wouldn't be bad other than Xavier. I think
that kind of sounds like our ultimate wish list from yesterday. That seems like a lot to be able to try and squeeze out of one off season. But, yeah, that would be great. I look at some of that and I go, I don't know how you're getting all that done. And are you going to pay Kaimi top 5 kicker money?
Yeah.
I'm not.
I think that they value special teams.
You're right, but I also think that they, in some ways, they kind of did him a solid and elevated him and paid him top 6 kickers in the league on his last deal. And he says he likes it here. If they can work a solid with him, that'd be great. If you want to pay him top 5 kicker money, I'm not sure that with where they're sitting right now that's a great decision.
I'd be willing to do, of all the things that the listener mentioned there, I'd be willing to do the part about Kaimi Fairbairn. I wouldn't be willing to do what it takes to get Brock Bowers because you're not getting him at 23. You're trading up to get Brock Bowers. And tight ends, I know there's an example this year with Sam Laporta where this wasn't true, but for the most part, tight ends, even the great ones like George Kittle, take a year or two to develop, and I just don't really want to wait and spend that sort of draft capital in a position we're going to have to wait on. Not right now with CJ.
You're also not getting great positional savings whenever you draft a tight end in the first round because depending on where you pick them, because it's slotted, 1 through 32, obviously. But where you pick a tight end, if it's like in the top 10, then you're basically paying him top tight end money. Like he's in the top 10-ish. Whereas if you draft a receiver or a quarterback in the top 10, you're getting incredible savings because, those are premium positions. You can sign one of the top free agents at the tight end spot this year for $10, $11, $12 million. If you draft one of the top 10, you're paying him roughly like $8 million. So you're not getting a whole lot of savings. He's immediately, into like Bremac's point, you're drafting a tight end. He's probably going to be a year away, and you're immediately paying him above the average value for a starting tight end because it's not a premium position. So, like, I'm not a big fan of trading up for Brock Bowers either. Like, if I'm trading up, I need to get a guy at a premium position. And I would say that a guy who can get to the quarterback from the defensive tackle spot is a premium position.
Agreed, because what are you giving up in order to trade up to get a Bowers, especially because if it's a day 2 type pick, then you're probably giving up a guy that's going to be fighting for a starting spot that you need right now based on how you fill all the holes you're going to have.
And that was what was good about last year's trade up and then just the draft in general. And I know that it sounds like I'm talking out both sides of my mouth here a little bit. Like Stroud, you draft him at 2. Cool. That's incredible positional savings. You trade up. Now, it was a lot to trade up. That's a fact, not an opinion. Now, it worked out, and they stood on the table for Will Anderson because they loved Will Anderson. They were willing to pay the overspend because they believed in the prospect, and they were right. The beauty of it is that's another premium position. Like, if they did that for a tight end, like, okay, like, even if he's good, you're already paying him top of the market. Whereas if he's a defensive end and he's good, you're getting an incredible saving. So that is a benefit of that trade or a positive of that trade. T. Higgins looks like he's going to be franchise tagged. They've all been reported it. Like, he can't officially do it yet, but actually might be able to officially do it. He's going to be franchise tagged. We mentioned Matt Abike is going to be franchise tagged. Chris Jones, maybe. Actually, I don't think Chris Jones is. But a few of these other players have already come out, and it's been reported that they're going to be franchise tagged. The Texans have not done this with anybody. I think Grenard's the most likely franchise tag possibility. Not that they would do it, but the most likely. And then Dalton Schultz. Apparently, Kyrie Fairbairn has a clause in his contract somehow where he can't be tagged. Like, how does a kicker get that clause in his contract? That's bizarre.
That's GM Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, it's probably right.
I think it was with the restructure, actually, with Caserio.
Well, because Bill O'Brien, remember, was the guy that did overpay him on this last deal.
But I think it was the restructure.
Maybe you're right.
It was to get him to restructure is that they couldn't tag him, which is just weird. I've never heard of
Justin Tucker might be the only kicker on the planet that could get the can't be franchise tagged clause or should.
Like, it's pretty popular to tag a kicker, but to have that in his contract is bizarre.
Yeah.
Really weird. But anyways, a bunch of these guys are being tagged. Is it a tell one way or another that the Texans have not tagged anybody?
I don't think so. I think that a lot of it's going to go down after as the combine unfolds. There's a lot of league officials. Everybody's in town. They're all going to be talking, and I'm sure they're going to gauge the interest on the guys that could potentially fall into that tag, whether it be Fairbairn, whether it be Grenard. I think and maybe Schultz, but I doubt it. But if you're going to say 3 guys that might, they'll kick the tires a little bit. They'll talk to people. They'll talk to the representatives of the players, try to figure it out. I honestly think that they're not going to tag anybody. I think they're just going to take their chances, and they believe that if Schultz walks, they can replace him. If Fairbairn walks, they can replace him. And if Grenard walks, they can find ways to replace him.
I think it is a tell, though. I think if they were gonna tag one, I think they would have already been either reported or like come out and talked about. Because today you had D'Amico field questions about John Grenard. Tomorrow Nick Caserio is going to talk, and you're going to field questions about John Grenard. I think that if they had the intent to tag him, I think we would have already known about it.
I tend to agree with that because, I mean, really what the franchise tag is just leverage, right? It's leverage against, you agree to our terms or we're going to franchise tag you. So I think the Texans are probably still negotiating with Jonathan Grenard or just trying to get a feel for what he's going to want on the open market. But, yeah, if you're willing to play, your ace in the hole and use the franchise tag to kind of gain the leverage and control the negotiations, I think you would probably want that publicly known. But maybe this is a good faith way of keeping Grenard happy by not putting that out there.
Can I push back on that a little bit to say that in my mind, if you go out and you talk about Grenard or you talk about Grenard in the franchise tag, then you're almost admitting that at least for 1 year, he's worth $20-some million a year. And that puts you in a precarious spot then anyway with the agent and the situation.
It depends on if you're confident that you're going to extend him, right? Like, you might not think he's a $20 million a year player, but you're willing to overspend for 1 year as opposed to 3. So It kind of depends on where you're at with the player and maybe even where you're at in negotiations.
Because if you're Gennard's agent, you come back and go, well, if you're willing to give him one at 20 plus, let's talk about 2 or 3 at just at 20 some or 20, 21, 22. I don't think they want to pay him that for 1, let alone for 2 or 3. And I think that that's a dangerous proposition if you start talking about.
I think you're talking more about the possibility of him being tagged. I don't think he's going to be tagged either. But I think the fact that we don't know anything yet is a major clue that they're not going to.
But I'm saying if D'Amico would have said it or Caserio says tomorrow, yeah, we've talked about John Gennard and the possibility of the franchise tag. Well,
I mean, you would have done this beforehand. You would have done this before they ever talk. Like, you would have leaked it to whoever you're leaking it to that you're going to tag Gennard.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think they were going to. First of all, I don't think they like to talk publicly about anything anyway. But I think that if you do start bringing up that conversation, if I'm the agent, I go, well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about franchise tag numbers for my guy.
But the agent also can't reject the franchise tag. Like, you can do you can hold out, but that comes with some fines and stuff too. I mean, if you're going to hold out for parts of the year in games, you're going to be out money.
Yeah, I'm just going hypothetically, like they talk about it, but if they don't end up doing it, and then they want to engage in any kind of conversation, I think I'm starting with, well, let's talk like that franchise tag type money.
Yeah, maybe so. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Are we sleeping on a few of these free agent receivers? Been several that we've not talked about. Are we sleep on some of them? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. That's the first time I've heard that. I'm embarrassed to say I don't know the reference. I don't know. Do you know the reference, Blinkers?
You're not a Jason Statham guy?
I know who Jason Statham is.
It's his most recent movies. It's actually still out in theaters right now. It's called The Beekeeper.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's called.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. I saw. I'm a Statham mark, so I saw it like first week in the theaters.
What did you say? You're a what?
A Statham mark. Come on, you're a wrestling fan. You know the term mark.
No, I didn't hear the first part.
Okay,
I didn't know you were saying his name.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm a mark for Statham, so I saw it pretty much right away. Maybe second week, but at least by the second week. It might have been first week.
Interesting. I like that. That's good work there. We didn't get that work in the past.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Carroll for that one. He's also a big fan of the movie, so he put that one together.
I got you. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Are we sleep on a few of these free agent wide receivers that are out there? We've talked about the big names. We talked about some of the names that we love. We talked about some of these value guys. Randy Mueller, friend of the show, former NFL Executive of the Year. I'm going to be the 2024 Executive of the Year, as we all know. He listed his favorite free agents, and then he ranked them based like by position. Like he has his top 150 or whatever, and then he broke them down by position as well. The receiver spot I found to be fascinating with his rankings. And this is a guy who, again, was a real NFL Executive of the Year. I'm just a make-believe NFL Executive of the Year. So this guy knows what he's doing. Like this guy, he didn't have a job anymore, but he used to. He used to have a job as a general manager and did pretty good things. You want to go 1 through 10 or 10 through 1?
Your call.
I'm going to go 10 through 1.
Okay.
Count it down, reverse engineer it here. Number 10, he has Hollywood Brown, which I like Hollywood Brown. I think Hollywood Brown would be a fit here. We played that stuff earlier from D'Amico where this team's looking for separation. I think Marquise Brown is a separation type of guy. He's quick. He's fast. Now, he's little bitty, 5'9", 180. He'd give Tank Dell a run for his money on who's going to weigh the least. But I'm a fan of Hollywood. Now, it's going to come down to price, and he has him 10th on this list. So it doesn't seem like he thinks all that highly of Hollywood Brown.
Are we going to the latest iteration of the Smurfs? I mean, I'm not as big a fan
Separation, baby.
Yeah, I don't want another small receiver.
They need another interior wide receiver
Blankers.
blocker. I mean, that's what
Blankers
we really
is
need.
sizest. You're a sizest.
I'm not.
You're sizest.
I want variety within my receivers, and I don't want. And I'm also not a big fan of Marquise Brown anyway, except for the fact that he just loves to run go routes. But I would pass on Marquise Brown.
Sizest, Blankers. If you can get him cheap, I'm in favor of that because I do think that he's a weapon. Now, BMAC, what you said about little guys blocking in the box, that is a hard no for me. That is malpractice for an offensive coordinator.
We need Tank and Hollywood both blocking inside the tackles. I think we're ahead of the game here.
And maybe
delete your account.
Yeah, maybe on days when there's no contact at practice, but we don't need that on a goal line play.
Release your fullbacks and have 5'7" wide receivers blocking inside.
That would be a weapon to have Hollywood Brown lining up as a fullback.
TJ Bieniemy, I think, would be okay with that.
Anyways, I would be fine if Hollywood Brown is part of your trio, but I don't want to spend very much on Hollywood Brown. It would have to be one of those things where you're getting incredible value, and quite frankly, I don't think that's going to happen. No, I think somebody is going to throw some pretty good money at Hollywood.
If he wants to replace Noah Brown, great, but he's not going to settle for that kind of money, so I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, he could be forced to settle for that kind of money if no one's willing to pay him. But I do think that somebody's going to end up paying him something that takes him out of the Houston Texans price range. At number 9, he has Curtis Samuel. This is one that intrigues me because Curtis Samuel really has never had a quarterback, but he's always been solid. He's always been 60, 70 catches, 600, 800 yards. He can run the football a little bit. I kind of think that he fits the mold of a receiver who can actually run the ball a little bit, kind of like Deebo Samuel, a poor man's Deebo Samuel. But I also believe that he's a guy who can create separation. He's kind of what I just said about Hollywood, except I don't think he's going to get paid like Hollywood. So I think this is actually doable, like a value that is also a valuable receiver in what you want your trio to be.
I think he's the prototypical receiver D'Amico was talking about. And when you look at the market, you look at a guy that I think all three of us have a lot of interest in and believe that he could be a really good fit here. And as you mentioned, it could be a chance for him to shine and really kind of not necessarily prove himself, but take his game to the next level with a quarterback like CJ, with an offense and an offensive mind like Slowick. He could be the perfect fit for this offense. I would be extremely interested in Curtis Samuel, and if that's a guy they're targeting, I would love to see how that progresses.
Yeah,
Hard same.
I'd be all over Curtis Samuel because, I mean, what we hear in segment 1 from D'Amico talks about separation, talks about, and Jeremy's mentioned the Texans run a lot of, drag routes and short, cross field routes over the middle. Curtis Samuel, that's what he specializes in. Obviously, compared to some of these other names, the Calvin Ridleys, the Mike Evans, and those guys, obviously T. Higgins, but now he's off the market. He's also going to cost a whole lot less, so it doesn't prohibit you from doing other things in free agency.
Jason Statham or Curtis Samuel?
Ooh, Jason Statham.
Texan or actor?
Give me Curtis Samuel. Give me Curtis Samuel.
Actor
Number 8,
push.
Odell Beckham. We don't need to waste time on Odell Beckham.
Goodbye.
Pass.
Goodbye.
No wasting time there.
No.
7th on his list is Gabe Davis. I've seen a lot of Gabe Davis slander the last few days. Gabe Davis said goodbye on social to Buffalo fans and posted some numbers, and some people were saying, well, those are Josh Allen stats, not Gabe Davis stats. Well, the good news is you have a better passer in Houston than he did in Buffalo. I'm in favor of Gabe Davis.
Me too.
I like the idea of Gabe Davis in Houston.
I think he'd be a really good fit. Again, I think that he's the perfect kind of prototypical combo platter that could fit and appease all parties on the Texans coaching staff and with their quarterback. I think he would be an upgrade on what they have that is probably moving out the door. He's got experience, and I think that he could flourish in this offense.
And for a guy who's a sizist like you, he's 6'2", 225.
That's right. There you go.
He's got some beef.
Damn right.
He's got some size to him. And I think he can play a little bit in the slot, too. I think he'd be a real weapon of what the Texans have. Josh Reynolds. This is a name we haven't talked about at all. Former Aggie.
Mm-hmm.
I guess once you're an Aggie, you're always an Aggie. 40 catches last year, 608 yards for the Lions. Spent the last 2.5 years there. Reynolds moved the needle at all for you?
I think he's okay. I think he could be an upgrade over a Noah Brown. I don't think his price is going to be too high. Obviously, he had a dropsy or two in the playoffs, but I think that this is a guy at the right price that could be a good fit with this offense.
Yeah, I would be disappointed, honestly.
Yeah, that wouldn't excite me.
I'd be disappointed if this was. Yeah, me either. It wouldn't move my needle at all.
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't move my needle. He's been a fine receiver. I mean, he's had some flashes basically everywhere he's been, both with the Rams and the Lions. But yeah, I don't even know if he has the capability of Noah. I mean, we saw Noah Brown have 2 really huge explosive games. Obviously, wide receivers were missing from the room at that time, so he had more targets going his way during those 2 games where he exploded. But I don't even see Josh Reynolds as having that sort of capability of exploding. So I don't even know if he really fully replaces Noah Brown. I think he's a fine.
I think he replaced Robert Woods. I think on the Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be fine with him as a Robert Woods replacement if he's your wide receiver 4 or 5. But I don't think you expect anything more from him would be reasonable.
Yeah, I don't like him as one of your top 3. I'm surprised he's 6 on this list. We've spent a lot of time talking about Mike Evans at number 5.
I'm out.
We've talked about that.
Yeah.
I think Brian's probably higher than us on him. T. Higgins off the market. He was 4. Michael Pittman.
Now Indy has
have
talked
a hard
about
time
franchise tagging him.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything official.
I haven't either.
I don't think he gets out of Indy.
Yeah, I don't know how they
think
can
so
let
either.
him go, especially with the fact that you're grooming a quarterback, and even if you're not grooming one, he was a hell of a safety blanket for Minshew last year when you didn't have the guy you were grooming. I think he's got to come back there.
Would you be willing to give Pittman more money a year than Evans?
I mean, age right away.
I mean,
I'm just talking about AAV though.
Yeah,
I think from an overall contract, it's a no-brainer. But I'm talking about just AAV.
Yeah, AAV for next year. I don't think they're in a position to do that, and they've got receivers enough that they don't have to do that. I don't want to do that.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
mind
from a Texans
necessarily
perspective, I wouldn't. I wouldn't from a Texans perspective, but if I'm a GM, I'd rather give more money per year to Pittman than Evans.
Yeah, I agree with that. If it's not the Texans and just Team A looking at both guys, for sure.
The AAV for Pittman wouldn't bother me. I just think it's a little bit redundant with he and Nico. They feel like kind of basically the same receiver. I'd rather get a different type of receiver and get a different skill set to maximize, having them all out there at the exact same time.
Calvin Ridley, he's number 1. I just jumped
Pass.
over one guy because I think that the interesting name is at number 2. I pass on Ridley, too. I don't want to pay Ridley the money. I put a lot of emphasis on the 2 games he played the Texans because that was the only game I watched him play every single snap. I was underwhelmed.
I didn't
was
like his
very
route running.
underwhelmed
I think
with
he had a
Calvin
whole lot
Ridley.
of quit in him. I was not interested.
Drops. Remember he dropped that ball in the end zone like a dime from Trevor Lawrence. Number 2 is shocking to me. Number 2 is Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears. 31 catches last year, 414 yards. The year prior to that, 40 catches, 493 yards. But the year prior to that was his career year, an 81 catch season, went over 1,000 yards. Does Darnell Mooney do anything for you?
Not really. Not me, and I've seen him play a lot because of the fact that he played the Packers, and I watched him a lot. And granted, the last 2 years with Fields, maybe you can put some of that on the quarterback. But when I look at him, prototypically with what D'Amico saying that they're looking for, he fits the bill. I think he's quick. I think that he can create some separation. But overall, to me, I haven't been impressed with his game and going up, catching balls in traffic and his hands. I would say no, I'm not interested. But I understand there's a case to be made by maybe he gets better with a better quarterback.
I was stunned to see him second on Randy Mueller's list, which kind of makes me take another glance at him. I do think you're right that he fits the mold of a guy who creates separation. He's good in space, that sort of thing. He definitely didn't have a good throwing quarterback, but he's been pretty dreadful these last 2 years.
Doesn't Mooney being ahead of Pittman, Higgins, and Evans need to
weird.
land on Bad Take Boulevard?
Yeah, I mean, we got to see it play out. It's a hot take. It's not a bad take yet.
It's a scorching hot take.
It's not a bad take yet. It is a scorching hot take. I can't believe that you had Mooney ahead of Pittman, Higgins, and Evans. Maybe he's throwing value around here a little bit. If Mooney's one of your top 3 guys, it's kind of what I said about Reynolds, where it doesn't move the needle. But if you get Mooney on a super cheap deal, maybe he does have breakout capability because he hasn't played with a quarterback in a while.
Yeah, maybe. I think that's the only thing you look at. I don't think he's going to come super expensive either, but I wouldn't be relying on Mooney to be a game changer in this offense. I just haven't seen anything that's indicated anything close to that.
713-780-ESPN. Any of these receivers that we've been sleeping on that you like? 713-780-3776. Let's make mock drafts great again. And how are we making the Texans better? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Someone texting me saying that Mike Evans was top 10 in separation, by the way.
Okay.
A lot of money for that separation, though. 713-780-3776. 7267 says KJ Osborne. I really expected Osborne to take a step up last year, but then Jordan Addison was just so good.
Yeah, he was.
Like, he stole the spotlight. So you have to be really good on what you thought of KJ Osborne going into last year, and
he showed
maybe
glimpses.
that's a value play.
He showed glimpses, which is scary if you're a GM, because now at a point in time when he's a free agent, you could get caught with your pants down if you overpay him or give him too many years and too much money, or you could, if you pass on him, there's a chance that he could flourish somewhere else.
Yeah, it's you got to be solid on your scout there. You don't want to fall in love with the flashes. That can really hurt you. 3-4-5-1 Mooney would be way better than Mechie. Well, I agree with that. I don't know if we're
anywhere.
But yeah, I don't know if we're comparing like Mooney versus the Texans' fourth receiver though. Like I feel like whenever we're having these conversations about receivers, we're like, which one is the best to fill out a trio with Nico and Tank? Not is Mooney an upgrade over wide receiver 4, 5, and 6 that the Texans have on the roster?
I think you're either auditioning, if you're shooting for the moon, you're auditioning and bringing it, you're looking for a guy at wide receiver 1, and if not, they're probably wide receiver 3. Because your two other guys have proven that a year into the system with the quarterback that's already in place and the chemistry that they have as well, that those two guys are probably going to be your 1-2 unless you go out and get a true wide receiver 1.
Yeah, we're not comparing them to the back end of the room. We want him to be top half of the room. One of your top 3 guys. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. So trying to make mock drafts great again. Not trying, we are. Yesterday, we opened it up to the Hive on who they wanted to be the Texans pick. We had Byron Murphy, Tyler Guyton, King Sumataya, and Keon Coleman. Byron Murphy took the vote again. We haven't had a vote where Byron Murphy lost it. He also took 67.5% of the vote. Keon Coleman was a little bit under 20%. So Byron Murphy, he's a Houston Texan, according to the Hive. Now, I think that Brian's onto something that we don't think that Byron Murphy's going to be there at when the Texans are on the board at 24. And also on top of that, this is Combine Week, so I think we're going to see a lot of player movement on these mock drafts depending on how they test in their combines. I said pick 24. I meant pick number 23. Today we're operating from CBS's Tom Fernelli's mock draft. Just going through the top few picks here to see what he does at quarterback. Caleb Williams goes number 1 to Chicago. Jayden Daniels, the Heisman, goes to the Falcons. He projects a trade to number 2. Which, did you hear what Atlanta was saying, what they want out of the quarterback position? They want somebody who, represents the city or something like that? I thought that was a really weird quote.
He also just trashed, what's his name that lit up the Texans last year? He basically, Ritter. He just trashed Ritter and the quarterback room and basically came out and said, we're looking to upgrade the position. So
well,
I guess
he said if I wouldn't be here if our quarterback play was better.
So he trashed anybody that played quarterback last year. Basically, let them know, hey, we're looking for we're auditioning.
Yeah, that to me was like Drake May is not the quarterback. Like whenever you say you want a guy that represents the city, okay, well Drake May is not the future quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons. That's what I read when I saw that. Marvin Harrison number 3, Drake May falls to 4. He projects another trade. Minnesota trading up. Blah 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 blah. Joe Alt number 5. All right, let's scroll on down to where the Houston Texans are picking number 23. He has the Texans taking Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois. We're all good with Johnny, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a caveat.
There's a caveat here, and Joel brought this up during the break. But number 32 here goes to the Chiefs, and that's Byron Murphy. That's where the problem comes in. I'd be fine, in a vacuum if the pick is Johnny Newton, but not if Byron Murphy's still on the board.
Yeah, that's what the first thing I looked at was. Well, if you're going to go with Newton, you better really, really trust your personnel department that they're right, especially if Murphy slides to the end of the first round.
Yeah, so I'd be totally okay with Newton, no problem with that. Now let's look at the next 3 picks for the Houston Texans, in this mock draft that we're going to have the option of 4. Troy Fautano, the interior offensive lineman, goes to Washington, from Washington goes to Dallas at 24. Tyler Nubin, the safety from Minnesota, goes 25, and then Keon Coleman, the receiver from Florida State, not known for his separation, goes number 26 to Tampa. So you have the pick between Johnny Newton, Troy Fautanu, Tyler Nubin, and Keon Coleman. Which way are you going? That's the first time we've seen Nubin in the mix.
We're sitting standing pat with Newton because there's no need for any noobs here. and that's the first we had heard of him. You know me, I'm going defense in the first round. I've said that adamantly throughout this process. And Keon Coleman's a guy that I think in the right situation, he could be a nice add. But with the holes that you have to fill and with that position, that draft position sitting where it is and how important it is to get somebody that is going to be a perfect fit and play guy. And you mentioned it with what we heard from D'Amico. It kind of doesn't lend itself to him anyway. I'm sticking with the pick that they made here. But again, that caveat looms large for me because, I mean, I think Big Ten football and Newton, as opposed to, the kind of things we've saw out of Murphy at Texas, I'm not sold that that's the right of the two defensive linemen, but I'll stick with the one that he has here.
Yeah, I mean, he's not on the board in this spot, though. So, Murphy's not in play at this spot.
Right.
So we're not picking him over Murphy. These are positions that I do want the Texans to address. Obviously, defensive tackle, interior offensive lineman. I do want the Texans to address that because I don't want to go into next year with Kendrick Green, Jared Patterson, and Juice Scruggs fighting for 2 starting jobs. I feel like you're going to be a starting job shy if that is the case. I'm okay with safety, too, because I actually want them to cut Jimmy Ward. I'm scared they're not going to because you can get some cap savings there, and I didn't think Jimmy Ward was very good last year. And then the same thing with receiver. Like, we spend a lot of time talking about the Texans adding to this trio. I don't want a receiver in the first round, though. I don't like the safety class enough to draft one in the first round. So to me, it comes down to the defensive lineman and it comes down to the interior offensive lineman because I'm okay drafting interior offensive line at 23, depending on what the board says. But I'm not drafting an interior offensive lineman over Jerzon Newton. Johnny Newton. Johnny Newton's my pick, Brian.
Yeah, I think this is a nice snapshot of exactly what the Texans' team needs are with defensive line, interior offensive line, secondary, and wide receiver. So it definitely needs to be someone from one of those 4 position groups. The only name I would definitely cross off the list here is Keon Coleman. I'm not in love with him going as high as 23. If the Texans do fall in love with him, I would hope they would trade back at that point. But of the other 3 players, I would go ahead and stick and stay with Johnny Newton. That definitely addresses the biggest need they have, but I wouldn't absolutely hate the pick of an interior offensive lineman or a safety.
We'll see where this lands tomorrow, but the early return, Keon Coleman has the early lead. The early polls say Keon Coleman at 41%, but Johnny Newton's right behind him on 39%. And I would be a little surprised if Coleman wins this vote.
Yeah, I would too. And I also think that the author admittedly says he's in love. He's fallen in love with Johnny Newton. But I'd be interested to see how many other draft experts and if Lance, if he did a side by side with Murphy, would lean the same way.
I don't know why you're throwing Murphy in here, though.
Because he falls all the way to 32.
Oh, so you wouldn't okay, I only looked at the 4.
Yeah, he had him going on the last pick of the first round to Kansas City. That's why I said to Brian in the break, I was like, there's no way he slides that far. But if he does, and you're taking Newton instead of Murphy, I'm thinking that red flags are being thrown up all over the place. Like, that's a dude that you passed on?
Yeah, see, honestly, I don't look outside of the top 5 and then the 4 picks we look at unless I'm scrolling down. His mock draft sucks.
It really does.
Being completely honest, his mock draft is really, really bad.
I just can't see I mean, even beyond the Texans passing him, I just can't see a world where Byron Murphy gets to 32. I don't even think he's getting to 23, but 32?
I don't think he's going to be a pick outside of the top 20. I think that he's going to be a top 20 pick. Kenyon Mitchell, I think, is going to be a top 20 pick. He has him going 22.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not a good mock.
Too.
The mock drafts that we do after the combine is over, I don't think we're going to see Byron Murphy in the 20s. I think that's going to start to creep up.
I would agree. I think Sweat's actually going to creep up a little bit more too.
Possibly.
If he doubles down on what he did at the Senior Bowl and he's that dominant and that powerful inside, I think his stock's going to climb too.
I've been listening to Daniel Jeremiah, and he was saying that he really wants Sweat to measure. That he hasn't measured, he hasn't stepped on a scale, and he really wants him to do that. Like, if he does that and it comes out well, I think he'll be a second rounder.
Yep.
I think it might come down to that.
But now, why does it matter? I mean,
combine or pro day.
But what is coming out well on the scale? I mean, we
I
already
think
know.
I think you want a specific size. I think you want him to be big.
But he wouldn't weigh. Now measure's fine, but he wouldn't weigh in, and then he was hyper dominant at the Senior Bowl. I don't get like if he. I mean, in this day and age, everybody wants their D lineman to be 365 plus anyway. If he's dominant at that weight against guys that are going to be his competition coming out, I'd be pleased with that. I don't care what the number says.
if everything else was the same between player A and player B, and I'll go to your world like a point guard.
Okay.
Player A, player B, they're the exact same player, except player A's 5'8" and player B's 6'3".
You know I'm a sizist, Jeremy.
I know you're a size. That's why I'm surprised you're so staunch about
this isn't his height. These two guys.
size.
But I'm just saying that the major concern was his weight, and I don't think he's going to eat his way out of the league when we've seen all these guys that go. And I don't like to be pigeonholed either as going.
See,
I think it's
the other way though, Blinkers. I think that they want him to be a certain size. Like I want them. They want him big. I don't think they want a small nose tackle.
But they were worried because they thought he was going to weigh in at the Senior Bowl as like 25 pounds.
They thought he was heavy.
They thought he was heavy.
Yeah, I see this as a concern. Like if I'm his agent, I'm concerned if he weighs in, let's say 365. I think they're concerned that some GMs are going to cross him off their list because they believe he's out of shape and that what he did is not going to work in the NFL. I think they're wrong. I think he's proven that weight for him works. But I think there's going to be some confirmation bias used by some scouts to go, I'm not drafted guy with quote-unquote weight concerns if he's weighing in at that same amount that they expected.
But that's why I'm saying the weigh-in was first. He refused to do it. Then he went out on the field and he absolutely Mack-trucked a bunch of highly rated offensive linemen. It's like if he does that, I don't care what he weighs.
Yeah. Same.
I wonder if it's a certain size too, between like a 3-4, 4-3, where he can play in both type of deal. Yeah, that is interesting. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. You can go vote at Jeremy Branham on who you want. You can go vote at ESPN 97.5 as well. Let's cash it or trash it. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? Your hot takes, your overreactions that you have, let us know. 713-780-ESPN. We'll cash them or trash them next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. Used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business. They've been protecting businesses at HRP for nearly 25 years. Mike Holly, Chris Fisher, great people over there. HRP's unbelievable what they do. They're the very best at what they do. They're top shelf at what they do. But their people over there are fantastic. From Mike all the way at the top, Chris to everywhere throughout the entire company. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. They're going to work with you to figure out what's best for your business. Their customer service, second to none. We just told you about how they're such a good people over at HRP. You'll fall in love with their customer service. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service. We use HRP here, of course, at Gal Media. Very thankful for that, by the way. Anytime that I have a question, very quick response, very easy to understand. I'm an email guy too, and they're still responding to emails around the clock. It's fantastic. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. All right, let's get to cash 'em or trash 'em. What is your cash, Blankers? What are you cashing or trashing?
Cash or trash this, Jeremy Branham and Brian McDonald, that for the same price as Mike Evans will end up signing for, the Texans will sign 2 running backs and a corner in free agency.
2 running backs and a corner?
Yep.
Let's say you get Singletary at 4. They sign a decent free agent for, let's say, 6. That's 10. You said a corner?
Yep.
Corners are going to have to not be very good.
I think, for what it's worth, I believe the market projection on Spotrac for L'Jarius Sneed was 14 per year.
Yeah, and he was, and Evans is projecting around 25.
Yeah, Evans was right around 24. You definitely couldn't splash at running back to make this happen. It'd have to be Singletary and another Singletary type.
Now we're predicting this happens, or they could do it.
I predicted that it will happen, that the Texans will get 2 running backs and a corner for the same price as Mike Evans ends up signing for.
I think they can do it. I don't think that they will. So technically I'm going to trash this. But I also have no clue what Nick Caserio is going to do. That's what makes all of this fascinating, too. Like, if we know that Nick Caserio has a tell in the draft where he's like a Will and Dillon son of a gun, we don't know how he handles free agency with a winning team. No clue.
Yeah, and my question for you then on that response would be, is it the running back that he might take in the draft, or is it the corner, and then is it a corner that's going to be ready to plug and play right away, or does he need to develop, and therefore you still go in free agency and get a corner?
See, other than the top corners, I don't think it's a very deep corner class. So I think he goes to the draft. Maybe he re-signs Steven Nelson. Like, if you're going to sign a veteran free agent who's kind of mediocre, why not just bring back Steven Nelson? So I could see him going that route. I could see him drafting one now who's available at 23. Like, that comes into play. I think you need to have a plan in place before the draft ever happens, since the draft comes after. So I could see him signing like a mediocre free agent and then drafting a corner first, second round. I don't think he's going to sign 2 like legit running backs, and I'm including Singletary. I don't think he signed Singletary and then another free agent running back that's better.
See, I think to kind of Joe's point, even if it's not both, even if we go, the artist known as the name, I would go with the fact that even if you take Singletary, you could go Singletary and Eckler. You could go Singletary and another back in that range and still improve your running back room enough, and that counts as the 2 running backs.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it. What do you got, Brian?
Yeah, it's complicated for me with the seeming mutual interest in Saquon to the Texans, because if you sign Saquon, you're probably already at 11 or 12 out of that 24. I mean, maybe it's only 10, but that number could go up. So I think I would have to lean with trash, but I do think you're on the right track. But if Saquon signs here, then I think that probably goes out the window unless they're just really, bargain hunting on cornerback.
The Texans will try to get a new stadium within the next 10 years. Oldest retractable roof stadium in the NFL, and I also think for them to get another Super Bowl in Houston that they need a new stadium. Within the next 10 years, and they're starting to build up the good graces of the city. Now, of course, you want to get this from the traveler's tax and all that. But within the next 10 years, Texans will try to get a new stadium built.
I'm going to trash this. I just think that they still believe that this is a premier stadium in the league. Obviously, they spent $50 million extra on a roof that they never use, and now there's rumors that it can't work even if they wanted to. But I don't know that they're going to be able to fly that. I don't think that they're going to privately fund it. They're going to look for the city to do it. I think that's going to be an uphill climb. I'd love it if they found a way to do it. I just don't think they can. I'll trash it.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it as well. The argument you make about the Super Bowl is compelling because I think you're right. They probably don't get another Super Bowl unless they upgrade. But I just don't see that the stadium is in that much, it's not what the Astrodome was at the end. It's not in a state of disrepair where fans are complaining about the quality of the stadium. So I don't think there's going to be a push to get a new stadium just yet.
Brian, what you got?
So quickly, I think what we've seen now from this year and last year was some Scott Boras agents, specifically Cody Bellinger and Carlos Correa. Now, Carlos Correa was 2 contracts ago because certainly he got a longer-term contract this time. But I think we're starting to see signs that outside of the elite in baseball, some of their contracts are starting to go into the 2-3 year with player options and then reset and do it again when the market goes up because of TV contracts, increasing revenue across the sport. I think we're going to see some more of that, and specifically with Scott Boras agents, we've seen that trend. So I think it actually opens the door for Alex Bregman to possibly return to the Astros because the 5, 6, 7, 8-year deal isn't there, and he's going to probably be looking at something like Cody Bellinger did, which was 3 years, $80 million. I think that opens the door for the Astros to suddenly be willing to have that conversation.
I was going to say, for how long? He might try and do another make good for a year or two, but even then, I trash this because I just don't think it's happening. I think that Bregman is going to be hell bent on the numbers that he thinks he's worthy of, and even if it's not the term, I think that he's going to be chasing the money, and I don't think the Astros, even on a short-term deal, are going to be willing to pay the AAV that he's going to be looking for, and Boras is going to try and demand even if it's on a short deal. And I think they'll move on. I just can't see the Astros doing that at the money that it looks like he's going to try and command.
Yeah, trying to command's not the issue, though. It's what somebody's willing to offer you, like Bellinger. Like, Bellinger was commanding far more money than he was ever offered. Same thing with Blake Snell. That's the reason Blake Snell's not signed. I do think that Bregman's number and what we've heard are completely off base. I don't think he gets anywhere close to the numbers that we're hearing. So I think that he can play his way back into the Astros price range, but I also don't think, like, if he blows up and has a huge year, that's goodbye. Like, obviously great to have you for this final year, but see ya. But, yeah, I think Brian's onto something in the sense that these long-term deals aren't there for players who are in their 30s. Baseball has wisened up to that. He's not going to get the contract that he wants, but I also think one caveat on top of this is that Bregman's not going to have to have a pretty mediocre season on top of it.
I would agree with
so
that.
I kind of cashed it, I think.
Did you?
A key from L.A., over-aggressive Girl Scouts trying to sell their cookies. I'm going to cash this. They shouldn't be so aggressive. Just let the product do the
I think the
selling.
parents are more aggressive than the kids in a lot of ways. They guilt trip the hell out of you, and all your friends with daughters, they don't take no for an answer, but then one box isn't good enough.
Yeah, I love the Girl Scout cookies. Just let the product sell itself. All right, Astros realistic player projections. I'm going to dip out. Boys will take you the rest of the way. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. But on the way out, I got to leave with a bang. Gin or Bin. Finally, a drink you can feel good about. I like a good drink at the end of the day. Vodka, gin, bourbon, all in the rotation for me. And Gin or Bin Spirits does it better than anybody else. How? Their revolutionary Persado technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you'll ever taste. Purification of Gin or Bin is unrivaled. You'll love what's not in it, including undesirable acids. These acids take the enjoyment out of your drinks. Well, Gin or Bin gets rid of the undesirable acids so you can enjoy. Try a sip of Gin or Bin vodka, gin, straight bourbon, or cask-strength bourbon, and compare it to what you drink. You'll never go back. I've been a Gin or Bin man ever since I had that first sip. You get all the flavor with none of the burn. It's smooth. It's clean. Eliminates the burn. Enjoy your drink. Don't work through your drink. Look for Gin or Bin at the liquor store on your way home today. Ask for it at your favorite restaurant or bar. Just head to the Gin or Bin tasting room. If you're going to the Rockets game soon, stop by Bin's Bar on the way to your seats. Minute Maid Park will be opening soon. Stop by Bin's Bar at Minute Maid Park as well. Or just head to ginorbin.com. You can learn about the outstanding legacy of Gin or Bin, their incredible story. Learn about your new favorite drink. But you can also order online. That's right. You can order the vodka, the gin, the bourbon, the whiskey, all at gentlebin.com. Head to gentlebin.com. Order now, add it to your cart, and have it delivered straight to your doorstep. Gentlebin, period.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back on the bees. How about this, Brian? 90 in the books, 90 still to go in the big show as the rearview mirror has what's left behind, and the windshield has a variety of possibilities as we go forward.
Is that a callback to a previous show?
And the suspects, we might have done that. I might have done that with sitting in the A chair. Since I'm in the A chair back again for 90 minutes or so, I might pull a few of those. AJ loved when I called the show the big show.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
I'm sure he did.
It drove him nuts. So we were talking, and this kind of rolls into, you had an idea here, based coming off of what we were just saying too about Bregman. Like, what's realistic and unrealistic about some of these Astros and the player projections? Because look, we saw Correa bet on himself. Did he get the money? Yeah. Did he live up to it? I don't know.
Yeah, year one was pretty good. Last year, not as much.
Last year, not so good, right?
Last year, not so much.
So it's interesting. So I'll turn it over to you. I'm curious in terms of, who we're looking at, what we're talking about, because there's a lot of guys that have a lot to prove or could actually make a big difference this season.
Yeah, really outside of Altuve and Yordan, I mean, maybe there's another exception or two here or there. There's a lot of seemingly unknown. We did this, I think it was yesterday, we talked about like best or what's the range of outcomes for some of these Astros starting pitchers.
Yep.
And, whether it be the age with Verlander or the first half, second half with Fromber or Javier and Hunter Brown not performing up to expectations. There's just a lot of seemingly variables in what we can expect from the Houston Astros this year. So I found it interesting to look at projections, and these are from Fantrax, which is a fantasy platform, what their projections are for the Houston Astros player. And in this segment, we'll start with the pitchers because I think that's kind of the star of this. That's maybe more the unknown than the hitters. So we'll start with Verlander. We'll start right at the very top. Now, right off the top, they're only projecting him for 24 starts. And I know Jeremy doesn't believe he'll start the season on the active roster. So that seems to be in line with that. Because, I mean, otherwise he'd be projected for 30, 32 starts around there.
But don't you also think with the six-man and the way they want to protect him, that he might not have as many?
True, but just speaking for the rest of these projections, like guys like Fromber and Hunter Brown, they're at 30 starts. So, I mean, that there might be a six-man factor in that. But I think a large part of this is he's 41. He's coming the season not ready to go. So, yeah, they're already knocking off 6 starts off of Verlander's projections, which it's worrisome. I mean, it's especially since he's 41. It's one thing if you're 26, but at 41, yeah, I'd start to worry about that a little bit. So Verlander's projection here, unrealistic, realistic, Joel. They're projecting him for 10 wins, a 3.93 ERA, 149 innings, and 118 strikeouts. So well below a strikeout per inning and an ERA right damn near 4. To you, is that unrealistic or realistic?
I think it's unrealistic. I think that the other thing that we're thinking about here, strikeouts, I understand. As much as he's chasing.
Because his strikeouts have gone down like 3 years in a row.
I anticipate they're going to do it again. I don't anticipate him to be the same type of pitcher.
Right.
But I still think he's going to get the results. And you see what happened when he left the Mets. Once he got to Houston, he picked up a lot more wins. This offense, at least on paper and going into the season, looks like it's a better offense than a year ago. I think if he's on the mound, I think that he's going to keep his team in games, and especially in the regular season, and obviously with the opponents not being as tough as in a playoff series. I believe that his ERA is going to be hovering, I said yesterday, between 3.25 and 3.50. I think that's going to translate probably to at least 4 or 5 more wins. I think he's got to average about 15 wins to try and get where he wants to go with the 300. So I'm going to say that it's unrealistic because I think the strikeouts is realistic, but I don't think that the ERA and the wins are.
Yeah, I agree with that. The strikeouts, especially if you're putting him at 149 innings, I think is very realistic. But I don't see Verlander taking a step back to a point where his ERA drops by 0.7 of a point. That's a huge drop.
Yeah.
And only 10 wins and 24 starts with this offense also feels fairly unrealistic. All right, next starting pitcher up there is Framber Valdez. They're projecting 4 more wins here, so 14 wins for Fromber. ERA is a little high. Then I know you have some confidence in Fromber getting back to being a Cy Young candidate. These projections aren't quite as confident in that. So 14 wins, an ERA of 3.51 with 195 innings, 202 Ks.
How many starts?
Well, this was 30.
Okay. See, I think if he gets to 30 starts, I think he'll have more wins. Again, I'm banking on this offense being a huge factor in the pitching staff getting more dubs. And because of the back of the bullpen as well. I think it's the combination. I think it's the fact that you've got three basically lockdowns, and if you can get into the sixth inning, I think that especially if you get in the sixth inning, but even if you give 5 solid innings, you're going to be in play for a win most nights, pitching the way the top 2 and 3 guys in this rotation can pitch. I think his wins are going to be up. I do think he's going to have a bounce-back year and be dominant. So, therefore, I'm going to say unrealistic.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me with this is they kind of middle ground the ERA because I believe, really, there's only 2 ways Fromber could go, and it's not here in the middle at 351. Either he's the inconsistent pitcher we saw in the second half and he's lost something and his ERA's in the 4s, or he's a Cy Young candidate again, and his ERA drops below 3. And as you mentioned with the back end of the bullpen, Fromber obviously has been a guy, and they're projecting with 195 innings. He's a guy that goes deep into the game. Mm-hmm. If he's going deep into the game and he's pitching well, he's going to end up with a whole lot more than 14 wins. He could be a guy that challenges for 20 wins with this offense.
No doubt. And think about this. 1, he came in better shape, and he looks like he's tightened up. And 2, if he doesn't have to go as deep into games because you have that bullpen, then hypothetically he should be fresher and stronger the next start. So instead of being taxed by going too deep into one game and coming back, I think it might be the exact opposite, which would help him, and therefore I think he's going to have a better year than they're projecting.
Yeah, certainly. So next starter up, Christian Javier. I do find this number to be fairly accurate, I would say, but they're projecting him for 11 wins, an ERA of 3.73, and striking out 175 over 157 innings pitched. So 373 feels a little high, and I certainly think he can do a little bit better than that, but I get the concerns given that his ERA jumped up 2 runs from 2022 to 2023.
But again, those 2 guys are guys I'm banking on because I think that the kind of rest in the offseason, the recharging of the batteries, the no WBC, or even thinking that you were going to play it, whether you did or not in the case of Fromber, I just feel like he's going to be fine. We know he doesn't go deep into games. I'm not worried about that. We know he can strike guys out, and his stuff still translates. If that's the case, and this offense is as good as I think it can be, I think he's going to have more than 11 wins. That's where I would push back the most. I think he'll have more wins. I'll take his ERA hovering. They said 3.7.
Yeah, 3.73.
I think it's going to be closer to around 350. But I'll take all of that and say the big thing for me is I think he'll have more wins.
Yeah, I do as well. Now, I think Javier, and I've said this before, I said it last week, I think he could be potentially the best starter on the staff this year because his strikeout stuff is not, I don't even think it's even arguably. He's got the best strikeout stuff when he's right of anyone on this starting pitching staff. So I kind of think this is kind of like a Fromber situation where either his ERA is going to be way lower, or if he's not right, the fastball velocity's not back, his mechanics are still off, then that ERA balloons up. But
plus, what's scary is they got him locked down already.
Yeah,
so you don't want to think about the fact that he could blow up.
Yeah, I don't either. The only thing I would say with the 11 wins is, I mean, he's not traditionally been a guy that goes deep into the games. Maybe he doesn't have to go deep into games because of the back end of the bullpen, but he certainly leaves more room for the middle relief to give it up than Verlander and Fromber do.
Yeah, he's normally going to give you 5.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So last starting pitcher here, I hope that obviously this guy could do even better than that, but it would be a jump up from about a one run differential from last year's ERA to this ERA, this year's projected ERA. So Hunter Brown projected for 11 wins, 3.99 ERA, and 191 strikeouts over 167 innings.
See, I was thinking about this, and because you've got so many talented pitchers at the top of this rotation, I think that the potential to have the best stuff on the staff still could be Hunter Brown.
Certainly.
Especially now because they said he was developing more of an off-speed curveball to kind of balance out the hard slider and the fastball. I think he's gonna bounce back and have a better year. Yiner and him and chemistry and calling pitches and all that stuff's going to be interesting.
They had a good rapport in the minors.
Yeah, they did, and I hope that kind of is a feather in his cap for how he starts the season and his comfort level. But I just, to me, I think he's going to hover around 4. I don't think he's figured it all out yet. That's why I'm looking at the guys coming back from injury as potentially pushing him second half. But I would say that it's pretty realistic in terms of the wins. I think that's on the high side. If he gets to double digits, I just don't have the expectations that he's there yet.
Yeah, I think this is fairly realistic as well. Hunter certainly, as you said, he could have the best stuff on the staff. I think his potential, if he hits his absolute upside this year, it's going to be better than a 3.99 ERA. but I also think that we saw from him as a prospect, it wasn't this like super linear path where he just rocketed up and was, only going up and moving up the ranks of Major League Baseball without any hitches. He had that great year, I guess it was in 2022 in the minor leagues, but it wasn't always that dominant every stop of the way. So I think he's going to take a few more stops in his development in the major leagues before he gets to his upside. So I agree. I think he goes from, a 5-ish ERA last year to right around 4 this year, and then he makes a bigger jump going into next season. Let's do one more for the pitchers, and then we'll carry this over to the other side. Carry this over to the other side with the hitters. Let's go to the bullpen. The closer, Josh Hader, they're projecting a 2.59 ERA, 35 saves and 3 holds, which I thought was interesting, and 91 strikeouts over 59 innings.
I think the saves is good. The holds is interesting. I think the ERA is too high.
I do too.
Yeah.
I can't ever project a below 2 ERA, but I certainly think it's going to be better.
I think it's going to be right about there. And if you look at his track record over the last several years with 2 different teams, it was below 2. So I think that's unrealistic because of the the holds and because of the ERA.
Yeah, I just don't. I get the idea of maybe if the 8th inning is coming up and you're facing a team with 2 strong lefties. I get the temptation and the possibility that they would use Hader, but yeah, it seemed like the Joe Espada was really locked in on Hader is our closer. That is his role.
And Brian, it's an interesting conversation because he in the past has been kind of standoffishly pushing away from multiple innings, and it was to get the contract, and it was to take care of himself. Well, now he's taken care of. So it's going to be interesting to see, is he going to be more willing to give you a little bit more for the benefit of the team, knowing that his finances are all locked up and he's the highest paid reliever in the game?
Yeah, that could be it. Like if the 8th inning is looking lefty heavy, maybe it's just that he goes 2 innings, not that he goes 1 inning and then Presley comes in.
That's why I'm watching it, because I think that he has to have a different frame of mind the way they took care of him. So there you go. All right, so we'll get to the position players on the other side. If you want to chime in, 713-780-3776. You can call or text us. Let us know, how do you think that they got those projections right or wrong for the pitching staff? And then what are you expecting from some of the key hitters in this lineup, as we'll cover that next. Give us a call. We'll continue to roll on. Jeremy out to do U of H basketball. Brian and I are in for the rest of the show, and we look forward to having you be a part of the Hive as we keep pushing forward. Before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at MyBookie, because MyBookie takes care of ESPN 97.5 listeners pretty continuously. They always take care of their customers. They love to take care of you if you use our promo code, which is BET975. They do it in a variety of ways. And right now what they're doing is what they always do, which is their deposit matches. And it's fantastic because there's a variety of different ways to get these bonuses. If you get a friend to sign up, you get a bonus. If you are new to MyBookie and you set up an account and you use our promo code, you get a bonus. If you are reloading your account, you get a bonus. All you got to do is remember, every and any time they ask you for your code, you put in BET975, and you're going to reap the benefits, because they do the match deposits on the new and or the reloading of your accounts to anything from $50 to $1,000. Whatever you put in, they'll put in. And therefore, you got more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances to win. Get a friend to sign up, you'll get a bonus for that too. And of course, they love taking care of you other ways too, because that it's the place to go to always bet on sports, because they've been in business for over a decade. You ain't going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. So your money's safe and secure, and they're going to take care of you. But other than that, even when the sports aren't going on, from UFC and golf and hockey to NBA and college basketball, there are ways for you to get your gamble on with MyBookie.ag. Live dealers standing by all the time for casino games like blackjack, like poker, like roulette, and you can play right there from the comfort of your own home. No need to go to any casino in or not so near the house. That's fantastic. Always remember our promo code, BET975. Do what I tell you to do all the time. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's MyBookie.ag.
You're listening to the Killer Bees and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Yeah, and if you didn't know, Blake Shelton lovers or not, Blake Shelton's kicking off the rodeo tonight as we get things started for the fiesta that is, about 3 weeks of all the country, western, barbecue, and rodeo that you can handle.
You going out to any rodeo shows this year?
No, I'm not. I don't prefer my concerts on television. So, therefore, most of the times when I see a rodeo concert, for me it's tough because I think you spend more time looking at the screens than you do trying to see the stage. So, no, I'll pass on that.
Yeah,
Plus, it's tough because I'd have to go by myself because my wife is.
Oh, your wife not a fan
anti-rodeo.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You go at all?
I haven't been in a while. I've seen ZZ Top there a couple times, but I haven't been in a while. And the first time I saw ZZ Top, it was actually the last rodeo at the Dome. So it was. I guess that would have been 2002. I think was the last.
So it wasn't literally their last rodeo, but it was the last rodeo at the Dome.
Yeah, it was. I don't remember what night they were of that rodeo, but it was the last rodeo inside the Dome. Yeah.
Z-Top now? No.
Oh, man.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, man. Too soon.
Just asking. All right, so we covered the pitchers last segment. Now we're looking at realistic and unrealistic player projections for position players. This ought to be real interesting because there's some guys, when you look up and down this lineup, that one, in the case of Alex Bregman, needs to have a breakout year and to kind of prove himself, or a guy like Yainer Diaz, who you're hoping continues to progress and prove himself.
Yeah, the interesting thing I found about, and you'll see this as we go on here, for these offensive projections, much different than the pitcher projections, is other than batting average, they kind of just copied and pasted the stats from last year, so it doesn't seem like they think anyone's going to take a major step up. And on that note, we'll go ahead and start with, I know one of your picks to break out, and that being Yainer Diaz, the Astros now full-time starting catcher finally. So the projection for Yainer Diaz this season, pretty close to what he did last year other than his RBI total, but it's a 271 average, 26 home runs, and 81 RBI. Do you think that's unrealistic or realistic for Yainer Diaz?
Well, so give me I like the 270-some batting average. That actually entices me. What's the power numbers?
26 home runs and 81 RBI.
I mean, look, first of all and foremost, I would take that. I would take all of that for him, but I expect more.
Because he hit, 23 last year as a part-time player?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I expect more bombs for him as a regular player in the lineup. And with the bombs, I would expect that translates to more RBIs. Now, the average is questionable to me because we know that as the season went on, he swings and misses a lot. He chases a lot. So that would concern me. That's why I love the average. And I don't know how realistic it is, but I would love it if it was there. But I think it's unrealistic to think that with the season that he had last year and the pop in his bat, whether he hits for average or not, I think the home run numbers would be higher, and thus I think the RBIs would be a little higher.
Yeah, I think the RBI total could certainly be a lot higher, especially I guess the question is he hitting fifth? Is he hitting sixth? And, we'll see how Joe Espada orders him and Jose Abreu. But let's play it out. I know in when we did the exercise the other day for the projected starting lineup, I know Jeremy had Yainer Diaz hitting fifth. I don't remember where you had them, but let's play it out that he hits fifth, and he's coming after Altuve, Bregman, Tucker, and Yordan Alvarez in some order. I would think 81 RBI would be on the low side if he's hitting fifth after those four players.
Now, I think early in the year, Espada's going to start him at sixth.
Probably.
I think that a lot depends on what kind of season Abreu's having. But I also believe that if he's having a breakout season, Espada's not afraid, no matter how long Abreu's been in the league and what they're paying him, to move him over Abreu. And I think it actually would do Abreu a solid. He might actually relax a little bit more and get better pitches, especially if Yainer's hitting the ball well. I just think for now he's going to start the season in the sixth hole, and that's fine. But I still think the table's going to be set for him enough that there's going to be plenty of opportunities if he has the pop in his bat. Again, the average to me is like icing on the cake if he hits over 270.
Yeah, 271. Like you said, I would sign up for that immediately. I'd be with the power I expect from him, I'd be happy even if he hit like 240 something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I would be fine with it, but 271 would be fantastic.
I was thinking, in and around hovering 250, 260 would be what would be good, acceptable. But I'd say that by also saying I expect his power numbers to go up, and for all the reasons that we mentioned.
Yeah, certainly. So let's go to the other player we just mentioned with Jose Abreu. It's interesting here. They don't seem to really be buying what happened with Jose Abreu post-injury
Second
turn.
half,
August 20. We went over these numbers last week. I don't want to bore
Yeah,
everyone
you had
with
him winning three
I don't-
MVPs in 1 year with your projection.
I don't want to bore everyone with the entire numbers, but look him up on Baseball Reference. His playoff numbers and his regular season numbers after August 23rd were fantastic. So the projection for Jose Abreu, according to Fantrax, is a 253 average, 19 home runs, and 84 RBI. Is that unrealistic or realistic to you?
I think it's realistic. I think it's realistic because if that's what you're signed up for, and with the rest of this lineup improved a little bit, it still would be fine. I would expect the average to be a little higher. I think he's a better hitter than 250, but I think the power numbers probably are a little lower. I don't know that he's got 20 bombs in his repertoire anymore. I just don't. But I think whatever adjustments and whatever happened to change from the first 3 quarters of the season to that stretch run that he put together leading into the playoffs, I'm hoping there's kind of like we meet in the middle between the two halves of the season or the two parts of the season, and then him figuring it out in Houston and being more comfortable in year 2. I expect Jose Abreu to hit somewhere around 270. I think his home run numbers are going to be more closer to probably 15-ish. But I think that he's going to be a productive bat in the lineup. I think his RBIs are going to be I think he'll be probably in the 70, 80 RBI range.
Yeah, the RBI number is the one I'm most fine with the projected 84 RBI. I think that's pretty close to accurate. Like you, the biggest problem I have is the 253 average.
Yeah.
I think not that he's going to, flirt anywhere close to 300 or a batting title, but I think he can hit 265, 270, just being the professional veteran hitter that he is. I also do think 19 home runs. I do buy into the second half surge a little bit. I do think he does a little better than 19, but it's totally fair.
So you think he can get 20 home runs?
I do. Like if I were to project it, I would have maybe 22, 23. So at at 19, it's fair. It's a little on the low side to me, but it's absolutely fair. So I don't have a big problem with it. Let's go with another Astros player that people all have their fingers crossed on that can have a bounce back, and who hasn't hit a home run in about 8 months at this point, and that's Jeremy Pena. So the projection from Fantrax on Jeremy Pena is a 253 average, 15 home runs, and 58 RBI. Is that unrealistic or realistic to you?
I like what he's done with his swing. I like quieting his bat a little bit more in his approach. It looks like he's shortened up the swing a bit. At least, again, when we talk like with Abreu, I thought in the second half of the season, as particularly late in the season, I think that he kind of threw away the notion that he was swinging hard and swinging for the fences way too much, and he started learning to take the ball the other way a little bit, learning to be able to do something with the off speed on the outside, and that was encouraging to me. I think he's worked hard in the offseason. I don't know if those power – I think Jeremy Pena, if he's just making good contact, is capable of 20 home runs.
He did it his rookie year.
Right,
exactly. I think he hit like 21 or 22
because of just the physicality and the power that he brings to the plate. So I would say the home run numbers are low. I would say the average is slightly low, but I project him in and around 260, 265 maybe. And then the RBI numbers, batting as low as he is in the lineup, I think that seems about right.
Yeah, the RBI number I think is definitely the most fair. If he's hitting 8th or 9th, 58 is probably all you can really expect from Pena. I do think this is kind of an all for nothing with Pena. Like if you believe in his fixing of his swing, and Jeremy's talked about getting more lift on the ball, slight swinging a little bit more under it, but also making better contact. If he's making better contact, then I think he hits better than 253, and he's powerful enough. If he's making better contact, then he's hitting more than 15 home runs. I don't think you can have one without the other. If he's making better contact, then the homers are going to be above 15. But if that swing doesn't correct itself, then I don't see how the power translates there as well. So let's head over to some of the more established names in the last minute here we have of this segment, and go with the two biggest names in the lineup. Jose Altuve. I've got
Did you cover Bregman?
You're right. Let's get to Bregman. He's someone else that's probably a little more up
top
in the
of mind for a lot of people.
Yeah, top of mind, a little more up in the air as far as the range of outcomes compared to Altuve or Yordan. So the Fantrax projection for Bregman: 262 average, 23 home runs, and 94 RBI. Unrealistic or realistic?
I think it's fairly realistic. I think the power numbers are interesting to me.
It's about what he did last year.
Yeah, I
on
think
both RBI and home runs.
I would like the average to be higher. I think looking for money, he would like the average to be higher. But I think that's who he is at this stage in his career. I don't think that his average is going to hover 280 and above or 275 and above. I think it's pretty realistic for him.
Yeah, I do too. I do think if one of these numbers is going to jump up, I think it's the average.
Yep.
Because of his eye, especially if they go with what we've talked about with hitting him leadoff, and he's got, Jordan right behind him at 2 and Altuve at 3, or some variation with that, with Tucker included in that combination as well. I think the pitches he sees are better. He's got a great eye. So I think if one of these numbers jumps up, it's the average because he's got the eye to do it.
I think the fluctuation is I think the home runs could go down. I think the average could go up. Overall, I don't think it's going to translate to the money that he thinks he's worth, and that's going to be real interesting to see how hard of a stance he and Boris take. But the one thing that I just can't get on board with, no matter how much I love the way Espada is managing early in the conversations we've had on the show, I just don't think anybody but Altuve is batting leadoff.
Yeah, well, let's finish up here with Altuve before we move on here to the next segment, because this part of this projection. You'll probably guess which part right away. I think I have the biggest problem with of all the projections we've talked about so far. So the Fantrax projection for Altuve, 280 average, 26 home runs, 71 RBI. I don't see how in the world they're projecting a 280 average for Jose Altuve. He hit 303 last year. He's got a 300-plus lifetime average. I get that he had a couple seasons where his average dropped under 300 for a few seasons, but I think that's past. We saw him bounce back in a huge way once he got back from the wrist injury that he suffered in the World Baseball Classic. 280 seems very, very low.
How many bombs he hit last year?
Last year was obviously a short season.
I know that's why
I can look it up as you're talking about, but his career high in home runs, I believe, is 31. So it's not too far outlandish.
But once he came back, he found a groove to where he put up a decent number of bombs late in the year, to where the 280 is the first thing that caught me. I think he's going to hover around 300. Obviously, as a leadoff hitter, you don't know how many of his home runs are going to be leadoff home runs. Therefore, the RBI total might not be as high.
17 home runs last year.
So he hit 17, and he was out
about half a season.
About half a season.
Yeah.
So I think it's realistic to think he could hit 26 bombs. I think the average is too low. The RBIs might be a little low, but I won't kind of nitpick it. But I think
if he's hitting leadoff, I think 71's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah. All right.
Give me Jordan real quick.
You want to do Jordan real quick?
Yeah.
There's a couple in here I think are kind of a little bit low too. So Jordan quickly, 291 average, 36 home runs, 105 RBI. To me, that screams if you think 105 now maybe that's a product of if they're buying. Well, exactly. Maybe they're buying into the idea that he hits second and the RBI total drops a little bit, but I don't see how he only hits 100 or drives in 105, and I'll even say with the home runs is 2. I don't see how he only hits 36 if he's playing 150 plus games.
Unless he's hurt, I think 40 is the number on the bombs, and I think that the 110, 115 range for RBIs is kind of like the median for me where I'm looking. I expect him to have a big year. I expect him to be healthy. I just feel like this is a kind of year where he's going to be in the MVP conversation. I think this is where he puts it all together. So I think those numbers are low.
Yeah, I do too. Just for comparison, we don't have to debate his numbers as a full stat line. But Tucker, they're projecting for 118 RBI, so 13 more than Yordan Alvarez. Maybe that's a product
where he's hitting.
Maybe it's a product of where he's hitting. Maybe it's a product of them being more confident in his ability to stay on the field. But I think the RBI total for Yordan is too low.
All right, let's get to a break, and then I might have a question for Brian before we move on from this. But we'll continue to take your calls, texts, and all the different ways you respond on Twitch and YouTube. You can call us 713-780-3776. Text that number as well. We got a final hour left to go in the show. Plenty more to get to, and it always involves you. So stay with us and give us your suggestions. If you think that those numbers are off, tell us what you think that some of these guys are going to be at. We'll continue with the final hour of the Killer Bees right here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hey, 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM. Jeremy off to do some Cougars basketball. So we've got 2 of the remaining Bees still in the hive. It's Joel Blank and Brian McDonald as we take you all the way till 6 p.m. Lots to still get to, but to kind of carry over before we get to anything else, B-Mac, the one question I was going to ask you based on all the things we were talking about with those projections with the Astros is we were talking about realistic, unrealistic. Now let's talk about just overall concern level. Are you more concerned that Kyle Tucker will struggle to bounce back based on his playoff performance last year, or are you more concerned with Alex Bregman pressing 23 extra pounds, trying to do too much because of the contract, and actually falling off?
Yeah, I think I would lean Bregman. I don't really have any concerns on Kyle Tucker. He doesn't seem like someone who lacks confidence, and that would be the only reason I could see Kyle Tucker falling off. I don't think anything was broken with him. We're talking about an 11-game stretch that where he didn't play well. If that happened in June, we wouldn't think anything of it. It just happened obviously at the worst possible time for the Houston Astros last year. So I don't think anything's broken with Kyle Tucker. I'm not really concerned at all about him falling off. But as you pointed out with Bregman's contract status, what I would be most concerned about, not necessarily the weight, but if he changes his approach at all, trying to produce contract numbers essentially. Well, if he's not sitting on, if he's changing his approach, he's not sitting on the close pitches, and waiting for his inside pitch that he likes to pull into the Crawford boxes, and messing with that approach, maybe swinging at pitches he didn't used to swing at, trying to boost his home run total, trying to boost his RBI total. Maybe that takes or has his stats take a hit, and I'd be a little concerned about that.
But here's the thing, Brad. I gave you the 2 most Fromber-like emotional possibilities in the offensive lineup as opposed to Fromber's mental issues of the past with pitching staff. I think you saw Tucker. Yeah, it was a small sample size. Yeah, it wasn't great, but you're not really concerned. But think about how many times batting gloves, no batting gloves. He's in his own head a lot. When he's struggling, you see the emotions, you see the spiking of the helmet, the slamming of the bat, the frustration level, and so I throw that into the mix with a guy like Bregman that seems to have always been good with the fact that the law of averages is going to catch up with his eye. He doesn't tinker too much. Yeah, he watches a lot of video, but the swing was always staying the same. Last year he tinkered, and he started to tinker a lot and make changes mid-season and adjustments. I'm just curious because he's going to be in hyper-pressing mode because of this contract, I believe, that we're going to see more tinkering. So we're going to see less selectiveness at the plate. We're going to see a little bit more than we didn't want to see in terms of maybe jumping at pitches instead of being who he normally has been, trying to put up power numbers. Those are the 2 guys that concern me the most.
It sounds like you're more concerned with Bregman.
I definitely am, because I just think, look, it's unrealistic the numbers that the rumors are out there that he's chasing. It's unrealistic that he's going to have a season like he had. What was it, 19 or whatever?
19, he hit over 40
when he had his
run.
MVP type season. I just think that realistically, if Alex Bregman, if he was in the middle of a 5-year contract and he could just settle into being who he is now, he'd be the perfect answer for this team. I'm concerned because of the fact that he's playing to get paid, and that really, with some of the things I've seen, gives me some concern.
Maybe if that is a concern, and obviously there's no way to know if the Astros and Joe Espada share that concern, but if they did, I think that does lend credence to possibly batting Bregman first, because if you put him third or fourth with, coming after Altuve and coming after either Jordan or Tucker, then you're going to put him in a spot where he's thinking drive and run, drive and run, drive and runs. Whereas if you're coming up before those guys and he's really, the mindset is get on base, then maybe that locks him into the type of mindset at the plate that we'd like to see, where he's still selective. He's not chasing pitches and waiting for the pitch inside that he likes to pull.
Here's the other thing that I'm going to throw at you with all that. Because of the fact that it's a contract year and he's trying to compare his numbers, that's why I don't think he wants to bat leadoff. Because I think that if you move him to leadoff, the RBIs go down.
Sure.
His power numbers probably go down. And I think that would be a concern for him and his agent because of this year being what it is.
It's possible. I mean, Biggio and Altuve, obviously, are still guys that have hit Springer as well. I mean,
but Altuve at this point in his career has more pop, I think, than Bregman.
Yeah, I definitely think he has more bat speed. That's for sure. The average exit velocity, I haven't looked it up, but it would seem to be on Altuve's side as well. I still think Bregman can have home run totals, in the maybe mid-20s that would still be able to put him in a spot where he could get a contract that he wants. But yeah, if he hits leadoff, then the RBI total's going down, and that would definitely be a concern. But it could mean his batting average goes up. So I guess it, depends on what you want to boost. But I think if you're hitting leadoff, then maybe your average boost. If you hit third or fourth in your RBI boost, it'd be up to him and his agent to determine what would be best for his contract.
But it's a tough predicament to be in because of the contract to say, hey, look, pay me what I'm capable of doing wherever you want me to hit in your lineup, but don't penalize me because I batted leadoff, or don't penalize me because my power numbers were this or that. That's why I think he doesn't want to bat leadoff.
Yeah, it's tough. You mentioned, pay me on what I'm capable of doing. That'll be really interesting to see if he does hit the open market, because the idea of pay me what I'm capable of doing, we're, 5 years removed from that at this point?
Yeah, but
like what he wants is to be paid based on 2018, 2019 numbers, but that's we didn't know what COVID was the last time he was that player. So it's just so long ago.
The thing is, too, when you look at it, his best years are behind him in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
And now the defense is going to start to dwindle a little bit, too. It's just natural with age. Like his range, his arm,
I don't know
his
if
glove. His glove's probably going to be good.
I don't know if I would say it would dwindle now, but certainly before that next contract is over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you're looking for a long-term deal, teams are going to look at this and go, I don't expect his defense is going to maintain or go up. I don't think his offensive numbers are going to maintain or go up, but his salary in terms of years and money and AAV is going to go. He wants it to go up, and that's a hard proposition for a lot of teams to put in play.
Yeah, and look, and I'll go back to my cash or trash it. I think what we've talked about is part of the reason why he might be looking at missing out on what the market offers. I don't know if they're going to offer the 5, 6 year, 7 year contract that he's hoping for. He might have to settle for something similar to what Cody Bellinger got, the 3 years, $80 million. Because like Bellinger had a hot stretch where he was an MVP around the same time as Bregman, then had a 3-4 year drop off where his numbers really cratered before bouncing up last year and hitting over 300 and really playing well for the Chicago Cubs. So he might be in a situation where he has to take a shorter term deal to prove he's still that player before he gets the longer term deal. But if he signs
for 3, he's not getting anything longer than that the rest of his career.
Well, it could be something like Correa where it's a 3-year deal, but there's opt out after 1. And if he hits really well in year 1, then he can opt out. And that happened for Correa, where I think it was like a 3-year, $101 million. He opted out after year 1 and then got a $200 million contract.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he can actually put the numbers up to live up to that, to try and get a longer term deal. Because, like I said, he's not getting younger. He's not the most athletic specimen, speed wise or just physicality anyway. And it's going to be challenging for him to get what he wants. And you look at a guy like Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman is one of the best defensive third basemen in baseball, along with Arenado. He's still sitting out there.
Another Boris guy.
Yeah, and so if he's a Boris guy and he's still sitting out there and camp opens up, it's realistic to think Bregman, A, is probably not going to get what he's looking for, and B, might be in the exact same predicament a year from now when he's looking for a new team, looking for big money. Camp is going to open up for a lot of teams, and he's not getting the offers that he's expecting, and I don't know how much he's going to budge.
Yeah, especially I think you can directly relate what Chapman's going through to what you can expect for Bregman, because it's not like Bregman is a significantly better player than Chapman. Right. You might even argue Chapman is better in some ways, especially with the gloves. So if Chapman has to settle for a 1-2 year deal, this late into camp at this point, I don't see why Alex Bregman could expect his situation to go all that differently.
No, you're absolutely right. So that'll wrap up Astros talk for a little bit here, but I wanted to get that in because I think it's going to be an interesting situation to watch play out with both guys. I'm with you. I think Tucker, especially with the bats around him, is going to be fine. I just wish he was a little less in his own head sometimes. But I think the Bregman situation, especially putting on 20-some pounds, there's just a lot.
That'll be very interesting.
There's a lot that says to me that it could go wrong.
It's either like Jeremy has pointed out, and like the last time he added weight, he got injured. It's either that, or maybe improves his power numbers. It could go either way. It'll be fascinating to see how it plays out.
Absolutely. Okay, now let's move on to the Texans. Let's get to see some situations out there that maybe you might be willing to consider. We've got a couple of players for you on the board. Which of these guys, 5 in total, would you be willing to trade for? We're going to get to that next as we continue to roll on. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Rolling through the final hour of the show. Jeremy Branham off to do Cougars basketball, a somewhat big one. All of them are at this point when you're the number one team in the land. Playing the Cincinnati Bearcats tonight. That should be fun to watch. But before that, be fun to listen to us up until 6 o'clock. BMAC and I having some in-depth Astros conversation previously. Before we wrap that up, got a couple of text messages. Someone says, if Yiner puts up the numbers that was projected, he'll be the best catcher in baseball. Well, I think Atlee Rushman would probably have a word, but I'll take that if that is the case. But I think he's capable of having those kind of numbers. Someone else said Altuve will definitely be a higher batting average than 280, especially if Yordan is protecting him batting second. Obviously a good point there. And then someone else says, I don't want to see pop-up machine Bregman coming back again. That's a fear I have because he started to tweak his swing a lot. And I think he's going to be chasing power numbers this year, especially putting on that much weight. That tells me, to your point, he's looking to bulk up to try and hit the ball further.
If I were to try to positive spin it, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, but if I were to positive spin it, I would say maybe he's trying to stay healthier. I don't know if that'll actually have the effect that he wants. As Jeremy's pointed out, the last time he bulked up, he did end up getting hurt. But usually players, one of two reasons you bulk up is either to maybe withstand the rigors of a long season, or it is to add more power to your game. So maybe it is to try to stay healthier. But yeah, I mean, but I think that's kind of why I like Bregman leading off. Having the ability to get the walk and get on base, because what we saw, not only did we see some pop-ups, we also saw him be near the top of the league and grounding into double play. So I don't really want him hitting third or fourth, coming up to the plate with Jordan or Tucker or Altuve, already occupying, a couple of the bases, and then he grounds into the double play and ends the inning. So I'd rather have him up first and use, like, his one super ability is to draw walks. And so I think that would be best suited to hit leadoff.
Well, and I also think that his ability is to just not swing at bad pitches, which allows him to be more effective.
And it translates to walks.
Yeah, and it also translates to hitting better pitches when he actually gets them.
In theory.
Yeah, I don't want him to be anxious or overzealous trying to hit power numbers, but we'll see how it plays out. All right, I teased this before we got into a couple extra comments on the Astros, and that is with the Texans looking to improve, and you and I have talked about some of this before. We've got 5 stars, and which of these would you be most willing to trade for if you're the Houston Texans, okay? So the first one is Justin Jefferson. You and I have discussed this in the past. Unrestricted free agent next year. Projection is 4 years and $117 million. The biggest thing to me is on the plus side, Justin Jefferson would be an unbelievable weapon for C.J. Stroud, and if you locked him up, he could be there for the foreseeable future, and you don't have to pay big quarterback money yet, so you could conceivably find a way to make this work. The bad news would be, with free agency around the corner, it's going to be interesting how Minnesota handles this and which Minnesota team, are they going to try and compete, or are they going to complete the reset button? Their GM came out today and said, we haven't even thought about trading him yet, but if they did, the fact that you not only have to give up draft capital and other things to get him, but on top of that would have to pay him top of the market. He said he wants to break the bank. He wants to go for every dollar as the number 1 wide receiver in football. That's a scary proposition if you're the Texans.
Yeah, and that's the reason I'd be out. Like, I could almost wrap my head around the money because of how great he is, and you'd unquestionably have the best possible group of targets for C.J. Stroud in this Texans offense. But what scares me on this is, like you said, you'd have to trade for him. And I think you're talking, for a player of that caliber, his age, like, unquestionably, to me, the best wide receiver in the league, and he's, I believe, still under 25 years old, might even be like 23, 24. You're talking probably about giving up multiple first-round picks.
Yep.
And if that's the case, and I don't see how it's not, I'm completely out on Justin Jefferson at that point. I'm fascinated and intrigued by what this offense would look like with Jefferson, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell. But the idea of giving up, I would say it's at least a first and a second. It's probably
there's no doubt.
It's probably multiple first, and on either scenario, I would be completely out on the idea of trading for Justin Jefferson at that point.
Stephon Diggs. He's 30 years old. He's got 3 years left. The dead cap of $22 million, and the fact to me, I think locker room wise, he's just not a fit. The last thing I need for my quarterback, who is still getting, truly fitting into being the franchise in terms of he doesn't need the distractions in the locker room. He doesn't need the overly diva, complacent, if you don't give me the football, I'm pissed off all the time, the guy in Diggs. I don't need him on my roster.
Yeah, that would be I think he might be, a good soldier year one, but though I do share your concerns, especially coming here where there's going to be a lot of targets going to Nico and to Tank Dell. How does he react to having to share the ball with 2 other capable wide receivers? I think it's probably a mood issue because with the dead cap of $22 million, I just don't see how the Bills decide to eat that. But it's interesting because I had Diggs in one of my fantasy leagues, and his numbers absolutely cratered second half of the season. But it was partly because the Bills changed their offensive coordinator and started running the ball with James Cook a lot more. So I don't necessarily think he's lost any, even though he's at age 30, and I'm sure a lot of people would look at that age and that would be their first concern. I don't think he's lost any, but I would be concerned about not only the salary.
I don't want to deal with all the extra.
Yeah, it's like if Nico and Tank, one game are getting 5 and 6 catches, and Stephon Diggs is left with 3, can he handle that? And his track record says probably not.
All right, so the last offensive player is Brandon Ayuk. 1 year left, projecting 4 years, $91 million.
Yeah.
There's another guy that you got to give up assets, and then you're going to have to pay, and you're going to have to pay him pretty quickly. I don't know that you can't deal with the receivers you have, possibly pick another one up in the draft, and or some of these guys we've been talking about that are reasonably priced free agents. that you need a guy like Ayuk. Sure, he'd be a great fit, and I think that I think he is fully capable of taking it up a notch. I just don't want to pay him the money and give up the prospects.
Yeah, I'd have to see. My answer to this is probably entirely dependent upon what the 49ers would ask for. It's certainly a lesser price than Justin Jefferson. If it doesn't include a first-round pick, I think I would at least kick the tires on it. I'm fine with the salary, especially since, this is the obvious statement of the year. He's coming from the exact same offense, pretty much. He's coming from an offense that he's used to, coming into this offense with Bobby Slowick, who obviously coached under Kyle Shanahan. And I think he's a different type of receiver than both Tank and Nico. So I don't think you're, like we talked about, some of the redundancy of like a Michael Pittman and Nico Collins earlier. I don't think you have that concern with Ayuk. So if the compensation is less than a first-round pick, I'd be in on Ayuk.
Well, the big thing with San Francisco is they got salary issues now.
Sure.
And they're already paying Debo, to where I don't know that they can afford to pay two big-time receivers big-time money. So maybe they got to dump out. If they're dumping out, maybe they take less just to get him off the books, even though he's been effective for them, and it is the last year of his deal. So that'll be interesting. Let's switch gears real quick on the defensive side of the football. Defensive tackle Derek Brown of the Panthers, 25 years old. He's making 11 this year. His career high is 3 sacks.
Yeah, he's not a pass rusher.
He's a defensive tackle, though, and that's what D'Amico said he wanted to upgrade.
Yeah, the intriguing thing to me, or at least the most intriguing thing, is just the age. Like, you get him, and especially compared to guys like Diggs or the other name with Hassan Reddick, you're not having to ask the question, like, okay, how much does he have left? Like, whatever you think he has now, he's 25. He's still got it. He's not a
But what does he have? Because you say, how much does he have left? But can he be the kind of defensive tackle that D'Amico is looking for when he says he wants to upgrade the run stoppage?
Yeah, I don't think he could. I'd rather take the path of drafting Byron Murphy. So I would probably be out on Derek Brown and Hassan Reddick just to combo this. And I know Reddick's not a defensive tackle, but both guys that would be playing up front. I would rather go a little somewhere else, especially since Reddick, skipping ahead to him, he's his projected value after the 1 year that he has left, and he's already 29. His projected value after the 1 year he has left this season is 3 years, $47 million, which would be starting at age 30, and I'd be completely out on that. So I would trust the Texans and D'Amico's evaluation on Derek Brown if they think he's the type of run stuffer that they've been seeking. Especially at age 25, I'd be fine with that. But I think I'd rather them go with the Byron Murphy path in the draft.
Yeah, I would go Murphy in the draft, and then if I'm looking pass rusher and or linebackers and I'm looking for things like that, I think the cap casualties I keep saying is going to be where the Texans can really cash in. Mack could get cut. Shaq Barrett got cut today. There's going to be some other guys. Watch the other Tampa Bay linebackers that are out there, depending on how the market treats them, as opposed to the highest of the high end kind of big time defenders. It's going to be interesting because I think a lot of teams, that's where you're going to get a lot of guys to look at the Texans going, I love the situation. I love the defensive minded head coach. I love the fact that they have a quarterback and that I want to fit in there. I think you could get value and take it up a notch in terms of productivity by looking at the cap casualties as opposed to the trades.
So quickly before we get to break, if you had to pick one of these names, and my name is Ayuk, but if you had to pick one of these names and make the trade, who are you trading for?
Yeah, to me, and then the money matters, obviously, but I think that I would love to have Justin Jefferson. I just don't want to pay the ransom that I think that they're going to look for. And I think I'm with you. I don't want Diggs because of the attitude. Ayuk still has plenty left in the tank. He's physical. He's strong. He's not afraid to make the tough catch. And I think that he's looking for an opportunity to kind of get the ball a little bit more. And I think they would frequent him. So I would probably lean Ayuk as well. All right, so that's the 5 to 5:30 half hour of the show. We got 30 minutes left to go. We still got the car wreck of the day. If you have suggestions and nominations, you can always try and get them to us, 713-780-3776. But before that, we're going to get to our final segment of the day, which is Wheel of Bits. And Wheel of Bits is going to be played for us by none other than Brian McDonald, who's going to throw things my way, and then we're going to talk about it with you. Don't go anywhere. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Back on the Bees, Branham doing some Cougar basketball tonight. So BMAC and myself taking you till the top of the hour at 6 p.m. Rolling through before we get to anything more and get to the Wheel of Bits, I want to tell you one more time about Doc Linville. Look, Doc Linville, you can see it today if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch. The fact is, Doc Linville did one heck of a job on my melon and getting me my hair back. And I would speak for him and tell anybody about the fact that if you are suffering pattern baldness, thinning, or hair loss, and you're looking for an answer that's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem, Doc Linville and the NeoGraft procedure is the answer. He's the best in the business at doing it, and you get real results. He wanted to sit down and meet with me, I guess, a year or so back and explain to me what the whole procedure was. I wasn't sure if I was going to be even open to it. When he started giving me the bullet points of how 95 to 99% of the follicles that he moves are going to be there for the rest of your life, and the fact that genetically you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, and that's where he gets every third or fourth follicle to put where you need it most, and how it can drastically improve your overall appearance and your coverage area and all those things, I was in. I was sold. And then when I went through the procedure, and it was literally painless, and the results were seen almost instantaneously, and then 6 to 9 months later when you see the full results, could not have been happier. Everybody, including I walked into the gym today without a hat on, everybody was just going, oh my God, where'd that hair come from? Couldn't believe that. Didn't know you had that. So you see the results. You see other people see the results, and it makes you feel better too. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com. You can get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. It normally costs $150, but because you listen to us, you get it for free. No signing on the dotted line, no obligation, just you getting information that might be a game changer in terms of your hair. Check them out today at 975hair.com.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play Choose Only One.
Did you pick up what our voiceover lady said there? Miss Charlotte.
Yeah, S2 new 2.
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah, they give names to these AI generative voices, and that one happens to be Charlotte. But
I was gonna go Sabrina.
Sabrina, yeah, I could see that being her name. The voice sounds like a Sabrina, but she said we're playing Choose Only One. So I'm gonna present you an option of 3 people, and you're gonna give me your one choice out of those 3 to the question I ask you. So these are all Astros related, and the first one is going to be kind of who would you choose out of these 3 to have a huge bounce back season from injuries? These are all starting pitchers who spent last time, or either all or part of last season on the injured list. So we have Lance McCullers Jr., we have obviously Luis Garcia, and Jose Urquidy. If you could only choose one to when they get back, because obviously they're going to come back at different times, but when they get back, they're fully healthy and they're the best version of themselves. Who would you take between McCullers, Garcia, and Urquidy?
So you've eliminated one completely because one, Lance McCullers is never going to be 100%.
Come on, go with the question.
We never know if he's going to be effective or pitching ever again. So to me, he is the never-ending question mark that I can't count on, so therefore I can't choose. Urquidy is who he is. We've seen him kind of bounce back and forth on the IL with his injuries, but he's been good even when he's good and he's got his best stuff. I don't know how great it is. Garcia is the guy that I really think is the answer to this question, simply because when he is healthy, his stuff can prove to be extremely effective, better than average, and dare I say nasty at times.
Even without the rock the baby delivery?
Yeah, I think that, you know what, just like all these other pitchers, and he's had more time than most to try and figure it out, to realize maybe he will be more health conscious too, to realize maybe he's got to get ready quicker to eliminate the fact that he can't do the rock the baby as much. But I think his stuff, no matter how much he rocks or not, has the best chance for succeeding at this point where they all are in their careers. And I think that the surgery, I fully expect that he's going to bounce back. He might have even have a little bit more velo, but I believe that he'll be as effective as he was previously and maybe more.
Yeah, there's certainly an argument to be made there. I mean, sticking with like I know this question is living in a fantasy world, that, as you pointed out with Lance McCullers, but living in the fantasy world, I do think Lance McCullers Jr., if you can guarantee, like this question, like we're going with here, that once they return, they're fully healthy for at least the rest of the season, I think Lance has the ability to be the most transformative to the rest of this rotation. I think he, of all three of these guys, you perfectly nailed it, Urquidy. Even at his best, Urquidy's kind of just a guy. He's kind of just a fifth starter. But Lance has the potential to be as good as your third, maybe even your second starter, if he's fully at his best. So I would go with Lance McCullers.
But at 100% BMAC at this point in his career?
Well, last time we saw him was the 8 starts in 2022, I guess it was, and his ERA was under 3 for those 8 starts.
Look,
Small sample size, but he was really good.
Like I said, I have learned to not trust when he will be back and how he will be when he comes back. But if you get primetime Lance McCullers, he's fully capable of being a top 2 starter in your rotation.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I don't know that you're ever going to get him back because I don't know how many curveballs he can still throw, or is willing to throw, believes he can throw, and be as effective as he once was. Whereas I think Garcia, before he got hurt, we knew that he was one of the best up-and-coming pitchers in the American League.
Yeah, certainly. So let's go to the offensive hitters for again this game being choose only one. I'm going to give you 3 offensive players that I think a lot of people have questions with their potential upside this year. But if you can only pick one of these players to actually hit their upside, hit their full potential this year, who are you taking between Jose Abreu, Jeremy Pena, and Jake Myers?
Well, we know who I'm throwing the first.
Yeah,
who I'm throwing
I
out
threw
first.
Jake Myers.
You can take the bathwater. You can take the
you.
baby. You can take Jake Myers' confused deer in the headlights face and his fading abilities. And I don't care how much defense Jeremy says he plays. Jake Myers to me is out of this equation.
I guess it comes down to what you believe their upside actually is. But
I believe he has extreme upside of joining another team by the All-Star break. That's what I believe.
But if they hit their upside, whatever you believe that to be, of these 3, you can only pick one: Abreu, Pena, and we're crossing out Myers.
See, to me, I think Pena's numbers are never going to be like off the charts. And we talked about small sample size on the negative with Tucker in the playoffs last year. I think small sample size on a positive was what he did in the playoffs when he won the American League Championship Series MVP and then the World Series MVP. I don't expect that those are sustainable numbers for Jeremy Pena, like a lot of people I think unfortunately did for his following season. And last year, that's why they thought it was a letdown. I think Jeremy Pena is who he is with some modification. I think Abreu could still potentially hit for a very, very good average. And in a lineup that has a lot of hitters around him, that he could be productive. I think the power numbers are not going to ever be what they once were, and they never really were monsters. But I think if I had to pick one of those 3, Pena just being average is fine. Myers I don't even factor into the equation because I don't want him starting the year in center field. And I think Abreu would have the biggest upside for this team because I think that he will start the year batting 5th.
Yeah, and that's why I'm with you on this one. My answer is also Jose Abreu because kind of like my answer with Lance McCullers, I'm taking the guy that could be, have the biggest positive boost to the lineup. And with Jose Abreu at worst hitting 6th, but probably 5th, where compared to, Jeremy Pena hitting 8th or 9th, if he's in that 5 or 6 spot and he is at his absolute upside, whatever that happens to be, then that lineup going from him in 5th into Yonder in 6th and to Chaz in 7th, that is a real long day for opposing starting pitchers. So I would go with Jose Abreu. One more before we get into to break and get to our last segment of the day. But I'm going to ask you pick one of these killer bees. See what I did there? The theme of the show, killer bees. Pick one killer bee to add to this year's Astros team. Bagwell, Biggio, Berkman. If you could only add one of those, prime Biggio, prime Bagwell, prime Berkman, which killer bee would you add to this roster?
Well, I mean, in their prime, it's got to be Bagwell. I think he had the best overall season the year that was cut short when he was going to be hands down MVP. He would add instantly a ton of pop to the lineup. He still was a hitter that hit for average. He was going to get you RBIs. He's a steady first baseman, so then you don't have to worry about Abreu at all if you don't want to. I think that, Bish, no slap in the face to him. The interesting and intriguing thing would be between Bagwell and it would be between Berkman, because Berkman switch hitting would be really, really interesting, and the fact that you need a bat.
I'm surprised you didn't go Berkman simply for the fact that Berkman can play left field, which then puts Chaz back in center and Jake Myers is adios.
Yeah, I just think overall.
Berkman had 40 home run seasons as well. I mean, you're right. Like, Bagwell's power was greater because Bagwell would have been well over 500 home runs if he hadn't spent 10 years of his career in the Dome. But Berkman had 40 home run power.
He did, and the switch hitter also was interesting. That's why I said it came down to me, Berkman over just the pure hitting prowess and the fact that you could play first base, because Abreu could end up being a question mark again this year too. So you don't know what you don't know, but obviously if I had prime Jeff Bagwell playing first base at a high level and then bringing his batting average and all that extra pop to the lineup, I mean, that's to me, no matter what else they do, I don't know how much defense you got to play when you got a lineup that's that good.
Yeah, certainly not. So there was no consideration to cheating and putting, because obviously Biggio's not going to play second.
Right.
But there's no cheating consideration to putting Biggio at catcher?
No. I expect Yiner's going to be fine. And anything's an upgrade over Maldi offensively. So I think to me that's why it came down to Berkman and to Bags. And if you get prime Bags, obviously that's Hall of Fame for a reason. I mean, in the middle of your lineup was still a Yordan and everybody else that's capable. You need that second big bopper if you really want to push this lineup over the top, and I think he would be that guy.
Yeah, and that's you're kind of for the same reason, but different player. I'd probably lean Berkman, not only because he's the big bopper, as you mentioned, but then you also diversify your lineup a little bit, like you said, switch hitter. So when you're facing that right-hander, you got three lefties that you could really cause a problem when we get into the bullpen for the other team. Why, if you space them out and go left, right, you really cause a problem for that other manager trying to put together his bullpen.
Yep, no doubt. All right, we got one segment to go in the show. Don't go anywhere. We'll wrap it up with the car wreck of the day. Coming up next on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You all right?
My leg's broken. The ball's coming through.
I'll give you a bone, you prick. Where's my money?
This is the car wreck of the day.